Chapter 1 I am poor, yet I am happy. In a parallel world known as Darwar, in the village of Hazy, located near the imposing mountains, the resided in the 53 households. The village was characterized by its poverty and backwardness, with each family tending to focus off major farmland. It was renowned as a destitute village, reliant on state relief toja vivi chair. Istandu upon the Loess Highlands, where beautiful women come forth only after another, if you rivalate, there may be a cornslift for you. Leaving Groja dilapidated bicycle, Ave Heikel devoid of brakes. He hummed a tuniad from Loess Highlands, a shepherd led onward from the fields, Thebika Creek and gan rattling beneath him, the old contraption skein slipped on some more. You could at least try a little harder, though if you were worn, I even never look it down anyhow, Isaac because he is in me sport that you refuse to observe them properly, let me tell you, do not underestimate anyone, even cow dung has its value, and the dung beetle has its springtime. Once I become a successful, if you treat me well, I shall build you a garage and find you a shinainu bicycleto company out, wouldn't that be delightful? You must admire me for that, if you remain silent, I should take you to your agreement. Liebing spoke to himself, relishing the companion of his stubborn steed. Which ways you nobly to retort or protest? Liebing was a smallholder farmer in Hazy village, live in Gina household tot spanned 3 generations. His grandfather heard come from the north to Zika live in Thewist, marrying his grandmother Horan Drazinga father, an uncle and an aunt. Thunkly hard started his own family, and the einthird married into a neighbouring village. Ast Hildastson, Liebing's further Hadel was given the best o' his own siblings, even sacrificing his own prospects for them. Family's major possessions were often handed down to his brother, leaving Liebing with little more than the scraps. In his household, only his younger sister, Lying, remained. Due to the poverty, Liebing left school before graduation to Roxland, while his sister, Cheris head by the family, continued her studies and just entered the secondary of middle scale. Despite their financial struggles, the family of his grandparents had moved in with his son Cleefter. His marriage was filled with joy. You wretched thing, can you not behave? After just a few steps, the can slips again. I refuse to believe I cannot fix you. Liebing her just treated that chain when it came a loose again. Frustrated, her let have a sickly gain stain arbitrary trunk, a familiar act, with practiced ease, usually an at hebiki against her tree. However, this time, it failed to recuperate, bouncing back and striking Liebing squarely in the face. The impact was no small matter. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and blood began to flow from his nose. Angered, he wiped away their blood and attempted to rise, only to discover a shard of glass in his hand. Hath he held throws glass on the roadside? What if Sir me a naked shirt? Intended taught us the shard into the ditch. Beauty see me turkling to his hand. No matter how he treed, he called no trid himself it, and it absorbed her blood from his nose. With a sudden beam, Liebing found himself in an unfamiliar place, a modest expanse of about 150 square meters. In the centre, a spring bubbled forth, while his malwardenhot, reminiscent of Ashreen, stood at hedge of the clearing. Theory was row dead in a veil of gramest. Where am I? I was just standing by the road. So doubted I end you for, though Liebing was known for his audacity, Heffeltat Wingier. Young man, thou this thesmal world of his estimated immortal, you have in witting libe come its master. I have been in decline for many years, and this fragment of Mazol is on the verge of dissipating, encountering my share of fortune. But in my hort, I shall impart my origin santa to kings of mi power stoyao. I power algorithm forward, a shimmering figure suddenly appeared, uttering cryptic words before extending a finger to touch Liebing's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of fine formation surged into Liebing's mind. Overwhelmed by the deluge of knowledge, he fainted. Chapter 2 The Immortal's Legacy encompasses all. When Liebing awoke again, he found himself flying by the roadside. What just happened? Was it a dream? He pondered uncertainly, but every expansive information in his mind confirmed the reality of his experience. No more doubts on that he needed to return home. The ski had erkened, and if hadn't Thurabach, his parents would surely worry. Eben Doni Danny thoughts of repairing his biking pursuit back toward the village. Mother, father, I'm home, he corladuta shinta cheered, where I began to a shishan sangfus. Binger, wirio baxilate, war worried something had happened toya, his mother, Yunguayan, sighed as he stepped out, her face filled with conscience and affection. Mother, I'm a grown man, what could possibly happen to him? My big kept close in the chain, so I had to push it back. Where's father? Liebing replied as she shed his face. Curiosity piqued about his father's whereabouts. Normally, his father would be sitting in the yard, waiting for him to return before going inside. Your sister cool demanded some sponsorship fees 50 yuan per student. They claim it's stow up children from remote mountain villages return to school. A very only must pay otherwise. The entire class will be publicly criticised. We have a nominee, so we are further wento boros from the Jew family. His mother said with a weary expression. What nonsense. That school can't even afford to keep its own students in class and diet fines waster schism in Afromus. It's outrageous. Li Bing scoffed at their school's practices. The teachers were a hard-ly professional, constantly pressuring students stow by thysorth art material. They failed to teach properly, then blamed their students for not performing well. Nu never acknowledged its shortcomings. The bookstory at the scale gate sold very study materials each semester, with teachers receiving a commission for every book sold. Fueling Tai agreed, some Turker 7 had family members running bookstores at Trans, profiting handsomely. Most parents felt powerless if they wanted their children to receive an education. They had to endure such exploitation. Before long, his father returned, his expression clearly troubled. It seemed he had been unablutter bore away pneumonia and faced some humiliation. Mother, where does me sister need this money? Li Bing inquired. Is it must be paid by next Monday, and today is already Wednesday. Your sister needs to bring it back with her on Sunday, so you're a fair third-hearted besto or advanced over Danius use, his mother replied, whipping a waiters. Let's not borrow from Manion. We're poor, and no knees willing to lend us money. Tomorrow, I'll go into the mountains to gather some herbs and trade them in the county for money for my sister, Li Bing suggested, formulating Gaplin. That's out of the question. There are 10 wild beasts in the mountains that can harm people. Wait if something happens to her. How will your father and I cope? His mother immediately opposed the idea. Li Bing did not press the matter further, deciding to wait until the next day. After dinner, he returned to his room to organize his memories. The kings of time mortal were revest, covering various subjects such as martial arts, medicine, alchemy, and artifact crafting, and all-encompassing legacy. As read, he she'd begun to check from the sheer volume of information. He decided to focus on the cultivation methods first. After reading through the cultivation technique was severe old-timers and familiarizing himself with team, he began practicing as instructed. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force arising from his lower abdomen, a sensation of something flowing through his meridians enveloped him, bringing him into comfort. The entire night pastors Li Bing immersed himself in straining. His body felt invigorated, and he experienced no discomfort, rather he felt more energetic than ever. Ash clenched his fist, a series of cracking sounds echoed, indicating a significant increase in his strength. He felt capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fatigue. Haval, up and gentudor associated his nostrils. Looking down, he was sure if I eat a layer of substances from his skin. Thanks to the memories imparted by the immortal, he understood taught his ways a scene of successful cultivation. After drawing energy into his body, the impurities within were being expelled.
Chapter 3 A bountiful harvest in the treasure mountain. Before dawn, I stealthily slipped out of the house while my parents were preoccupied and hurried to the small river outside the village. In a swift motion, I stripped off my clothes and plunged into the water to wash myself. After several thorough rinses, I finally felt clean, just as villagers began to stir. I donned my clothes and feigned a morning exercise routine as I made my way back home. Ah, Binger, what madness possesses you to race back from outside so early? My mother inquired, balancing a bundle of firewood in her arms as she spotted me returning. Mother, I arose early to engage in some physical exercise. The morning air is invigorating. I quickly fabricated an excuse, sensing that she would not press further. I darted back into the house, eager to delve into my memories and discern what knowledge might prove useful. Ah, the art of medicine, surely it would be invaluable upon acquiring this knowledge. It felt as though it had been innate to me all along. Each passage I reviewed seemed to etch itself into my mind effortlessly, and my comprehension of medical practices was remarkably profound, making the application of such skills feel entirely unchallenging. The breadth of this medical knowledge was astonishing, ranging from the treatment of minor ailments like colds and fevers to more severe conditions such as cancer and tumors, all amendable with herbal remedies. The teachings also encompassed acupuncture and a plethora of medicinal recipes, all of which had been imbued in my memory upon receiving the legacy from the celestial master. The only missing component was clinical experience. After partaking in breakfast, I ventured outdoors toward the mountains. Binger, are you truly heading into the mountains? My father, Li Youfu, asked as he emerged. Father, rest assured, I shall merely wander along the mountain's edge. I won't venture too deep, and there is no danger to be found. Besides, I am not foolish enough to court peril, I reassured him. Alas, I longed for the opportunity to treat my father's leg, alleviating his discomfort while walking. My father, Li Youfu, had sustained an injury while assisting with the construction of a house in the village, falling from a scaffold. At the time, medical facilities were underdeveloped, and without the means to afford proper care, he resorted to a barefoot doctor for rudimentary treatment, resulting in a permanent limp. The family who employed him for the construction work compensated him with a mere 180 yuan, which was hardly sufficient. 100 yuan could sustain a family for half a year back then, and everyone was struggling to make ends meet, worrying about the next meal after just finishing one. Putting aside these bothersome memories, I plunged into the mountains. Since commencing my cultivation yesterday, my physical condition had markedly improved, allowing me to traverse the terrain with remarkable agility, hardly sensing any fatigue. Here are some mushrooms, though they are rather small, I noted as I entered deeper into the mountains, reaching the boundary of safety. Villagers seldom ventured further, as paths became scarce, and wild beasts roamed freely. Confident in my own strength, I felt assured that I could retreat unscathed from any danger that might arise. After walking 5 or 6 more miles, I stumbled upon numerous valuable items, carefully noting their locations for future collection. Ah, ginseng, ha, I have finally found it! I exclaimed upon discovering a ginseng plant nestled beside a cluster of low shrubs. Cautiously, I secured it with the red thread I had brought along, a tradition passed down from the elders, claiming that ginseng, being a sentient being, could burrow into the ground to escape, but binding it with red thread would prevent its flight. I meticulously cleared the surrounding soil and unearthed the ginseng goodness. It measured a remarkable 7 to 8 inches in length. There is a saying that goes, 7 inches is ginseng, 8 inches is treasure. Carefully wrapping the ginseng and placing it in my backpack, I continued to explore the area. Soon after, I discovered a large reishi mushroom, roughly the size of a bowl, and I also gathered half a basket of wild mushrooms. As I made my way back, my spirits soared, prompting me to sing joyfully. However, the sound of my humming set my nerves on edge. Wild boar. I had encountered a wild boar, a creature not to be trifled with when provoked. It was fiercer than even tigers or lions. Chapter 4: Improving life begins with selling wild boar meat. As Li Bing discovered the wild boar simultaneously became aware of him. It was a formidable boar accompanied by 4 piglets. After a brief standoff, impatience overtook the wild boar, which lowered its head and charged towards Li Bing, its tusks glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Li Bing deftly evaded the oncoming boar, setting aside his backpack, and swiftly retreated to the shelter of a large tree, hurling stones at the beast. Only when the wild boar became frenzied would he have a chance to bring it down. Indeed, provoked by Li Bing's taunts, the wild boar went into a rage, rushing towards him with its head lowered. Li Bing waited until it drew near before sidestepping, causing the boar to crash into the tree, its tusks embedding into the trunk and becoming irretrievable. Seizing the moment, Li Bing lifted a stone the size of a basin and struck the boar's head with all his might. After a relentless barrage of blows, its skull was nearly obliterated before he ceased his assault. Gasping for breath at the sight of the vanquished boar, Li Bing contemplated how to transport it home. Weighing over 300 pounds, carrying it back was out of the question. Having grown up in a mountain village, he quickly devised a plan. Fashioning a frame from branches, he secured the wild boar atop it and fashioned ropes from vines. As dusk approached, Li Bing finally arrived at his doorstep. "Binger, did you really kill this wild boar? You are such a reckless child," his mother exclaimed in shock at the sight of the enormous beast he had brought back, immediately checking him for injuries and chiding him incessantly. His father, however, sharpened a knife, preparing to process the boar. "Mother, I am fine. This wild boar was foolish enough to meet its end by colliding with a tree, allowing me to finish it off." Hee, Li Bing reassured his concerned mother. "Binger, come help out. We need to clean this up quickly. The weather is warm, and it will spoil if we delay," his father urged, having sharpened the knife. The family spent 2 hours thoroughly preparing the boar. "Binger, let's rise early tomorrow and take the meat to the county for sale. We should be able to fetch quite a sum." "Your mother, please clean the head and hooves and soak them in cold water," his father instructed, organizing their plans. That evening, his mother prepared a large dish of stir-fried meat, a rare treat, and even poured his father a glass of wine. "Binger, join your father for a toast. With this wild boar meat, once we convert it to money tomorrow, our household will be considerably more comfortable," his father said, unable to suppress his joy as he smiled at Li Bing. "Father and mother, we have only just begun. The best days are yet to come. I have more treasures to show you, Li Bing declared, retrieving a cache of mountain mushrooms from his backpack and revealing the prized Ganoderma and ginseng beneath. Such large Ganoderma and ginseng are worth a fortune. When the herbalists come, we could sell for tens of thousands, his father exclaimed, elated by the value of Li Bing's finds. Father, this is worth far more than just a few tens of thousands. When taken to the city, it could fetch anywhere from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. This is an 8-inch treasure ginseng, Li Bing replied with a grin. What, over $1 million, is it truly that valuable? Quickly, hide it away, we mustn't let anyone discover it, his father said, rising nervously to peek outside before cautiously closing the door. Observing his parents' cautious demeanor, Li Bing felt a profound sense of happiness, vowing never to let them suffer again. At 4 o'clock the following morning, the father and son loaded the meat and herbs onto a cart and set off early towards the county. By 7:30, outside the Fusheng agricultural market, they began selling the wild boar meat. In this parallel world, there were no laws prohibiting the hunting of wild animals, making the sale of wild boar meat entirely legal and unregulated. Chapter 5 The Young Lady of the Apothecary. Wild boar meat, fresh wild boar meat. Just hunted, delicious and inexpensive, women grow more beautiful with each bite, and men become more enduring. Li Bing was quite astute, knowing precisely how to capture people's hearts with his words. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a crowd gathered around him. Young man, how much do you sell this wild boar meat for? Inquired a middle-aged gentleman who bore the air of authority. Sir, this wild boar meat is 30 yuan per pound, absolutely genuine, Li Bing replied. He had heard that wild boar meat was more expensive than that of domesticated pigs, with domestic pork priced at 22 yuan per pound. He had settled on 30. Very well, I'll take 10 pounds to store in the refrigerator for leisurely consumption. Encountering wild boar meat is quite rare, the gentleman declared, requesting 10 pounds outright. All right then, 10 pounds and 3 ounces, I will charge you for 10 pounds, Li Bing responded to the gentleman, pleased, handed over 300 yuan, reveling in the respect that came with his status. Young man, give me 5 pounds. I'll have 6 pounds. Also, 5 pounds for me. Within less than 2 hours, over 260 pounds of wild boar meat had been sold. The father and son joyfully counted their bag of money, totaling 7,920 yuan. Father, let us proceed to the herbal medicine shop to sell the herbs, then we can explore the market, Li Bing suggested, ensuring his father tucked the money away securely and leaving the cart at the market security office. The county boasted only one large traditional Chinese medicine shop, Jishur Apothecary. It was said that the proprietor wielded considerable influence, owning over a dozen large pharmacies throughout the city. Excuse me, is the owner available? Upon arriving at Jishur Apothecary, Li Bing sought out the proprietor directly, knowing that the staff could not make decisions. Yes, the owner is inside. What can I assist you with? The assistant was quite courteous, displaying no hint of disdain. I have some precious herbs for sale, could you please summon the proprietor? Li Bing waved the ginseng and reishi mushrooms wrapped in his hands. Certainly, I will fetch the owner immediately, the assistant replied, hastily disappearing into the back room to call for the proprietor. Before long, the proprietor emerged, accompanied by a young lady of about 22 or 23 years. Greetings, I am Huang Wanyan, the owner of Jishur Apothecary. You have precious herbs for sale? Please, let me see them, he said, appearing to be in his 50s and reputed for his medical expertise. Hello, Mr. Huang, this is the ginseng and reishi I wish to sell, please take a good look and provide an estimation. If the price is right, I shall sell, Li Bing replied, biding his time for the proprietor to assess the herbs. It is inappropriate to discuss this here, let us move to the back room, Mr. Huang suggested, leading Li Bing and his father to a more private area. In the back room, Huang Wanyan carefully examined the herbs. His excitement became palpable as he turned to the young lady beside him, exclaiming, Miss, we have found it. This is the century-old wild ginseng that the elder requires. This specimen is at least 120 years old, and its roots are intact. This reishi is also extraordinary. It is the exceedingly rare blood reishi, an excellent choice for replenishing qi and blood, boasting 10 times the efficacy of ordinary reishi. Really? This is wonderful. With this ginseng and reishi, Grandpa will surely recover, the young lady exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had been tirelessly searching for a century-old ginseng and a miraculous tonic for vitality. Little did she expect that mere days after arriving in this small county, fortune would smile upon her. "Young brother, we will purchase both of these herbs. What price do you seek?" Mr. Huang inquired earnestly, recognizing that the son was the decision-maker. "Mr. Huang, we are not well versed in specific pricing. Please tell us what you deem fair. If it suits us, we shall sell. If not, that is perfectly acceptable," Li Bing replied, returning the question to the proprietor. Mr. Huang remained silent, briefly conferring with the young lady before addressing Li Bing with utmost seriousness. "For the ginseng, we offer 1,500,000 yuan, and for the blood rasher, 500,000 yuan. A total of 2 million yuan, what do you think?" Although Li Bing was quite satisfied with the offer, he took a moment to ponder before responding. "Agreed, let us proceed with your proposed price." It is a deal. Chapter 6. Entering the realm of cultivators today, 2,079,200 yuan was earned. Li Youfu had always thought this was a dream. He took out his bankbook to check, and indeed, it was no dream. He quickly tucked it away, but feeling uneasy, he took it out again for another look. This elicited a wry smile from Li Bing. After all, his father had toiled for half a lifetime and had never seen such a sum of money. It was likely that this 2 million yuan made them the wealthiest family in the surrounding villages. The father and son ventured into the market, making an extensive purchase of various daily necessities. Li Bing even bought a freezer and a washing machine, along with 3 mobile phones from a store. With the money from selling wild boar meat dwindling, his father lamented about Li Bing's extravagant spending. By the time they returned home, it was already evening. Upon hearing that the father and son had earned over 200,000 yuan today, the mother was taken aback. She hurriedly went out to close the door and whispered to them, reminding them not to boast about their fortune, for wealth should not be flaunted. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Li Bing retired to his room to rest, while his parents remained in the living room chatting. They were so delighted that they found it hard to fall asleep. Li Bing remained silent. It was only natural for his parents to feel joy at the prospect of a better life after years of hardship. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Li Bing practiced cultivation throughout the night, and a fine thread of spiritual energy began to form in his dantian. This was a sign that he had entered the first layer of qi refinement, marking his official entry into the realm of cultivation. The cultivation stages are divided into initial, mid, and late stages of body tempering, peak, 1st to 9th layers of qi refinement, initial, mid, late, and perfected foundation establishment, initial, mid, late, and perfected golden core, initial, mid, late, and perfected nascent soul, initial, mid, late, and perfected spirit separation, initial, mid, late, and perfected void refinement, initial, mid, late, and perfected fusion, initial, mid, late, and perfected great ascension, initial, mid, late, and perfected tribulation crossing. There are 10 levels in total, with 45 minor stages, each of which is further divided into minor success, major success, and peak. Li Bing was now considered to have entered the minor success stage of the first layer of qi refinement. His body had undergone a transformation through the nourishment of spiritual energy, endowing him with a certain level of self-protection. After a brief wash, he stepped out of his room. "Oh, Binger, why do you look so much fairer and more handsome?" His mother glanced at him in astonishment. "Hee, mother, isn't it good that your son has become fairer and more handsome? At this rate, I might even attract a few daughters-in-law." Li Bing jested. "You cheeky boy, as if you could attract a few daughters-in-law. You're just dreaming. I must tell you, although our family is wealthy now, you must not go out and pick up those bad habits," his mother said earnestly. "Mother, rest assured, you know what kind of person I am. I would never turn bad, even if it meant death," Li Bing assured her. "Binger, go to the vegetable garden and call your father in for dinner." In the backyard, there were 2 to 3 mu of land where Li Bing's family cultivated vegetables. Since his father could no longer do heavy labor, he had tidied up the backyard and planted various common vegetables, along with a few apple and peach trees. Though small, the vegetable garden was diverse and thriving, providing a comforting sight. His own little world had a spring, which felt extraordinary. Perhaps it was a celestial or spiritual spring. He thought he might try sprinkling some of its water on the vegetable garden to see if there would be any changes. "Father, dinner is ready. After we eat, I'll help you with the chores so your legs won't hurt and wear you out." Ah, son, you needn't worry about me. You've had to drop out of school early and stay home. I feel guilty. Yeah, I can't be of much help at home, but tending to the vegetables keeps me from overthinking, his father lamented, feeling indebted to Li Bing and the family. Father, how can you think like that? You're my own father. How could you owe me anything? You and mother gave me life, and it's only natural for me to take care of you. From now on, don't think that way. Just look forward to enjoying a good life, Li Bing said, knowing his father was proud, and he quickly offered words of comfort. Chapter 7 The Special Ability of Celestial Spring Water. After dinner, Li Bing found a spray bottle and filled it with some water from his little world. He planned to concoct a mixture of spring water to spray on a few vegetables as a test. He sprayed 2 tomatoes, 2 cucumbers, a bean, an eggplant, and a chili pepper, leaving a little to pour under the apple tree. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, the spiritual energy within Li Bing had strengthened to about the thickness of a chopstick. Child's mother, come quickly, our vegetable garden has a few plants that have become extraordinary. His father exclaimed in astonishment early in the morning. What do you mean extraordinary? That's nonsense. How could vegetables become extraordinary? His mother replied, visibly annoyed at his father's exaggeration. Why would I lie to you? The vegetables have truly changed. Go see for yourself if what I say is true, his father urged, eager to convince her. Father, what happened to the garden? Is it about the 2 tomatoes, 2 cucumbers, and 1 eggplant, chili pepper, and bean? Li Bing felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if something was wrong with the spring water. Binger, how did you know? These plants have grown tremendously, each one is 3 times the size of normal ones and they bear more fruit, his father marveled. Ha, it worked, father, mother, don't be surprised, this is the spiritual spring water I obtained from the place where I found ginseng in the mountains. Seeing how well the grass was growing, I brought back a jug of water. I thought of the vegetable garden yesterday and sprayed this water on a few plants and the apple tree. I never expected it to work. Now we're going to be rich. Li Bing spun a harmless lie, knowing he could not reveal the truth about his cultivation and little world to his parents for fear they might inadvertently cause trouble. What? You were experimenting, Binger. Can we still eat these vegetables? We mustn't get sick. His father hesitated. Father, mother, rest assured, this spring water is a good thing. You noticed I became fairer and more handsome because I drank this spring water while digging for ginseng. If there were any issues, we would have discovered them by now. So, there is absolutely nothing wrong, Li Bing confidently reassured them. The 3 of them made their way to the backyard, and what they saw was truly remarkable. The vegetables were densely packed, yielding double the usual harvest, and their sizes were 2 to 3 times larger than normal. The fruits looked particularly enticing and beautiful. The nearby apple tree, which had only produced egg-sized apples, now had apples nearly the size of a spoon after just one night. Li Bing picked a tomato, wiped it on his clothes, and eagerly took a big bite. This is delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite tomatoes before. Father, mother, you must try this. It is absolutely delicious. Li Bing urged his parents to taste. Seeing their son enjoying the food so much, the elderly couple each picked one for themselves. As soon as they took a bite, they were left speechless. Is it really possible for tomatoes to taste this good? Following that, the 3 of them indulged in a frenzied eating spree until their bellies could hold no more, reluctantly leaving the vegetable garden. Binger, there's so much. We can't possibly eat it all at home. Should we take some to the county to sell? At least we could make some money, his mother suggested sensibly, not wanting to waste food. Mother, we will sell it for sure, but not at the market. Our vegetables should be delivered to the upscale hotels. With such quality, we can sell for at least 10 yuan a pound. Besides, I need to head back to the mountains today to collect more spring water and spray it on the entire vegetable garden. Only then will it be worth selling. Chapter 8 A bountiful harvest from the mountains. Son, venturing into the mountains is perilous. Our family is not in want of money. Please refrain from taking such risks. The vegetables we cultivate are sufficient for our needs, Li Youfu expressed, brimming with joy at his son's success and newfound wealth. However, upon hearing that his son intended to return to the mountains, a wave of concern surged within him, prompting him to offer counsel. Do not worry, father and mother. I am well acquainted with the paths this time. Moreover, the spring water is not far from the mountain's edge, so there is no cause for alarm, Li Bing reassured, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Children will always be the apple of their parents' eyes, no matter how grown they become. Very well, I shall not hinder you, but remember this, at the first sign of danger, flee without hesitation. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters, Li Youfu acknowledged, understanding his son's determined nature. Even if he forbade him, Li Bing would find a way to sneak away. With his parents' blessing, Li Bing strapped on his backpack, grasped his machete, and carried a large water bucket as he set off towards the mountains. Following the same path as 2 days prior, he reached the area where ginseng thrived in just over an hour. He continued his search along this route, advancing another 4 or 5 miles until he finally made a remarkable discovery. In this secluded expanse of mountains, he stumbled upon 5 ginseng plants. Their leaves appeared more robust than the solitary one he had previously found, suggesting they were much older. Carefully, he excavated each plant and wrapped them securely, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Compared to the earlier specimen, these 5 plants were likely over 200 years old, which would command a significantly higher price. However, he did not intend to sell them all. He resolved to keep one and plant it in the soil of his small world, curious to see how it would flourish. With such a bountiful harvest in hand, Li Bing chose not to venture deeper into the mountains. Instead, he turned back towards the exit, singing joyfully along the way. Oh, look at these numerous tree mushrooms, what a delightful find, dried and stewed with chicken, they will surely be delectable. My basket is empty, so I might as well fill it to the brim. The sight of the tree mushrooms made Li Bing's mouth water, recalling how delicious they had been when he savored them years ago with chicken. He swiftly gathered the mushrooms, though his basket was not yet full. Instead of searching further, he hastened towards the mountain's edge. Cluck, cluck, as he approached the grassland near the mountain's periphery, Li Bing spotted a sizable flock of wild chickens, numbering around 40 or 50, foraging on the ground. He crouched down 50 meters away, setting his basket aside. He then located a dry tree branch, over a meter in length, and inspected it before stealthily advancing closer, within 20 meters of the wild chickens. With a rapid yet deliberate aim, he hurled the branch at his target. Startled, the wild chickens took flight in a chaotic flurry. The branch demonstrated its formidable force, striking down 6 or 7 chickens before it fell to the ground. Li Bing dashed forward to collect the injured birds. Ha! What luck, I managed to snag 7 with a single throw. They are quite plump, a feast awaits. He fashioned a makeshift string from grass to string the chickens together and hoisted his basket, making his way homeward. As he neared home, he suddenly recalled that he had ostensibly gone into the mountains to collect spring water. He quickly removed the water bucket, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and stored it in his small world, retrieving over half a bucket of spring water. Only then did he meander back home, swaying slightly as he walked. Mother, father, I have returned, look at what I have brought. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Bing exclaimed. Goodness, son, you have gathered so many wild chickens and tree mushrooms. This is an impressive haul, but it must have been exhausting to carry back. Quickly, set it down and go inside for a drink. Your father and I will handle the rest, his mother said, her heart swelling with affection as she stepped forward to take the burden from him, placing it gently on the ground. Chapter 8, A Bountiful Harvest in the Mountains. Binger, venturing into the mountains is perilous. Our family is not in want of money. You should not take such risks. The vegetables we grow are sufficient for our needs, Li Youfu said, his heart brimming with joy at his son's success and wealth. Yet, upon hearing his son's intention to return to the mountains, a wave of concern washed over him, prompting him to offer a warning. Father, mother, do not worry at this time, I am well acquainted with the terrain. Moreover, the spring water is not far from the mountain's edge. There is certainly no danger, Li Bing reassured, feeling a warm glow in his heart, for children are forever the dearest treasures of their parents. No matter how old they grow, they remain children in their parents' eyes. Very well, I shall not hinder you, but remember, should you encounter danger, flee at once. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters, Li Youfu conceded, understanding his son's nature. Forbidding him would only lead to secret excursions. With his parents' blessing, Li Bing donned his backpack, grasped his machete, and hoisted a large water bucket, setting off towards the mountains. Following the same path as 2 days prior, he arrived at the ginseng growing area in just over an hour. He searched diligently along the way, and after traversing another 4 or 5 miles, he finally made a remarkable discovery. In this remote area, where few tread, the chance of encountering rare medicinal herbs was exceedingly high. To his astonishment, he unearthed 5 ginseng plants, their leaves more robust than the single one he had previously found, indicating they were of greater age. He carefully excavated each one, wrapping them securely, and let out a sigh of relief. Compared to the earlier specimen, these 5 plants must be over 200 years old, and their value would undoubtedly be considerable. However, he planned to retain one, planting it in his small world to observe its growth. With such a significant bounty, Li Bing chose not to delve deeper into the mountains and instead made his way back, singing joyfully along the way. "Oh, look at all these tree mushrooms! What a delightful find, dried and stewed with a hen. They will be exquisite. My basket is empty, so I shall fill it to the brim." As he spotted the mushrooms, his mouth watered with anticipation. He recalled the delicious flavors from years past. Quickly gathering the mushrooms, he still had not filled his basket, so he decided against further searching and headed towards home. As he approached the mountain's edge, he stumbled upon a large flock of wild chickens, numbering around 40 or 50, foraging in the grass. Crouching down 50 meters away, he set down his basket and found a dry branch over a meter long, roughly the length of his arm. After testing its weight, he stealthily crept forward for over 20 meters until he was less than 30 meters from the wild chickens. With swift precision, he aimed and hurled the branch with force. Startled, the chickens erupted into chaos, and the branch unleashed its terrifying might, striking down 6 or 7 of them before it fell to the ground. Li Bing dashed forward to collect the injured chickens. "Ha! What luck! I managed to fell 7 with a single throw. They are quite plump. A feast awaits." He fashioned a makeshift string from grass to string the chickens together and slung his basket over his shoulder, racing homeward. As he neared home, he suddenly recalled that his outward purpose had been to fetch spring water. Quickly, he removed the water bucket, ensuring no one was watching. With a flicker of inspiration, he stored the bucket within his small world and retrieved nearly half a bucket of spring water before meandering home. "Father, Mother, I am back. Look at what I have brought," he called out as he entered the courtyard. "Ah, Binger, you have gathered so many wild chickens and tree mushrooms. How exhausting it must have been to carry all this back. Quickly, set it down and go inside for a drink. Your father and I will handle the rest," his mother exclaimed, rushing forward to take the items from him and placing them gently on the ground. Chapter 8: A Bountiful Harvest in the Mountains. My dear son, venturing into the mountains is fraught with peril. Our family is not in want of riches. I implore you to refrain from such risks. The vegetables we cultivate suffice for our needs, Li Youfu implored, overwhelmed with joy at his son's success in earning a fortune. However, upon hearing that his son intended to return to the mountains, concern welled up within him, prompting him to counsel against it. "Do not worry, father and mother. This time, I am well acquainted with the path. Moreover, the spring is not far from the mountain's edge, so danger is unlikely," Li Bing reassured, feeling warmth in his heart. Children will always be the apple of their parents' eyes, forever remaining their little ones, regardless of age. "Very well, I shall not hinder your endeavor. However, remember this: at the first sign of danger, flee with all haste. As long as you are safe, nothing else holds significance." Li Youfu understood his son's nature well. Forbidding him would only lead to clandestine ventures. With his parents' blessing, Li Bing donned his backpack, equipped himself with a machete, and carried a large bucket of water as he set off toward the mountains. He followed the same path as 2 days prior, reaching the area where ginseng flourished in just over an hour. He continued his search along this route, progressing another 4 or 5 miles until at last, he made a remarkable discovery. This secluded region, rarely trodden by human feet, held a high probability of uncovering rare medicinal herbs. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon 5 ginseng plants, their leaves more robust than the solitary one he had previously found, indicating they were of greater age. With utmost care, he excavated each plant and carefully wrapped them, exhaling a sigh of relief. Compared to the earlier specimen, these 5 were likely over 200 years old, promising a significantly higher value. However, he did not intend to sell them all. He planned to keep one to cultivate in his little world, curious to see how it would thrive. Having made such a substantial find, Li Bing chose not to venture deeper into the mountains. Instead, he made his way back, singing joyfully as he walked. "Ah, so many tree mushrooms! Such a treasure, dried and stewed with a fat chicken. It will surely be delectable. My basket is empty. I must fill it to the brim." Upon spotting the mushrooms, Li Bing's mouth watered. He had savored them years ago, and they had been a delightful addition to chicken dishes. He quickly gathered the mushrooms, but his basket was not yet full. Opting not to search further, he headed toward the mountain's edge. Coo, coo, as he neared the grassy expanse at the mountain's base, Li Bing beheld a sizable flock of wild chickens, numbering around 40 or 50, foraging on the ground. Crouching down 50 meters away, he placed his basket aside and sought a sturdy, arm-length dead branch. After testing its weight, he stealthily approached within 20 meters of the wild chickens. With a swift and precise aim, he hurled the branch, which struck terror into the flock, causing them to scatter in chaos. The branch exerted a fearsome force, knocking down 6 or 7 chickens before finally hitting the ground. Li Bing dashed over to collect the injured birds. Fortune smiles upon me. I managed to bring down 7 with a single throw. They are quite plump. What a feast awaits. Fashioning a makeshift string from grass, he strung the chickens together and hoisted his basket, making his way home. As he neared home, he suddenly recalled his ostensible purpose for venturing into the mountains to collect spring water. He hastily removed the bucket, scanning the area for any onlookers. With a swift thought, he stored the bucket in his little world, extracting more than half a bucket of celestial spring water. Thus, he ambled homeward, swaying slightly. "Father and mother, I have returned. Look at what I have brought." Upon entering the courtyard, Li Bing exclaimed, "Oh my, son, you have brought back an abundance of wild chickens and tree mushrooms. Such a haul must have been exhausting to carry. Quickly, set it down and go inside for a drink. I shall assist your father with the rest," his mother said, her heart swelling with affection as she stepped forward to take the burden from him, placing it gently on the ground. Chapter 8: A Bountiful Harvest in the Mountains. My dear son, venturing into the mountains is perilous. Our family is not in need of money at present. It would be wise for you to refrain from such risks. The vegetables we cultivate are sufficient for our needs, Li Youfu expressed with a heart full of joy at his son's success and newfound wealth. However, upon hearing that his son was intent on returning to the mountains, his concerns resurfaced, prompting him to offer a hasty warning. "Rest assured, father and mother, I am well acquainted with the paths this time. Moreover, the spring water is not far from the mountain's edge, so there is little cause for alarm," Li Bing reassured them, feeling a warmth in his heart, for children are forever the cherished treasures of their parents. No matter how much they grow, they remain their parents' little ones. "Very well, I shall not hinder your endeavor, but do remember, if danger arises, flee at once. As long as you are safe, nothing else matters." Li Youfu acknowledged his son's disposition, knowing that if he forbade him, he would find a way to sneak away. With parental consent secured, Li Bing shouldered his basket, took up his machete, and carried a large water bucket as he set off towards the mountains. Following the same path as 2 days prior, he arrived at the location where ginseng flourished after more than an hour's trek. Continuing his search, he ventured another 4 or 5 miles and made a remarkable discovery. This secluded area, rarely visited by humans, harbored a high probability of yielding precious medicinal herbs. To his astonishment, he uncovered 5 ginseng plants, their leaves more robust than the solitary one he had previously found, indicating they were of an older age. With great care, he unearthed each one and wrapped them securely, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Compared to the earlier specimen, these 5 should possess an age exceeding 200 years, their value would undoubtedly be significantly higher, yet he did not intend to sell them all. He resolved to leave one to plant in the fertile soil of his small world, curious to see how it would flourish. Having achieved such a remarkable harvest, Li Bing decided against venturing further into the mountains and headed directly back, singing joyfully along the way. "Oh, look at all these tree mushrooms! What a delightful find, dried and stewed with some tender chicken. They will surely be delectable. My basket is empty, I must fill it to the brim." Spotting the tree mushrooms, Li Bing's mouth watered at the memory of their exquisite taste from a few years prior when he had savored them in chicken stew. He quickly gathered the mushrooms, yet his basket was still not full. Choosing not to search any longer, he made his way toward the mountain's edge. Gugu, as he neared the grassy expanse by the mountain's foot, Li Bing spotted a sizable flock of wild chickens, numbering around 40 to 50, foraging on the ground. Crouching down 50 meters away, he placed his basket down and picked up a dry branch over a meter long, about the length of his arm. After testing its weight, he stealthily advanced within 20 meters of the wild chickens. With his target in sight, he swiftly aimed and hurled the branch with all his strength. The startled wild chickens took flight in a flurry of chaos. The branch displayed its formidable might, striking down 6 or 7 of the birds before it fell to the ground. Li Bing dashed forward to collect the injured wild chickens. "Ha! What splendid luck! I managed to catch 7 with a single throw. They are quite plump. I shall feast well." Using some grass, he fashioned a rudimentary rope to string the chickens together and hoisted his basket, making his way homeward. As he approached his house, he suddenly remembered that his primary purpose for entering the mountains was to fetch spring water. He hurriedly removed the water bucket, ensuring no one was around. With a swift thought, he stored the bucket in his small world and retrieved nearly half a bucket of the enchanted spring water. With a leisurely gait, he sauntered back home. Mother, father, I have returned. Look at what I have brought back. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Bing called out triumphantly. Oh my dear son, you have gathered so many wild chickens and tree mushrooms, what an abundance! You must be exhausted from carrying all this. Quickly, set it down and go inside for a drink of water. I and your father will handle the rest, his mother said tenderly, stepping forward to relieve him of his burdens and placing them on the ground. Chapter 9 of The Taste of Home. Li Bing, without pausing for rest, carried the woven basket back into the house. With a mysterious smile directed at his parents, he then poured out the tree fungi. Ta-da! The mysterious treasure has arrived. Look at these precious finds, dear parents, Li Bing mischievously exclaimed. Ah, you've unearthed ginseng again, and not just one but 5. How much could this possibly be worth? His parents gazed wide-eyed at the 5 neatly arranged ginseng roots, utterly mesmerized. Parents, remain calm, stay calm. Now do you believe me, your son is capable of supporting this family and ensuring a prosperous life for you both, Li Bing quickly interjected, sensing their astonishment. Indeed, our son has truly grown up. We shall enjoy a life of comfort alongside him, his mother said, wiping away a tear, her voice quivering with excitement as she turned to his father. Yes, Bing is indeed the pride of our Li family, inheriting my sense of responsibility, his father proudly remarked while taking a puff from his pipe. Such is his nature, his mother shot him a playful glare. By the way, mother, isn't Ingzi supposed to return today since it's Sunday? Should I go to the village entrance to fetch her? I promised to pick her up last week, but it slipped my mind, Li Bing suddenly recalled and asked his mother. She should be home soon. She usually arrives around this time, his mother replied. No sooner had she spoken than his sister, Li Ying, walked through the door, glaring at Li Bing with indignation. You terrible brother, you promised me something and didn't deliver. I can no longer trust you. Ingzi is truly ignoring her stinky brother now. Alas, it seems I won't be able to give someone a gift after all. I shall have to make another trip to the county tomorrow to return it, Li Bing said with feigned disappointment. Oh, good brother, you aren't stinky at all. Quickly, show me what gift you have prepared for me. Li Ying's demeanor shifted faster than flipping a page in a book. Humph, little girl, you dare to challenge your brother, I still have you under my thumb, Li Bing replied with a roguish grin, but was not too hard on his sister as he produced the 3 newly purchased smartphones. His sister selected one, he took one for himself, and their parents claimed the third, the old, outdated phone was ceremoniously retired. Wow, a smartphone that allows me to read novels and watch videos. I finally have a smart device, my classmates will no longer mock me. Li Ying exclaimed joyfully, though the other 3 felt a pang of discomfort. This girl, always smiling and seemingly carefree, was merely trying to shield the family from worry, and now, with a new phone, her true feelings were laid bare. Hey, why the long faces? Parents, sister, our family is now prosperous. From now on, we can buy whatever we need. I assure you, our future days will be even better. Mother, since Ingzi is home today, how about we celebrate with a dish of wild chicken stewed with tree fungi and some sautéed wild boar meat? Li Bing proposed, noticing the somber mood of his parents. His suggestion proved effective, as his mother cheerfully agreed to start preparing the meal. Li Bing also lent a hand to his father in gathering the wild chicken. That evening, after sharing a couple of drinks with his father, the family gathered on the heated bed, eating and discussing their future plans. Father, mother, tomorrow I will head into town to sell the ginseng and, while I'm at it, scout for vegetable market opportunities to prepare for future crops. Please, tomorrow, mix the spring water and spray it in the vegetable garden. Just 1 bucket of water mixed with 3 bottle caps will suffice, do not exceed that amount, Li Bing outlined his strategy. His parents nodded in agreement, while Ingzi busied herself with the tomatoes and cucumbers on the table, showing little interest in the wild chicken stew they had been so eager to enjoy. Chapter 9 of The Taste of Home. Li Bing did not pause for rest as he carried the woven basket back into the house, with a mysterious smile directed at his parents. He then emptied the basket to reveal the tree mushrooms. Ta-da! A mysterious treasure has made its grand entrance. Mother and father, take a look at these precious finds, Li Bing mischievously proclaimed. Ah, you've dug up ginseng again, and 5 of them at that. How much could this possibly be worth? His parents gazed wide-eyed at the 5 neatly arranged ginseng roots, utterly mesmerized. Calm down, mother and father, remain composed. Now do you believe your son can indeed support this family and provide you with a good life? Li Bing hurriedly interjected, concerned that the excitement might overwhelm them. Indeed, my son has truly grown up. We shall enjoy a life of comfort alongside him, his mother said, wiping away a tear, her voice trembling with emotion as she spoke to his father. Yes, my son is undoubtedly the pride of Li Youfu. He possesses the same sense of responsibility as I do, his father remarked, taking a puff from his pipe, brimming with pride. Such is the way, his mother retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. By the way, mother, isn't Yingzi supposed to return today since it's Sunday? Should I go to the village entrance and fetch her? I completely forgot my promise from last week, Li Bing suddenly remembered and asked his mother. She should be arriving shortly, she usually gets home around this time, his mother replied. No sooner had she spoken than his sister, Li Ying, walked through the door, glaring at Li Bing and exclaiming, "Stinky brother, you failed to keep your promise, I can't trust you anymore." Hee, it seems Yingzi is truly ignoring her stinky brother. Alas, it appears I won't be able to deliver a certain someone's gift after all. I'll have to make another trip to the county tomorrow to return it, Li Bing feigned disappointment. Oh dear, my beloved brother is not stinky at all. Quickly, show me what gift you've prepared for me. Li Ying's demeanor shifted faster than the turning of a page. Humph, you little rascal, daring to challenge me, your brother? I still have you under my thumb, Li Bing chuckled playfully, but he did not press her further and instead retrieved the 3 newly bought smartphones. His sister selected one for herself, another for him, and their parents received the third. The old, outdated phone was finally retired with honor. Wow, a smartphone that can read novels and stream videos. I finally have a smart device of my own. Now my classmates will no longer tease me, Li Ying exclaimed with joy, though the other 3 in the room felt a pang of unease. This girl, always smiling and seemingly carefree, was merely trying to shield her family from worry, and now, with the new phone, all her emotions were laid bare. Hey, why the long faces? Mother, father, and sister, our family is now prosperous. From now on, we can buy whatever we need, I assure you. Our future days will be even brighter. Mother, now that Yingzi is home, let us celebrate with a stew of wild chicken and tree mushrooms, along with some sautéed wild boar meat, shall we? Li Bing suggested, noticing his parents' somber mood, and his words proved effective as his mother happily agreed to start preparing the meal. Li Bing also lent a hand to his father in gathering the wild chicken. In the evening, after sharing a couple of drinks with his father, the family gathered around the heated platform, discussing their plans for the future. Mother and father, tomorrow I'll head into the city to sell the ginseng and also scout the market for vegetables. We need to prepare for our future vegetable crops. Tomorrow, could you mix the spring water and spray it over the vegetable garden? Just 1 bucket mixed with 3 bottle caps will suffice. Please don't overdo it. Li Bing outlined his plans and his parents nodded in agreement, while Yingzi busily snacked on the tomatoes and cucumbers laid out on the table. Even the once desired wild chicken stew with mushrooms lost its allure to her. Chapter 10 The beautiful boss of Juban Tower. Another night was spent in diligent cultivation, with only a brief respite of a little over 3 hours. The spiritual energy in his dantian had thickened to the width of 2 or 3 chopsticks, a promising indication of his attainment in the first level of qi refinement. In just a few days, he would likely break through to the 2nd level, as gleaned from his inherited memories. Upon reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, he would be able to enter the small world with his physical body, an event he eagerly anticipated. The following morning, Li Bing set off for the county town, carrying a woven basket on his back. He ambled along the way until he arrived at the Jishir pharmacy. Excuse me, is Manager Huang here yet? Li Bing inquired upon entering, noting the early hour and the lack of patrons. He directed his question at a diligent attendant tidying the place. Ah, it's you. Our manager has indeed arrived. He is in the back discussing matters with the young lady. Allow me to inquire whether he is free to see you, the attendant replied, displaying remarkable cleverness and efficiency. Before long, Manager Huang emerged from the back, accompanied by the young lady from the previous encounter, along with an elderly man who exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Ah, young brother, what brings you here so early? Manager Huang's presence, seasoned by experience, immediately set a relaxed tone. Manager Huang, I have come across some ginseng again. I wonder if you are still in the market for it, Li Bing responded with measured confidence. Of course we are. How many years old is it, and how does it compare to the one from a few days ago? Before manager Huang could speak, the young lady interjected. The quality is significantly superior to the last one. Would you care to take a look at it? Li Bing inquired. Certainly, let us move to the back where it won't attract too many curious eyes. We won't want any unwanted attention affecting you. The young lady showed remarkable understanding. Once in the back room, Li Bing retrieved the ginseng from his basket. There were 4 roots in total, one of which he intended to plant beside the celestial spring in his small world. Goodness! All 4 are of such high quality. The smallest is at least 150 years old, 2 of them are 200 years, and the last one has reached 260 years. Young brother, your fortune is truly remarkable. You've stumbled upon a ginseng nest. We shall certainly take these. Let us negotiate a price. They deliberated for quite some time, eventually settling on a sum of 13 million. As the young lady prepared to head to the bank for the transaction, she suddenly noticed Li Bing's basket filled with vegetables. After seeking his permission, she picked up a tomato, wiped it, and took a bite. Instantly, a delightful blend of sweetness and acidity, accompanied by a refreshing aroma, tantalized her taste buds. It was simply exquisite. This young lady, accustomed to high-priced delicacies, found the tomato to be far superior. Moreover, after savoring it, a warm sensation enveloped her stomach, providing an exceptional comfort. My apologies for my lack of decorum. I am Sun Siyu, and I have yet to ask for your name. Did you grow these vegetables yourself? They are absolutely delicious. Sun Siyu expressed with genuine embarrassment. Oh, I am Li Bing, and indeed, these vegetables are my own cultivation. Today, aside from selling ginseng, I am also seeking a large restaurant to promote them, hoping to sell them at a good price, Li Bing replied with a smile. That won't be necessary. After we finish at the bank, I shall take you to a place where you are assured to receive a high price. She casually referred to him as brother after meeting him only twice. After completing the transaction at the bank, Li Bing withdrew 50,000 in cash. He hoped to purchase a fuel-powered tricycle shortly thereafter for convenience, as the journey from the village to the county town spanned over 30 miles. Once their business was concluded, Sun Siyu drove Li Bing to the renowned Jubin Tower in the county town. Jin Mei, did you miss me? Upon entering Jubin Tower, Sun Siyu rushed to a beautiful woman. Sun Siyu, enough of that. Do you not know who is older? Show some respect and call me sister so I can hear it, the beauty retorted. Alright, Sister Wu, I came here to help you, Sun Siyu quickly reminded her of Li Bing's presence. What help could you possibly provide? Not causing trouble would be a blessing. Now, what would you like to eat? Speak up, and I shall have the chef prepare it for you, Wu Jinmei replied, her expression one of understanding. Oh, Sister Wu, she truly has come to assist you. Let my brother show you his vegetables. I assure you they are worth your attention, Sun Siyu beamed with pride. Siyu, you're being ridiculous again. We have a dedicated supplier here. We don't take vegetables from outside. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. If you're not interested, I will offer them to someone else. Do not say I didn't think of you, Sun Siyu insisted earnestly. Very well, I shall take a look. But mind you, if the quality doesn't meet expectations, I won't accept them. Wu Jinmei relented, walking over to inspect Li Bing's vegetables. Chapter 11. The first vehicle. What an exquisite and oversized vegetable. Could it possibly have been altered with growth accelerators? Wu Jinmei, one of the most renowned restaurant proprietors in the county, was taken aback despite her extensive experience. Rest assured, esteemed no chemical fertilizers or pesticides have been employed. You may verify it through testing. Moreover, my vegetables possess remarkable health benefits. I am merely here to procure a sample. If you choose not to accept it, that is perfect. You are aware that these are intended for our patrons, and I cannot afford to be careless. I shall retain these vegetables. Once they have been tested, we can discuss this further, shall we? In truth, Wu Jinmei had already. She merely wished to exercise caution. Excellent, let us exchange contact numbers, and once you have the results, please inform me, Li Bing suggested, and they both exchanged numbers. Li Bing, I am quite vexed, and the consequences could be severe, Sun Siyu exclaimed, feeling a surge of jealousy upon witnessing their exchange of numbers. Oh, enchanting sister Sun, how could this be considered mere flattery? I was just wondering how I might obtain your contact information, Li Bing responded, believing that sweet talk could work wonders. Humph, with your silver tongue, I shall forgive you this time. Sun Siyu's heart lightened by Li Bing's reaction, and they exchanged numbers as well. Upon exiting the Juin building, Li Bing intended to inspect the tricycles and purchase a few plastic water containers. Li Bing, what else do you plan to do? Sun Siyu increasingly sensed that there was more to Li Bing than met the eye. His level of maturity seemed incongruous with his age. Sister Sun, if you have other matters to attend to, please do not let me delay you. I will visit the agricultural machinery market to look for a tricycle to facilitate my travels, Li Bing replied, wishing not to impose on Sun Siyu. What matters could I possibly have? Get in the vehicle, Sun Siyu commanded assertively. Upon arriving at the agricultural machinery market, Li Bing immediately set his sights on a Sherfone diesel vehicle equipped with an electric ignition. After inquiring, he learned it would cost 11,000 yuan. With a 1-year warranty, this vehicle was perfect for rural fields, impervious to rain, and now that he had the means, he was unperturbed by the expense. After half an hour of payment and paperwork, he finally acquired his own vehicle, filling him with joy. In Haizi village, only the village chief possessed a modest tricycle. Previously, he had to rely. Now that he owned a vehicle, he would no longer have to endure such indignities. Soon, he would procure a set of silver needles to heal his father's leg, and everything would be perfect. Sister Sun, does your pharmacy sell silver needles? He inquired, recalling the needles. Of course, why do you ask? Do you possess skills in acupuncture or medical knowledge? Sun Siyu asked with curiosity. Oh, I studied under a master for a time, and I now wish to buy silver needles to treat my father's leg, Li Bing confessed, fabricating a story. How proficient are you? What ailments can you treat? Sun Siyu's interest piqued upon hearing of Li Bing's medical knowledge. Well, theoretically, I could treat any ailment, but in practice, I have never actually treated anyone, Li Bing admitted sheepishly. Sun Siyu chose not to pursue the matter further, casting a lingering glance at Li Bing. By the time they returned home from the county, dusk was settling in when they saw Li Bing driving a brand new tricycle. The entire village was abuzz with excitement. Villagers flocked to Li Bing's home, gazing at the tricycle with envious eyes. The poorest family in the village had suddenly surpassed them, and they felt a pang of bitterness, an unpleasant sensation in their hearts. Chapter 12. Exorbitantly priced vegetables and astonishing effects. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the telephone echoed. Li Bing, who was currently enjoying his meal, glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his beautiful boss, Wu Jinmei, and promptly answered. Li Bing, are you at home? Wu Jinmei's melodious voice resonated, immediately inquiring about his whereabouts. Boss, I'm at home having my meal. Is there something you need? Li Bing replied. Stay put, Sun Siyu and I are on our way and will arrive shortly, Wu Jinmei responded swiftly. What, you two are on your way? How did you both learn to launch a surprise visit? Is it a friend of yours? His mother, upon hearing the voice of a girl, immediately brightened and asked. Mother, it's the young lady from the pharmacy who purchased ginseng, along with the owner of the Jubin Hotel in the county, Li. Before long, a honk echoed at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Bing hurried out to greet them. These two young ladies certainly knew how to arrive promptly. You two have arrived quite swiftly. I was just about to head to the village entrance to welcome you, Li Bing said with a smile as he ushered them into the courtyard. This small place is easy to find. There was no need for you to trouble yourself with coming to greet us, Sun Siyu laughed. Binger, quickly invite your friends inside. Both his father and mother emerged. Uncle and auntie, greetings, I hope you don't mind the sudden intrusion. We bring you a gift, Wu Jinmei said graciously. Brother, both sisters are so beautiful, they look like stars. Li Ying, following her parents, gazed at the two beauties with sparkling eyes. Li Bing, is this your sister? Sun Siyu inquired. Yes, this is my sister, Li Ying. She just returned home for the weekend. I plan to send her back to school tomorrow afternoon. Father, mother, and sister, this is Wu Jinmei, the owner of Jubin Hotel, and this is Sun Siyu, the young lady from Jishir. Turning back to the two ladies, he asked, Sister Wu, Sister Sun, what brings you here? Wu Jinmei smiled and presented the gift to his parents, then retrieved a piece of paper from her bag. Li Bing, the test results for the vegetables have come in. Not only do your vegetables show no pesticide residues, but they also possess an astonishingly high level of beneficial components for the human body. Additionally, there is a certain active ingredient that we could not identify, which appears to promote longevity and has therapeutic effects. I have come to discuss the exclusive agency rights with you. I will purchase the vegetables at 50 yuan per kilogram. You can provide as much as you have, and if you are not satisfied with the price later, we can negotiate again. Wu Jinmei expressed her determination to secure Li Bing's vegetables. After receiving the test results yesterday, she took the remaining vegetables back to the city to share with her grandparents and parents. To her surprise, after tasting them, they found themselves unable to eat anything else, not even the exorbitantly priced imported vegetables. They urged her to hasten and secure the exclusive agency with Li Bing, offering to pay double the price of the imported vegetables. Thus, she rushed back early this morning with Sun Siyu in tow to find Li Bing. Upon hearing Wu Jinmei's proposed price, Li Bing fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded, "Sister Wu, I can agree to the exclusive agency for the vegetables, and the price is acceptable for now. However, I am unable to supply them in large quantities at this moment. I will only be able to do so in half a month's time. For smaller amounts, please follow me." Li Bing led the two ladies to the backyard, where they beheld a bountiful harvest of vegetables. "After half a month, I am confident I can assure you that supplying over 3,000 jin each day will be absolutely feasible. Tomorrow, I will find someone to build a greenhouse and start planting vegetables," Li Bing declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 13. The younger aunt. After Li Bing bid farewell to the two stunning beauties, he found himself with little to occupy his time. "Father, Mother, when I take my sister to school later, I would like to visit the county town to arrange for someone to build a greenhouse. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll around the town?" Li Bing inquired of his parents. "Binger, you have business to attend to, we wouldn't want to be a burden." "Remember to return early," his father advised him. "Rest assured, I shall return as soon as I finalize the greenhouse arrangements," Li Bing assured them. The siblings hopped onto a tricycle, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the county middle school. Li Bing took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his sister. "Sister, do not deprive yourself at school. Buy whatever you desire. Should you require more funds, just call me, and I shall bring you some. Our family is financially stable now. We need not scrimp and save as we once did." He expressed his affection for her, unwilling to see her suffer even the slightest discomfort. "Brother, please take this money back. Mother already gave me some before I left. I won't need much while at school," Li Ying replied, not wishing to carry an abundance of money, knowing how hard her brother worked to earn it. She had heard from their mother that the family's finances were bolstered by the risks her brother took to gather ginseng. "You silly girl, just accept the money from me. Why are you being polite? Remember to call if you need anything," Li Bing insisted, not wanting to waste any more time as he drove the tricycle to the agricultural materials and construction market. He aimed to construct a multifunctional temperature-controlled greenhouse. The cost was not a concern, what mattered was a lasting solution. Before long, he found a contractor for the greenhouse, requesting that they handle both labor and materials while ensuring quality and speed. After settling on a price, he prepared to return home. "Ah, Li Bing, is that truly you? It's been over 6 months since we last met. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Why haven't you visited your aunt?" a neatly dressed young woman called out to him. "Aunt, you've come to the county town as well. That I've been busy at home lately and haven't had the chance to go out. Once this busy period passes, I shall make time," Li Bing replied, genuinely pleased to see his aunt, Li Meiling, who was 8 years his senior. She had always cared deeply for him and his sister, often visiting their father and discreetly providing assistance to their family, despite her own modest means, as her husband earned a living as a carpenter while caring for his ailing father. "Your uncle has been suffering from severe chest pains these past few days and hasn't been able to work. I went to Jishir Pharmacy to consult Dr. Huang and pick up some medicine. What brings you here? Is that tricycle borrowed?" Li Meiling asked upon noticing the vehicle Li Bing was driving. "Aunt, I purchased this tricycle. I've signed a contract with Juban Hotel to supply their vegetables, and I'm preparing to build a greenhouse," Li Bing replied candidly. "Ah, where did you find the funds for a tricycle and a greenhouse? It must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Please be careful not to stray down the wrong path," Li Meiling cautioned, her eyes wide with concern. "Do not worry, aunt, you know my character well enough. Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a century-old ginseng in the mountains. I sold it for several million, all to Jishir Pharmacy," Li Bing explained to her. "You startled me. It seems your family has truly turned their fortunes around. I'm genuinely happy for you now. You must be off. I need to fetch medicine for your uncle," Li Meiling said with heartfelt joy for her brother's family. "Aunt, I've finished my errands too. Hop on, I'll take you to get the medicine and we can also check on your husband, Li Bing insisted, not allowing her to refuse as he helped her onto the tricycle and drove to Jishir Pharmacy. While his aunt was inside obtaining the medicine, he took the opportunity to withdraw 50,000 yuan from a nearby bank. Upon returning to Jishir Pharmacy, he observed as Dr. Huang prepared the medication for his aunt. "Oh, Li Bing, you've arrived. Do you need something?" Dr. Huang inquired while sorting the medicine. "Dr. Huang, please continue with your work. This is my aunt, and I came here with her," Li Bing replied. "You should hurry back. It's crucial for the patient to take their medication on time," Dr. Huang advised. Li Bing reached for his wallet to settle the bill, but Dr. Huang refused to accept payment. "Enough, young man. There is no need to fuss over such a small sum now. Hurry along," Dr. Huang urged, prompting Li Bing to relent and, with his aunt, head out. Chapter 14 Treating the Uncle by Marriage. The residence of the uncle by marriage is situated over 10 miles from Li Bing's home, governed by a different township. Along the way, the aunt and nephew engaged in cheerful banter, their familial bond growing ever closer. To the east of the aunt's village stood 3 modest earthen houses. The western dwelling was occupied by the parents. The uncle by marriage, Luo Jiahe, lay on the heated bed, occasionally furrowing his brow in discomfort. "How are you feeling? Is the pain severe? I've brought the medicine. I'll prepare it right away." "Once you've taken the medicine, a couple of days' rest should set you right." "Xiao Bing, why don't you keep your uncle company for a while? I'll get the medicine ready and then start cooking," the aunt busily announced. "Uncle by marriage, I encountered an elder on the back mountain who took me on as a disciple and taught me some medical skills. Allow me to examine you," Li Bing suggested, seizing the uncle's hand as he spoke. "Ah, Xiao Bing, you have actually apprenticed yourself. This is wonderful news. Acquiring a skill will surely make your future endeavors less arduous," the uncle replied, his honesty shining through. He was well aware of the aunt's support for their family, yet had never uttered a word about it, often considering the well-being of Li Bing's family. After a couple of minutes, Li Bing had thoroughly examined Luo Jiahe's condition. The uncle had strained himself while working, neglecting to properly align his breath. Over time, this misalignment had accumulated, resulting in a sudden flare-up of excruciating pain that rendered him unable to straighten his back. "Is it common for you to feel sharp pains intermittently, like being pricked by needles?" Li Bing inquired with a smile. "How did you know, Xiao Bing? I haven't mentioned this to anyone, not even your aunt." "It seems you've truly learned something valuable. Pray tell, how do you propose to treat me?" the uncle asked, astonished at Li Bing's newfound expertise, which would greatly ease the burdens of his elder brother's family and spare his wife from her daily worries. "The most effective and swiftest treatment is acupuncture, if you trust me. Allow me to administer a few needles, and I assure you, you'll be leaping about in no time," Li Bing stated with utmost seriousness. "There is no reason not to trust you. Uncle by marriage believes in your abilities. Treat me without hesitation. If it doesn't work, I shall bear no grudge," the uncle replied with a carefree demeanor, particularly fond of his elder brother's 2 children, who were remarkably diligent and resilient, far surpassing their peers. Li Bing wasted no time. He always carried silver needles with him, and this was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. After lighting a candle, he sterilized the needles and began the acupuncture. Initially, he was somewhat clumsy, but by the 3rd needle, his movements had become swift and precise, effortlessly locating the acupoints. He inserted a total of 9 needles, channeling his limited internal energy through them. The needles vibrated rapidly, emitting a humming sound. He employed the 9 yin and 9 yang connecting needle technique, designed to soothe the chest and regulate energy flow. This advanced method could treat both yin and yang, and as long as there was breath, he could restore health through this technique. However, this method was said to be a mere legend, long thought to be lost to time. After 10 minutes had passed, Li Bing deftly removed the needles and extinguished the candle. Uncle Luo Jiahe cautiously sat up, then raised his arms to perform a chest-expanding motion. "I'm well, there's no pain at all. Xiao Bing, your acupuncture is truly miraculous. You've cured me in just..." "Thank you, I'll have your aunt prepare something delicious, and later, we can enjoy a few drinks together," he exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 15 Winning over my aunt's husband. What is all this fuss about? "The medicine will be ready soon, just drink it and lie down for a while," my aunt remarked as she entered, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. "My dear wife, there is no need to brew the medicine any longer. I am already well. Xiao Bing has treated me, and look, I am completely pain-free now." To reassure her, my uncle extended his arm and thumped his chest several times with conviction. Really? When did Xiao Bing learn to cure ailments? I was completely unaware, my aunt replied, a look of bewilderment upon her face. Li Bing reiterated his explanation to my uncle, and then produced 50,000. Now that we are prosperous, it is time for us to repay your kindness. Here is 50,000 yuan. Please keep it to assist with household expenses. While, once I finish constructing my greenhouse, I plan to renovate your house as well. Before my aunt could refuse, he continued his earnest appeal. No, Xiao Bing, how can I accept your money? You must take it back, save it for your future bride, she insisted. Haha, aunt, I am not yet 20, marriage is still a distant prospect for me, besides, our family's finances are more than sufficient, so please accept it. After much insistence, my aunt reluctantly accepted the money. She then called her parents to inform them of her visit to my aunt's home and that she would return after dinner. That evening, my aunt prepared several meat dishes, and the five of us dined together, engaging in lively conversation. My uncle, later you and aunt should accompany me back to my home. I want to show you the vegetables, they are in high demand in the city at 51 yuan per kilogram. I mention this not to boast but to invite you to join me in this venture. You are my dearest family, and hiring others would not compare to employing you. Once we start earning, we can split the profits evenly, Li Chang said while enjoying his meal. Xiao Bing, are you serious? Your vegetables are truly fetching 51 yuan per kilogram, my aunt asked, still somewhat incredulous. Would I deceive you? The contract has already been signed. If you don't believe me, just call my parents, Li Bing chuckled in response. My dear, your uncle trusts you. We will accompany you shortly, and when you start making money, you can pay us a salary. If not, it will simply be my uncle lending a hand, my uncle replied, ever so kind-hearted. After finishing dinner and tidying up, Li Bing drove his tricycle, transporting my aunt and uncle along with my little cousin back home. The summer days were long, and it was still light when they arrived. Mom and Dad, look who has come to visit. Xiao Shua, come here for a hug. His parents were overjoyed to see my aunt's family and rushed over to greet them warmly. My aunt and uncle did not enter the house right away. Instead, they made their way to the backyard with ease. Upon seeing Li Bing's vegetables, they were utterly astonished. Brother and sister-in-law, is what Xiao Bing says true? Are these vegetables indeed 51 yuan per kilogram? My aunt, still in disbelief, asked her brother and sister-in-law, fearing it might all be a dream. Yes, the owner of the Ju Bin Lu restaurant personally came today to sign the contract. It is indeed 51 yuan per kilogram. You can have as many as you need. That is why Bing is constructing a greenhouse, Li Youfu replied, pleased that his son was able to earn considerable money. Li Bing picked some tomatoes and cucumbers for my aunt and uncle to sample. He then addressed his parents, saying, Mom and Dad, I plan to work alongside my aunt and uncle. This way, we won't need to hire anyone, and all the profits will belong to our families. The secret of the spiritual spring water will remain known only to us. Chapter 16. Looking to the future, the greenhouse was completed in just 3 days, while my uncle Li Bing and his 2 primary laborers took a day and a half to level the land. My aunt and mother were in charge of planting, and my father was responsible for filling several large plastic water tanks with nutrient solution. The division of labor was clear, and everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Every morning, Li Bing had to pick 300 pounds of vegetables from the backyard to deliver to the Ju Bin building. After that, he would irrigate the back garden with the nutrient solution, and a few fruit trees, nourished by this magic water, were laden with bountiful fruit, ripening ahead of schedule by a full month, boasting impressive size and shape. Binger, this spring water is truly remarkable. In such a small area of the backyard, we can harvest 300 pounds every day. Moreover, the vegetables in the greenhouse are growing so rapidly that in another 6 or 7 days, we will be ready to harvest them for sale, my father remarked, spending his days simply watching over the greenhouse from dawn until dusk. Father, there is no need to check on the greenhouse every day. There are no ill-intentioned people in our village, Li Bing had advised several times, but his father remained unconvinced. During this period, the backyard was generating a daily income of 15,000 yuan. The money for constructing the greenhouse had been earned, but it was estimated that in a few days, the yield from the backyard would dwindle. The vegetable stalks were beginning to show yellow leaves, nearing the end of their cycle. However, this was not a concern, as the greenhouse vegetables were perfectly timed to take over. Bing Bing, come out quickly, Sun Siyu and I have come to see you. Just as Li Bing finished his meal and prepared to head to the greenhouse, there was no escaping this. Having learned that Li Bing's greenhouse vegetables were about to be harvested, Wu Jinmei found daily excuses to visit, fearing that such a precious resource might be discovered and taken by others. The 300 pounds of vegetables delivered by Li Chang were closely guarded at home, and as soon as they arrived, they were swiftly transported to his parents in the city. If anyone wanted to enjoy them, they had to come to Li Bing. "Oh, my dear boss sister, I assure you, my vegetables are exclusively for you. I never tell a lie, and besides, we have a contract. There is no need for you to worry once the yield increases. I fear you may not be able to consume all of these goods," Li Bing said to the two beautiful sisters with a hint of resignation. "Whatever you have, I can consume. You may not realize this, but my family operates over 20 restaurants of similar scale. The volume of vegetables we use daily is immense. I would be thrilled if you could supply us with tens of thousands of pounds of such produce every day. You must think of ways to expand your operation," Wu Jinmei said earnestly. She was indeed correct. The Wu family had been in the restaurant business since her grandfather's time. After 3 generations of hard work, the Wu Restaurant Group now boasted over 20 large dining establishments in Beihang Province. In Qing City and its subordinate counties alone, they owned 5 restaurants, establishing themselves as a veritable giant in the culinary world of Beijing Province. "Who would have thought, my boss sister, that you are quite the wealthy lady? Are you in need of a sugar baby? Your little brother is ready to abandon his struggles. Please take me under your wing. Just look at my physique. I am in great shape, with well-defined muscles and an 8-pack. Li Bing, now filled with newfound confidence and cheerfulness from his training, teased Wu Jinmei. "You mischievous little... With your silver tongue, would you dare to accept my offer? Aren't you afraid your uncle and aunt would break your legs?" Wu Jinmei replied with a laugh, playfully countering his jest. "Enough of this banter between you two. You long to see each other, and when you finally meet, you begin to bicker. I've had quite enough of it," Sun Siyu interjected, feeling a strange discomfort as she observed their flirtatious exchanges. With Sun Siyu's interruption, the playful sparring ceased, and the three began to discuss future developments, preparing to assist Li Bing in expanding his operation. Chapter 17 A bountiful initial harvest. In recent days, Li Bing has diligently pursued his cultivation, achieving a modest success at the second level of Qi. His strength has seen a significant enhancement, and once he reaches the third level of Qi refinement, he intends to commence the treatment of his father's leg. Although he possesses the capability to heal now, he harbors concerns about potential complications. Today marks the commencement of vegetable harvesting in the greenhouse. Yesterday afternoon, Wu Jinmei delivered specialized packing boxes, 200 cardboard boxes in total, each capable of holding over 30 pounds of produce. "Binger, rise and have a bite to eat before we head out. We shall begin picking and packing the vegetables," his mother urged. Rising before dawn, after a swift meal, they set off to the greenhouse to harvest and pack the vegetables. Li Bing found himself with no choice. His parents forbade hiring help, insisting the family had sufficient manpower. He reasoned to himself that once they earned substantial profits, employing a few workers for a few hundred yuan would surely be acceptable to them. After hastily swallowing a few bites, he donned his attire and made his way to the greenhouse. Upon arrival, he discovered the ground already laden with over 20 packed boxes. Taking his father's place outside, Li Bing grabbed 2 bamboo baskets and dove into the greenhouse. Within mere minutes, he filled 2 baskets and presented them to his father. He continued this cycle, roughly completing around every 10 minutes. As his father struggled to keep up, he enlisted his mother's assistance in packing. Eventually, his aunt joined in, ensuring that Li Bing's harvesting remained uninterrupted. "That's enough for today, let us leave the rest for tomorrow," Li Bing declared, having packed 130 boxes with 8 baskets still awaiting their turn. He deemed 4,000 to 5,000 pounds sufficient for one day, believing it unwise to harvest everything at once. Outside, while packing, he and his uncle watered the crops once more before joining in sealing the boxes and tidying the bamboo baskets for storage in the greenhouse. Before long, Wu Jinmei arrived with the vegetable transport vehicle. They spent another hour weighing and loading the produce. Once the tally was complete, they had a total of 5,640 pounds. They agreed to round down to 5,600 pounds, equating to 51 kilograms and a total of 140,000 yuan. After settling the payment, Wu Jinmei hurriedly departed. This transaction was entirely initiated by Li Bing, opting for cash to ensure his parents and aunt could tangibly witness the money, rather than just a string of numbers in a bank account. So much money, Myling, Hajia, we have finally struck it rich, we can stand tall now. I apologize for being a burden in the past, from now on, let Binger guide you. He will surely lead us to great wealth and a prosperous life, his mother expressed, having always remembered her sister-in-law's kindness, though seldom mentioning it. With newfound wealth, they could finally repay that kindness. Aunt, you are too kind, you are my brother and sister-in-law, with my family as relative ease, who else should I assist if not you? Let us not dwell on this matter further, simply enjoy the blessings that come our way, his aunt replied, holding his mother's hand. Upon returning home, Li Bing handed 4,000 yuan to his aunt, insisting on her acceptance. The gesture brought tears to her eyes, deeply moved, while his parents felt immense pride in their son's gratefulness. Meanwhile, Wu Jinmei, after transporting the vegetables, headed straight back to the city, wary of selling them in the county's restaurants for fear of attracting unwanted attention that could lead back to Li Bing, potentially causing him trouble. Wu Jinmei's grandfather, Wu Changgui, had an astute vision. Recognizing the exceptional quality of the vegetables, he instructed Wu Jinmei to add an extra 10 yuan per kilogram for Li Bing and to ensure that all future deliveries would be handled personally by the Wu family, maintaining discretion. Each day, they would transport the produce using a box truck, ensuring no one became suspicious. Li Bing, after discussion, my grandfather has decided to increase the price of your vegetables by 10 yuan per kilogram. Tomorrow, when I come to collect the produce, I will provide you with an additional 28,000 yuan. Wu Jinmei informed Li Bing of the price adjustment. Seeing the opportunity for profit, Li Bing accepted without hesitation, merely requesting that she prepare more cardboard boxes, as they would need at least 60 more for the next day. She assured him that the boxes would be delivered by the latest tomorrow evening. Chapter 17. The initial harvest. In recent days, Li Bing has diligently pursued his cultivation, having achieved a substantial progress to the second level of qi refinement. His strength has significantly increased, and once he reaches the third level of qi refinement, he intends to begin treating his father's leg. Although he possesses the capability to heal now, he is wary of potential mishaps. Today marks the commencement of vegetable harvesting in the greenhouse. Yesterday afternoon, Wu Jinmei delivered specialized packing boxes, 200 cardboard cartons, each capable of holding over 30 pounds of produce. Binger, rise and have a bite before heading out. We shall begin harvesting and packing first. Even before dawn, his mother and the others were up. After a modest meal, they proceeded to the greenhouse to gather vegetables and pack them. Li Bing found himself with no choice. His parents refused to hire help, insisting that there were enough hands at home. He decided to acquiesce, believing that once they earn a substantial profit in the coming days, they could afford to employ a few workers for a few $100s without objection. After hastily consuming a few bites, he grabbed his clothing and made his way to the greenhouse. Upon arrival, he found the ground already brimming with over 20 packed boxes. Taking his father's place outside to pack, Li Bing entered the greenhouse with 2 bamboo baskets in hand. He quickly began to pick vegetables with such speed that his hands seemed to blur. Within mere minutes, he filled 2 baskets and presented them to his father. He switched to 2 more baskets and continued the process. Since his father was unable to pack everything alone, he called on his mother to assist. Eventually, his aunt also began packing, ensuring that Li Bing could continue his harvesting uninterrupted. That should suffice for today. Let us call it a day with these, the rest can wait until tomorrow, Li Bing announced upon seeing that 130 boxes had already been packed, while 8 baskets remained unprocessed. Harvesting 4,000 to 5,000 pounds in a day was ample. They could not deplete everything in one go. Outside, as they packed, he and his uncle replenished the spirit water once more before helping to seal the boxes and tidy up. Before long, Wu Jinmei arrived with the vehicle for transporting the vegetables. They weighed the produce and busied themselves for another hour. After tallying the total, they found it amounted to 5,640 pounds. They decided to round it down to 5,600 pounds, equating to 51 kilograms, which totaled 14,000 yuan. After settling the payment, Wu Jinmei hurriedly departed. This time, the transaction was entirely at Li Bing's insistence, conducted in cash, to ensure that his parents and aunt could tangibly see the money rather than merely a string of numbers in a bank account. So much money, Myling, Jaha, we have finally struck it rich. We can hold our heads high now. In the past, we burdened you, but henceforth, let Binger lead the way. He will surely earn great wealth and provide a good life for us, his mother remarked, having always remembered her aunt's kindness, though she seldom spoke of it. Now that they had money, they could finally repay that kindness. Eldest sister-in-law, you're here again. You are my elder brother and sister. Law. My family is somewhat well off. If I don't assist you, whom shall I assist? Let us not speak of such matters again, just enjoy yourselves from now on, his aunt replied, clasping his mother's hand upon returning home. Li Bing directly handed 40,000 yuan to his aunt, his insistence leaving her no choice but to accept. Tears welled in her eyes, touched by the gesture, and his parents felt a profound sense of pride in their son's gratitude. Meanwhile, Wu Jinmei, after transporting the vegetables, made her way back to the city. She feared that selling them in the county's restaurants could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading trouble to Li Bing. Wu Jinmei's grandfather, Wu Changgui, had a keen foresight upon which each day, the vegetables from Li Bing would be transported using a box truck. Li Bing, after discussion, my grandfather has decided to increase the price of your vegetables by 10 yuan per kilogram. When I come to collect the vegetables tomorrow, I will supplement you with an additional 28,000. Wu Jinmei conveyed the news to Li Bing. With profits to be made, Li Bing did not refuse. Chapter 18 Preparing for healing. With the greenhouse combined with the small vegetable garden in the backyard, the daily earnings amount to approximately 200,000. Both families engage in the work with unwavering enthusiasm, hardly noticing the fatigue. Father, mother, aunt, uncle, please bear with a bit of toil today. I intend to make a trip to the county town, and I shall certainly not return in time, Li Bing announced. He had successfully progressed to the third level of qi refinement. Today, he planned to visit the Jishir pharmacy to procure some medicine for his father to complement the acupuncture treatment. His father's leg was now treatable. Go ahead, we have enough hands in the greenhouse, so there's no need to rush back, his father said with a commanding gesture. Ever since Li Bing began earning substantial sums, their lives had improved significantly, and his father's demeanor had brightened considerably, shedding the gloom of the past. Sister Sun, are you at the pharmacy? I've missed you and longed to see you, Li Bing called Sun Siyu, having not seen her for over 10 days. Unable to restrain himself, he playfully teased her. Oh, you've learned to jest with your elder sister, have you? Has your boss taught you this? Sun Siyu thought to herself, secretly delighted. Let us get to the point. I'm currently at the pharmacy, she replied. Alright, I'll discuss it once I arrive, Li Bing said, scratching his nose. Upon his arrival, Li Bing brought in a box of vegetables and another of freshly picked apples and peaches from the backyard. Oh my, Li Bing, why are you carrying so many fruits and vegetables? Quickly place them in my car, we must not let anyone see, Sun Siyu exclaimed. Having just stepped outside to check for Li Bing, she immediately stopped him and pulled him outside, fearful that others might notice the valuable goods. She had visited a few times to enjoy them, and each time she returned, she felt compelled to take some for her own family. Her own mother would insist on bringing some back, making her feel somewhat embarrassed about her frequent visits. After she last brought some home for her grandfather, he had been clamoring for more ever since. Li Bing, is there a specific reason for your visit today? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, she inquired as they entered the store after setting down the items. Well, my father was injured in the leg and has become somewhat of a cripple. I wish to treat him and need to procure a prescription for Chinese herbs. That's why I sought you out. Could you check if you have these herbs? Li Bing presented a list containing 16 types of herbs. We have them all. You can diagnose ailments too. Why was I unaware of this? Sun Siyu asked, increasingly intrigued by Li Bing's mysteriousness. In the past, my master taught me numerous medical techniques, and I have been diligently. I felt prepared to begin treating my father's leg, Li Bing explained, resorting to the excuse of a fictitious master. Who is your master? Perhaps I've heard of him, Sun Siyu pressed further. I'm afraid my master forbids me from disclosing his name, so I must apologize, Sister Sun. I cannot reveal it, Li Bing said, finding a convenient excuse to decline. Sun Siyu did not pursue the matter any further and turned to Huang Yue to have the prescription signed. In traditional Chinese medicine, a prescription must bear a doctor's signature to be filled. Huang Yue examined the prescription with increasing astonishment. The combination of herbs was exquisite, and in the eyes of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, this was undoubtedly a miraculous formula. It possessed boundless potential, stimulating bone growth while revitalizing muscle strength. Miss, where did this prescription come from? It's remarkable and has extraordinary effects on various bone fractures and muscle injuries, Huang Yue inquired with genuine curiosity. It was prescribed by Li Bing. He intends to treat his father's leg, which is why he came to our pharmacy for some herbs. Is there any issue with the formula? Sun Siyu asked. None whatsoever, this prescription is simply extraordinary. It is a rare treasure, miss. Please negotiate with Li Bing to sell us this formula. It is worth its weight in gold. You must secure it. Huang Yue exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 18. Preparing for healing. The greenhouse, along with the small vegetable garden and the backyard, yields approximately 200,000 daily. The two families engage in this endeavor with unwavering enthusiasm, hardly perceiving any fatigue. Father, mother, aunt, uncle, you may have to exert yourselves a bit. Today, he planned to visit the Jishir pharmacy to procure some medicine for his father, complementing the acupuncture treatment. His father's leg was now treatable. Go ahead, we have enough hands in the greenhouse, no need to rush back, his father replied with a vigorous wave of his hand, exuding authority. Ever since Li Bing began earning substantial sums, life had improved remarkably, and his father had shed his former gloom, appearing increasingly spirited. Sun sister, are you at the pharmacy? I miss you and long to see you, Li Bing said, dialing Sun Siyu's number after not seeing her for over 10 days. Unable to contain his playful banter, he added a teasing remark. How daring of you, learning to jest with your elder sister. Did your boss teach you that? Sun Siyu chuckled to herself for a moment. Let us get to the point. I am currently at the pharmacy, she replied. All right, I'll discuss it further upon my arrival, Li Bing said, scratching his nose. Upon reaching the location, Li Bing entered the pharmacy, carrying a box of vegetables and another filled with apples and peaches from the backyard. Oh dear, Li Bing, why are you carrying so much produce? Quickly, put it in my car, we must not let others see, Sun Siyu exclaimed as she spotted him. She immediately intercepted him and pulled him outside, anxious about the valuable goods in his possession. Having enjoyed them several times before, she felt compelled to take some home, especially since Li Bing's mother insisted on it, making her feel shy about visiting too often. After she had brought some to her grandfather previously, he had taken to clamoring for more. Li Bing, is there a particular reason for your visit today? If you need assistance, feel free to ask, Sun Siyu inquired after they had placed the items down and entered the store. Well, my father, who was once injured and now has a limp, requires treatment, and I need to prepare a prescription for herbal medicine. Thus, I came to consult you and see if you have these herbs, Li Bing explained, pulling out a piece of paper listing 16 types of herbal ingredients. All of them are available. And since when did you take up medicine? How come I was unaware of this? Sun Siyu asked, increasingly intrigued by Li Bing's mysterious aura. My master taught me many medical skills in the past, and I have been practicing diligently. Recently, I felt ready to commence treatment for my father's leg, Li Bing replied, resorting to the fictitious master as an excuse. Who is your master? Perhaps I've heard of him, Sun Siyu pressed further. Ah, my master forbids me from revealing his name. I am sorry, Sun sister, but I cannot disclose that information, Li Bing said, finding an excuse to decline. Sun Siyu refrained from pressing further and turned to seek Huang Yue to sign the prescription. In traditional Chinese medicine, a doctor's signature is required to dispense herbs. Huang Yue examined the prescription, growing increasingly astonished. The combination of various herbs was simply exquisite. To the eyes of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, this was undoubtedly a miraculous formula. It possessed boundless potential, stimulating bone growth while revitalizing muscles. Miss, where did this prescription come from? It's remarkable and highly effective for various bone fractures and muscle injuries, Huang Yue could not help but inquire. It was prescribed by Li Bing. He intends to treat his father's limp. Is there an issue with the prescription? Sun Siyu asked. None whatsoever. This formula is extraordinary, a true treasure, miss. You must discuss with Li Bing about selling this recipe to us. It is a rare gem, and you must secure it, Huang Yue urged with palpable excitement. Chapter 19. A timely rescue. Sun Siyu returned before Li Bing, expressing her desire to purchase his prescription. She urged him to set any price he deemed fit, merely hoping for his consent. Sister Sun, I shall gift you this prescription given our friendship. How could I accept your money? Once my father's leg is healed, this prescription will serve no purpose for me, and I have no intention of becoming a doctor, Li Bing replied with a smile. That will not do, it must be a fair transaction. You must state a price, or I would prefer to forego it altogether, Sun Siyu asserted with determination, as she was not one to take advantage of others. Then how about this? You provide me with the medicine free of charge, and I shall consider it a trade for the prescription, Li Bing suggested, utterly speechless. Is that so? The cost of the medicine is minimal. If you insist on this arrangement, I will compensate you with an additional 100,000 yuan, Sun Siyu countered, presenting her own proposal. Sister Sun, may I ask you something? Can we remain friends after this? Li Bing inquired helplessly. Of course, we will undoubtedly be the best of friends, Sun Siyu confidently assured him. Then it is settled. Since we are the best of friends, consider this a gift from me to you. You must not refuse, otherwise, we shall have no friendship left, Li Bing declared resolutely. With no choice left, Sun Siyu proceeded to gather the medicine herself, carefully placing the prescription into her clothing pocket. Once the medicine was prepared, Li Bing was ready to depart. Doctor, please save my child. A frantic couple rushed in, cradling their child in their arms. Quickly, place the child on the examination table. Let me take a look. Huang Yue emerged hastily upon hearing their cries. After examining the child for a moment, Huang Yue turned to the young couple. When did the child begin to run a fever, and why have you come now? The young mother sobbed softly, wiping her tears before responding. From birth, the child has had a weak constitution, frequently succumbing to colds and fevers. A little medicine and a good sleep usually remedy the situation. However, after playing outside and falling, we did not think much of it. It is common for children to fall down, but then, in the middle of the night, the fever struck suddenly, and the medicine proved ineffective, accompanied by vomiting blood. We went to the county hospital, but they could not determine the cause. We heard that you have treated many difficult cases, so we came here, pleading for your thorough examination. Alas, I can discern what ails your child, but I am afraid I cannot provide the necessary treatment, Huang Yue lamented, feeling helpless as a doctor who knows the ailment yet cannot cure it, a truly sorrowful reality. Old Huang, do not despair just yet. The child appears to be suffering from a ruptured cerebral vascular malformation, leading to intracranial hemorrhage and fever, coupled with the vomiting of blood. Am I correct? Li Bing interjected, having observed the situation clearly and sensing the gravity of the child's condition. Indeed, had you come sooner, there might have been hope. Unfortunately, too much time has elapsed. It would be too late to transfer to the city hospital now. Alas, I am powerless. Huang Yue expressed his anguish, lamenting the child's youth. I assure you, do not fret. This condition can be treated with the Joyang needle, Li Bing calmly stated. According to records, the Joyang needle can regulate the flow of energy and blood, indeed capable of treating such ailments, but I do not possess the skill, Huang Yue admitted, displaying his scholarly knowledge of the Joying techniques. Fear not, for I can perform the procedure. Bring me a set of silver needles, and I guarantee the child will be lively again within half an hour, Li Bing proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Once the silver needles were sterilized, Li Bing persuaded the young couple and commenced the treatment. Initially, Huang Yue thought Li Bing was boasting. However, as Li Bing began to administer the needles, Huang Yue's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the incredible spectacle. After Li Bing completed the 9 needle applications, he flicked his hand at the needle ends, causing them to vibrate rhythmically, producing a humming sound. Once the needles ceased their tremors, Li Bing withdrew them, and dark blood began to drip from the puncture sites. The child's temperature gradually decreased. Moments later, the child awoke, immediately exclaiming, "Hunger, all is well, take your child home now, keep a close watch over him for the next few days, ensure he does not bump his head, and remember to consult a doctor at the first sign of trouble," Li Bing advised succinctly before hastily departing, as Huang Yue's gaze was unnervingly intense. Chapter 19. A helping hand. Sun Siyu returned to Li Bing, expressing her desire to purchase his prescription. She indicated that he could set any price he deemed appropriate, hoping earnestly for his agreement. "Sister Sun, I gift you this prescription. Given our friendship, how could I possibly accept your money? Once my father's leg is healed, this prescription will hold no further value for me, nor do I wish to pursue a career as a doctor," Li Bing replied with a smile. "That will not suffice. A transaction must be fair. You must propose a price, or I would rather forego it altogether," Sun Siyu asserted firmly, unwilling to take advantage of his generosity. "How about this? You provide me with the medicine free of charge, and I shall consider that as payment for the prescription," Li Bing suggested, clearly exasperated. "This is hardly worth much. If you insist on that, I shall offer you an additional 100,000, Sun Siyu countered with her own proposal. "Sister Sun, let me ask you, can we remain friends after this?" Li Bing inquired helplessly. "Of course. We shall undoubtedly be the best of friends," Sun Siyu replied confidently. "Then it is settled. Since we are the best of friends, consider this a gift from me to you. No refusals, or we may as well forfeit our friendship," Li Bing declared resolutely. With no other option, Sun Siyu reluctantly prepared the medicine herself, carefully placing the prescription into her clothing pocket. Once the medicine was ready, Li Bing was about to leave when a couple rushed in, cradling their child in distress. "Doctor, please save my child," they implored. "Quickly, place the child on the examination table so I can take a look," Huang Yue instructed, hastening to respond to the commotion. After examining the child for a moment, Huang Yue turned to the young couple. "When did the child first develop a fever, and why have you only sought help now?" The young mother, softly sobbing, wiped her tears before responding. "The child has always been frail since birth, prone to colds and fevers. A bit of medicine and rest usually sufficed. However, after playing outside and falling, we paid little mind at the time, but it's common for little ones to stumble. Yet, in the dead of night, a fever suddenly arose, accompanied by vomiting blood. We visited the county hospital, but they could not determine the cause. We heard that you are adept at treating many difficult ailments, so we came here, pleading for your help. This illness of your child, alas, I can discern what it is, but I am unable to treat it," Huang Yue lamented, feeling the weight of his inadequacy as a physician who knows the ailment yet lacks the means to heal. "Do not fret, Huang. The child likely suffers from a rupture of the cerebral vessels, leading to intracranial hemorrhage and a resultant fever. The vomiting of blood confirms this, does it not?" Li Bing interjected, having observed the situation with clarity. Witnessing the child's critical condition, he felt compelled to speak. "Indeed, had you come sooner, there might have been hope, but time has been squandered. Sending the child to the city hospital now would be futile." "Alas, I am powerless," Huang Yue lamented, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him, especially considering the child's tender age. "I have said not to despair. This condition can be treated with the Joyoung needle," Li Bing asserted calmly. "According to records, the Joyoung needle can regulate qi and blood, indeed suitable for such an ailment, but I lack the expertise," Huang Yue admitted, displaying his scholarly knowledge of medical practices. "Fear not, for I possess that knowledge. Fetch me a set of silver needles, and I assure you, within half an hour, the child will be lively once more," Li Bing proclaimed confidently. Once the silver needles were sterilized, Li Bing persuaded the young couple and began the treatment. Initially skeptical, Huang Yue's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Li Bing's technique. The profound wonder within him was unmatched. As Li Bing completed 9 needle insertions, he deftly flicked his hand, causing the silver needles to tremble rhythmically, emitting a resonant hum. When the needles ceased their quivering, he withdrew them, allowing droplets of dark blood to trickle forth from the puncture sites. The child's temperature began to drop in tandem. Moments later, the child stirred, awakening with cries of hunger. "All is well now. Take your child home and keep a vigilant watch for the next few days. Ensure he does not bump his head, and remember to consult a physician promptly if anything seems amiss." After offering his guidance, Li Bing hastened out, unnerved by the intensity of Huang Yue's gaze. Chapter 20 Treating Father's Leg Ailment. Huang Yue, upon witnessing Li Bing's departure, chose not to pursue him further. There was ample time ahead. With the young lady present, this young man could not evade capture. "Mother and father, I have returned." As soon as he alighted from the carriage, Li Bing dashed into the house, resembling a child who never outgrew the desire to cling to his parents. "Binger, why are you back so soon? Did you not linger in the county town for a while? Wash your hands quickly. Dinner is just beginning," his mother urged, handing him a pair of chopsticks. After washing his hands, Li Bing devoured his meal voraciously, while his father and uncle sipped their liquor leisurely, engaging in light banter of "Father, once we finish eating, I shall commence treatment for your leg. By tomorrow, you will be able to walk normally," Li Bing proclaimed, his meal consumed in haste as he busied himself with medicinal herbs at the stove. His mother, "Did Binger just say he would treat my leg? When did he acquire such medical prowess?" his father inquired, bewildered. "Elder brother, you heard correctly. Xiao Bing intends to treat your leg. Not long ago, he cured me, exhibiting remarkable medical skills. I assumed you were aware of this," his uncle interjected with a chuckle. "Is this truly so? Binger can practice medicine, and his skills are quite commendable. Who did he learn from?" The father remained in a state of shock. "I have heard it is an old man. He took him as a disciple and imparted his knowledge." His aunt recounted Li Bing's story. Only then did their parents begin to process this overwhelming information, which was indeed difficult to accept at first. Nevertheless, it did not diminish their pride in their son. Once Li Bing prepared the medicine, his father had finished his meal and was beckoned to lie down inside as Li Bing began the process of disinfection and acupuncture. "Father, the needles will sting a bit. You must endure it for a while, and it will soon be over. Uncle, aunt, please assist by holding him steady," Li Bing instructed his father. Come now, what sort of pain has father not endured? This little discomfort is nothing, Li Youfu replied bravely. Before long, Li Bing had adorned his father's leg with silver needles. For safety, he employed both the 9 yin and 9 yang needles this time. Li Youfu, demonstrating his fortitude, gritted his teeth and persevered until the end. His clothes were drenched with sweat, yet he did not utter a single complaint. After Li Bing withdrew the needles, he brought in the medicinal concoction. Father, all is well now. Drink the medicine. You may attempt to walk and gauge the results, Li Bing said with a beaming smile. After consuming the medicine, Li Youfu ventured into the courtyard, walking back and forth several times. Lo and behold, my leg truly feels better. I no longer sense any pain. Binger, will my leg remain this way? Li Youfu inquired, gazing at his son. It will be fine. There shall be no further issues. I have completely cured you, Li Bing replied, feeling a weight lifted as he observed his father's leg returning to normalcy. That night, Li Youfu roamed the courtyard, his spirits high, and he did not retire until late. Everyone understood his elation and refrained from urging him to sleep. The following morning, he was the first to rise, joyous as a child, even humming a cheerful tune. After harvesting vegetables and packing them into boxes, by 11 o'clock, he had prepared 150 boxes. Weighing them and tallying the accounts resulted in an income of 200,000. His aunt received 60,000, while his own family garnered 140,000. This had been the arrangement from the outset, and Li Bing was well aware of it. Those who treated his family well would receive 1,000-fold in return, while those who did not would find not even a penny to their advantage. Father, the vegetable yield from our backyard is dwindling. I am considering planting fruit trees instead. What are your thoughts? After lunch, Li Bing addressed his father, who was enjoying a cup of tea. Pursue whatever course you desire. There is no need to consult me on this matter. Whatever you choose to undertake, father fully supports you, Li Youfu responded, increasingly pleased with his son. Chapter 20 Treating father's leg ailment. Upon witnessing Li Bing's departure, Wang Yue chose not to linger, for there was ample time ahead. With the young lady present, the lad could not escape. Mother, father, I have returned. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Li Bing dashed into the house like an eternal child, forever clinging to his parents. Binger, why have you returned so swiftly? Did you not spend some time enjoying the county? Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is just about to commence, his mother urged, handing him a set of chopsticks and a bowl. After washing his hands, Li Bing devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, while his father and uncle sipped their wine leisurely, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Father, once dinner is concluded, I shall commence treatment for your leg. By tomorrow, you will be able to walk normally, Li Bing proclaimed, quickly finishing his meal before bustling about the stove, preparing medicinal herbs. Did he just say he would treat my leg? When did he acquire the skill to heal? His father inquired, bewildered. Brother, you heard correctly, Xiao Bing intends to treat your leg. Just recently, he treated me as well, and his medical skills are quite impressive. I assumed you were already aware, his uncle interjected with a smile. Is this truly the case? Binger can heal, and his skills are remarkable. Who did he learn from? The father remained in a state of shock. It is said to be an old man. He took him as a disciple and taught him a wealth of knowledge. His aunt recounted Li Bing's words. Finally, their parents began to regain their composure, though the magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Nonetheless, this did not diminish their pride in their son. Once Li Bing had prepared the medicine, his father finished his dinner and was instructed to lie down in the room as the son began the process of sterilization and acupuncture. Father, the needles may cause a bit of discomfort. You must endure it, as it will soon pass. Uncle, aunt, please assist in holding him steady, Li Bing advised his father. Come now, what pain has father not endured? This slight discomfort is nothing, Li Youfu replied with resilience. Before long, silver needles adorned his leg. For the sake of safety, Li Bing employed both the 9 yin and 9 yang needles. Li Youfu, steadfast, gritted his teeth and persevered until the very end. His clothing was drenched in sweat, yet he uttered not a single word of complaint. After removing the needles, Li Bing brought in the medicine. Father, all is well now. Please drink the medicine. You may attempt to walk and assess the results, Li Bing said with a cheerful grin. After consuming the medicine, Li Youfu ventured into the courtyard, walking back and forth several times. Lo and behold, my leg truly feels better. I do not feel any pain at all. Binger, will my leg remain well in the future? Li Youfu inquired, gazing at his son. It is well now, and it shall remain so. I have completely healed you, Li Bing replied, relieved to see his father's leg return to normal. That night, Li Youfu walked about the courtyard until late, lost in his joyous thoughts. Everyone understood his elation and refrained from urging him to retire. The following morning, it was his father who arose first, his spirits soaring like a child, even humming a cheerful tune. He gathered vegetables and packed them into boxes, completing 150 crates by 11 o'clock. After weighing them and calculating the earnings, they amassed another 200,000. His aunt received 60,000, while his own family garnered 140,000. This had been the agreement from the outset, and Li Bing was well aware of it. Those who treated his family kindly would receive 1,000-fold in return, whereas those who acted unkindly would find themselves unable to take even a penny from him. Father, the yield from our backyard garden is dwindling. I am contemplating planting fruit trees instead. What are your thoughts? After lunch, Li Bing addressed his father, who was sipping tea. Pursue whatever course you desire. There is no need to consult me on this matter. Whatever you choose, Father will support you, Li Youfu responded, increasingly pleased with his son. Chapter 20. Treating father's leg ailment. Upon witnessing Li Bing's departure, Wang Yue refrained from pursuing him. There was ample time ahead. With the young lady present, this lad was bound to return. Father, mother, I am back. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Li Bing dashed into the house, resembling a perpetually youthful child, forever clinging to his parents. Binger, why have you returned so soon? Did you not linger in the county for a while? Wash your hands and come to eat. We have only just begun our meal, his mother urged, presenting him with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. After washing his hands, Li Bing devoured his meal ravenously, while his father and uncle sipped their drinks leisurely, engaged in light-hearted banter. Father, once we've finished dining, I shall commence treating your leg. By tomorrow, you will be able to walk normally, Li Bing proclaimed, hastily finishing his meal and proceeding to the stove to prepare medicinal ingredients. Did you just say you're going to treat my leg? Since when did he learn to heal? His father inquired, astonished. Elder brother, you heard correctly, Xiao Bing intends to treat your leg. Not long ago, he treated me as well, and his medical skills are quite impressive. I assumed you were already aware, his uncle interjected with a smile. Is this truly the case? Binger can practice medicine, and his skills are commendable. Who did he learn from? The father remained in a state of disbelief. It is said he apprenticed under an elderly gentleman, who imparted his knowledge to him, the aunt recounted. At last, their parents began to process this overwhelming information. It was indeed difficult to accept at once, yet it did not diminish their pride in their son. After preparing the medicine, Li Bing found his father had finished dinner. He guided him into the room to lie down and began the process of sterilizing and administering acupuncture. Father, the needle may cause a bit of discomfort, but you must endure. It will be over soon. And uncle, aunt, please assist by holding him steady, Li Bing instructed. Come now, what pain has father not endured? This discomfort is nothing, Li Youfu responded resolutely. Before long, his leg was adorned with silver needles. For safety's sake, Li Bing decided to employ both the 9 yin and 9 yang needles. Li Youfu, steadfast, gritted his teeth and persevered until the very end. His clothes became drenched with perspiration, yet he uttered not a single sound. After removing the needles, Li Bing brought in the medicine. Father, all is well now. Drink this medicine. You can attempt to walk and assess the results, Li Bing said with a cheerful smile. After consuming the medicine, Li Youfu ventured into the courtyard, walking back and forth several times. Lo and behold, my leg feels truly healed. I no longer feel any pain at all. Binger, will my leg remain this way in the future? Li Youfu inquired, gazing at his son. It will be perfectly fine, and there will be no further issues. I have thoroughly cured you, Li Bing replied, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon witnessing his father's leg return to normalcy. That night, Li Youfu strolled about the courtyard, reveling in his newfound mobility, and retired late to bed. His family understood his joy and refrained from urging him to sleep. The following morning, Li Youfu was the first to rise, exuberant like a child, even humming a cheerful tune. He harvested vegetables and packed them into boxes, completing 150 boxes by 11 o'clock. After weighing and tallying the accounts, they recorded an income of 200,000. His aunt received 60,000, while his own family garnered 140,000. This had been the agreement from the outset, and Li Bing was well aware of it. Those who treated his family well would be repaid 1,000-fold, while those who did not could expect not a single cent from him. Father, our backyard produce seems to be dwindling. I plan to cultivate fruit trees instead. What are your thoughts? After lunch, Li Bing addressed his father, who was leisurely sipping tea. Well then, pursue whatever course you deem fit. There is no need to seek my approval. Whatever you choose, father shall support you wholeheartedly, Li Youfu expressed, increasingly pleased with his son. Chapter 21 Trouble knocks. With the support of his father, Li Bing diligently cleared the backyard, which had seen little growth in cucumbers and beans. He devised a plan to plant no more than a dozen fruit trees in the yard. However, he intended to intersperse watermelon and other fruits among the trees. He ventured into the county town to procure 4 varieties of fruit trees: apples, peaches, pears, and apricots, purchasing 3 of each. Additionally, he acquired some seeds for watermelons, honey melons, and cantaloupes. By the end of the afternoon, he had successfully planted and watered the entire backyard with the essence of spring water. Binger, will the fruit trees survive now that they've been planted? His father inquired with concern. Rest assured, father, I am confident in this endeavor, Li Bing replied with a reassuring smile. The following day, just after finishing his breakfast, an unfamiliar phone call came through. Upon answering, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Is this Li Bing? I am Xiao Zhan, the general manager of Xianpin Pavilion. On behalf of our owner, I wish to discuss the matters of vegetable procurement with you. Where are you at the moment? I would prefer to speak with you in person. Mr. Xiao, there is no need for such discussions regarding vegetable procurement. I have already signed a contract with another party, and my produce can only be sold to them, Li Bing replied, furrowing his brow, his tone neither warm nor cold. One should not be so absolute. I believe you are not yet familiar with Xianpin Pavilion. Our owner possesses significant influence, and collaborating with us would be advantageous for your future development and networking opportunities, Xiao Zhan stated calmly, subtly implying a hint of intimidation. Mr. Xiao, I am merely a humble farmer, and I have no desire to engage in the cutthroat competition of business. While I may lack prowess, I cannot abide threats. If there is something to discuss, let it be said plainly, shall we? Li Bing discerned Xiao Zhan's intent and responded with evident assertiveness. Very well, you have my respect. I hope that when we come to visit, you will still speak with such fortitude, Xiao Zhan concluded before hanging up. In Qing City, 2 fiercely competitive dining groups had long been at an impasse. Wherever Zhu Binlu was located, Xianpin Pavilion was not far behind, both holding their ground equally. Recently, Zhu Binlu introduced an exorbitantly priced vegetable, with a single plate of cold cucumber fetching an astonishing 188 yuan. Despite its high price and limited availability, the response from patrons was overwhelmingly positive. Other vegetables such as tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, beans, and rapeseed also garnered acclaim as exquisite delicacies. With many affluent residents in Qing City eager to savor Zhu Binlu's extravagant offerings, they willingly queued for the experience, leading to a booming business for the establishment. In contrast, Xianpin Pavilion, of similar stature, found itself adversely affected, witnessing a dwindling customer base. Xiao Zhan, how is the matter I assigned to you progressing? Is there any hope of garnering support from the other side? A woman in her 30s sat regally in the boss's chair. Though she possessed striking beauty, an aura of coldness emanated from her, striking fear into those who beheld her. Miss Sima, I have made contact. However, the other party seems rather uncooperative. I plan to bring a team over tomorrow, Xiao Zhan reported respectfully, detailing his conversation with Li Bing. Xiao Zhan, how many times must I remind you? We engage in legitimate business. Do not resort to petty tricks behind my back. It appears you have completely disregarded my authority as your employer, Sima Qian asserted, her formidable presence casting an icy glare towards Xiao Zhan. Miss Sima, I would do anything for you. I assure you, I have not acted without your knowledge. I was merely frustrated that a lowly peasant farmer would disregard Xianpin Pavilion, Xiao Zhan hastily retorted, sensing her displeasure. A lowly peasant farmer, Xiao Zhan, how inflated is your sense of superiority? Do not forget, you and I both hail from humble beginnings. In such a short time, have you already forgotten your roots and come to look down upon farmers? Sima Qian expressed her disappointment in Xiao Zhan, recognizing that he had lost sight of his true self. Even the greatest opportunities would not suffice to cultivate greatness in him. Chapter 22. Capturing 3 young wild boars after receiving a scolding from Sima Qian, Xiao Zhan dared not harbor any resentment towards the Sima family, instead redirecting his grievances towards Li Bing, vowing to seek an opportunity for retribution. Meanwhile, at the gathering guests' pavilion, ever since the introduction of exorbitantly priced dishes, the establishment had been bustling with patrons, witnessing a remarkable surge in revenue. Xiaomei, you must discuss with Li Bing the necessity of expanding our operations. Currently, the volume required by this single establishment is insufficient, and the limited dishes he provides are hardly adequate. We should urge him to increase the supply by 3 to 5 times, and of course, the more, the better. If funding for expansion is lacking, we can provide assistance, with future reimbursements deducted from the profits, and additionally, we could consider acquiring shares, implored Wu Jinmei's grandfather, Wu Changue. This astute elder had a keen sense for seizing opportunities, recognizing the rarity of this moment and urging his granddaughter to persuade Li Bing to expand. Very well, grandfather, I shall approach him and discuss this matter face to face, Wu Jinmei replied, well aware of the fleeting nature of opportunity, and thus promptly agreed. In Haizi village, Li Bing had been enjoying a period of tranquility as he had successfully treated his father's leg and aided his aunt's family in cultivating vegetables, leading to prosperity. He had not neglected his training either. Upon reaching the third level of qi refinement, he could enter his small world each night for cultivation, now having broken through to the fourth level with remarkable progress. In his leisure time, he had planted various fruit trees around the spring water in his small world, which were growing at an astonishing rate, already beginning to blossom and bear fruit, suggesting that the harvest cycle would soon be tested. The ginseng he had previously reserved had also produced seeds for replanting, now reaching over a decade in age. Binger, the spirit spring water in the greenhouse is running low, we must devise a way to procure more. His father now supported Li Bing's ventures into the mountains for the spirit water, having witnessed his son's safe returns after over 10 excursions, each time bringing back not only wild chickens but also hares. Understood, father, I shall go right away, Li Bing responded, taking 2 plastic buckets and a machete before heading into the mountains. Having gained experience, he stored the plastic buckets within his small world and ventured deeper into the wilderness, determined to test his current strength against a wild beast. Roar, roar! The deep forest echoed with the sounds of wild animals. Suddenly, 2 large wild boars appeared, accompanied by 6 young ones. Ah, splendid, more wild boar meat awaits, my dear little ones, I have come to liberate you, Li Bing exclaimed excitedly, undeterred by the sight. The wild boars, startled by his approach, were soon confronted by the largest among them, which, enraged, lowered its head and charged towards him. Ha, excellent, come and be my sustenance. Li Bing taunted, swiftly dodging the boar's charge. He raised his machete and struck at the boar's neck with all his might, channeling a trace of spirit energy into the blow. With a resounding thud, the machete cleaved into the boar's neck, penetrating 2/3 of the way through, nearly severing its head. The boar collapsed, its limbs thrashing momentarily before succumbing to death. The remaining boars scattered in panic, while Li Bing collected the lifeless boar into his small world. He then set off in pursuit of a young wild boar, intent on capturing it to rear for future meals. Before long, he had successfully caught 3 young wild boars, while the remaining 3 fled into the distance without much effort on his part. He bound the trio with vines and placed them into his backpack. Just as he was about to turn away, a small, white creature caught his attention. It resembled a mouse yet was distinctly not one. Trailing a long tail, unfazed by his presence, it tilted its head curiously at Li Bing. Chapter 22. Another 3 wild boars captured. After receiving a scolding from Sima Qian, Xiao Zhan dared not harbor resentment towards the Sima family. Instead, he directed his grievances towards Li Bing, contemplating an opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, the Jubin Lu, since the introduction of its exorbitantly priced dishes, has been bustling with patrons daily, with revenue multiplying several times over. Xiao Mei, you must discuss with Li Bing about expanding the scale of operations. With the current output of just this one establishment, the limited quantity of dishes he provides is inadequate. We need him to increase it 3 to 5-fold. Of course, the more, the better. If the construction funds are insufficient, we can offer our support, and he can repay us from the proceeds of the dishes, or we could even consider acquiring a stake in the business, asserted Wu Jinmei's grandfather, Wu Changue. This elder was remarkably adept at seizing opportunities. Sensing a rare chance, he urged his granddaughter to persuade Li Bing to enlarge the enterprise. Very well, grandfather, I shall seek him out and discuss it with him face to face, Wu Jinmei replied, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity and promptly acquiescing. In Haizi village, Li Bing had been living quite comfortably of late. He had successfully treated his father's leg and helped his little aunt's family prosper through vegetable cultivation. He had not neglected his training either, having reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Each night he entered his small world for cultivation, and he had now broken through to the peak of the 4th level. During his leisure, he planted various fruit trees around the spring water in his small world, which grew remarkably fast, already beginning to flower and bear fruit, indicating that the harvest period would arrive soon. The ginseng he had previously reserved had also produced seeds for replanting, now having matured for over a decade. Binger, the spiritual spring water in the greenhouse is nearly depleted, we must find a way to bring back more. His father no longer opposed Li Bing's ventures into the mountains for the spring water, having seen his son return safely after numerous trips, each time bringing back either wild chickens or rabbits. Understood, father, I shall go fetch some now. Li Bing grabbed 2 plastic buckets and a hatchet before setting off into the mountains. With experience now on his side, he stored the plastic buckets within his small world and ventured towards the more remote areas of the mountain, seeking to test his current strength against a wild beast. Roar, 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 in the depths of the forest, the sounds of wild creatures echoed around him. Suddenly, the grunting of 2 large wild boars accompanied by 6 piglets came into view. Ha, it seems I shall feast on wild boar meat once more. My dear little ones, I have come to liberate you. Li Bing, undeterred by fear, charged forward with excitement. The wild boars, startled by his boldness, quickly reacted, and the largest among them became enraged, its eyes turning crimson as it lowered its head and charged. Ha, splendid, be a good little meal for me. As the wild boar barreled towards him, Li Bing deftly sidestepped, evading the impact. He raised his hatchet and struck at the boar's neck with all his might, infusing the blow with a hint of spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, the hatchet sliced into the boar's neck, penetrating 2/3 of the way through, nearly severing its head. The wild boar collapsed, its limbs twitching momentarily before succumbing completely. The remaining boars scattered in panic, and Li Bing swiftly stored the deceased boar in his small world. He then set off in pursuit of a piglet, intending to capture it for future sustenance. Before long, Li Bing had successfully captured 3 piglets, while the other 3 had fled too far for him to bother pursuing. He bound the piglets with vines and stowed them in his backpack. Just as he was about to turn around, a small white creature caught his attention. This creature resembled a mouse, yet was not one, sporting a long tail. It did not seem afraid upon seeing him, instead tilting its head curiously as it regarded Li Bing. Chapter 23 of the Visit of Sima Qian. Li Bing employed various methods, yet he could not capture the little creature. After tidying up, he turned and made his way down the mountain. Near the edge of the forest, he fortuitously came across an injured baby monkey. Observing its pitiable cries, he gently bandaged its wounds, preparing to take it home for care. Upon reaching the village entrance, he found the surroundings deserted. Li Bing swiftly retrieved 2 plastic buckets filled with spring water and then extracted the wild boar. Only then did he call his father, requesting him and his uncle to come over, while he casually loaded the items onto a flatbed cart. Binger, you've caught another wild boar. This one is quite substantial, weighing over 400 pounds, I presume. Oh, and you've even brought back 3 little ones? His father exclaimed upon seeing the bounty Li Bing had gathered after a brief excursion into the mountains. Wild boar meat, piglets, and a little monkey. Indeed, I struck the wild boar fiercely with my machete, nearly severing its head. You and uncle can load the boar onto the flatbed, while I'll carry the rest. It's only a short distance to home, Li Bing replied. Upon returning home, the family busied themselves with preparations. Li Bing refrained from handling the wild boar meat and instead took a shovel to dig a pit measuring 1 meter deep and 1.5 meters long and wide in the corner of the yard, temporarily housing the piglets within. He planned to purchase bricks and cement soon to construct a proper pig pen. Li Bing, where did you acquire such a beautiful pig with those striking patterns? Is it a new breed? Li Bing hadn't noticed when Wu Jinmei had arrived. Only upon hearing her question did he acknowledge her presence. Sister Wu, when did you arrive? You're just in time, we shall soon feast on wild boar. This is a wild boar I captured, hoping to raise it, Li Bing said with a cheerful smile upon seeing Wu Jinmei. You've caught such a large wild boar, that's impressive. I just saw it weighs around 400 to 500 pounds, besides what you keep for yourselves, the rest should be sold to me, Wu Jinmei remarked, her focus shifting entirely to the wild boar meat. Sell, not at all, you can take half home to share with your family. It wouldn't be right for us siblings to haggle over this. I intended to deliver some to you and sister son once it was prepared, but since you're here, that saves me a trip, Li Bing chuckled. Then I thank you, dear brother, and I won't be overly formal with you, Wu Jinmei replied, her heart lightened by his words. Does Li Bing reside here? Another voice interjected. Sima Qian, how did you find this place? Upon seeing Sima Qian, Wu Jinmei's smile vanished instantly. Dear sister, you speak as if this is your home. Not if the younger sister can come, why can't the elder sister? I have matters to discuss with Li Bing, Sima Qian replied, her icy demeanor softened by a rare smile. There is nothing to discuss here, you ought to leave, for you are not welcome, Wu Jinmei said anxiously, instinctively clutching Li Bing's arm. Enough, Sister Wu, this esteemed guest has come to visit. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so within, Li Bing interjected, eager to mediate. The three of them returned indoors, where his aunt assisted in washing fruits and exchanged knowing glances with Li Bing before stepping out to help with the wild boar meat. Hello, Li Bing. I am Sima Qian, hailing from the Sima family in Qing City. I run a small business called Xianpin Pavilion, which I believe you have heard of. It is in competition with Jubin Tower, Sima Qian stated directly. You are the owner of Xiaozhan. Upon hearing about Xianpin Pavilion, Li Bing quickly grasped the purpose of Sima Qian's visit. Yes, I apologize for Xiaozhan's previous demeanor, Sima Qian replied, embodying a person capable of both holding on and letting go. Ladies, let us refrain from conversation for now. First, let us enjoy the fruits, and we shall discuss matters further after the meal, Li Bing interjected, fully aware of the situation and promptly silencing their exchanges. Chapter 24. Each goes their own way, unbothered by others. Li Bing, why is this fruit so incredibly delicious? Sima Qian exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she took a bite of the apple. Sister Qian, this is a variety I cultivated myself, using the same type of soil as for vegetables. I am preparing for large-scale cultivation, but it will take about 3 months to hit the market, Li Bing replied after a moment of calculation, and he spoke truthfully. He intended to approach the village chief to lease the hilly land adjacent to the forest, which spanned roughly 200 acres, including over 100 acres of nearby land. The fruit would be nourished with the pure spring water, yielding a harvest every 3 months. However, he planned to establish greenhouses for the fruit trees once his funding became more robust. The overall calculations caused him considerable distress. To embark on such an ambitious endeavor, just the greenhouse atop the hilly land would require investments in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Accounting for everything, he realized that the total he had previously earned from selling vegetables barely amounted to 20 million. Li Bing, since you have signed a contract for the vegetables with Wu Mei, I shall not complicate matters for you. I will relinquish my claim. Could you possibly allocate the fruit to me? Sima Qian quickly identified a new opportunity. To be candid, Sister Qian, the first batch of fruit can be arranged before the cold sets in and should be ready for market. However, I fear future supplies may falter, primarily because I intend to construct greenhouses for all the fruits and vegetables. The investment is quite substantial, and I estimate the plan will only be realized by next year, Li Bing said with a bitter smile. He had not contemplated this before, it had only recently begun to occupy his thoughts. Giggling, I thought it was something serious. It's merely a matter of money, is it not? How about this? I will invest in the construction of the fruit orchard greenhouse, and in return, I shall have exclusive rights to the fruit. Would you agree to pay me half of the proceeds each time? Sima Qian's eyes sparkled as she proposed her idea. Li Bing, that won't do. I want in on the fruit as well. Whatever amount is required, I can provide it, Wu Jinmei immediately interjected, vying for a share. Stop, I say, can the two of you please calm down for a moment? We are here to discuss, and if we think clearly, there must be a solution that benefits us all, Li Bing exclaimed, overwhelmed by the commotion. The three of them continued to eat and chat, but no viable solution emerged even by the time their meal concluded. However, Li Bing gleaned an important insight. The two elder gentlemen from the Wu and Sima families had endured hardships together during difficult times, forging a deep brotherhood. Their competition was strictly commercial and must remain above board, a rule established by the two elders to ensure their families' relations were not compromised. Sisters, in a few days, could we gather both families together? I have an unrefined idea that, if executed properly, could resolve all issues and benefit everyone, Li Bing proposed. What is this idea? What is this idea? The two women echoed in unison. Sisters, let us keep it confidential for now. If you agree, please persuade the two elder gentlemen and the managers from both families. When we convene, I shall reveal it, Li Bing said mysteriously. After they consented, Li Bing bid them farewell, ensuring equal treatment by providing each of them 30 pounds of wild boar meat along with a box of fruit. This included a portion for Sun Xiu, which Wu Jinmei kindly offered to carry. Later in the afternoon, Li Bing, carrying a piece of wild boar meat and 2 bottles of wine, made his way to the village chief's residence. The village chief, Li Yongxiang, was of the same generation as Li Bing's uncles. Is Uncle Li Yongxiang home? Li Bing called out from beyond the courtyard gate. Ah, Xiao Bing, you come bearing both wine and meat. What brings you here? Li Yongxiang emerged with a smile, his curiosity piqued. Uncle Yongxiang, I would like to inquire about the procedures for leasing the hilly land near the mountains and the surrounding areas, Li Bing stated directly, without preamble. Chapter 25 Contracting the Barren Mountain. Xiao Bing, the dirt hill is so desolate that nothing grows on it, why would you want to contract it? The land nearby is also poor, yielding insufficient harvests year after year, Li Yongxiang remarked after a moment of silence. I have confidence in cultivating it well. Just tell me how to proceed with the contract, Li Bing insisted on his decision. The dirt hill belongs to the village collective, you just need to draft a contract and apply for approval at the town office. The land near the mountain is owned by the villagers, you must gather them together and negotiate a price before signing the contract, Li Yongxiang elaborated, seeing Li Bing's determination. Uncle Yongxiang, I plan to contract both the dirt hill and the nearby land for 50 years. Payments for the dirt hill will be made every 10 years, while the villagers' land will require payments at a minimum of every 3 years, with an annual increase of 10% in the contracting fee. The villagers can work for me, either on a daily or monthly basis, however, regardless of the circumstances, the land will belong to me for 50 years, there can be no retraction midway. Otherwise, my investment will be in vain. After much deliberation, the two reached an agreement, and Li Yongxiang went to the village committee to gather the villagers. Li Bing calculated his finances and drove to the county agricultural bank, reserving 3 million in cash to prepare for the contracting fees. Meanwhile, the village head gathered the villagers to discuss Li Bing's land contract, which was for 50 years and included the employment of villagers. By the time Li Bing returned, the discussions had mostly concluded. The villagers agreed on a fee of 600 yuan per mu for their land, while the dirt hill was priced at 401 yuan per mu by the village committee. They awaited Li Bing's return the next day with the finalized contract to collect signatures and payments from the villagers. Upon returning home, Li Bing's parents were already aware of the situation. Binger, this is a significant matter. Have you thought it through? His father inquired with a serious expression. Father, I have considered it thoroughly and am eager to embark on this venture. With the presence of the spiritual spring, any land can yield excellent produce. I have already secured sales channels, and it would be foolish not to pursue this opportunity. Although funds are currently limited, I would contract the entire village's land if I could. This is a surefire business, Li Bing asserted, exhibiting no signs of concern. As long as you've made up your mind, that's what matters. Your mother and I fully support you. If it doesn't work out, we can always start over. After all, we have endured difficult times before, Li Youfu said with nonchalance. Xiao Bing, your aunt has over 1 million yuan from you, she is willing to provide it unconditionally to support you, Li Meiling added. Father, mother, aunt, and uncle, please keep the money for yourselves. Initially, I will contract the land in the dirt hill, and when it comes time to build greenhouses, sisters Wu and Sima will invest. We need to use our own funds. We can return half of the proceeds from each sale to them, Li Bing explained with a smile. The family conversed late into the night. The following day, Li Bing did not go to the greenhouse but instead traveled to the county seat to print the contract. He then called upon Wu Jinmei, Sun Xiu, and Sima Chen before heading to the bank to withdraw the money, finally returning to the village. The reason for bringing the three was due to Li Bing's limited education. Contracts required careful attention, and he wanted these three intelligent women to oversee the details. The contract signing proceeded smoothly, with villagers opting for payments every 5 years. Sun Xiu was responsible for the accounting, covering a total of 120 mu of land at 600 yuan per mu annually, amounting to 360,000 yuan. Those who signed the contract could collect their payments from Sun Xiu, ranging from 5 to 7,000 yuan. Dear elders, uncles, aunts, and esteemed villagers, this is merely the land contracting fee for 5 years. The additional 10% growth each year will be compensated in the following year. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I will be hiring a significant number of workers. Those willing to work can gather at my doorstep each day. The daily wage will be 150 yuan per person, while the monthly wage will be 4,600 yuan. However, workers must bring their own food, as I will not provide meals. Village head, please assist in organizing this. We will need about 200 workers daily, Li Bing proclaimed with the vigor of a general. After signing the contract for the dirt hill, he immediately provided the village committee with 800,000 yuan. Chapter 26 The meeting. On the following morning, a throng of over 100 people gathered outside Li Bing's home. Except for those unable to move and those lacking the capacity for labor, the entire village was present. Uncle Village Head, please organize the three of you. Today, we need to clear the earth mound along with the stones and weeds beneath it, Li Bing instructed. With shovels in hand, the crowd surged towards the earth mound, pushing carts with a clattering sound. Meanwhile, Li Bing contacted the workers who had built the greenhouse previously, requesting them to prepare at the same price as before and to complete the construction of over 300 acres of greenhouses as swiftly as possible. The construction of the greenhouses was entrusted to a small contracting team from the county, led by Han Guoqing. Upon hearing that Li Bing intended to build over 300 acres of greenhouses, he immediately arranged for his team to prepare, assuring that they would work with utmost efficiency and quality. Li Bing, the two elderly gentlemen have arrived at the Zhu Bin in the county. When do you plan to meet with them? Wu Jinmei inquired over the phone. I'll head over right now, Li Bing replied promptly. I in the private box on the top floor of Zhu Bin, Wu Changgui and Sima Wengjun occupied the seats of honor, engaged in quiet conversation. For middle-aged individuals, 3 men and 1 woman sat nearby, while Wu Jinmei and Sima Qian positioned themselves at the entrance. Apologies for my tardiness. It is indeed a transgression to keep esteemed elders waiting, Li Bing said as he knocked lightly on the door before entering. Offering his apologies, he found an empty seat and sat down. Young Bing, may I call you that? I am Wu Changgui, Xiaomei's grandfather. This old fellow here is Sima Wenjun, Shanshan's grandfather. Pray tell, what is the purpose of gathering us together? Wu Changgui initiated the conversation. Having long occupied positions of prominence, their imposing presence was undeniable. Many dignitaries could not entice them into conversation. Their presence today stemmed from curiosity about the individual responsible for cultivating such remarkable fruits and vegetables, coupled with the persuasion of their granddaughter's charm. Good day to you both. I am Li Bing, and I have invited you for a discussion of some importance. You have both seen and tasted the vegetables and fruits I cultivate. The vegetables have already been contracted, and the fruits will follow suit. My vegetable yield will be substantial in a month's time, while the fruits will also become plentiful in 3 months. Individually, neither of you could possibly consume all that is produced, yet neither would you wish to relinquish any. Am I correct? I have long collaborated with Sister Wu, considering her a dear friend akin to a sister. Though I met Sister Qian later, I greatly admire her forthright character, which is marked by a clear sense of right and wrong. The dilemma of not wanting to abandon while also being unable to accept the surplus has arisen. Sister Wu's family cannot consume the volume produced, and discarding it is not an option. The same applies to Sister Qian. It is impractical to take back what cannot be consumed before it spoils. For my part, growth necessitates expansion. If you cannot utilize the surplus, I must seek others to do so, but their involvement would inevitably affect you, creating a vicious cycle, a result I am reluctant to witness. Li Bing laid out the facts. Both families fell into silence, acknowledging the undeniable truth of the situation. However, they could not conjure a solution on the spot. Li Bing remained unhurried, savoring the exquisite delicacies on the table. The two elderly gentlemen continued their hushed discussions, occasionally shaking their heads in contemplation. After more than half an hour, Sima Wenjun finally spoke. Young Bing, this conundrum falls to you. What resolution can you propose that does not impose hardship or loss upon either family, while also preserving our amicable relations? You are surely aware that both your grandfather Wu and I have endured hardship together, supporting one another to reach this point. The business arrangement between our families must be grounded in fair competition, devoid of underhanded tactics. If we find ourselves with no other recourse, we would rather relinquish our ambitions than engage in mutual destruction. Chapter 27: A Powerful Alliance, Part 1. Grandfather Wu, Grandfather Sima, since you two share a bond akin to that of brothers, why not strive to surpass the ties of kinship? My suggestion is that moving forward, you both refrain from competing in any external aspects, thus preventing rivals from exploiting any weaknesses internally. Let the competition be solely based on capability, without delving into factions. Two titans of the culinary world, uniting their strengths, could radiate influence across the province, the nation, and indeed the globe, forming a business empire more magnificent than any existing restaurant conglomerate. Admittedly, my cultural understanding is limited. This notion merely sprang forth in a moment of inspiration. To put it bluntly, it may be little more than idle speculation. I hope you, esteemed grandfathers, uncles, and aunts, do not take offense. Once Li Bing finished speaking, he fell silent. Feeling somewhat parched yet unaccustomed to the small teacups on the table, he excused himself and stepped outside to his tricycle. In his little world, various fruits, watermelons, cantaloupes, and sweet melons had ripened. He used his mind to pluck 2 watermelons, along with some cantaloupes and sweet melons. He packed them into 2 boxes and carried them back into the private room on the top floor. Dear elders, these are fruits cultivated using a novel method. Before you form any judgments, please sample this new variety. Wu Jinmei instructed her subordinate to bring forth a fruit knife and a plastic cutting board. As the gathered company tasted the new fruits, an unusual silence enveloped the room. It was not that they had nothing to say, rather, they were too engrossed in savoring the flavors, each one fearful of missing out, completely shedding any semblance of their usual refined demeanor. Even the 2 elderly gentlemen were engrossed, their eyes glued to the table as they munched away. Once they had consumed a sufficient amount, they gently rubbed their bellies. Li Bing was unconcerned about their potential discomfort, knowing that after a while, the fruits would aid in digestion. The spiritual essence contained within these fruits would nourish their bodies far more effectively than any commercial elixirs. They had been nurtured entirely with the water of celestial springs from his little world. Shanxian, take the remaining fruits to my vehicle. Your grandfather Wu has plenty at home. He won tea. Compete with us for them, right, old Wu? Sima Wenjun said, his eyes glinting with mischief as he addressed Sima Qian without hesitation. Sima Qian scooped up a box and dashed out, her speed rivaling that of a sprinter. By the time the others registered what was happening, she had vanished from sight. You old rascal, I thought your eyes were rolling with some grand idea, turns out you were scheming. No way, you've upset me earlier, so you owe me for these fruits. Wu Changui pointed an accusatory finger at Sima Wenjun. Old Wu, this is my fault, as your elder brother. Look, Shanxian has already dashed off to. I doubt she can be called back. I'll take a loss here. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan, and if you want more fruit, just head to the market and buy yourself a truckload, Sima Wenjun said, feigning innocence as he pulled out his phone to make a transfer. Watching the 2 old men bicker like children, Li Bing stifled his laughter and quickly interjected, Grandfathers, why engage in quarrels? In a moment, I'll prepare 2 boxes for each of you, including everyone present here. As for Sister Qian, she has already taken her share. Noticing Sima Qian had returned and was eavesdropping from outside, he couldn't resist a playful tease. Li Bing, you can't do this. You mustn't skimp on what's due to me, otherwise, I'll cry for you. Sima Qian exclaimed, rushing through the door in a flurry. Ha ha ha, who said our Qianqian is an ice-cold beauty? Clearly, she can still, Wu Changui chuckled, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. Oh dear, Grandfather Wu, you 2 are teasing me. Li Bing, for the humiliation you've caused me, you must compensate. Sima Qian was nearly beside herself, her carefully crafted image of the frosty goddess utterly shattered. Chapter 28 A Powerful Alliance, Part 2. After indulging in playful banter for a while, the group resumed deliberating on Li Bing's proposal. They spent an entire day discussing, yet reached no consensus. Indeed, both families represented colossal restaurant conglomerates, and the myriad of issues at hand could not be resolved in a mere moment. As the meeting drew to a close, Li Bing stepped out first, placing 20 large watermelons along with a considerable number of hami melons and sweet melons in the vehicle. Both families were commendable, and Li Bing was not one to be stingy. Once everyone had loaded their respective melons onto their vehicles, Li Bing took his leave. His workers needed to return home, and some required their daily wages. In the haste of the day, he had forgotten to leave the money behind. Young Bing is truly making strides, he's earning substantial money at such a young age. Gui Yun, does your son Li Bing have a girlfriend? My niece is the same age as him this year and is quite attractive. I could see if they might suit each other. Oh, please, your niece is quite robust, resembling a man. Perhaps she would be suitable for manual labor, but a romantic relationship, ha! Enough of that, my daughter Jian Mei has grown up alongside Xiao Bing, and the 2 have always had a mutual affection. Cough, cough, everyone, let us enjoy some fruit. Young Bing is still quite young and should not be in a hurry to find a partner. His father and I also believe that as long as the children are fond of each other, that suffices. Li Bing's mother observed the women growing increasingly animated in their conversation and hurriedly brought out a bowl of fruit as a gesture of appreciation. Mother, I'm back, and it seems everyone is here. Village chief, please tally up everyone's wages. I shall fetch the money right away, please distribute it. As Li Bing entered the courtyard, he greeted his mother first. The wage calculations were straightforward, totaling 105 individuals, with 5 on a monthly payment and the rest on a daily basis. Village chief, here are 200,000 yuan. Please take it and settle the wages daily. Once all payments are complete, the three of you stay behind. I have matters to discuss. The rest of the uncles and aunts may head home. Li Bing presented the 200,000 yuan to the village chief. After the wages were disbursed and everyone departed, the courtyard fell into a serene quiet. Li Bing sat in the courtyard with the village chief and the other two men. Village chief, I shall give each of you 300 yuan daily. Starting tomorrow, we will begin constructing the greenhouses. You three will divide the tasks. Two will lead the effort to set wooden posts around the perimeter and enclose it with wire mesh, while the other will follow behind to till the land. If time permits, we will dig pits on the hillside according to the plan. The fruit tree saplings will arrive in 2 days. Li Bing outlined his plans. Tomorrow, the hillside layout will be finalized by Han Guoqing, and we will dig the tree pits as instructed. Once everything is in order, I will hire one person from each household for long-term work. Young Bing, how much are you planning to invest? This is quite a large endeavor. 1T at risk losses. The village chief, still apprehensive, inquired. Village chief, I intend to initially invest 50 million. Once we have optimized the currently contracted land, I will gradually acquire all the land in the village. I aim for every villager to have the opportunity to earn a living, and for those unable to work, I shall provide subsidies. In no more than 3 years, I aspire for our village to become renowned throughout the city as a prosperous one, each family residing in villas and every household boasting savings. Illnesses will be treated, and the elderly will be cared for. Believe me, this is not a fanciful dream. Li Bing's grand vision extended far beyond this. He harbored many ideas yet to be realized, but he understood that progress must be made step by step. The little monkey Li Bing had rescued was now in good health. Since he had fed it some spring water, the creature had become inseparable. It often frolicked among the fruit trees in the backyard and would chirp whenever Li Bing was home. Occasionally, it would leap onto Li Bing's shoulder, playfully tugging at his hair with sunflower seeds. Chapter 28 A Powerful Alliance, Part 2. After indulging in light-hearted banter for a while, the group resumed deliberating on Li Bing's proposal. The discussions persisted throughout the day, yet no consensus was reached. Indeed, both families represented colossal entities within the culinary industry, grappling with multifaceted issues that could not be resolved in haste. As the meeting drew to a close, Li Bing stepped outside to his vehicle, where he placed 20 large watermelons along with a considerable quantity of cantaloupes and honeydew melons. Both families were quite generous, and Li Bing was no exception. Once everyone had loaded their respective fruits onto their vehicles, he took his leave. It was time for his workers to return home, and he needed to settle their daily wages. In his rush that day, he had forgotten to leave the money behind. Xiao Bing is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has already amassed considerable wealth. Guiyun, does your Li Bing have a partner? My niece is the same age as him and quite attractive. I could introduce them. You must be joking. Your niece is quite robust, almost like a man. She might suit someone who does manual labor, but as a romantic partner? Enough of that. My Jianmei has grown up alongside Xiao Bing. They have harbored mutual affection since childhood. Ahem, everyone, please enjoy the fruit. Xiao Bing is still young and not in a rush to find a partner. His father and I agree that as long as the child finds someone they like, that's what matters. Li Bing's mother, noticing the enthusiasm of the women, quickly brought forth a basin of fruit as a gesture of appreciation. Mother, I'm back, and everyone is here. Village chief, could you please calculate everyone's wages? I will go fetch the money so you can distribute it. Li Bing entered the courtyard, greeting his mother first. The calculation of wages was straightforward, totaling 105 individuals, 5 of whom were to be paid monthly, while the rest received daily wages. Village chief, here is 200,000 yuan. Please take it and settle the daily wages. After the payments are distributed, I would like the three of you to stay behind. I have some matters to discuss. The rest of the uncles and aunts can head home. Li Bing presented 200,000 yuan to the village chief. Once the wages were settled and everyone departed, the courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. Li Bing sat with the village chief and 2 others in the yard. Village chief, I will give each of you 300 yuan daily. Starting tomorrow, we will commence the construction of the greenhouse. You 3 will divide the tasks. 2 of you will lead the effort to erect wooden posts around the perimeter and enclose it with wire mesh, while the other will follow behind to till the land for the greenhouse. If time permits, you can start digging pits on the hillside according to the plan. The fruit saplings will arrive in 2 days. Li Bing outlined his strategy. Tomorrow, the landscape plan will be finalized by Han Guoqing, and we will dig the tree pits as instructed. Once everything is organized, I will hire one person from each household for long-term work. Xiaobing, how much are you planning to invest? This seems quite ambitious. Are you not concerned about potential losses? The village chief inquired, still apprehensive. Village chief, I intend to invest 50 million yuan initially. After improving the currently contracted land, I will gradually acquire all the land in the village. My goal is to ensure that every villager has opportunities for income and work. For those unable to take action, I will provide assistance. Within 3 years at most, I aim for our village to become renowned throughout the city as a prosperous community, with every household residing in villas and possessing savings. Illness will not be a burden, and the elderly will receive care. Trust me, this is not merely a fanciful dream. Li Bing's grand vision extended far beyond these aspirations. He harbored numerous ideas yet to be realized, but he understood that progress must be made step by step. The little monkey Li Bing had rescued was now in good health, having thrived since he fed it some mystical spring water. This little creature could hardly be deterred, often frolicking in the backyard's fruit trees. Whenever Li Bing was home, the monkey would emit cheerful chirps, occasionally leaping onto his shoulder and playfully tugging at his hair with its tiny hands. Chapter 29 of The Home becomes a zoo. In the midst of daily hustle and bustle at home, Li Bing leisurely wandered through the mountains. His cultivation had successfully ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement after diligent practice in the small world. Within these deep, secluded forests, no perilous threats to his life could possibly emerge, at least, not in the periphery. The depths remained shrouded in uncertainty. What a delightful life this is, Li Bing mused contentedly, savoring roasted rabbit meat while gazing at the breathtaking scenery before him. This picturesque valley, discovered just yesterday, was surrounded by towering mountains, accessible only through a natural cave. The cave was intricate, its passages varying in width, and one had to traverse a 5-meter-wide underground river along the way. It was his audacity and insatiable curiosity for the unknown that led him to unearth this remarkable sanctuary. Suddenly, as he raised the morsel of roasted rabbit to his mouth, a white figure darted past him. Surprisingly, he failed to react despite his formidable cultivation. Isn't that the little creature I encountered the other day? How did it find its way here? Li Bing pondered, perplexed. An idea struck him, and he retrieved a small bowl from the small world, filling it with spring water. He wished to test whether this water, which the little monkey adored, would also appeal to other creatures. The small creature, engrossed in its meal of rabbit meat, caught the scent of the spring water. Disregarding the rabbit, it cautiously approached, its little eyes warily fixed on Li Bing. Go ahead, little one. I mean you no harm, he said with a smile, not caring whether it understood his words. Remarkably, the little creature, displaying a high level of intelligence, relaxed its guard and came closer, eagerly drinking the spring water. What on earth is this creature? I've never seen anything like it. It resembles a squirrel but is not one. It has the snout of a pig and the head of a rat. After scrutinizing it for a while, he could not identify the oddity. Chirp, 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 the little creature, having drained the bowl of spring water, displayed a surprisingly human-like expression. It nudged the bowl towards Li Bing and pointed at it with its tiny paw while tugging gently at his pant leg. Do you wish to drink more of this water? Li Bing attempted to communicate. The little creature gazed at him with endearing eyes and nodded in an almost human manner. If you want to drink, you must come with me. There will be plenty of this water in the future. Li Bing enticed the little one. The adorable creature tilted its head amusingly, seemingly deep in thought, while Li Bing remained patient. After tidying up, he made his way back. Observing Li Bing's departing figure, the little creature seemed to make a decision and dashed after him like a gust of wind. Have you made up your mind, little one? Li Bing inquired with a smile as the creature caught up. It nodded, unafraid, and climbed onto his shoulder, grasping his clothing. In the days that followed, Li Bing frequented the mountains, employing the same method to lure 2 bears, 1 tiger, and an entire sounder of wild boars numbering 8. For these animals, he even constructed a row of small houses made of cement bricks at the edge of the yard, surrounded by wire mesh to ensure safety. However, since drinking the spring water, these creatures exhibited remarkable intelligence and complied with Li Bing's commands. Even when onlookers gathered, they remained unfazed, with even the most irritable wild boar allowing humans to pet them. Binger, what are you planning to do with all these animals? How is it that they listen to you? His father exclaimed, bemused at the sight of their yard transformed into a zoo. Unable to suppress his curiosity about where his son had acquired such skills, he pressed for answers. "Father, this is a technique taught to me by my master. I can communicate with animals," Li Bing replied, attributing his abilities to an imaginary mentor. After all, in this world, there were no stringent regulations governing animals, and as long as one had the capability, one could bring all manner of creatures home without concern. Chapter 30 of The Insatiable Heart. Li Bing's vegetable greenhouse has been constructed to more than halfway, and the completed sections are already planted with vegetables. In just a few days, the yield could reach an astonishing 30,000 jin per day, and that is with Li Bing intentionally limiting the output. On this day, Wu Jinmei and Sima Qian arrived at Li Bing's residence, playfully engaging with the little white creature in the yard. The name Li Bing gave to this little fellow, and the small monkey. "Li Bing, we are prepared to pay you 30 million yuan upfront for the construction of the greenhouse, as the two old gentlemen have instructed. If this amount proves insufficient, do not hesitate to call us. However, they would like to inquire if you could provide them with some watermelons or similar fruits. With two beautiful sisters gracing my doorstep, how could I refuse? You both must stay for a meal today and sample the fish I procured yesterday." Li Bing readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to invite the two to dine with him. He had ventured into the valley the previous day and discovered an abundance of these exquisite white fish in the underground river. Their flesh was delectable, melting in the mouth, and intriguingly, they contained a hint of ethereal energy. "Very well, since we are not busy at the moment, we shall graciously accept your invitation for a meal." "Alas, Li Bing, how have you managed to raise so many animals that are so gentle and amiable? What is your secret?" The two stunning women grew increasingly curious about Li Bing, eager to uncover his mysteries. "This is my greatest secret, and I cannot divulge it to you," Li Bing replied, unable to provide an explanation and opting instead to refuse. "Humph, how stingy. Come on, Xian, let us go to the backyard and pick some peaches to eat. We shall no longer play with this miser," Wu Jinmei huffed, pulling Sima Qian towards the rear of the house. Ever since their families united, Sima Qian and Wu Jinmei had become inseparable, sharing meals and living together. Since acquiring the extraordinary little world of the Celestial Sovereign and obtaining the Celestial Legacy, Li Bing's mindset was far removed from that of his peers. Apart from familial bonds, he viewed worldly matters with remarkable indifference. "Brother Li Bing, why doesn't the little pig in the yard run away?" a chubby little girl from the village asked innocently, as the children visited daily to see the small animals. Occasionally, the little monkey and the little white creature even allowed them to hold them. "Because Ying Ying and Xiaotong, you are so adorable, they are reluctant to leave," Li Bing replied with a smile, genuinely fond of the children. "Xiao Bing, come to the small hill. Wang Lei and his brothers are causing trouble," the village chief called. Li Bing shouted toward the backyard and hurried off to the small hill. The construction site of the small hill's greenhouse, a partially built structure, was in disarray, with its pillars askew and several large tears in the plastic sheeting. Wang Lei and his two brothers stood there, shovels in hand, glaring at the village chief and others. "Li, this land belongs to me. If I say no construction, then no one can proceed. Wang Lei, how can you be so unreasonable? Li Bing has paid you 5,000 yuan for the lease of your land, and the greenhouse is already half constructed. You cannot simply back out now." "Let us not forget, there was a contract signed for the leasing of the land," the village chief retorted, his chest tightening with frustration at these rascals who could not bear to see others prosper. "I don't care about that. Since Li Bing has started making money, he cannot expect to settle for mere trifles. If he wishes to continue, he must pay 20,000 per mu, otherwise, not even the King of Heaven can intervene," Wang Lei declared, his heart itching with greed ever since he learned of Li Bing's newfound wealth. He constantly sought ways to extract money from Li Bing. The three brothers were typically lazy, and their aging parents had little control over them. They had already planned to take the money and then renege on the deal after the greenhouse was constructed. Chapter 30 of The Insatiable Heart. Li Bing's vegetable greenhouse was already more than halfway constructed, with the completed sections already planted with vegetables. In just a few days, the yield could reach 30,000 jin per day, and that was with Li Bing keeping a lid on production. One day, Wu Jinmei and Sima Qian arrived at Li Bing's home, playfully teasing the little white creature, the name Li Bing had bestowed upon it, and the small monkey while conversing. "Li Bing, we will first pay you 30 million yuan for the construction of the greenhouse, as decreed by the two old gentlemen. If that proves insufficient, feel free to call any time. However, they would like to inquire if you could provide them with some watermelons or the like. With two beautiful sisters gracing my doorstep, how could I possibly refuse? You both must stay for dinner today and sample the fish I procured yesterday, Li Bing readily agreed, seizing the opportunity to invite them to join him for a meal. He had discovered an abundance of these exquisite white fish in an underground river during his visit to the valley the previous day. The flesh was delectable and melted in the mouth, and remarkably, these fish possessed a hint of ethereal energy within them. All right, since we are not busy at the moment, we shall indulge you and stay for dinner. Alas, Li Bing, how did you manage to gather so many gentle creatures that are neither fierce nor unkind, and seem to delight in pleasing others? What is your secret? The two stunning ladies were increasingly intrigued by Li Bing and yearned to uncover his mysteries. This is indeed my greatest secret, one I cannot divulge, Li Bing replied, unable to explain further and opting for a straightforward refusal. Humph, how stingy. Come on, Qian, let us head to the backyard to pick some peaches instead. I refuse to play with this miser, Wu Jinmei huffed, pulling Sima Qian along to the rear garden. Ever since their families had joined forces, Sima Qian and Wu Jinmei had become inseparable, sharing meals and lodging together. Since Li Bing had acquired the extraordinary little world of the heavenly immortal and inherited the legacy of the immortal sovereign, his mindset was markedly different from that of an ordinary person his age. Apart from familial bonds, he viewed everything else with indifference. Brother Li Bing, why doesn't the little pig in the yard run away? Inquired a chubby child from the village, her voice sweet and innocent. The children came daily to observe the little animals, and sometimes the monkey and little white creature even allowed them to hold them. Because Yingying and Xiaotong, you are so endearing that they cannot bear to leave, Li Bing replied with a smile, fond of these children. Xiao Bing, come to the small hill. The Wang brothers are causing a ruckus, the village chief called. Li Bing shouted towards the backyard and sprinted off towards the small hill. At the construction site of the small hill's greenhouse, a partially erected frame was in disarray, with pillars leaning precariously and the plastic sheeting torn with several gaping holes. The Wang brothers stood there, shovels in hand, glaring at the village chief and others. Li, this land belongs to me, if I do not permit it, no one shall build, one of them declared defiantly. Wang Lei, how can you be so unreasonable? Young Bing has contracted your land and has already given you 5,000 yuan. The greenhouse is half built, and yet you wish to renege on the deal? Do not forget, there was a contract signed for the land, the village chief retorted, his chest tightening with frustration at these rascals who could not bear to see others prosper. I care not for that. Li Bing is making a fortune and cannot simply deceive us with trifles. If he wishes to continue, let him pay 20,000 per mu, otherwise, not even the King of Heaven could intervene, Wang Lei insisted, his greed ignited ever since he learned of Li Bing's newfound wealth. He was constantly scheming to extract some money from Li Bing. The three brothers were notoriously idle, and their elderly parents could not keep them in check. They had already planned to take the money from Li Bing for the land, only to backtrack once the greenhouse was constructed. Chapter 31 Li Bing's Fury. You must be dreaming. If you wish to forego the contract, then return the previous payments and compensate for the damaged items. Only then will I return the contract to you, and I shall not cultivate your land. At that moment, Li Bing arrived, addressing Wang Lei. Go to hell. Do you think I can just return the money, and you expect me to compensate? I'll compensate your mother. If you provoke me further, I'll set your greenhouse ablaze. Wang Lei, emboldened by his reckless behavior, harbored malicious thoughts. The villagers were too intimidated to confront him, which had nurtured his lawless demeanor. With a resounding slap, Li Bing, unable to tolerate Wang Lei's incessant vulgarities, struck him across the face. If you cannot articulate your thoughts appropriately, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Continue with your nonsensical ramblings, and I shall shatter your jaw, Li Bing said with a stern expression. Wang Jin, Wang Ping, eliminate this fool for daring to lay hands on me. Wang Lei was initially taken aback, never anticipating that Li Bing would dare to strike him. His fury surged, prompting him to command his brothers to deal with Li Bing. Wang Jin and Wang Ping, both accustomed to lawlessness, raised their shovels and advanced towards Li Bing, entirely disregarding the consequences, driven solely by a desire to avenge their brother. These ruffians are utterly unrestrained. Village head, quickly call the police. The villagers, unable to bear the injustice, rushed to assist Li Bing while urging the village head to report the incident. There is no need, I have already contacted the authorities. They will arrive shortly. Sima Qian and her companion had just arrived. They were fully aware of the situation and had taken the initiative to inform the police beforehand. Call the police. Where do you think you're going, you filthy scoundrel? How dare you report me? I'll kill you. Wang Lei, in a fit of rage, brandished a fruit knife and lunged forward with murderous intent. This time, Li Bing's anger truly ignited. While brawling was one thing, drawing a knife was utterly unforgivable. Before Wang Lei could close the distance, Li Bing delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Lei sprawling 4 to 5 meters away, landing harshly on the ground. Just as Wang Lei attempted to rise, Li Bing was already upon him, pressing his foot down on Wang Lei's leg with considerable force. Ah, my leg, it hurts so much, Li Bing. If you dare to break my leg, I will certainly kill your entire family. Wang Lei, unaccustomed to such humiliation, gritted his teeth and spat venomous threats. You will not have that opportunity. Savor your final moments. Li Bing crouched down, whispering softly in Wang Lei's ear, giving his shoulder a light pat while channeling a trace of spiritual energy into him. Li Bing, you have a cruel heart. We are from the same village, and yet you would go so far as to break a man's leg. Mark my words, even if the police arrive today, it will be of no consequence. Medical expenses, lost wages, nutritional costs, and emotional damages. If it totals less than 1 million, my brothers and I will storm your home. Wang Jin, witnessing his brother's broken leg, did not rush to the hospital. Instead, he audaciously opened his mouth wide for a sum of 1 million. At that moment, the police arrived and, after assessing the situation, were left speechless by such brazen behavior. Regardless of who was right or wrong, their priority was to transport Wang Lei to the hospital for treatment. Wang Jin and Wang Ping were detained for a week for their disruptive actions and ordered to compensate Li Bing for his property damage in the amount of 1,000 yuan. This incident served as a wake-up call for Li Bing. He realized he needed to devise measures to protect his parents and younger sister from potential dangers. The family legacy included the art of talisman crafting, protective charms, defensive symbols, and striking amulets were all part of it. Given Li Bing's current cultivation level, he could manage to inscribe basic talismans, which would suffice for everyday threats. One-time use talismans could be created using yellow paper, vermilion powder, and a wolf hair brush. For higher quality, one would require more refined jade. Sister Wu, Sister Qian, do you know where I might acquire good jade? Li Bing, having never ventured into this realm, turned to the two lovely sisters for guidance. Chapter 32 Arrival at the Rough Stone Market. Li Bing, what do you intend to do with the jade? Typically, fine jade is crafted into exquisite pieces and sold in gemstone shops, but the prices can be exorbitant, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, and even tens of millions or more, Sima Chen remarked first, recalling her previous aspiration to open a jewelry store, which her family had ultimately disapproved of. I previously learned the art of talisman carving from my master. I always thought it to be of little use, but today's events have prompted me to consider preparing some protective talismans for my parents and sister. Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard, Li Bing candidly confessed. Li Bing, you can create talismans? I've heard that such items can be quite valuable. At the last auction, a piece talisman sold for 160,000. That was merely a paper talisman. If you can craft jade talismans, their worth could exceed that of paper talismans by 100-fold or more, leading you to fortune, Wu Jinmei exclaimed in astonishment. I have no intention of selling talismans. I merely wish to ensure the safety of those I care about, to guard against potential threats from unscrupulous individuals, Li Bing stated resolutely, fully aware of the dangers of revealing too many secrets while he still lacked the strength to protect himself. I've heard that in Yun Province, people frequently uncover jade from rough stones at the market. If you are seeking higher quality, you might consider visiting there, Sima Chen mentioned, demonstrating her thorough knowledge of the jade industry. She then added, if you truly decide to go to Yun Province, I will accompany you. I have a classmate whose family deals in rough stones. Thank you, Sister Qian. If you have no other commitments, let us set off tomorrow. The sooner we finalize our plans, the better for our peace of mind. Sister Wu, could you arrange for a few people to keep an eye on things? In 2 or 3 days, we should be able to harvest the crops from the greenhouse we built earlier, Li Bing expressed, feeling the urgency of time as he instructed the two ladies. He informed his parents that he would be away for a few days, filled the water tank at home with spiritual water, and ensured the animals were well fed, instructing them not to attack indiscriminately. Following this, he joined Sima Chen in her vehicle as they drove towards the city. That night, they took a direct flight to Yun Province. Upon landing, they transferred to a passenger bus, arriving in Sichuan City, a border town in Yun Province, well past 2 in the afternoon. After securing a hotel room, they ventured out to dine. Sichuan City, due to its proximity to Myanmar, boasts a bustling rough stone market, attracting individuals from all over the country, driven by dreams of wealth. Yet, the harsh reality is that 99% of them leave with nothing but losses. Sister Qian, after we finish our meal, let us visit the rough stone market and see if we can strike luck in acquiring some high-quality jade, Li Bing eagerly proposed, his excitement palpable. Very well, let us eat first, and then I shall take you there, Sima Qian replied with a light laugh, noticing Li Bing's impatience. Their meal was consumed absent-mindedly, and after a few hurried bites, they took a taxi towards the southern outskirts, where the rough stone market was located. It's disastrous, Boss Wang has suffered his third loss, he is already down over 1 million, one voice lamented. Today's luck hasn't favored Boss Wang. Several pieces looked promising, yet none yielded anything, another remarked near a stone-cutting machine, where a group had gathered to watch a middle-aged man in a suit. Li Bing, remember, in the world of stone gambling, one cut can lead to poverty, while another can lead to wealth. If you're uncertain, be sure to refrain from making any hasty decisions, Sima Qian cautioned, concerned about Li Bing's youthful exuberance. Rest assured, Sister Qian, I am well aware of what I am doing, Li Bing replied with a smile. Chapter 33 The exquisite jade. Li Bing had never encountered gambling stones, yet he did not shy away from the possibility of cheating. He discerned a phenomenon: some raw stones emanated a faint aura, while others lacked such energy. He also observed a stone, roughly the size of a basin, discarded among a pile of waste at the entrance, yet this particular stone possessed the most pronounced aura. Boss, how much for this stone? Li Bing called out. Youth, these are all selected waste stones. We have fine raw stones inside, you should come in and choose, the shopkeeper replied with enthusiasm. No need for that, I'm merely here to test my luck, your stones inside are too expensive. I'll take this one instead, Li Bing responded with a smile. Well, for this one, how about you give me 500? The shopkeeper hesitated, having initially intended to dispose of these waste stones, but upon realizing someone wished to buy, he casually quoted a price. Ah, another one hoping to strike it rich. As if such luck exists in this world, someone remarked derisively. Ha, one can never be certain, perhaps this young man truly will uncover a priceless jade, another chimed in, laughter echoing among the onlookers. Mind your own business. What concern is it of yours? If you have the ability, go buy a raw stone and cut it yourself instead of merely watching and chattering, Sima Qian retorted fiercely, unable to tolerate the mockery directed at Li Bing. Qian Jia, why waste your breath on these people? If it turns out well, they'll envy you, if it fails, they'll mock you, Li Bing said, having completed his payment and now cradling the stone as he approached the cutting machine. Master, please cut this raw stone, Li Bing instructed the stonecutter. Boss, this raw stone is clearly waste. It lacks moss and the markings typical of quality stones. There's no need to waste time cutting it, the cutter, a middle-aged man, advised. Not a problem, master, just go ahead and cut it. I'll pay whatever you ask, just slice off a layer from this side, Li Bing said cheerfully, drawing a line as he spoke. All right then, I shall proceed, the cutter relented, seeing Li Bing's determination. The sound of the machine slicing through stone filled the air, and after half an hour, it came to a halt. The cutter cleared away the discarded surface and rinsed the cut face with water. Wow, it's green! A waste stone has produced green, exclaimed one bystander. The young man is indeed fortunate, even waste stones can yield value, another remarked enviously. This is imperial green, of such exquisite quality, devoid of any impurities. Young brother, stop cutting, I'll offer you 200,000 for it, a portly man with an air of authority declared. I'll offer 300,000, young brother, let it be mine, another interjected. Faced with a price that had skyrocketed nearly several hundredfold, Li Bing remained unmoved, gesturing for the cutter to continue, intent on fully revealing the raw stone. The cutter, equally excited, had spent nearly a decade cutting stones without encountering anything of such high quality. The emergence of imperial green would surely attract a multitude of stone enthusiasts, marking the pinnacle of his career. After 2 hours of meticulous cutting and polishing, a piece the size of a bowl, entirely green and free of impurities, materialized before them. The shopkeeper's heart sank at the sight. Imperial green, how blind he had been, allowing immense wealth to slip through his fingers. Young brother, I'll offer you 10 million for this jade, he pleaded. Dream on, you think 10 million is sufficient for such a grand imperial green? I'll offer 20 million, 30 million, none shall contest me, 35 million, price soared, yet Li Bing appeared oblivious, engrossed in admiring the imperial green in his hands, growing more enamored with it by the moment. Chapter 34 of the robbery. In the face of the crowd's bidding, Li Bing chose to remain indifferent to it. Mattered not whether the sums reached tens of millions or even billions, he would not part with his prize. The safety of his parents and sister outweighed any amount of money. After generously rewarding the stonecutter with 10,000 yuan, he secured the imperial green into his backpack. Turning to grasp Sima Qian's hand, he led her away, while she remained in a daze, still reeling from the revelation of the imperial green. Li Bing, you spent 500 yuan to slice out an imperial green worth over 100 million? Your luck is extraordinary. Do you possess some secret technique? As Sima Qian regained her composure, she began to bombard him with a flurry of questions. Calm down, Chen Jia, this is merely a basic operation, Li Bing replied with a mischievous grin. Seizing the daylight, they ventured into several more raw stone shops, where Li Bing expended over 600,000 yuan to acquire 13 pieces of spiritually rich raw stones, casually selecting 3 for Sima Qian. Though they fell short of his own remarkable find, a modest profit of several million was still within reach. Having rented a small delivery truck at a premium, Li Bing opted to forego a driver, allowing Sima Qian to take the wheel as they loaded the raw stones and prepared to return to their hotel. Once inside the vehicle, Li Bing discreetly stored the raw stones in his pocket dimension, a move that left Sima Qian utterly astonished. Li Bing, where did you put the raw stones? They vanished in the blink of an eye, she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Leaning closer to him, the proximity of their faces, just a few inches apart, allowed Li Bing to catch a delightful scent emanating from her, creating a subtly intimate atmosphere within the vehicle. Chen Jia, you're being quite forward. Do you harbor feelings for me? I must inform you that I am, indeed, an unblemished innocent, he jested, attempting to dispel her curiosity with humor. Who has feelings for you? Don't think you can evade me, Li Bing. Tell me, how did you manage that? Sima Qian was not easily swayed, her grip relentless. With no choice left, Li Bing contemplated revealing his identity as a cultivator. However, just as the vehicle exited the raw stone market, a van careened around the corner, colliding forcefully with their truck. Get out, hurry up and get out. 6 ruffians emerged from the van, their hair dyed in an array of colors, arms adorned with tattoos. Each brandished a steel pipe of nearly a meter in length. Chen Jia, stay inside the vehicle and lock the doors, Li Bing instructed with an air of calm as he opened his door. Li Bing, don't go out there. They outnumber us and are armed, you can't take them on. We should call the police, Sima Qian urged, her face pale with fear. Don't fret, Chen Jia, a few petty thugs cannot intimidate me. Have you forgotten my unique abilities? My master has taught me martial arts, he reassured her. Impatience grew among the thugs, one of them smashing the windshield into a shower of shards. Seeking death, are we? Li Bing's anger flared. These scoundrels acted without a thought to the consequences, recklessly destroying what others had spent a lifetime building. The most disheartening part was the fear of retaliation. These individuals would not hesitate to kill if provoked. To encounter them today was sheer misfortune. Haha, brothers, this kid fails to grasp the gravity of his situation and still dares to speak boldly. Break his legs and seize the imperial green. The ruffians laughed boisterously, completely disregarding Li Bing's presence. Imperial green? This gang is after the imperial green. They must have been tipped off shortly after I acquired it. Someone is envious and has hired these ruffians to rob me. Realizing that Li Bing remained silent, the ringleader assumed he was merely stalling for time and commanded his cohorts to close in. Chapter 35 of the Overlord. Who is it that has sent you? Speak, and I may grant you some respite from your suffering, Li Bing inquired of the thug. Kid, don't waste your breath. Do you think I would divulge such information? Accept your fate. Treasures like imperial green are not meant for a petty wretch like you, the thug leader scoffed disdainfully. Without hesitation, the other small-time thugs raised their steel pipes and swung them at Li Bing. To him, their movements appeared sluggish, akin to snails traversing the ground. Every action was crystal clear, and with precision, Li Bing countered each strike with deft kicks and blows. In mere moments, the thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, their abilities to move rendered null. This was still Li Bing holding back, employing only half of his strength to target their pressure points. The thug leader, puffing on a cigarette, was preoccupied with thoughts of completing his task. After receiving a reward from his boss, he intended to visit a particular establishment and flaunt his success. Little did he expect that within a minute, his subordinates would be felled before him. As he observed Li Bing approaching, he instinctively discarded his cigarette. "Stay back, I am a man of the overlord. Offending him here will yield no favorable outcome for you." Noticing the thug leader's trembling form, Li Bing swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. "Speak! Who was it that sent you?" The slap ignited a surge of rage within the thug leader. Drawing a fruit knife, he lunged at Li Bing, intent on inflicting a grievous wound. "Be careful, Li Bing!" Sima Qian shouted, alarmed by the thug leader's sudden aggression. As the knife neared Li Bing, it suddenly froze, unable to advance further. Li Bing's fingers clasped the blade, and with a firm grip, he effortlessly snapped it in two. In a swift motion, half of the knife was plunged into the thug leader's arm. "Ah! Who on earth are you?" The thug leader's arm gushed blood, and fear gripped him. He realized he was up against someone formidable. They were accustomed to bullying ordinary folk, but now they had encountered a truly ruthless adversary. "Reveal who sent you, and perhaps I shall spare your life," Li Bing said, patting the thug leader's face. "I'll tell you. Just promise me you'll let me go." "It was Zhang Ermao, the owner of the raw stone shop. He called the overlord to say you stole a piece of raw stone and cut it into imperial green. The overlord was instructed to retrieve it, with the spoils to be shared equally," the thug leader confessed, fearing retribution. "Where can I find the overlord in Zhang Ermao?" Li Bing pondered, realizing the owner of the raw stone shop was indeed the culprit. This scoundrel, envious of the imperial green he had unearthed, sought to seize it for himself. Li Bing resolved to teach them a lesson, not to be taken lightly. "The overlord should be at the Tomorrow Bar right now. As for Zhang Ermao, I can't say for certain. He has several hideouts and often changes locations, but I know he dotes on a particular woman and frequently visits her for clandestine meetings," the thug leader hastily divulged, anxious to avoid further punishment. "Leave, and remember to refrain from bullying the innocent in the future. Should our paths cross again, you shall have only yourself to blame." Li Bing dismissed him, finding the thugs beneath his consideration. After escorting Sima Qian back to her hotel, Li Bing hailed a cab to the Tomorrow Bar. Situated on a bustling street adorned with KTVs and bathhouses, the bar truly came alive as the night descended. The Tomorrow Bar was nestled within this vibrant locale, where the thug leader was currently reporting the day's events to a scar-faced man. This individual was none other than the overlord of the southern district of Sichuan City, commanding a following of over 200 henchmen. Chapter 36, Submissiveness. Boss Ba, that young man is likely a martial artist and possesses considerable skill. His inquiries about you could pose a threat. Perhaps you should lay low for a few days. In time, he will lose interest. The gang leader advised Boss Ba, for although they were involved in the underworld, they were not devoid of intelligence. They knew better than to provoke those they could not contend with. "Oh, you suggest I hide for a few days? That sounds quite peculiar. If I were to cower in the face of adversity, what would the others in this world think of me?" Boss Ba exclaimed in exasperation, for maintaining one's reputation was paramount in their line of work. At that moment, Li Bing pushed the door open and strode in, immediately spotting the scarred visage of Boss Ba. He walked directly over and took a seat opposite the scarred boss. "You must be the leader, Boss Ba. I have come to address the trouble you instigated. How do you propose we resolve this? Since I am here, I expect an explanation." "Kid, how dare you speak to Boss Ba in that manner?" Boss Ba's loyal lieutenant, Mad Si, glared at Li Bing with evident displeasure. With a swift motion, Li Bing delivered a resounding slap. "Your leader hasn't uttered a word, yet a mere dog barks first. You clearly have no understanding of decorum." "Ah, damn it, I'll kill you today." Mad Si, true to his name, was infamous for his reckless bravery. His contributions had been invaluable to Boss Ba's rise as the leader of the southern district of Sichuan City. As Mad Si lunged forward, he received 2 more slaps across his face. The stinging pain ignited his fury, his eyes reddening as he drew a cleaver from beneath the table. Ignoring the presence of others, he charged at Li Bing with the weapon raised. Li Bing's gaze hardened as he seized a glass from the table, infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy. He hurled it towards Mad Si. The seemingly innocuous glass was dismissed by Mad Si, who attempted to deflect it with his knife. With a shattering sound, the glass remained unscathed while Mad Si's cleaver shattered into 4 pieces, clattering to the ground. The glass then struck Mad Si's shoulder, causing it to jerk back violently. rendering his arm useless for wielding a blade in the future. Throughout the ordeal, Boss Ba remained silent, not out of inability but rather from being stunned into submission by Li Bing's display of power. "What is this? Is Boss Ba unwilling to offer an explanation?" "Very well, remember not to regret it. Enjoy your evening. Starting tomorrow, I will take action against you. I trust you will be adequately prepared," Li Bing stated calmly, rousing Boss Ba from his stupor. "Young brother, please wait. It was my folly to provoke you. I apologize and am willing to make amends, whatever you desire in terms of compensation. I assure you I will not trouble you again," Boss Ba hastily replied, lowering his posture. "I prefer the demeanor you had just now." "No need for apologies. If you truly desire to show sincerity, bring Zhang Ermao to me, and we shall consider our grievances settled. I will not seek further trouble with you," Li Bing remarked, casting a glance at him. "Very well, I will arrange for him to be brought here immediately. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea while you wait." Boss Ba, relieved that Li Bing was not pressing him further, exhaled deeply. Zhang Ermao was merely a matter of interest. Losing him was inconsequential, especially given the consequences of provoking someone beyond his reach. Zhang Ermao was soon brought in, and upon seeing Li Bing seated there, he mistakenly believed Boss Ba had successfully resolved the situation, feeling a surge of unwarranted pride. "Kid, do you think you can take advantage of Boss Ba and keep the Imperial Green?" "You will find it is not yours to keep," he sneered. "Do you truly think you have me cornered?" Li Bing's words, softly spoken, immediately alerted Zhang Ermao to the precariousness of his situation. "Boss Ba, what is the meaning of this? Why does this young man dare to speak so boldly?" Zhang Ermao turned to the Scarface leader, confusion etched across his face. "Is this how you address me?" Boss Ba's tone, though not raised, carried an unmistakable weight that unsettled Zhang Ermao. "And no, Boss Ba. It was my tone that was inappropriate. I was merely curious as to why this kid appears so unperturbed," Zhang Ermao stammered, realizing the gravity of his misstep. He could not afford to make an enemy of Boss Ba, for he still operated a business in the southern district. Offending him could lead to the closure of his shop, or worse, an untimely demise. "How dare you question me? You sent me to confront someone I cannot afford to offend today. I shall ensure you are sent far beyond the county line." Boss Ba's scar twitched ominously, revealing his ferocity. Ultimately, it was Li Bing's compassion that spared Zhang Ermao. He allowed him to publicly donate 10 million online as a gesture of goodwill. Despite his criminal undertakings, Boss Ba was not without a sense of decency. Thus, Li Bing refrained from making his life difficult and even tended to Mad C's injuries. Chapter 36 Yielding Boss, that lad is likely a martial artist with formidable skills. His inquiries about you could pose a threat. Perhaps you should lie low for a few days. If he cannot find you, he will eventually lose interest. The leader of the gang attempted to persuade the boss, acknowledging that although they lived a life of crime, they were not devoid of sense. There were some whom they dared not provoke. "Oh, you suggest I hide for a few days? That sounds rather absurd. If I were to cower in the face of adversity, what would the underworld think of me?" The boss, agitated, retorted, for maintaining face was paramount in their line of work. Just then, Li Bing pushed open the door and entered. Immediately spotting the scar-faced boss, he walked straight over and took a seat directly across from him. "You must be the infamous boss. I hear it was you who instigated the trouble I'm facing today. How do you propose we resolve this? Since I'm here, I expect an explanation," Li Bing said, fixing his gaze on the scarred visage of the boss, speaking calmly yet assertively. "Kid, how dare you speak to the boss like that?" One of the boss's most trusted henchmen, Crazy 4, glared at Li Bing, clearly displeased. With a swift motion, Li Bing delivered a slap across Crazy 4's face. "Your boss hasn't uttered a word, yet a mere dog barks first, showing a complete disregard for decorum." "Ah, you son of a, I'll kill you today." Crazy 4, true to his name, was notorious in the underworld for his fearlessness. His contributions were pivotal in establishing the boss as the leader of the southern district of Sichuan City. Smack, smack. Crazy 4 lunged forward, only to receive 2 more slaps across his face. The stinging sensation ignited his fury. His eyes turned red as he pulled out a cleaver from beneath the table, disregarding the presence of others, and swung it at Li Bing. Li Bing's expression hardened as he seized a glass from the table, infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy. He hurled it at Crazy 4. The seemingly inconspicuous glass was dismissed by Crazy 4, who clanged his knife against it, intent on continuing his assault. With a resounding crash, the glass remained unscathed, while Crazy Four's cleaver shattered into 4 pieces, clattering to the ground. The glass, after shattering the blade, struck Crazy Four's shoulder, sending it reeling backward as if struck by a boulder, leaving his arm limp and rendered useless for wielding a weapon again. Throughout the confrontation, the boss remained silent, not out of inability, but because he was utterly stunned by Li Bing's display of power. "What's this? Is the boss unwilling to provide me with an explanation?" "Very well, remember not to regret your choices. Enjoy your night, for starting tomorrow, I shall take action against you. Be ye prepared." Li Bing's calm yet chilling words jolted the boss back to reality. "Hold on, young brother. It was my oversight that led to this. I apologize and offer my contrition. State your terms, and I assure you, I shall never provoke you again." The boss lowered his posture, eager to placate Li Bing. "I prefer your previous demeanor. As for the apology, it is unnecessary. If you truly wish to demonstrate sincerity, bring Zhang Ermao to me. We shall settle our grievances, and I will no longer trouble you," Li Bing replied, casting a discerning glance at him. "Very well, I shall arrange for him to be brought here immediately. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea while you wait." The boss sighed in relief, recognizing that Li Bing was not pursuing him relentlessly. Zhang Ermao was merely a matter of business. Losing him was inconsequential, especially since the boss had foolishly entertained thoughts of confronting someone beyond his means. When Zhang Ermao was brought in and saw Li Bing seated, he mistakenly believed that the boss had successfully resolved the issue and felt a fleeting sense of triumph. "You think you can take advantage of the situation and keep the emperor's green? You'll find it's not yours to hold." Li Bing's words, softly spoken, immediately alerted Zhang Ermao to the precariousness of his situation. "Boss, what's going on? Why does this lad dare to speak in such a manner?" Zhang Ermao turned to the scar-faced boss, confusion etched on his face. "Is this how you address me?" The boss's tone was mild yet carried an underlying weight that made Zhang Ermao uneasy. "And no, boss. It's my tone that was inappropriate. I merely wondered why this lad appears so unfazed," Zhang Ermao quickly clarified, fully aware of the boss's formidable reputation. He was still operating his business in the southern district, and offending the boss could lead to dire consequences. His shop closing was a minor concern compared to the risk of losing his life. "How dare you question me? Do you take me for a pawn to provoke those we ought to fear? Today, I shall send you beyond the county line to sell your organs." The boss's scar twitched ominously, revealing his fierce nature. Ultimately, it was Li Bing's mercy that spared Zhang Ermao, who, under Li Bing's watchful gaze, donated 10 million online to atone for his misdeeds. Though the boss dwelled in the shadows, he was not devoid of decency. Thus, Li Bing refrained from making things difficult for him and even facilitated the healing of Crazy Four's injuries. Chapter 37 and the Art of Rune Crafting. The following day, Li Bing procured an additional 16 raw stones, including 3 of superior quality for Sima Qian. Subsequently, he utilized the stone-cutting machine to process 5 pieces, which, after a competitive bidding process, fetched 37 million, yielding a net profit of 31 million after deducting the initial expenditure on the raw stones. Sima Qian also had her raw stones cut, retaining the finest emerald for herself while selling the rest, netting over 13 million. Li Bing, you are truly remarkable. To amass such wealth in such a brief span is astounding. How about we acquire a few more tomorrow and aim for 1 billion? Sima Qian exclaimed with palpable excitement. Although she was not financially strained, the thrill of this gamble deeply stimulated her, inciting thoughts of pursuing even greater fortunes. "What are you daydreaming about? Given today's outcome, if you merely express an interest in purchasing tomorrow, countless individuals will rush to outbid each other. Our current gains are already substantial. Let us return at dawn. We still need to study the art of rune crafting, and time is of the essence," Li Bing replied, casting a disapproving glance at Sima Qian while assessing the situation. Such occurrences were inevitable. One must not succumb to avarice, and moderation is key. "Very well, let us book our tickets shortly. We shall endeavor to return to Xiang tomorrow," Sima Qian acquiesced, recognizing Li Bing's concerns for his family and refraining from further insistence. That evening, the pair hurried back to Qing City with the assistance of Sima's grandfather. They acquired a complete set of jade cutting tools and returned home that very night. Fortunately, everything at home remained undisturbed, which eased Li Bing's worries considerably. "Father, Mother, I shall be quite busy over the next few days, so I won't be tending to the fields," Li Bing informed his parents. "Attend to your matters, there is no need to fret about the fields. Your aunt and uncle have been residing in the greenhouse daily. They even acquired a few dogs for protection, while the village head has stationed 4 individuals for night watch over at Little Earthen Hill," his father replied, his demeanor markedly improved since his leg healed. After a night of cultivation in the small world, Li Bing had breakfast and, once the house was empty, began cutting the jade. After practicing for a while, he commenced working on the imperial green stone. After a day of meticulous design, he determined that the imperial green could yield 6 bracelets and over 20 jade pendants, with the remainder set aside for future use. The entire day was consumed by cutting and polishing, and eventually, he transitioned to engraving rune arrays. Throughout the night, he diligently practiced in the small world until he felt confident, then engaged in further cultivation. Once his parents had left, he dove back into the small world to inscribe rune arrays on the jade. After 3 attempts with the testing pieces, he succeeded. His success rate and proficiency improved rapidly thereafter, yielding 14 successful pendants out of 20. He crafted 7 safety talismans and 7 defensive talismans, with all 6 bracelets completed, each containing both offensive and defensive properties. After freshening up, he affixed the colorful cords he purchased from Sherchuan to the pendants. He intended to gift his mother and aunt each a bracelet and a safety talisman pendant. His father would likely decline the bracelet, and it would not be appropriate for his sister to have one either, so he resolved to give his aunt and uncle each a defensive pendant, keeping the remaining 5 safety talisman pendants and 4 defensive talisman pendants, along with 3 pairs of bracelets for future gifting to those in need. Father, mother, I procured some jade bracelets and pendants from Yun province to present to you and aunt. These items have been inscribed with protective arrays by a skilled artisan. They will automatically safeguard you in times of danger. You must wear them at all times and never remove them, Li Bing stated earnestly as he revealed the jade items to his parents. Binger, we will heed your advice. You may deliver them to your aunt shortly. His father, Li Youfu, though skeptical of such ethereal matters, did not wish to dampen his son's enthusiasm and accepted the jade bracelet, passing it to Li Bing's mother while donning the jade pendant around his neck. When visiting the greenhouse to see his aunt and uncle, his aunt initially refused to accept the gifts. It was only through Li Bing's insistence that she finally acquiesced. As for his sister, he decided to wait until she returned from school on Sunday to present her with her gifts, opting not to do so on this day. Chapter 37 of the Art of Rune Crafting. The following day, Li Bing procured an additional 16 raw stones, purchasing 3 of superior quality for Sima Qian. Subsequently, he utilized the cutting machine to slice 5 of the stones, which, through a competitive bidding process, yielded a remarkable 37 million, resulting in a net profit of 31 million after deducting the overall expenditure on the raw stones. Sima Qian also had her stones cut, retaining the finest emerald for herself while selling the remainder, which garnered her over 13 million. Li Bing, your prowess is truly astonishing. To amass such wealth in such a brief span is remarkable. Let us acquire a few more pieces tomorrow, and strive to earn 1 billion, shall we? Sima Qian exclaimed with fervor, for although she was not financially constrained, the thrill of such speculative gains exhilarated her, prompting her to seek even greater excitement. What are you pondering? Given today's events, should you express any interest in purchasing tomorrow, countless individuals will eagerly compete to outbid each other. Our gains are already substantial. We shall return home at dawn. We still have much to learn about rune crafting, and time is of the essence, Li Bing replied, casting a disapproving glance at Sima Qian as he assessed the situation. Such occurrences were inevitable, and one must not succumb to excessive greed. Moderation is key. Very well, we shall book our tickets shortly, with hopes of returning to Xiang tomorrow, Sima Qian conceded, aware of Li Bing's concerns for his family and refraining from further insistence. That evening, the pair hurried back to Qing City, having entrusted Sima's grandfather with procuring a set of jade cutting tools, which they promptly retrieved. They returned home that night, relieved to find everything in order, alleviating Li Bing's worries. Mother, father, I will be preoccupied with certain matters over the next few days and will not tend to the fields, Li Bing informed his parents. You attend to your affairs. There is no need for you to concern yourself with the fields. Your aunt and uncle are residing in the greenhouse daily, and they have even taken to raising a few dogs. The village head has also assigned 4 individuals to guard the area at night, his father replied, his demeanor markedly improved since recovering from his leg injury. After a night of cultivation in the small world, Li Bing enjoyed breakfast and, once the house was empty, commenced cutting the jade stones in his room. After honing his skills for a while, he began to work on the imperial green jade, envisioning the creation of 6 bangles and over 20 jade pendants from the stone. The leftover material was set aside for future use, as he was uncertain of its potential applications. He spent the entire day cutting and polishing, finally achieving a satisfactory result. The next step involved engraving the rune formations. Throughout the night, he practiced diligently in the small world, and feeling confident, he engaged in further cultivation. Once his parents departed, he delved back into the small world to carve the rune formations onto the jade stones. After 3 attempts with a test piece, he succeeded. His success rate and proficiency improved rapidly, yielding 14 successful pendants from 20 attempts, alongside 7 safety talismans and 7 defensive talismans. All 6 bangles were crafted successfully, incorporating both offensive and defensive capabilities. After washing up, he affixed the colorful ropes he had purchased from Sherchuan to the pendants. He intended to present his mother and aunt each with a bangle and a safety talisman pendant. His father would likely decline the bangle, and it would be inappropriate for his sister to have one while attending school. He planned to give his aunt, uncle, and sister each a defensive pendant, while the remaining 5 safety pendants and 4 defensive pendants, along with 3 pairs of bangles, would be reserved for future gifting to those in need. Mother, father, I procured some jade bangles and pendants from Yun province as gifts for you and aunt. These items have been engraved with protective formations by a skilled artisan, ensuring they will automatically shield the wearer in times of danger. You must wear them at all times and never remove them, Li Bing stated gravely as he presented the jade pieces to his parents. Binger, we shall heed your advice, and you may deliver these to your aunt shortly, his father, Li Youfu, replied. Although he remained skeptical of such ethereal concepts, he appreciated his son's thoughtful gestures and wished to support his enthusiasm. He accepted the jade bangle and handed it to Li Bing's mother, who hung her pendant around her neck. When visiting the greenhouse to deliver gifts to his aunt and uncle, his aunt was initially resistant to accept them. It was only through Li Bing's resolute insistence that she finally acquiesced. His sister would receive her gifts upon returning home the following day, as today was not the appropriate time. Chapter 38 Sun Siyu's worries. Bingzi, the workers' wages are insufficient, we might need to postpone today's payments. After breakfast, Li Bing arrived at the hillside. The vegetable greenhouses had been completed, and they were now constructing fruit tree greenhouses on the hillside. Upon seeing Li Bing, the village chief approached him. Uncle Village Chief, I will send you another 200,000 later. The villagers' wages cannot be delayed by even a penny. You must allocate the work accordingly. The tasks of planting and harvesting vegetables can be combined to employ more hands, while the watering and care of fruit trees can manage with fewer workers for now. For night watchman is rather scant, please select 4 responsible individuals. Additionally, for those who complete a full month of work, each person will receive a bonus of 500 yuan. If funds run low, seek me out, and I shall provide, Li Bing instructed the village chief before returning home to fetch the 200,000. In today's Haizi village, the days of people idly gathering to gossip have vanished. Now, each day resembles the routine of city dwellers. After meals, they head to the little hillside to work. Laughter and cheer fill the air, and everyone wears a bright smile. Li Bing, could we possibly increase the vegetable yield? Currently, producing 20,000 jin daily only suffices for 8 stores. We have 4 additional stores that also require this produce to establish their reputation. Wu Jinmei and Sima Qian, who were now in charge of liaising with Li Bing, expressed their concerns. Li Bing calculated, there were currently 40 vegetable greenhouses, each capable of yielding 1,000 jin daily, which totals 40,000 jin. At 60 yuan per kilogram, the daily revenue would amount to 1,200,000. After deducting labor and other costs, the profit would still exceed 110,000 daily. In 2 months, the fruits would also be ready for market, ensuring an annual income of over 1 million. Once everything stabilizes and all the villagers' lands are contracted, any issues would become trivial, and the supply to Juban Building and Xianping Pavilion would be robust. Beautiful sister, we can now increase production to a maximum of 40,000 jin. That should suffice for the time being. But in the future, whatever quantity you need, I can accommodate, Li Bing confidently asserted. Initially, he had not intended to overexert himself, he merely wished to earn enough to get by. However, witnessing the entire village rallying behind him sparked an ambition to transform the village into one of the most beautiful and prosperous new rural areas in the country. Binger, it has been quite some time since Sun Girl last visited. Are you two having a quarrel? His mother held a particularly favorable impression of Sun Siyu and often mentioned her in his presence. Mother, what could I possibly quarrel about? Perhaps she is simply busy and has no time to come and play. Li Bing understood his mother's sentiments well. To her, every girl who visited seemed to be his girlfriend. In truth, it had indeed been several days since he had heard from Sun Siyu, who who had not even called once. His little world of ginseng was nearing 300 years of age, and he had sown another batch of seeds, also 20 years old. If not addressed soon, the limited space in his little world would become unmanageable. He couldn't fathom why this little world was so confined, surrounded by a haze. He attempted to venture into the mist but found no way through, merely pacing back and forth in circles. "Sister Sun, what have you been busy with? Why haven't you come to visit us?" After much deliberation, Li Bing decided to call Sun Siyu. Li Bing, I haven't been occupied with much. I'd been in the city caring for my grandfather. His health is deteriorating day by day, often falling into a coma. Sun Siyu's voice carried a tone of fatigue and melancholy. Have you consulted a doctor? Is there any diagnosis? Li Bing, concerned for Sun Siyu, promptly inquired. The first ginseng I purchased from you was intended for my grandfather. At that time, he had consulted numerous renowned doctors across the nation, even some from abroad, yet to little effect. Surgery is out of the question, his body cannot withstand it. What ailment afflicts the old gentleman that yields no results? Chapter 39 Interruption. Li Bing pondered quietly to himself, believing that with his inherited skills in the celestial physician's art, he should be able to save the old gentleman. However, he wondered if the family would trust him. "Sister Sun, I wish to see the old gentleman. I hope it is not too much trouble?" Li Bing did not wish to impose and sought Sun Siyu's consent. "How could it be inconvenient?" "Just give me a call when you arrive," Sun Siyu replied, promptly sending Li Bing a location pin. After a brief journey by car, Li Bing arrived in the city, following the navigation to the place Sun Siyu had indicated. The location was serene, seamlessly blending with nature, presenting a harmonious tableau. Such an environment, where one could dwell for an extended period, was excellent for nurturing both body and spirit. Amidst the bustling metropolis stood a grand estate, clearly not something just anyone could possess, indicative of the Sun family's unique status. Guarded by sentinels at the entrance, Li Bing found himself unable to enter and had no choice but to call Sun Siyu for assistance. "Li Bing, you arrived quite swiftly." "Come in quickly," Sun Siyu exclaimed with a smile as she rushed out to greet him, calling out even before she reached him. "Sister Sun, you appear considerably weary and have lost weight," Li Bing observed immediately, noting Sun Siyu's less than vibrant demeanor. "It's nothing. I've just been worried about grandfather lately, unable to eat or sleep well. I fear for him. I wonder if he will pull through this time," Sun Siyu said, her voice tinged with a hoarse sadness. "Sister Sun, do not worry. Grandfather's son is blessed with good fortune. He will be fine, so try not to fret too much. May I see grandfather's son now?" Li Bing expressed his eagerness to see the elder. "That's permissible, but you must remain silent once inside. Master Xie, the renowned traditional physician, is currently treating grandfather, along with a doctor from the capital," Sun Siyu cautioned. After a moment's hesitation, the two entered a quaint, antiquated bedroom adjacent to the main hall, moving quietly. An elderly man with a white beard and hair was administering acupuncture to the frail figure lying on the bed. The old man's complexion was ashen and devoid of color, his body gaunt and emaciated. The venerable physician, Master Xia, was indeed treating grandfather's Sunday. There were 5 other individuals in the room, whom Sun Siyu introduced in hushed tones. 3 distinguished doctors from the capital stood together, while seated at the bedside was Sun Siyu's father, Sun Qingji. Near the window sat Sun Siyu's second uncle, Sun Changzheng, a man of commanding presence, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. Leaning forward, Li Bing scrutinized grandfather's son closely, quickly discerning the gravity of the elder's condition. Upon grasping the situation, his brows furrowed in concern. At that moment, Master Xie grasped a silver needle, preparing to puncture a vital acupoint near the old man's heart. "Stop, if you proceed with that needle, not only will it fail to alleviate the patient's suffering, but it will also expedite his demise," Li Bing interjected, his voice firm and resolute. "Who are you to interrupt my treatment?" Master Xie retorted, turning with a scowl at the disruption. "Little Rain, who is this person? Are you not aware of your grandfather's severe condition? Why did you allow him to enter and create such a disturbance?" Sun Siyu's second uncle chimed in, his tone disapproving. Ignoring the inquiries directed at him, Li Bing addressed Master Xie directly. "Are you aware of the nature of grandfather's son's ailment? How can you dare to insert a needle at a point near the chest? If you proceed, grandfather's son will surely cough up blood and lose his life within 2 hours. Although you may have mastered the Tai divine needle technique, it is utterly ineffective against grandfather's son's condition." Li Bing spoke bluntly, leaving no room for pleasantries. Ha, young man, I am curious as to where you acquired your knowledge of my proficiency with the Tai Divine Needle. Do you not fear the consequences from the Sun family for your insolence? Master Xia responded, puffed up with self-importance, assuming Li Bing had inquired about him with ulterior motives. Chapter 39. Prevention. Li Bing contemplated quietly, having inherited the esteemed medical arts of the celestial master. He should be able to save the old gentleman, but would he believe in him? Sister Sun, I wish to visit the old gentleman, but I wonder if it is convenient? Li Bing sought to respect Sun Siyu's opinion rather than intrude uninvited. How could it possibly be inconvenient? Just give me a call when you arrive, Sun Siyu replied, promptly sending him a location pin. Upon arriving in the city, Li Bing followed the navigation to the place Sun Siyu had indicated. The area exuded tranquility, harmoniously blending with nature, presenting a picturesque scene. Long-term residence here could greatly nurture both body and mind. Amidst the bustling metropolis, this grand estate stood apart, a testament to the unique status of the Sun family. Guarded by sentinels at the entrance, Li Bing found himself unable to enter and had no choice but to call Sun Siyu to come out and escort him. Li Bing, you arrived quite swiftly. Come in quickly, Sun Siyu exclaimed with a smile as she rushed out to greet him, calling out even before she reached him. Sister Sun, you appear rather haggard, and you've lost some weight, Li Bing observed, noticing her less than vibrant demeanor. It's nothing. I've just been worried about grandfather during this time, unable to eat well or sleep soundly. I fear for his recovery. Sun Siyu's voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with sadness. Sister Sun, do not fret. Grandfather's son is blessed by fate, he will surely pull through, so keep your worries at bay. May I see grandfather's son now? Li Bing expressed his eagerness to meet the elder. You may, but once inside, please remain silent. Master Xia, the eminent physician, is currently attending to him, along with a doctor from the capital, Sun Siyu cautioned. After a brief hesitation, the two entered a quaint, antique-styled bedroom adjacent to the main hall, treading lightly. An elderly man with a white beard was administering acupuncture to the frail figure lying in bed. The old gentleman appeared pale, his body emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones. The white-haired elder was likely Master Xia, a distinguished practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and the bedridden man was grandfather Sunday. There were 5 others in the room, and Sun Siyu introduced them in hushed tones. The trio standing together were renowned physicians from the capital, while seated at the head of the bed was Sun Siyu's father, Sun Qingji. Near the window sat Sun Siyu's second uncle, Sun Chengzheng, who bore the demeanor of a seasoned official, exuding an innate authority even without raising his voice. Leaning in closer, Li Bing scrutinized the ailing grandfather's son and began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon grasping the circumstances, his brow furrowed slightly. Just then, Master Xia grasped a silver needle, preparing to insert it into a vital acupuncture point below the old man's heart. Stop! If you proceed with that needle, not only will it fail to alleviate the patient's suffering, but it will also hasten his demise, Li Bing interjected loudly to halt the procedure. Who are you to impede my treatment? Master Xia retorted, turning with a sharp tone, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Xiao Yu, who is this man? Are you not aware of the severity of your grandfather's condition? Why allow someone to disrupt the treatment? Sun Siyu's second uncle chimed in, his voice laced with concern. Ignoring the inquiries from the others, Li Bing directed his attention back to Master Xia. Do you even comprehend the nature of grandfather's son's ailment? How dare you attempt to needle a vital point on his chest? If you proceed, he will surely cough up blood and will not survive the next 2 hours. Though your mastery of the Tai Divine Needle is commendable, it is utterly ineffective against grandfather's son's affliction. Li Bing articulated his thoughts bluntly, sparing no niceties. Ha! Young man, I am curious as to how you have come by knowledge of my expertise in the Tai Divine Needle. Do you not fear the retribution of the Sun family for your presumptuousness? Master Xia retorted, believing that Li Bing had merely sought to draw attention to himself after inquiring about his credentials. Chapter 40 of the astonished Master Xia. Get out of here, the Sun family does not welcome you, Sun Chengzheng said with a dark expression. I shall not linger here to become a nuisance, allow me to inform you before I depart. Once the silver needle is inserted, the old gentleman will cough up blood within 5 minutes, and his heart will gradually cease to beat in 10 minutes, choose wisely, for my words end here. With that, Li Bing turned to leave. Even in the pursuit of healing, one must have the faith of others. He would not press his warm face against a cold rear, desperately seeking to please in the act of saving a life. Xiaoyu, in future interactions, you must keep your eyes wide open. Do not bring just anyone home, lest those with ulterior motives find an opportunity. Master Xia, please continue. Do not let your mood be affected, the Sun family has faith in you. Sun Chengzheng admonished Sun Siyu before addressing Master Xie. Rest assured, Secretary Sun, I shall do my utmost to save the old gentleman, Master Xie replied, regaining his composure before resuming his acupuncture. Ah, poof. Just 5 minutes later, the old gentleman cried out, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free. Master Xia, what is happening? Why is the old gentleman in such a state? The two brothers of the Sun family were taken aback, their voices raised in alarm as they questioned Master Xia. I am at a loss as well. This should not be the case, Master Xia responded, equally bewildered by the unforeseen circumstances. In the ensuing chaos, even the renowned physician from the capital could not staunch the flow of blood. This is dire. The old gentleman's heartbeat is slowing, and his blood pressure has dropped to a critical level. What could be the issue? Even if he cannot be cured, such a rapid decline should not occur. Both Master Xia and the esteemed physician from the capital found themselves at a loss for solutions. Hasten to find a remedy. Why is everyone standing around in a daze? Sun Chengzheng shouted, his eyes nearly ablaze with urgency. In the midst of the commotion, Sun Siyu recalled Li Bing's parting words. Father, uncle, do you remember what Li Bing said? Everything has indeed unfolded as he predicted. Hurry, Xiaoyu, make the call. Alas, we have been blind, the Sun brothers lamented, filled with regret for having been prejudiced and looking down upon others, which had placed the old gentleman in peril. Li Bing had no intention of truly leaving. He was determined to treat the old gentleman for Sun Siyu's sake. As he exited, he took the time to admire the beauty of the scenery along the way. Ding-ling-ling! The sound of a phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. It was Sun Siyu calling. Hello, Sister Sun, Li Bing, where are you? Hurry back, grandfather is in danger. Sun Siyu cried, her voice choked with tears. Sister Sun, you see, it is not that I refuse to save the old gentleman. Your family has driven me away, preventing my assistance, Li Bing replied helplessly. At that moment, Sun Chengzheng's voice came through the phone. Li Bing, I was blind to your worth earlier, and I apologize. For Xiaoyu's sake, I implore you to save the old gentleman. Very well, I shall intervene for the old gentleman, Li Bing sighed, realizing that even someone of Sun Chengzheng's stature had humbled himself to apologize. To refrain from acting now would be rather arrogant on his part. Upon his return, the atmosphere in the room had shifted. No longer did the occupants exude arrogance, they looked at Li Bing with a sense of shame, eagerly hoping for his intervention. Without further hesitation, as the old gentleman's condition had become exceedingly precarious, it was imperative that he reveal his skills, if only to command the respect of those present. Employing both the 9 yin and 9 yang needles simultaneously, Li Bing took action. Master Xia was astonished. How could this be? Such precision and swiftness in needlework at such a young age was entirely incongruous with his own experience. It surpassed the proficiency he had acquired through decades of diligent study. The difficulty of traditional Chinese medicine lies in its steep learning curve, often taking years to grasp even the basics. Mastering the complex interactions of various herbs requires an immense investment of time. As Li Bing executed the 9 yin and 9 yang technique, the needles quivered at their tips, a sight so extraordinary that Master Xia could only gape in astonishment. This was a lost art of acupuncture he had only glimpsed in ancient texts. Chapter 40 of The Astonished Elder Xia. Get out. The Sun family does not welcome you, Sun Chengzheng said with a grim expression. I shall not linger here to become a nuisance. Before I take my leave, allow me to inform you. Once the silver needle is inserted, he will cough up blood within 5 minutes, and his heartbeat will gradually cease within 10. Take heed of this warning. I have said all that needs to be said. With that, Li Bing turned to depart, for healing requires belief and trust. He would not impose his assistance upon those unwilling to accept it. Xiaoyu, in future interactions, you must exercise discernment. Do not invite just anyone into our home, lest those with ulterior motives exploit our hospitality. Elder Xia, please continue. Do not let this affect your mood, for the Sun family has faith in you, Sun Chengzheng admonished his niece, before addressing Elder Xia. Rest assured, Secretary Sun, I shall do my utmost to save the elder, Elder Xia replied, taking a moment to steady himself before resuming his acupuncture. Ah! Just 5 minutes later, the elder cried out, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. Elder Xia, what is happening? Why is the elder in this state? The Sun brothers exclaimed in shock, their voices laced with urgency as they confronted Elder Xia. I am at a loss as well. This should not be happening, Elder Xia admitted, equally bewildered by the unforeseen turn of events. Amidst the chaos, even renowned physicians who had traveled from the capital could not stem the flow of blood. Oh no! The elder's heartbeat is slowing, and his blood pressure has plummeted to a critical level. What could be the issue? Even if we cannot cure him, such a rapid deterioration should not occur. Both Elder Xia and the esteemed physician from the capital found themselves at a loss. Think of a solution quickly. Why does everyone stand there in shock? Sun Xingzheng shouted, his eyes ablaze with desperation. In the midst of the commotion, Sun Siyu recalled Li Bing's earlier warning. Father, uncle, do you remember what Li Bing said? Everything has unfolded as he predicted. Hurry, Xiaoyu, call him. Alas, we have been blind, the Sun brothers lamented, filled with regret for their presumptuousness and disdain that had placed the elder in peril. Li Bing had not truly intended to leave. For the sake of Sun Siyu, he was determined to save the elder. As he stepped out, he took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the surroundings. Ding ding ding, his phone rang. It was a call from Sun Siyu. Hello, Sister Sun, he answered. Li Bing, where are you? Hurry back, Grandpa is in danger. Sun Siyu cried upon answering the call. Sister Sun, as you can see, it is not that I refuse to assist the elder. Your family has cast me out and forbade my help, Li Bing replied, his tone tinged with resignation. At that moment, Sun Xingzheng's voice broke through the call. Li Bing, I admit my earlier error in judgment. I sincerely apologize. For Xiaoyu's sake, I implore you to save the elder. Very well, I shall intervene, Li Bing sighed. The fact that someone of Sun Xingzheng's stature had bowed to him was not lost on him. To refrain from action now would be an act of arrogance. Upon his return, the atmosphere in the room had shifted dramatically. The once haughty individuals now looked upon Li Bing with a mix of shame and hope, eagerly awaiting his intervention. Without further hesitation, as the elder's condition had become dire, he knew that now was not the time for restraint. A display of skill was necessary to command the respect of those present. Employing the 9 yin and 9 yang needles simultaneously, Li Bing took swift action. Elder Xia was taken aback. How could this be possible? The accuracy and speed of the young man's needlework were astonishingly beyond his years, surpassing the expertise he had honed over a lifetime. The complexity of traditional Chinese medicine lies in its demanding study, which spans years to grasp even a fraction of its intricacies. The vast knowledge required to understand the interplay of various herbs necessitates extensive time and dedication. As Li Bing executed the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques, the needle's tail quivered with precision. Elder Xia could only gape in disbelief. This was a long-lost technique he had only glimpsed in ancient texts. Chapter 41 Rescuing the elder. Li Bing paid no heed to the likes of Master Xia and others. After performing the 9 yin 9 yang divine needle technique, he deftly maneuvered a silver needle, piercing and prodding at the heart. He then gently shifted the elder's body towards the edge of the bed, allowing his head to emerge before softly patting his back. With a sudden wow, a foul, dark blood was expelled into a waiting plastic basin. Li Bing, how come there's a worm in the basin? Sun Siyu exclaimed upon witnessing her grandfather expel a mouthful of black blood, which, to her astonishment, contained a wriggling insect. Let us discuss that later. For now, move the basin aside and do not spill it. I must first attend to the elder. Is there any ginseng in the house? The older, the better. Never mind, I shall use my own. Slice this 300-year-old ginseng into thin pieces and combine it with some other nourishing ingredients to brew a soup. Once the treatment is complete, the elder shall require some fortification, Li Bing instructed, handing a 300-year-old ginseng to Sun Siyu while commencing the needlework. He then gently tapped the elder's body. Having been bedridden for an extended period, the elder's bodily functions had significantly deteriorated. As he continued to tap, he infused his spiritual energy into the elder's body, nurturing him with it. After 10 minutes, the elder's complexion began to regain its color, and his breathing grew heavier. At this point, Li Bing ceased his tapping, retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, and poured the spiritual spring water into the elder's mouth. He then propped the elder upright and tucked him in with a blanket. "Li Bing, how is my grandfather?" Sun Siyu asked anxiously, her gaze fixed intently on him, while the Sun brothers wore expressions of unease. "Do not fret about the elder. Allow him to rest peacefully. He is out of danger now. Remember to prepare ginseng kanji or soup for him daily to replenish his vitality and blood. Before long, he will be fully recovered," Li Bing replied with a reassuring smile. Approaching the plastic basin, he scrutinized the worm within it. "Young brother, what is this creature, and why did it emerge from my grandfather's mouth?" Sun Qingji, who had remained silent until now, inquired. "Uncle Sun, please refrain from calling me young brother. I am merely a friend of Sister Sunday. You may address me by my name or as Xiao Bing. This creature is known as the heart-eating goo worm. You may have heard of it. It inhabits the human heart, feasting upon one's life force. It is a particularly malicious parasite, which can lie dormant within a body for 3 years before manifesting. Your grandfather has fallen victim to this affliction, which is why he is in his current state. You must have often provided him with rare medicinal herbs to bolster his health, which is why he has managed to endure thus far. Recently, the master of this worm has intensified its feeding, resulting in the elder's unconsciousness," Li Bing elucidated while pondering the situation. "Uncle Sun, please send for a jade vial. This worm cannot be incinerated. Should it escape, it would pose a threat. We must contain it in the jade vial first, and I will devise a plan to eliminate it." Although Li Bing could have disposed of the worm immediately, he chose instead to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it, intending to resolve the trouble for Sun Siyu's family. After all, the individual behind this would likely harbor resentment, knowing that he had saved the elder. "Xiao Bing, we appreciate the ginseng you provided earlier for your efforts in rescuing my grandfather. How much do you deem appropriate for us to offer you?" Sun Qingji said after a moment of contemplation. "Uncle Sun, I have already stated that I am a friend of Sister Sun. Consider the ginseng as a congratulatory gift for my grandfather's imminent recovery. As for the medical treatment, it was but a simple task. I do not possess a medical license, and should I accept payment, I risk the possibility of legal repercussions should someone report me," Li Bing politely declined. Master Xia stepped forward, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Master Xia, I understand what you wish to convey. Let bygones be bygones. As for who taught me my medical skills, that must remain undisclosed. My master wishes for his identity to remain a secret, and I have promised not to reveal it. However, I am willing to teach you this 99 Yang divine needle technique," Li Bing said, harboring no ill will towards Master Xi's previous demeanor, smiling as he offered his knowledge. Chapter 42 Li Bing's grand aspirations. After Li Bing and Sun Qingji had someone deliver the jade bottle, he cautiously placed the heart-eating goo inside and securely sealed it with the cork. The Immortal's legacy contained a secret method for tracing and tracking, utilizing the essence of the owner's blood within the heart-eating goo to guide it swiftly towards its master. This would enable them to uncover who was responsible for harming Grandpa Sunday. However, there was no rush. In a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. At that time, his strength would be greatly enhanced, ensuring a safer confrontation with the owner of the heart-eating goo. "Little Bing, why don't you stay here for dinner today? Uncle will treat you to a few drinks and introduce you to the family," urged Sun Qingji and his brother warmly. "Alright, I appreciate your hospitality, Uncle. In a while, Grandpa's son should be resting. I'll check if there are any other discomforts and take the opportunity to help him recover," Li Bing replied with a smile. The Sun family was not particularly large. The eldest, Sun Qingji, had a son and a daughter. His son, Sun Siki, was serving in the military as a special forces officer, while his daughter, Sun Siyu, assisted with the family business. Sun Siyu's mother was the principal of a prestigious school in Qing City, perpetually occupied with work. The second brother, Sun Chengjiang, served as the municipal party secretary in the provincial capital and had a son, Sun Sifei, who was 1 year older than Sun Siyu. He had recently graduated and was working as a junior supervisor in a Fortune 500 company. His wife held a significant position as a department-level cadre in the provincial organization department. That evening, Grandpa Sun had awakened and consumed a nourishing ginseng soup. His complexion had improved significantly, allowing him to sit in a wheelchair and engage in light-hearted conversation. "Grandpa, this is Li Bing. He is the one who saved you," Sun Siyu said, her spirits lifted now that her grandfather was recovering. Thank you for saving this old man. Stay a few more days. Let's see you take you around," Grandpa Sun responded, his voice still weak despite his improved appearance. "Grandpa son, you need to rest for a few more days and replenish your vitality. In no time, you'll be able to move about without the wheelchair," Li Bing asserted, his words not mere platitudes, but rooted in his confidence. The family dinner was modest, featuring simple home-cooked dishes prepared from ingredients Li Bing had surreptitiously brought from his small world. He had also procured some fruits and a vial of spiritual water for Grandpa Sunday. "Little Bing, this is Siyu's mother, Wang Yan, and beside her is Siyu's second aunt, Ma Qingyu. You can call them aunties. Siyu's two brothers couldn't make it back today. You'll meet them another time. Thank you for saving the old gentleman today. Uncle 1T mention any rewards. Should you need assistance in the future, just let the Sun family know, and we will do our utmost to help," Sun Chengzheng stated solemnly, his promise carrying significant weight as a municipal party secretary. "Uncle Sun, there is no need for that. I did not save Grandpa Sun for a reward. I merely wished to alleviate Sister Cu's distress. In the future, please ensure Grandpa enjoys those fruits and vegetables I brought, as they will be beneficial for his health. Once they're consumed, just call Sister Cu, and she can fetch more from me," Li Bing said while enjoying his meal. "That seems a bit inappropriate. I've heard from Cu that your fruits and vegetables are particularly expensive, specially supplied to the Gathering Pavilion and the Immortal Goods Pavilion," remarked Wang Yi. "And Wang, those are homegrown vegetables and fruits. There is no need to concern yourselves with prices. How much can you all possibly consume? Once I finish constructing the villa area in the village, you're all welcome to visit," Li Bing revealed with a smile, disclosing a significant secret. "Oh, a villa area?" Sun Chengzheng inquired, his interest piqued. "Uncle Sun, I plan to initially cultivate fruits and vegetables to generate some revenue, then involve the entire village in this endeavor. Once everything stabilizes, I will begin flattening the village's earthen houses next year to plan the construction of villas." Our village consists of only 52 households. Building one villa per household would cost around 20 to 30 million. Of course, I will cover 2/3 of the expenses, while the villagers will contribute 1/3. I don't want them to receive benefits without labor. A minimal contribution is all that is required. Within 5 years, our village will undoubtedly become a renowned affluent community, recognized far and wide as a popular tourist destination, Li Bing confidently declared. "Well done, little Bing, I've heard you've employed everyone in the village, and the wages are quite generous. Can your finances keep up?" Sun Chengzheng inquired further. "Uncle Sun, by employing the entire village, along with providing subsidies for the elderly and support for healthcare and education, around 30,000 a day is sufficient. Currently, I produce 40,000 jin of vegetables daily, yielding just over 1 million after deducting costs. Once the fruits are in season, the daily income will surpass that. Moreover, each villager earns 5,000 a month. For a family of 3, that amounts to 15,000, and for a couple, 10,000. This money is primarily for sustenance. They should be able to save more than half, as healthcare and elderly care won't be their burden. I am confident they will quickly escape poverty and embark on the path to a moderately prosperous life. These plans will be implemented as soon as the fruit greenhouses are completed. The first priority will be establishing a nursing home that combines recreation, entertainment, and dining for the elderly. Those who meet the admission criteria will be welcomed. The next step will involve road construction, which I expect to complete the design before the new year," Li Bing explained, only to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around him. It was Sun Chengzheng, well versed in the ways of the world, who exhaled deeply and remarked, "Little Bing, in comparison to you, I feel like an insignificant municipal party secretary. Your current achievements surpass those of the vast majority. Yet you still give back to your hometown. I raise my glass to you. Uncle respects you." With that, he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp, prompting Li Bing to quickly follow suit. Chapter 43 of the Destroyed Fruit Tree Greenhouses. Li Bing spent the night at the Sun household and returned to the village just before noon the following day. Everything was progressing positively. The fruit tree greenhouses were set to be completed the next day. He pulled the village chief aside to discuss his plans. After the orchard was finished, he intended to construct a nursing home. He envisioned a single-story building to facilitate easy access for the elderly. He requested the village chief to communicate with the town to secure land approval, emphasizing that the nursing home would need at least 10 acres, as anything smaller would be insufficient for the necessary gardens, fitness areas, kitchen, dining rooms, and a minimum of 20 bedrooms, along with bathrooms and recreational rooms. Upon hearing this, the village chief joyfully arranged for the necessary tasks and quickly rode his bicycle to the town government. As evening approached, he received a phone call. "Little Bing, the town leaders are on their way to our village." "How shall we accommodate them?" the village chief whispered. "Uncle Village Chief, let them come. It's a perfect opportunity to handle matters on site. I'll take care of the arrangements," Li Bing replied nonchalantly. Shortly after 6, 2 cars arrived at Li Bing's doorstep, bringing the town's top officials along with a few others. "Hello, Li Bing. I've heard tales of a talented individual emerging from Heisei village, but I've been too busy to meet you. Today, Village Chief Li mentioned your plans. Is this true?" The town mayor, a burly man with a commanding presence and a background as a veteran, spoke straightforwardly. "Mayor, this matter is as certain as can be. However, once the nursing home is constructed, it will solely belong to the villagers, and no one shall interfere," Li Bing asserted, outlining his plans, including the layout of the nursing home. "Excellent! Li Bing, pursue your endeavors with confidence. Anything that brings prosperity and happiness to the village has my full support. The land doesn't need to be approved beforehand. After you build it, we'll account for how much land you used, as long as it doesn't encroach on arable land," the mayor proclaimed with authority. "Mayor, to the south of our village lies a stretch of barren land with little economic value. I plan to first design the nursing home, then begin constructing villas. Once completed, the entire village will relocate there, allowing us to clear the current area and significantly increase arable land by nearly 150 acres, Li Bing explained with clarity and conviction. "Very well, Li Bing. Expedite the creation of a planning map. I will consult with the secretary upon our return to see if we can secure some financial support from the county and city," the mayor said, increasingly pleased with Li Bing's proposals. "Mayor, we need to seek funding. We can fully finance this ourselves. It would be best if you could help us secure some policy support to avoid future complications." Li Bing expressed his concerns about potential interference once the project gained momentum. "Rest assured, I will personally advocate for policy support at the county, city, and provincial levels," the mayor assured, bolstered by his previous military leadership experience. "Esteemed leaders, the arrangements are settled. Please do us the honor of staying for a meal to sample the fruits and vegetables I've grown. It would be quite embarrassing if, after this, others inquire about the flavors and you remain unaware," Li Bing jested. "Very well, Li Bing. We shall dine here today and discover the uniqueness of your vegetables," the secretary declared decisively. Everyone enjoyed a meal of wild boar and Li Bing's vegetables, and before departing, he gifted each of them a box of produce. Before dawn the following day, after completing his training in the small world, Li Bing stepped out just as his father burst through the door. "Son, 2 of the fruit tree greenhouses have been destroyed, and one of the night watchmen has been stabbed. The village chief has already taken him to the hospital. What should we do now? The villagers have all gone to the small hill," his father said anxiously. "Father, do not worry. The greenhouses can be rebuilt. As long as no one is harmed, everything can be resolved. I'll call the mayor and have them coordinate with the police. Afterwards, we'll head to the small hill. Please inform the village chief that there is no need to save money. We will spare no expense to ensure that no one is left with lasting injuries." Chapter 44. The suspicions of the Wang brothers. The mayor, roused from his slumber by incessant phone calls, felt a lingering dissatisfaction in his heart. However, upon hearing the matter relayed by Li Bing, he quickly donned his clothes and rushed out. This was a person he held in high regard, a beacon of hope for this impoverished land. The destroyed greenhouse was a complete loss, and all the saplings within had suffered irreparable damage. Li Bing did not lament this too deeply. At worst, they could clear the area and start anew. "You 3 were on night watch with Li Linfeng. Did you discern who the assailants were? How many were there?" Li Bing inquired of the 3 individuals who had stood guard in the latter half of the night. "There were approximately 6 individuals. By the time we heard a commotion and rushed over, Li Linfeng had already sustained injuries. That gang vanished without a trace. We could only make out 6 shadows, nothing beyond that. We split up and searched in 4 directions, yet we remain baffled as to how these intruders managed to infiltrate the area. Surely, we should have discovered some signs of their entrance," Li Linlong responded, perplexed by how 6 individuals could stealthily approach Tushan. "This is not your fault. Given the vastness of the area, it is indeed quite easy for someone to slip in unnoticed. You could not possibly have detected them. Moreover, these individuals clearly possess intimate knowledge of the terrain. They are far too familiar with this place, Li Bing observed, noting that the site of the destruction was centrally located. The four night watchmen would not have ventured into the middle unless there was reason to. At that moment, the mayor and the police arrived. Li Bing, how significant is the loss? Have you determined who was responsible? Mayor, the losses are not overly severe, considering there were individuals on watch. The intruders did not create much of a disturbance. I suspect it was the work of someone familiar with the area. They chose a location that we overlooked. Only someone well acquainted could execute such a plan, Li Bing replied. Li Bing, I harbor suspicions regarding Wang Jin and Wang Ping. Over the past few days, after my night shifts, I have noticed that these two have been visiting my home, bringing fine cigarettes and liquor, and spending hours conversing. They inquired about the night watch, and without much thought, I shared that information with them. I assumed they were merely fellow villagers, hence I did not suspect anything untoward. However, upon reflection, if it were the work of someone familiar, it could only be the Wang brothers. Li Jian, who had also been on night watch, articulated his suspicions in one breath. Interestingly, last night, as I made my way to the restroom, I spotted Wang Ping leading four unfamiliar individuals toward his home. Lin Ernyang from the village interjected, providing a crucial lead. Director Gu, with this information, can we narrow down the suspects? The mayor inquired of the nearby officer. Mayor, this constitutes only circumstantial evidence. Further investigation is required. However, we can summon the Wang brothers to see if we can uncover any inconsistencies in their accounts. Additionally, if the injured party can identify the assailants, we can proceed with an arrest. A thorough interrogation should yield conclusive results, Director Gu responded. Then let us promptly head to the hospital to assess Li Linfeng's condition. Director Gu, please assign personnel to remain here and seek any additional leads, the mayor commanded decisively. Li Bing organized a few matters before boarding a vehicle to the hospital. Xiaobing, what brings you here? Linfeng has passed the critical phase. Fortunately, the blade did not strike any vital organs. 2 wounds were deflected by his arm, and only one penetrated his abdomen, coincidentally piercing through the mesentery. He has lost considerable blood and has yet to regain consciousness. The village chief emerged from the hospital just as Li Bing arrived, sharing the details of Li Linfeng's condition. Village chief, who is currently attending to Linfeng. Has he said anything? Li Bing inquired. Chapter 45 of the arrest. Linfeng mentioned on his way here that the assailant resembled Wang Ermo from the county. Among the others, one was Wang Ping, while the rest were unknown to him. He also stated that Wang Ping warned him to mind his own business, or else he would slaughter his entire family. After uttering these words, he fell into unconsciousness. His wife just arrived, and I am preparing to go out to purchase some hospital supplies. The village head recounted everything he knew in detail. Before anyone else could speak, Director Gu had already begun making calls to arrange the operation. Immediate arrests of Wang Ping and Wang Ermo were imperative, and speed was of the essence. Director Gu, you should take charge of the arrests. This operation should be feasible now, right? No need to question the victim any further, as he is currently in a deep coma, remarked the town mayor. Mayor, the arrests can proceed. We can gather additional details once the victim regains consciousness. I assure you, I will apprehend this gang of criminals and ensure not a single one escapes, Director Gu declared emphatically. Simultaneously, Li Bing reached out to the Sun, Wu, and Sima families, informing them in detail about the incident. The 3 families united their efforts, and the county authorities began to take the matter very seriously. Even before the workday commenced, the leaders had started making arrangements. The sound of police sirens filled the air as patrol cars sped by. Wang Ping and his brother were swiftly apprehended, along with 3 unemployed ruffians who had been lurking around the outskirts of the county. Only Wang Ermo, having secured 10,000 yuan from Wang Ping, fled into the night, fully aware of the consequences of his actions and evading capture by retreating into the mountains. During the interrogation, Wang Ping and his brother confessed to their crimes, boasting that upon their release, they would kill Li Bing's entire family, reasoning that one life could be exchanged for many. Director Zhang, Director Gu, I wish to speak with Wang Ping and his brother. After all, we hail from the same village. Their descent into wrongdoing carries some of my responsibility as well. Had I not acted impulsively, perhaps we could have arrived at a different outcome through dialogue, Li Bing said earnestly, his words absurd yet sincere, as he could not allow threats to persist. Very well, if you wish to see them, I can arrange that, Director Zhang replied with a smile, recognizing the young man's complexity. The 3 prominent families in the city had mobilized for his sake, and even Secretary Sun had called to inquire. Thank you, Director Zhang Dai. In the future, we must sit down for a drink when time permits, Li Bing responded with a smile, acknowledging the courtesy extended to him. Wang Ping and his brother had already been detained in a holding cell and would be transferred to the detention center the following day. After all evidence had been collected, the court would convene for trial, and they would eventually be sent to the municipal prison to experience life behind bars. However, with Li Bing's arrival, their opportunity for reprieve vanished. Upon seeing Li Bing, the two brothers glared at him fiercely. Li Bing, do not think that just because we are locked up, you can rest easy. This time, we won't be in prison for long. Once we are out, we will ensure the annihilation of your family. Just wait and see, haha, they taunted. Li Bing regarded them calmly, akin to an audience watching a theatrical performance. Once they finished their threats, he stood up and gently patted their hands, infusing them with a sliver of spiritual energy. Wang Jin, Wang Ping, we grew up in the same village. There is no need for us to escalate this to a matter of life and death. It is unnecessary for good things to end in such a tragic manner. It is too late to say anything now. Focus on your rehabilitation. When you are released, I will make amends. With a police officer watching, Li Bing spoke with a tone of righteousness. Before leaving, he discreetly whispered to the two brothers, cherish the remaining moments you have. Officer, he threatened us, claiming he would kill us, the brothers exclaimed. The police officer, with a stern expression, reprimanded them. You two brothers are truly something else. How has he threatened you? I was present the entire time. At no point did he say he would kill you. Chapter 46. The death of Wang Ermao. Faced with Li Bing, the two brothers found themselves at a loss for words. Despite speaking the unvarnished truth, the police remained skeptical of. Furthermore, after Wang Ermao fled into the mountains, he lived in constant hiding, ensconced in a cave. During the day, he dared not venture out, and only under the cover of night would he stealthily traverse dozens of miles to pilfer morsels and necessities from the villagers' homes. On occasion, misfortune struck, and he was discovered, necessitating a desperate flight. The mountains were rife with wild beasts that preyed upon humans, which only served to heighten his anxiety. Is it truly the case? Does Li Bing genuinely intend to construct villas for the entire village of Haizi? There's no doubt about it. This news has spread throughout the county. I've even heard that the provincial government is backing it. Alas, why are we not villagers of Haizi? I also heard that not long ago, the Wang brothers destroyed 2 of their greenhouses, and the night watchmen were each rewarded 10,000 yuan. The injured Li Linfeng received a direct compensation of 100,000, and his wife was assigned a position in statistical work, enjoying an easy daily wage of 200. One night, as Wang Ermao emerged, he caught wind of the rumors surrounding Li Bing in a neighboring village. Li Bing, you've caused me to suffer in the mountains while you revel in comfort at home. If I cannot find peace, I shall pay a visit to your family and take the lives of your parents. What good is wealth if it cannot safeguard your kin? Wang Ermao seethed silently, abandoning the thought of thievery. He set his course towards Haizi village, lurking at the entrance until midnight before stealthily infiltrating the village, making his way to Li Bing's abode. Creak. As he climbed over the fence, a little monkey nestled in its cozy nook detected his presence. In an instant, the bears and tigers in the yard, along with the wild boars, began to roar. The little white one scampered into the house, intent on alerting Li Bing. However, Li Bing was engrossed in his cultivation within a small realm, oblivious to the commotion outside. The woodland creatures, having been instructed by Li Bing to refrain from causing harm, merely roared loudly without inflicting any injury upon Wang Ermao. Nevertheless, the cacophony sent Wang Ermao into a state of sheer terror, as he cowered in a corner, clutching his knife, frozen in place. The uproar roused Li Bing's parents, as well as the villagers. Who are you? What business do you have here? Li Youfu approached, his voice stern. I lost my way in the mountains and sought a household for some food, Wang Ermao stammered, quickly concocting an excuse. Then come with me. I shall see what provisions we have, Li Youfu replied, preparing to usher the animals aside. Be cautious, Youfu. This man was with Wang Ping that day. Lin Ernyang recognized Wang Ermao and hastily warned Li Youfu to be wary. Realizing his cover was blown, Wang Ermao gritted his teeth and lunged forward, knife raised, aiming for Li Youfu's heart, convinced that killing would ensure his demise. Youfu, dodge. It's over. Old Li has only just begun to enjoy life, yet has encountered a desperate fiend. What shall we do? It's too late to intervene now. With a resounding clang, Li Youfu, caught unawares, was struck squarely by Wang Ermo's blade. Yet, the protective talisman bestowed by Li Bing activated instinctively, enveloping Li Youfu in a radiant barrier. Wang Ermo's blade met the brilliance, and the backlash sent him tumbling at the feet of a tiger. What is happening? I clearly struck my target, why could I not penetrate? Wang Ermo stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom where he had gone awry. Good-hearted Youfu was a virtuous man, protected by celestial beings. How splendid! Good deeds are rewarded. Now we can rest easy, everyone, hasten to assist. At that moment, Li Bing sensed a flicker of his soul energy within the protective talisman being stirred. He promptly exited the small realm and rushed to the courtyard. Father, are you unharmed? Though confident in the efficacy of his talismans, concern still creased his brow. I am well, my child. Lin Ernyang has informed me that this man was indeed with Wang Ping. Li Youfu, reassured by his son's concern, felt a swell of pride. Seeking death. Once assured of his father's safety, Li Bing turned his gaze upon Wang Ermo. Spotting the weapon that had fallen to the ground, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he not taken precautions beforehand, his father would surely have been gravely injured, if not killed. This wretch deserved death. Anyone who threatened his family must perish. With that, a thread of spiritual energy silently entered Wang Ermo's body, instantly shattering his heart's meridian. Not even the most skilled physician would uncover the truth, merely attributing his demise to a fright inflicted by the beasts. Chapter 47. The poor in the bustling city are ignored, while the wealthy in the deep mountains have distant kin. Binner, your great-aunt has expressed a desire to move back to the village, and your second uncle wishes to return as well, father informed Li Bing early that morning. Did they not transfer their household registration long ago? Why do they wish to return now? Li Bing inquired, perplexed, for his second uncle had relocated to a neighboring county after marriage, taking his grandparents and his own household registrations with him, settling in the village where his aunt resided. He had only seen his great-aunt once in his life. When they were impoverished, he had heard that she mocked their family with others, fearing they would come to borrow money. They called to ask if you intend to build villas for every household in the village. Is this true? Li Youfu was aware of the nature of these two relatives but refrained from speaking harshly, merely agreeing to inquire with Li Bing. Father, ignore them. When we were poor, they avoided us like the plague. Now that we have wealth, they come knocking. What gives them the audacity? A bunch of opportunists, Li Bing retorted with disdain. Indeed, I understand, and I do not wish to cultivate a closer relationship with them in the future, Li Youfu replied. That day, as the family was enjoying their lunch, a voice called from the doorway, Is the elder brother home? The younger brother has come to see you. A man and woman entered shortly thereafter. Yu Kai has arrived. Sit down and have some food, Mother Yin Guiyun said as she rose to fetch 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks for them. Xiao Bing has grown so much, a handsome young man. It has been years since we last met, the second uncle said weakly. Does Xiao Bing have a girlfriend? If not, your second aunt could introduce you to someone, second aunt asked, attempting to engage Li Bing, who had remained nonchalant. Alright, second uncle and second aunt, I do not require your concern regarding my affairs. You have never set foot in my home. Is there a particular reason for your sudden visit today? Li Bing inquired, glancing at them with a disinterested expression. The second uncle and aunt exchanged glances, and after a moment, the second uncle stammered, Xiao Bing, I have indeed come today with a request for your assistance. First, I would like to borrow some money. I have found a dilapidated house in the county that I wish to purchase and renovate into a modest 2-story home for your grandparents. However, my funds are insufficient, so I am asking to borrow 1 million. Once it is completed, you could also come and stay for a few days. Secondly, I have heard you plan to build an elderly care facility in the village and villas for each household. Considering that your second uncle and your grandparents were once villagers, might it be possible for me to receive a villa as well, just one for your second aunt and me, and another for your grandparents? Ha! Second uncle, it has been years, and your face has truly become quite round, Li Bing replied with a cold laugh. Xiao Bing, how can you speak to me like that? I am your blood relative. Just because you have money does not mean you can deny your kin, Li Yu Kai retorted angrily. Blood relative, how dare you say that? When my family was in dire straits, you feared lending us a hand. For years, you refused to visit, even during the holidays, avoiding us as if we were a plague. Now you suddenly remember we are family, that my father is your elder brother? When you established your own family, my parents gave you everything of value they possessed, and now you have the audacity to return, seeking funds without any intention of repayment, and dreaming of villas? You can forget it, take your belongings and leave my home. Li Bing's anger escalated, and he slammed his chopsticks on the table, loudly berating them and forcing them out. Ah, elder brother, now that you have prospered, you deny your own kin. I shall return and inform our parents and relatives to seek justice from you. Li Yukai yelled furiously from the doorway, hoping to rally the villagers against Li Bing. However, the villagers, well aware of his character, merely glanced at him with contempt before departing. Chapter 48 The Favoritism of Elders. The day following the expulsion of my second uncle, my grandparents and great-aunt arrived. Upon entering, they indiscriminately berated Li Youfu with a barrage of harsh words. Taking advantage of their age, no one dared to confront them. They exhibited an extreme lack of shame and favoritism. I shall tell you this: for a day, he is my seed, and for a lifetime, he cannot escape that. Today, you shall provide 1 million for your brother, whether you wish to or not. How dare you defy me, and you, little Wheezy, how can you dare to scold your second uncle? Once you acquire wealth, you forget your own surname, building villas without any regard for your relatives. How could the Li family produce a wretch like you? The old man puffed and glared, unleashing a tirade of curses. Brother, please take a moment to breathe. You mustn't blame me for chastising you earlier. What you did was indeed improper. Why assist strangers with your wealth while neglecting your own kin? After all, we are bound by blood. In times of trouble, it is family that can be relied upon. My great-aunt began to play the role of the righteous, her articulate tongue flapping incessantly. Ha! Grandfather, this is your style, pillaging my family to enrich your younger son, while disregarding our survival. Now that we have finally managed to rise, you begin to plot against us again. We are both sons. Do you deem this fair, or is it that my father lacks support, allowing you to bully him at will, and you, an aunt I have never met, how dare you lecture me? Are you not aware of your own thoughts, seeking to exploit your elder's status to oppress my father? I shall see what grounds you stand upon. Li Bing spared no respect, refraining from a loud outburst only with great restraint. Neither grandfather nor great-aunt anticipated that Li Bing would show them no deference. At that moment, a throng of villagers arrived, prepared to commence their day's labor, and were taken aback by the scene before them. How can Li Daji still have the audacity to trouble his eldest son? He has squandered a lifetime's accumulation on his younger son, leaving the elder son destitute before he departs. I recall a time when Youfu could scarcely survive. Even the little grain we had was not spared by Li Daji, who secretly bestowed it upon his younger son. Ah, one who has no shame. Every year, Youfu must bring gifts and money to pay his respects, yet has never been treated to a meal. What is the purpose of living to such an age, only to act like a dog? Speak freely, there is no need to whisper. Li Daji is shameless. Are you still afraid of him overhearing? Just look at the two siblings, both of the same ilk. They're always eager to curry favor. It's truly disgraceful. If it weren't for Xiao Bing's presence, I would have longed to slap his teeth out. No matter how thick-skinned Li Daji was, he could not withstand the villagers' scorn. Even those with mobile phones began recording the spectacle, and the three remained silent. Enough now, everyone, go about your work, do not concern yourselves with my family matters. After urging the crowd to disperse, Li Bing returned to sit upon the Kong in his home. Grandfather, grandmother, great-aunt, I address you as my elders, for we are bound by blood. However, I urge you to reflect upon your actions. I ask what you have done just, simply because my father is honest. My father has shown you filial piety, and while we bear no resentment towards your favoritism, you must not disregard the lives of others to aid one family. My father is dutiful to you and cannot bear to speak harshly, but I am not my father. The money is mine, and the decisions are mine. Not if you wish to take advantage of me, I shall not permit it. If you desire to retire in the village, that is acceptable. I shall ensure that the nursing home is well equipped, providing for your food and shelter. That is the duty of a descendant. But if you seek to distribute my earnings to others, you shall receive not a penny. Li Bing's words resonated with unwavering conviction. Chapter 49 A dramatic turn of events. Li Bing's words rendered his grandparents and aunt speechless. What a blessing! Though your father treats you this way, I, too, feel a pang of sorrow in my heart. But your father has no choice. He has but one biological son. Considering the kindness with which he raised you, you must lend him a helping hand, spoke Li Danian. Li Danian, you have lost your mind. Such words should not be uttered, his grandmother exclaimed, hastily interjecting to prevent further discourse. My dear wife, it has been 50 years. The burden I have carried in silence is overwhelming. It is time to reveal the truth. Must we take this secret to our graves? Li Danian replied, a bitter smile crossing his face as he addressed his wife. Grandpa, Grandma, what on earth is going on? What do you wish to convey? Li Bing, sensing the gravity of the situation, urgently inquired. Little Bing, our favoritism has its reasons. Your father is indeed not our biological child. He is the son of a man from the capital who shares our surname. During those turbulent times, when many officials were sent for re-education through labor, we were no exception. Your grandparents resided in Linjiang County before settling in Heizhi Village. At that time, your grandmother and I formed a bond with Li Wanda, who had been sent down from the capital. He endured much hardship during his re-education, and I helped him in secret as much as I could. After his wife, Zhang Lisan, gave birth to you, they were reassigned to another location for labor reform and entrusted their child to us. 8 years passed in this manner. When our hometown suffered a flood, your grandmother and I found ourselves adrift in Heizhi Village. Later, your second uncle and little aunt were born. We always believed your biological grandparents would eventually come for your father. Thus, we left valuables for your second uncle, fearing that your father might take everything away, and now, I realize that those who hold positions in the capital would hardly covet our possessions. It was merely my own unfounded worries. Let it be. I shall no longer fret. Our descendants will have their own fortunes, Li Danian concluded with a sigh, as if releasing a long-held breath. At that moment, his grandmother cautiously retrieved a cloth pouch from her bosom. Layer by layer, she unveiled its contents, a jade pendant, intricately carved with the character Forli, its reverse adorned with an enigmatic circular pattern. Youfu, this is a keepsake from your biological father. I have safeguarded it for 50 years, it is time to pass it on to you, she said, extending the pendant towards Li Youfu. Li Youfu's complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if a heavy weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Noticing his father's distress, Li Bing rushed forward, placing a reassuring hand on his father's chest, channeling his energy to restore him. After a considerable while, Li Youfu regained his composure, tears streaming down his cheeks. All along, he had believed himself to be unloved by his parents, silently enduring his father's bias. Suddenly learning the truth, the overwhelming sense of injustice brought forth his tears, a sight that pierced Li Bing's heart. Father, please do not be disheartened. You have your mother, me, and your sister. There is nothing left for you to worry about. I will shoulder any burdens, Li Bing said, embracing his father's shoulders, finally recognizing the depth of his father's suffering. Youfu, it is my selfishness that has caused you so much pain. Now that the truth is out, I feel a weight lifted from my heart. I shall no longer intrude upon your lives. How you and your family fare is entirely up to your own efforts, Li Danian said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Struggling to maintain his composure, he turned to leave, followed closely by his grandmother and aunt, who wiped their tears as they walked. Wait, Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, please do not rush away. I have something to say. After I finish, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Grandpa, Grandma, although your actions have caused my father much suffering, you raised him from a young age, and your nurturing is immeasurable. Now that the truth has been spoken, let us put the past behind us. From this day forth, you shall remain my grandparents. The kindness you showed in raising my father and helping him establish a family shall be repaid by me, as his son. Please call my second uncle and have him come over. My little aunt should be present too. Today, we shall have a grand family reunion. No memorial thought shall arise. We are forever bound as the closest of kin, Li Bing declared, understanding the weight of his father's feelings and valuing this bond. Thus, he deemed it worthwhile to invest in this relationship, ensuring his father's happiness. Chapter 50 Revenge with Kindness. Binger, thank you, my son, Li Youfu said, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed affectionately at Li Bing. Father, you've learned to be sentimental as well. Impressive, Li Bing teased, playfully mocking his father. Alright, quickly call your aunt and the others to come back. Go fetch some meat while you're at it. Let us have a lively gathering today. It's been years since our home has been this bustling, his mother chimed in joyfully. Instead of heading into the city for meat, Li Bing dashed into the mountains. This place was truly his private paradise, teeming with various game. Before long, he had caught 3 wild chickens and 2 hares, and even managed to snag 6 plump fish from an underground river. There was no need to hunt larger game, as the house still had wild boar meat. Within a mere 2 hours, Li Bing returned home a father. With these wild delicacies combined with the wild boar meat we have at home, it should suffice, don't you think? Xiaobing, How did you manage to gather so much from the mountains in such a short time? Li Danian inquired, astonished. Grandpa, this mountain is essentially our meat supply. Did you see the tiger, bear, and wild boar in the yard? They were all brought back from the mountains, and now they won't leave even if we wanted them to, Li Bing boasted, revealing his youthful spirit. I truly hadn't noticed. Isn't it rather dangerous to keep such creatures in the yard? Li Danian exclaimed, taken aback. It's fine, they wouldn't dare bite. If they misbehave, we simply turn them into dinner, Li Bing replied nonchalantly, calling over a few elders to witness. The elders were stunned to see the fierce tiger, bear, and wild boar obediently responding to Li Bing's commands, even displaying affection towards him. They were utterly amazed. This grandson was truly remarkable, capable of commanding even the fiercest beasts. With a wave of his hand, he sent them back to their lairs and proceeded to assist his parents in preparing the wild delicacies. Elder brother, it was my younger brother who acted thoughtlessly. Father and mother have spoken to me. I apologize for any distress I caused you, Li Yukai said as soon as he entered. Enough, we are all family, there is no need for such formalities. Binger, offer your apologies to your second uncle and aunt, Li Youfu said with a smile. Second uncle, aunt, your nephew is still young and speaks without thinking, please do not hold it against me. Let us all be joyous. In a moment, I shall bring you some money. Should you ever be in need, do not hesitate to ask me, Li Bing said, seeing that his father had let go of his grievances, and he too chose to move past it. Xiao Bing, your second uncle is just a rascal. He won't take your money, just be dutiful to your parents. Don't let them suffer anymore, that is worth more than anything, his second uncle said sincerely. Oh, our second brother has turned over a new leaf, congratulations to you, sister. His little aunt joked as she and her husband entered. Little sister, the second brother was a scoundrel in the past, causing much hardship for the elder brother. Thanks to your quiet support, he managed to get through. I owe the elder brother far too much, Li Yukai lamented, filled with regret. Alright, let us quickly lend a hand with the fish. Xiao Bing has done a lot to bring all this together, Li Youfu said, casting a glance at his non-blood relatives. With his heart unburdened, everything seemed to radiate sunshine. The meal was exceedingly lavish, featuring braised rabbit, crispy wild chicken, and wild boar stew with vermicelli, all of which made one's mouth water. Second uncle, why don't you return home to manage your affairs and then come here to partner with me? With you and my little aunt helping, I would feel much more at ease, Li Bing suggested during the meal. Xiao Bing, your second uncle has been a rogue in the past. I now realize I cannot take advantage of you any longer. Before he could finish, Li Youfu interjected. Old too, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Bing is your nephew. From now on, refrain from calling yourself a rogue. This is what the elder brother wishes. If Xiao Bing invites you, do not decline. With uncles and aunts supporting him, I can rest easy. Besides, it's wonderful that our family can gather more often. Yukai, since both your elder brother and Xiao Bing wish for you to join, you needn't say otherwise, Li Danian said, taking a sip of wine and addressing Li Yukai. Very well, I shall return to settle my family matters and then come over with your aunt, Li Yukai agreed, contemplating how his elder brother and nephew treated him so well, resolving to help them safeguard their family legacy. Chapter 51 Invitation from Grandpa Wu. As the number of visitors to the house increased, the cramped little earthen rooms became increasingly stifling. Li Bing sought out the construction team for the senior care home, intending to commence the renovation of his own villa. Manager Wang, I've come to discuss a matter with you. I am about to begin construction on my villa, but your team of over 20 seems a bit insufficient. You must find a way to address this issue, Li Bing stated. Boss Li, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. I have a comrade who runs a construction company in Qing City. He hasn't made any profit this year and approached me the other day seeking work. Upon reflection, the scale of your project is too extensive for me to handle alone within a year. I was considering bringing him on board to manage the construction of these villas. Please consider whether this arrangement would be feasible. Manager Wang proposed. He had assembled a makeshift construction team, but the vast scope of the project in Haizi village truly overwhelmed him. He could only recommend his comrade's company. Very well, have him come by tomorrow, and we can discuss the specifics further, Li Bing replied, understanding Manager Wang's predicament and readily agreeing. Li Bing, my grandfather is looking for you. Could you let me know when you might have time to come to the city? Wu Jinmei inquired over the phone. Your grandfather is looking for me, Sister Wu. Do you have any idea what the matter might be? Li Bing asked, intrigued by the thought of why Grandpa Wu would seek him out. I have no idea. He spends his days either gathering vegetables from your place or busying himself with matters at the restaurant in the county. I haven't returned to the city in several days, so I'm quite out of touch with family affairs, Wu Jinmei lightly lamented, admitting her own busyness during this period. Alright then, I shall go to the city tomorrow to visit Grandpa Wu, Li Bing decided, reluctantly adjusting his plans to postpone meeting manager Wang's comrade. Just so you know, I will pick you up early tomorrow morning, and we can head to the city together, Wu Jinmei replied, secretly pleased by Li Bing's agreement to visit her grandfather. Unbeknownst to her, she was increasingly developing feelings for him. Watching Li Bing grow close to Sun Siyu and Sima Chen troubled her heart. The following morning, just after Li Bing finished his morning routine, Wu Jinmei arrived in her red Ferrari to pick him up. Whenever a girl came to see Li Bing, his mother would immediately greet her with warmth. "Little Wu is here, come inside. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Please sit for a moment. Breakfast will be ready shortly. We can eat before you leave," his mother welcomed her. "Auntie, Li Bing and I are in a hurry to get on the road. We promise to come over next time to enjoy your delicious cooking," Wu Jinmei replied with a smile, appreciating the warm atmosphere of Li Bing's home. "Then off you two go, but do drive safely. Take these fruits with you, I've washed them all," his mother said as she prepared a pile of fruits, placing them into a plastic bag for Li Bing to carry to the car. She also packed a considerable amount of wild rabbit, pheasant, and wild boar meat. As they drove along, Wu Jinmei took the wheel while Li Bing occasionally passed her fruits, resembling a joyful couple in love, both radiating happiness. By 10 o'clock, they arrived at the exquisite Pinwei Manor in the affluent district of Qing City, halting before Villa No. 5. "Wow, Sister Wu, your home is incredibly vast," exclaimed Li Bing, marveling at the grandeur of the estate. Villa No. 5 spanned nearly 3,000 square meters, with 3 levels. A parking lot lay in front, complemented by a small garden behind. "Little Bing has arrived, come in quickly, the old gentleman is awaiting you in the living room," Wu Jinmei's mother warmly beckoned, her gaze filled with affection as if she were welcoming a son-in-law. The more she observed him, the more she liked him, and her words became increasingly cordial. "Hello, Auntie, I've brought some wild delicacies from home for you to sample," Li Bing said, placing the game meat on a shelf by the entrance. "What are you doing bringing these, my dear?" "We have more than enough at home," her mother replied with a smile, appreciating the boy's thoughtfulness and manners. Chapter 52, The Probing of Two Distinguished Figures. "Grandpa Wu, I have come to see you. How is your health?" Li Bing greeted the elderly Wu, who was seated on the sofa, with a cheerful smile. "Ah, little Bing, come over and take a seat. It has been quite some time since you last visited this old man. You must stay for several days this time," Wu Changgui responded with hearty laughter. He held Li Bing in high regard. At such a young age, he could remain composed in the presence of a business magnate like himself. His eloquence suggested that with time, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. Although his granddaughter was slightly older than Li Bing, their interaction seemed quite harmonious. Should their relationship blossom, it would be a most fortunate occurrence. "Little Bing, how is your fruit project progressing?" "Grandpa Wu, the fruit will not be ready for market for over a month," Li Bing replied. "Oh, I have heard you are planning to develop a rural villa area. How is that initiative coming along?" "Well, the land has been approved, and I am currently focusing on establishing the nursing home. I have yet to find a planner for the villa area," Li Bing answered candidly. "How do you intend to construct it? Would you be willing to share your plans with this old man?" Wu Changgui inquired with keen interest. "There is nothing secretive about it. I plan to build the nursing home at the center. Surrounding it, I will create a community activity square, a trading center for villagers, and a primary school for the village committee. Villas will be constructed in designated plots around this central hub, with a total of 60 planned. The village currently has 52 households, and including my 2 uncles, that brings the total to 54. Each household will contribute 100,000. I will cover the shortfall for those who cannot. The remaining expenses will be mine, and all roads in the villa area will be paved. We will plant phoenix trees and flowers along both sides, ultimately connecting to the county town. The main road will feature 2 lanes in each direction, and a parking lot will be established at the village's edge. This is merely my preliminary concept and may still be inchoate. I anticipate an initial investment of 50 million. If that proves insufficient, I will devise another plan. I estimate it will take about a year, by which time the funds should be adequate." Li Bing articulated his vision with confidence. You young man, if you proceed like this, all your earnings will be invested here. Are you not concerned? Wu Changui probed. Grandpa Wu, as you often say, one lives but once, we cannot take wealth with us when we depart. What is the point of amassing great riches if one cannot live comfortably? I merely wish to ensure that my funds suffice. Since I possess the capability, why not enhance my hometown, providing for the elderly, ensuring that the villagers lead comfortable lives, free from worries about their livelihood? Although some may accuse me of grandstanding, I assure you, this is not a whim. I am determined to see it through, Li Bing asserted with conviction. Very well, you may come out now, Wu Changui declared approvingly, then addressed the room. From the room directly opposite the living area emerged two men in their 50s, exuding an air of righteousness and authority. Li Bing, I am Yang Zhengjun, the mayor of Qing City. This is Comrade Yi Qianfu, sent down from the province. I realize this encounter may seem abrupt, but it is necessary. Only in this manner can we discern your true intentions. Now that we are aware, you can proceed with confidence. We await the moment of your success, at which point I will personally come to congratulate you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will certainly assist you, Yang Zhengjun promised with a serious demeanor. Remarkable. At such a young age, your awareness is so profound. Having a young person like you in the village is a boon, not only for the village but for the nation as well. I oversee agriculture and rural land reform in the provincial capital. Should you have any ideas, feel free to seek me out in the province or call me. This is my personal number. You can reach me 24 hours a day, Yi Qianfu stated earnestly, handing Li Bing a card with only a phone number inscribed on it. What is the meaning of this, Grandpa Wu? Li Bing asked, startled by the identities of the two men, hastily turning to Wu Changui. Little Bing, your town mayor reported your situation to the city, which in turn related to the province. After a meeting, it was decided to send someone to assess your circumstances. The father of Mayor Yang is a close friend of mine, and upon learning of our collaboration, he entrusted me with the task of inviting you here to gauge your true thoughts. Wu Changui admitted somewhat sheepishly, recognizing that this was the only way to understand Li Bing's genuine intentions. Chapter 53 The Divine Healer's Art. Grandpa Wu, esteemed leaders, since you have completed your inquiries, I shall take the liberty to express a few thoughts. Firstly, I wish for no one to partake in the construction of the new villa rural area in any manner. I am fully capable of financing this endeavor myself. Secondly, Hai Zi Village will henceforth refuse any unwarranted household registrations, save for the customary marriages within the village. Thirdly, in terms of policy support, Hai Zi Village and the surrounding mountainous region shall preserve their ecological integrity. No enterprises shall be permitted to exploit development as a pretext for destruction. Finally, once the villa in Hai Zi Village is completed, I intend to transform the rear mountains into a wildlife sanctuary. We welcome visitors, and 6 well-appointed villas will be available for guest accommodations, albeit with a fee to support village maintenance and sanitation. I hope the leaders will consider these matters. Li Bing seized the opportunity to voice several suggestions. I can agree to the household registration and participant conditions immediately. I will draft a written report upon my return and ensure you receive a copy. As for the enterprise's exploitation, that will require further discussion and formal approval. Yi Qianfu reflected for a moment before responding. What followed was a meal accompanied by drinks, during which the wild game brought by Li Bing caught the attention of the two leaders, who concocted a flimsy excuse to remain. Despite their high positions, few dared to venture into the mountains to hunt wildlife for sale, as such risks were seldom taken. Ding ling ling, a phone call interrupted, and Yang Zhengjun glanced at the screen, recognizing the caller, and answered without hesitation. Dad, Grandpa has fallen ill again. He has been taken to the city hospital. The doctor says the situation is not looking good. Please come quickly. A young voice on the other end was laced with distress. After hanging up, Yang Zhengjun abandoned his meal, hastily grabbing his coat and preparing to leave. Sha Yang, what has happened? Inquired Wu Changui. Uncle Wu, it's the old ailment again. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, he replied while rushing out. Once Yang Zhengjun departed, Li Bing turned to Wu Changui. Grandpa Wu, what exactly is this illness? With Mayor Yang's status, surely he can find a competent physician. Sigh, old Yang was once a soldier, and during a wartime epidemic, he was unfortunate enough to be struck by shrapnel. Though he survived after intensive care, the medical conditions at the time were inadequate, and the fragments lodged in his brain were never removed. Over time, these shards have become ensnared between his neural pathways and blood vessels. Despite consulting numerous renowned physicians, no one has dared to perform surgery. Even esteemed foreign doctors lack certainty. Thus, he frequently lapses into unconsciousness and endures relentless headaches, relying on medication for relief. This episode is likely a recurrence or perhaps even more severe. Wu Changui lamented. Li Bing fell silent for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Grandpa Wu, I may have a solution for this ailment. My master previously imparted methods for treating such conditions." "What, Xiao Bing, you truly possess a remedy?" Wu Changui sprang to his feet in surprise. "Grandpa Wu, I would never jest with a person's life. It ultimately depends on whether Mayor Yang believes in my capabilities. I previously treated the elder son. You may inquire about it," Li Bing asserted, his desire to help the elder stemming from a deep admiration for his generation, who had endured hardships to uphold the nation, yet now suffered in their twilight years. "Come, I shall accompany you. This old Yang is entrusted to your care," Wu Changui urged, hastily grabbing Li Bing and departing. At the hospital, the director and several specialists were briefing Yang Jingjun on the condition. "Mayor Yang, the old gentleman's situation is exceedingly precarious. We must seek the finest specialists for surgery. The shrapnel is now perilously close to the central nervous system, and any delay could prove fatal," the attending physician, a highly qualified expert, conveyed, though he admitted he had less than a 10% assurance of success. "How much longer can he endure?" Yang Zhengjun asked calmly. 24 hours at most. "He can withstand no longer than that," the physician responded. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Time was of the essence, and even if a specialist were summoned, they might not arrive in time. "Mayor Yang, given the urgency of the old gentleman's condition, I propose I attempt to intervene." Wu Changui and Li Bing entered just then. "You are Huai, from that hospital, correct?" the director inquired before anyone else could speak. "I am not affiliated with that hospital." "This matter transcends mere institutional affiliations," Li Bing replied with a sweeping glance. "You, amidst so many experts and professors who cannot help, how could a youth like you possibly succeed?" the director stated, echoing the prevailing skepticism. At this juncture, Wu Changui interjected. "Xiao Yang, you may have heard of the elder son's critical condition, which was successfully treated by Xiao Bing. I confirmed this on my way here." "Wait, you are the Li Bing spoken of by Elder Xie, the one with remarkable medical prowess, who indeed cured Elder Sun?" the director asked, excitement sparking in his voice. "If no other Li Bing has treated Elder Sun, then it was indeed I. Now, it is imperative to decide whether to proceed with treatment. The old gentleman cannot afford further delay," Li Bing urged. Ultimately, Yang Jingjun made a decision. Recognizing the lack of alternatives, he allowed Li Bing to take action, hoping for a miracle. In the end, Li Bing did not disappoint. With his extraordinary medical skills, he accomplished what others dared not attempt, successfully extracting the shrapnel from the elder's body using traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Chapter 54: The Seventh Layer of Qi Refinement and the Expansion of the Small World. It has been over 2 months since the inception of the Small World. Li Bing has transformed from a novice cultivator living in poverty into a fully realized practitioner at the 6th layer of Qi Refinement. The foundational construction of the nursing home has been completed, and the interior decoration is currently underway. The villa area is also being developed in segments, with everything progressing smoothly due to Li Bing's unwavering commitment to timely wage payments. The workers are diligently exerting their efforts. "Binger, the fruit tree greenhouse has borne fruit. How do we increase the amount of spirit water as you suggested?" his father inquired, holding a bucket of spirit water. "Father, the greenhouse has a water tower now, hasn't it? I have installed an automatic drip system on the water tower. When it's time to irrigate the fruit trees, we simply need to open the water gate. The spirit water will flow into the trees, with the drip system set to maximum. The entire small hill of fruit trees requires approximately 8 buckets of spirit water daily, nearly doubling the previous 3 buckets, which will also expedite the time to market for the fruit. However, this spirit water and the protection of the drip system must be managed exclusively by our family, yourself, uncle, or my little uncle, to prevent theft. We can afford to lose many things, but the spirit water must not be compromised. If discovered, we would be in grave danger. Here are 2 jade pendants for uncle and grandfather, and these 2 bracelets for aunt and grandmother. Please ensure they understand that they must wear them at all times and not leave them aside." Given the recent events surrounding the fruits and vegetables gaining notoriety, there will undoubtedly be more of such occurrences. As he spoke, Li Bing produced 2 jade pendants and 2 bracelets, handing them to his father. He retained a bracelet for his little sister, providing her only with a protective jade pendant. Understood, I will inform them. We still have half a tank of spirit spring water at home. When you have the opportunity, please fetch more. I will take these to your grandparents now. From now on, your uncle and I will alternate guarding the water tower, his father replied, heading to the courtyard where grandfather and grandmother were entertaining the little monkey and the white one. With everything now on the right track, he ventured into the secluded valley within the mountains. Here, he was free from disturbances, and no one could discover the small world. The spiritual energy in the small world was incredibly dense, allowing for rapid cultivation compared to the outside world. As he absorbed and refined the energy, it surged like a tidal wave into his body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. After half a day, he finally surpassed the 6th layer of qi refinement, entering the 7th layer. With his breakthrough, the small world began to tremble, and the surrounding dark mist receded. Once calm returned, the entire small world had expanded to twice its previous size, with the spirit spring transforming into a small lake. Ceasing his cultivation, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The small world now spanned nearly 500 square meters, and the original wooden cabin had grown to 10 square meters. However, a thin membrane-like barrier obstructed the entrance, and despite his best efforts, he could not gain entry. On the ground, there were 60 ginseng plants, each around 500 years old, while the second batch had over 100 plants, each around 200 years old. There were also some newly planted ones, only 1 or 2 years old. Returning home, he took advantage of his parents' absence to refill the spirit spring water pool. This would sustain them for another 10 days to half a month, with the family animals guarding it. Little tiger, little bear, don't just drink for yourselves, make sure to guard this place diligently. It must not be stolen, understood? Li Bing instructed the tiger and bear, who were now freely accessing the spirit water. These creatures had developed considerable intelligence and strength, roughly equivalent to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. The 8 wild boars, with the larger 2 weighing around 600 pounds, and the 6 smaller ones each weighing about 200 pounds, also consumed large amounts of spirit water daily. Oh, little Bing, you've returned. I just stepped out for a bit and didn't see where you came from, grandfather and grandmother remarked as they entered the courtyard. Grandmother was holding the little white one, whom she adored for its fluffy coat. The little white one remained still, nestled in her embrace. I just got back to check on these rascals, Li Bing replied. Chapter 54. The 7th layer of qi refinement and the expansion of the small world. It has been over 2 months since I acquired my small world. Li Bing has transformed from a novice cultivator into a qi refinement practitioner at the pinnacle of the 6th layer. The foundational construction of the nursing home has been completed, and we are now engaged in the process of interior decoration. The villa area is also under segmented development, with everything progressing smoothly due to Li Bing's consistent and timely payment of wages. The workers are diligently applying themselves to their tasks. Binger, the fruit tree greenhouse has borne fruit. How do we increase the amount of spiritual water as you suggested? His father inquired, holding a bucket of spiritual water. Father, the greenhouse has been equipped with a water tower, and I have installed an automatic drip irrigation system on it. When it's time to water the fruit trees, we simply need to open the water gate, and the spiritual water from the drip system will flow into the trees, with the dosage set to maximum. The entire Small Hills fruit trees require approximately 8 buckets of spiritual water daily, nearly double the previous 3 buckets, which will also hasten the time to market for the fruits. However, the spiritual water and the protection of the drip system must remain under the care of our own people, yourself, Uncle Air, or Aunt Xiao, to prevent theft. We can afford to lose many things, but the spiritual water is of utmost importance and must not be squandered. If it falls into the wrong hands, we will be in grave danger. Here are 2 jade pendants for Uncle Air and grandfather, and these 2 bracelets for Aunt Air and grandmother. Please, father, remind them not to remove them. They must wear them at all times. The incident that occurred with you last time will surely repeat itself once our fruits and vegetables gain notoriety. As he spoke, Li Bing produced 2 jade pendants and 2 bracelets, handing them to his father. He retained his sister's bracelet, giving her only a protective jade pendant. Understood, I will inform them. We still have half a pool of spiritual spring water at home. When you have the opportunity, do bring back some more. I'll go deliver these to your grandparents. From now on, your Uncle Air and I will take turns guarding the water tower, his father replied, heading towards the courtyard where grandfather and grandmother were amusing themselves with the little monkey and Xiao Bai. With everything now on the right track, he ventured into the secluded valley within the mountains. Here, he was free from disturbances, and no one could uncover the existence of the small world. The spiritual energy within the small world was abundant, allowing for a much faster cultivation rate compared to the outside realm. As he absorbed and refined this energy, it surged into him like a tidal wave. His cultivation level progressed swiftly, and after half a day, he finally transcended the pinnacle of the 6th layer to enter the 7th layer of chi refinement. As the small world resonated with his breakthrough, it began to tremble, the surrounding dark mist swirling and receding. Once everything settled, the entire small world had expanded to twice its previous size, and the spiritual spring transformed into a small lake. After ceasing his cultivation, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The small world now spanned nearly 500 square meters, and the small wooden house had grown to 10 square meters. However, a thin membrane-like barrier obstructed the entrance, and despite his efforts, Li Bing could not penetrate it. On the ground, there were 60 ginseng plants, each 500 years old, and the second batch had produced over 100 plants aged 200 years. Additionally, there were some newly planted ones, only 1 or 2 years old. Upon returning home, he took advantage of his parents' absence to fill the spiritual spring water pool to the brim. This supply would last for another 10 days to half a month, with the family's animals keeping watch. Little tiger, little bear, don't just indulge yourselves in drinking, you must guard this place well. No one is to steal from us, understand? Li Bing instructed the tiger and bear, as the spiritual spring water flowed freely for their use. These creatures had developed quite a bit of intelligence and possessed considerable strength, approximately equivalent to the 2nd layer of chi refinement. The 8 wild boars were also thriving, with the largest 2 weighing around 600 pounds, while the smaller 6 each weighed nearly 200 pounds, all consuming vast quantities of spiritual water daily. Ah, little Bing, you've returned. I just went out for a moment and didn't see you come back, grandfather and grandmother said as they entered the courtyard. Grandmother held Xiaobai in her arms, the fluffy creature particularly adored by her. Xiaobai remained still, nestled comfortably in her embrace. I just got back to check on these rascals, Li Bing replied. Chapter 54. The 7th layer of chi refinement and the expansion of the small world. Since the inception of the small world, over 2 months have elapsed. Li Bing has transformed from a novice practitioner of humble beginnings into a fully realized cultivator at the 6th layer of chi refinement. The foundational construction of the retirement home has been completed, and the interior renovations are currently underway. The villa area is also being developed in phases, with everything progressing smoothly. Due to Li Bing's punctuality in paying wages, the workers are diligently putting in their efforts. Binger, the fruit tree greenhouse has borne fruit. How do we increase the quantity of the spiritual water you mentioned? His father inquired, holding a bucket of spiritual water. Father, didn't we construct a water tower for the greenhouse? I have already installed an automatic drip system on the tower. When it's time to irrigate the fruit trees, we merely need to open the sluice gate, and the spiritual water from the drip system will flow into the trees. We should set the dosage of the dripper to its maximum. The entire small hillside of fruit trees requires approximately 8 buckets of spiritual water daily, nearly doubling the previous 3 buckets, which will also expedite the time to market for the fruits. However, this drip system and spiritual water must be safeguarded by our own people only, be it you, second uncle, or little uncle, to prevent anyone from stealing the spiritual water. We can afford to lose many things, but this spiritual water must not be squandered. If discovered by others, we could be in grave danger. Here are 2 jade pendants for second uncle and grandfather, and these 2 bracelets for second aunt and grandmother. If father, please impress upon them the importance of wearing them at all times and not leaving them aside. Given what happened to you last time, it is certain that more trouble will arise once our fruits and vegetables gain notoriety. As he spoke, Li Bing produced 2 jade pendants and 2 bracelets, handing them to his father. He retained his sister's bracelet, providing her only with a protective jade pendant. Understood, I will ensure they are informed. We still have half a pool of spiritual spring water at home. When you have time, you can fetch more. I will take these to your grandparents. From now on, your second uncle and I will alternate guarding the water tower. His father said, making his way to the courtyard where grandfather and grandmother were amusing themselves with the little monkey and little white. With everything now on the right track, Li Bing ventured into the secluded valley within the mountains. Here, he was free from disturbances, and the existence of the small world remained concealed from prying eyes. The spiritual energy within the small world was profoundly dense, allowing for cultivation at a rate several times faster than the outside realm. As he absorbed and refined the energy, it surged within him like a tidal wave. His cultivation rapidly advanced, and after half a day, he finally transcended the completion of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Entering the 7th layer with his breakthrough, the small world began to tremble, and the surrounding dark mist recoiled. Once everything settled, the entire small world expanded to twice its original size. The spiritual spring transformed into a small lake. Ceasing his cultivation, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The small world now encompassed nearly 500 square meters, and the former wooden cabin had grown to 10 square meters. However, there was a thin membrane-like barrier at the entrance that Li Bing could not penetrate despite his best efforts. On the ground, the ginseng plants had reached 60 specimens aged 500 years, while the second batch had yielded over 100 specimens aged 200 years. There were also some newly planted ones, nearly 1 or 2 years old. Returning home, he seized the opportunity, with his parents absent, to fill the spiritual spring water pool to the brim. This would sustain them for another 10 to 15 days, with the household animals standing guard. Little tiger, little bear, do not merely indulge yourselves in drinking. You must vigilantly guard this place, ensure that no one steals the water, do you understand? Li Bing admonished the tiger and bear, who now had unrestricted access to the spiritual water. These creatures had developed considerable intelligence and strength, roughly equivalent to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. The 8 wild boars were substantial, with the larger 2 weighing around 600 pounds, while the smaller 6 weighed nearly 200 pounds each, all consuming vast quantities of spiritual water daily. Ah, little Bing, you have returned. I just stepped out for a moment and did not see you come back, grandfather and grandmother remarked as they entered the courtyard. Grandmother was cradling Little White, who was delightfully fluffy, much to her affection. Little White, content, remained nestled in grandmother's arms. I just returned to check on these creatures to see if they are behaving, Li Bing replied. Chapter 55 Wu Jinmei's troubles. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or a person of high status. Li Bing, could you possibly come to Jubinlu and pretend to be my boyfriend? Wu Jinmei stammered over the phone. Sister Wu, why? Is someone troubling you? Li Bing was taken aback, unsure of the situation. Oh, just tell me if you're willing or not. Wu Jinmei, rarely displaying such vulnerability, surprised even herself with her tone. Ever since she had met Li Bing, thoughts of this younger man had often crossed her mind. At times, she would fabricate excuses just to see him. In his presence, all her worries seemed to vanish. This shift in her feelings perplexed her. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be in love. Sister Wu, I have no objections to. I agree to help you out. I hope to make this official. Li Bing responded cheerfully, muttering something under his breath. Ah, Li Bing, what did you say at the end? I didn't quite catch that. Upon hearing his last remark, Wu Jinmei's face flushed. To confirm she hadn't misheard, she shyly inquired again. Oh, it's nothing now. I merely said I would pretend to be your boyfriend, Li Bing quickly deflected, feeling a pang of panic. This dense fellow, utterly oblivious. How could I, a lady of distinction, have you on my mind? Wu Jinmei mumbled to herself, completely forgetting that the call was still active. Sister Wu, what are you mumbling about? What do you mean by dense? Why should he be more perceptive? Li Bing caught every word she had said, understanding its implications. However, given the vast disparity in their social standings, he was reluctant to embrace these burgeoning feelings too soon. Once his career was firmly established, he would pursue her without her needing to prompt him. Ah, you foolish Li Bing, you misheard me. Hurry to Jubinlu, Wu Jinmei exclaimed before hastily terminating the call. Mortified, she realized her intimate thoughts had been overheard by him. Thankfully, he hadn't grasped their full significance, otherwise, her reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. An hour later, Li Bing arrived at Jubinlu. Recognized by the staff, none impeded his ascent to the 2nd floor. He navigated the familiar path to Wu Jinmei's office and knocked on the door. Come in, came the response, and Li Bing entered. Inside, apart from Wu Jinmei, sat a well-groomed young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, dressed in tailored attire and adorned with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He exuded the air of a wealthy scion, brimming with ostentation. Bing, you're here, just a moment, let me finish these documents and I'll be with you, Wu Jinmei winked at Li Bing, immediately slipping into her role as a girlfriend. No rush, darling, I'll wait for you, Li Bing replied, quickly adopting a tender tone. The young man lounging on the sofa, overhearing their exchange, scowled with barely concealed disdain. "So, you're Miss Wu's boyfriend? Quite the letdown. What is your position, brother?" His effeminate demeanor was enough to turn Li Bing's stomach. "Oh, and who might you be, speaking in such a peculiar manner? Are you a beast transformed?" Li Bing retorted without hesitation. You're so rude, truly lacking in manners," the wealthy youth stammered, visibly flustered by Li Bing's response. Meanwhile, Wu Jinmei felt a sense of secret delight. This dense fellow had quite the sharp tongue. For the past few days, she had been somewhat vexed by the persistent attention of this affluent young man, the son of a vice governor, who had been as clingy as a stubborn adhesive since their first meeting, showing no signs of letting go. Chapter 55 Wu Jinmei's troubles. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or a person of high status. Li Bing, could you possibly come to Jubin Building and pretend to be my boyfriend? Wu Jinmei hesitantly inquired over the phone. Wu Jia, why would you need that? Is someone causing you trouble? Li Bing responded, taken aback by the unexpected request. Oh, just answer me, will you or one to you? Wu Jinmei, unusually playful, surprised even herself with her tone. Since meeting Li Bing, she often found herself reminiscing about this younger man. Occasionally, she would fabricate excuses just to see him. His presence alone could banish all her worries. This shift in her feelings perplexed her. Perhaps this was what it meant to be in love. Wu Jia, I wouldn't mind at all. I'll agree to your request, and I hope it leads to something more, Li Bing replied cheerfully, muttering under his breath. Li Bing, what did you say at the end? I didn't quite catch that, Wu Jinmei inquired, her face flushing. To confirm she hadn't misheard, she blushed and asked again. Oh, it was nothing, I merely said I would pretend to be your boyfriend. Li Bing quickly brushed it off, feeling a bit flustered. What a dense fellow, utterly oblivious. How fortunate that this young lady has been thinking of you, Wu Jinmei mumbled, completely forgetting that the call was still active. Wu Jia, what are you mumbling about? What do you mean by dense? Why would you want someone dense to understand? Li Bing heard every word distinctly, and he comprehended the underlying meaning. However, given the vast disparity in their statuses, he was reluctant to embrace these feelings too soon. Once his career took off, he would pursue her without needing any prompting from Wu Jinmei. You silly Li Bing, you must have misheard. Hurry to Jubin Building, Wu Jinmei exclaimed before hastily ending the call. Mortified, she realized her private thoughts had been overheard by Li Bing. Thankfully, he hadn't grasped everything, otherwise, her reputation could have been tarnished irreparably. An hour later, Li Bing arrived at Jubin Building. Recognized by those in the lobby, no one dared to stop him from ascending to the upper floors. He navigated his way to Wu Jinmei's office and knocked lightly on the door. Come in, came the response, and Li Bing entered to find not only Wu Jinmei but also a well-groomed young man in his mid-20s, adorned in custom-tailored attire and sporting a Patek Philippe watch. He exuded the air of a wealthy scion, oozing pretentiousness. Bing, you're here, just a moment, let me finish these documents and I'll join you. Wu Jinmei winked at Li Bing, seamlessly slipping into the role of a girlfriend. Take your time, darling, I'm here for you, Li Bing replied, quickly adapting to a more affectionate tone. The young man, seated on the sofa, scowled at their exchange, his expression darkening. With a disdainful glare directed at Li Bing, he insincerely remarked, So you're Miss Wu's boyfriend, how utterly laughable. Where do you work, my friend? The young man's effeminate demeanor made Li Bing feel nauseated. Oh, and who might you be, speaking in such a peculiar manner? Are you perhaps a beast transformed into a human? Li Bing retorted without hesitation. You're so rude, truly lacking in manners, the wealthy young man stammered, flustered by Li Bing's response. Wu Jinmei observed the exchange with hidden delight. This dense fellow had some sharpness to his tongue. She had been somewhat exasperated by the persistent attention from the affluent young man, who, despite her disinterest, continued to pursue her relentlessly. He was the son of a vice governor, and since their first encounter, he had clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, showing up daily without fail. Chapter 55 of the Troubles of Wu Jinmei. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, whether one is an ordinary individual or a person of high standing. Li Bing, could you possibly come to Jubin Lu and pretend to be my boyfriend? Wu Jinmei hesitated on the phone, her words stumbling over one another. Elder sister Wu, why is that? Is someone troubling you? Li Bing was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Oh come on, just tell me if you're willing or not. Wu Jinmei, unusually coy, surprised even herself with her tone. Ever since she met Li Bing, she often found herself thinking of this young man several years her junior. Sometimes, to catch a glimpse of him, she would fabricate excuses. As long as she could see him, all her worries faded away. This newfound sentiment troubled her. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be in love. Elder sister Wu, there is nothing I wouldn't agree to. I'll do it, but I hope this leads to something more, Li Bing replied cheerfully, mumbling under his breath. Ah, what was that last part, Li Bing? I didn't quite catch it. Upon hearing his final words, Wu Jinmei's cheeks flushed crimson. To confirm she hadn't misheard, she shyly inquired again. Oh, it's nothing. I just said I agree to pretend to be your boyfriend. Li Bing, feeling a twinge of nervousness, quickly dismissed the matter. What a dense fellow, completely oblivious. This young lady has been thinking of you all along, Wu Jinmei muttered to herself, entirely forgetting that the call was still connected. Elder sister Wu, what are you mumbling about? What do you mean by dense? Why should he be more perceptive? Li Bing heard every word clearly, understanding its implications. However, given their disparate social standings, he was reluctant to embrace these feelings too soon. Once his career flourished, he would pursue her without her prompting. You foolish Li Bing, you misheard me. Hurry and come to Jubin Lu, Wu Jinmei exclaimed before hastily ending the call. How embarrassing it was to have her innermost thoughts overheard by Li Bing. Fortunately, he hadn't grasped the entirety of her sentiments, otherwise, her reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. An hour later, Li Bing arrived at Jubin Lu. Recognized by the staff, no one impeded his ascent to the upper floors. Navigating the familiar path to Wu Jinmei's office, he knocked gently on the door. Please come in, came her voice, and Li Bing entered the office. Inside, apart from Wu Jinmei, there was a young man with slick-back hair, seemingly in his mid-20s, dressed in a tailored suit and sporting a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He exuded an air of affluence, unmistakably a wealthy air, dripping with ostentation. Bing, you've arrived, just wait a moment while I finalize these documents, and then I'll join you. Wu Jinmei winked at Li Bing, instantly slipping into her role as a girlfriend. No rush, darling, I'll be right here, Li Bing responded with affectionate enthusiasm, quickly catching on to the act. The young man lounging on the sofa, upon hearing their exchange, scowled intensely, his expression darkening. With an exaggerated glare directed at Li Bing, he feigned politeness. So, you are Miss Wu's boyfriend? How utterly laughable. Where do you work, my friend? His condescending demeanor made Li Bing want to retch. Oh, and who might you be, speaking in such a peculiar manner? Are you some sort of beast transformed? Li Bing retorted without reservation. You are so rude, utterly lacking in decorum, the wealthy heir stammered, flustered by Li Bing's audacity. Meanwhile, Wu Jinmei felt a surge of delight at the exchange. This dense fellow had quite the sharp tongue. She had been somewhat annoyed by the persistent attention from the wealthy heir, who, since meeting her, had become as clingy as a stubborn adhesive, relentlessly pursuing her every day. Chapter 56 of The Revenge of the Wealthy Young Man. Li Bing, I'm feeling much better now. Where shall we go to have fun today? Wu Jinmei inquired, gently shaking her somewhat stiff neck. Beautiful sister Wu, today, wherever you wish to go, I shall comply with your desires, Li Bing replied as he stepped forward to massage Wu Jinmei's shoulders. The wealthy young man, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger threatening to overwhelm him. He had lowered his own status to pursue Wu Jinmei, showering her with warmth, flowers, and gifts, yet she had barely acknowledged him, as if even a glance would be too much. She had always maintained a frosty demeanor, appearing as though she wished to keep others at bay, yet, in the presence of this young man, she radiated a sweet smile. What made him superior to me? In terms of both background and appearance, I am no less than this scoundrel. Mr. Jiang, I apologize, but today I am going out with my boyfriend. I won't be able to entertain you. I am truly sorry, Wu Jinmei said, standing up and wrapping her arms around Li Bing's. She addressed the wealthy young man directly. Miss Wu, how delightful you are, just wait and see. You will come to regret this, Mr. Jiang said darkly, glaring at the two before turning on his heel and departing. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might explode from the bitterness of witnessing their affection. Phew, Wu Jinmei sighed in relief as the bothersome fly finally departed. With a cheerful demeanor, she lifted her glass of water, sipping it while speaking to Li Bing. Li Bing, you've shielded me from harassment. How would you like me to express my gratitude? Feel free to suggest anything, and I shall certainly oblige, provided it is within my means. I must ponder this carefully. By the way, Sister Wu, how about you offer yourself to me? I could reluctantly concede a bit and accept, Li Bing replied with a serious expression, struggling to suppress his laughter. Wu Jinmei sprayed water from her mouth, her face flushing a bright crimson. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at Li Bing's words. However, she soon felt the need to reclaim her dignity, unwilling to let Li Bing have the last laugh. with your cowardly demeanor, do you think I would dare to offer? Would you even accept? Ha, Sister Wu, you are too amusing, your face has turned so red, yet you attempt to maintain composure while teasing me, Li Bing exclaimed, thoroughly entertained by Wu Jinmei's reaction. She was simply too easy to amuse, putting on an act. Li Bing, how dare you mock me? I'll show you, Wu Jinmei retorted, unable to withstand the playful banter. She lunged at Li Bing, attempting to bite him without regard for her surroundings. As she realized what she had done, her eyes widened in shock. This was it, her first kiss, preserved for over 20 years. How could she have bitten him on the lips? What should she do now? What an embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt Li Bing's lips softly sucking on hers, even attempting to extend his tongue. Instinctively, she leaped back, her face now even more flushed, as if it might bleed. Li Bing, however, showed no signs of embarrassment. He extended his tongue and licked his lips, as if savoring the moment, feeling rather mischievous. Sister Wu, if you wish to kiss me, simply say so. Why resort to stealth? You've stolen my first kiss, you must take responsibility, or I shall seek out Grandpa Wu to settle this matter. Alternatively, you could kiss me again, and I might let it slide, Li Bing continued to tease, finding Wu Jinmei's shy demeanor utterly charming. Li Bing, while your first kiss may be gone, mine is not lost. You've infuriated me, I will not let this go, Wu Jinmei exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration at his teasing. I was just joking, Sister Wu, please, do not be angry. It is not becoming for a lady to frown, you should smile more. If you wish to punish me, I shall accept it. It is all my fault, Li Bing said, returning to a more serious tone after enjoying the moment. Li Bing, you must keep this incident to yourself, it must remain a secret, Wu Jinmei said, taking a moment to compose herself before addressing Li Bing once more. Chapter 57 of The Revenge of the Wealthy Young Master. Unbeknownst to Wu Jinmei, after sharing a kiss with Li Bing, she found herself frequently calling him or visiting him under a myriad of pretexts. Li Bing, I wish to see the little monkey. Please wait for me. Li Bing, I didn't see Auntie yesterday, so I must visit her today. Li Bing, I came to check on how much the fruits in the greenhouse have grown. Li Bing, I stumbled upon a clearance sale for these clothes at the mall, so I bought them. Since no one at home can wear them, it would be a shame to throw them away, I'll give them to you to make do with. At times, Li Bing would be amused, but considering Wu Jinmei's delicate sensibilities, he refrained from teasing her. Nevertheless, their relationship blossomed rapidly, evolving to the point of playful intimacy. Li Bing's parents were delighted, often preparing various delicious dishes for Wu Jinmei. Sister Wu, I wish to give you something that will ensure your safety, Li Bing declared earnestly. Wu Jinmei, who held a sincere affection for Li Bing, shyly nodded at the prospect of receiving a gift. Li Bing produced the last remaining jade bracelet from his pocket and gently slipped it onto Wu Jinmei's fair wrist. Sister Wu, this bracelet must never be removed. It is a protective talisman crafted by my master. In times of danger, it will shield you from harm and can even retaliate against those who wish to do you ill, Li Bing explained, gazing into Wu Jinmei's beautiful, large eyes. Li Bing, you care for me so much, fearing for my safety? Is this a token of affection meant to ensnare my heart? Wu Jinmei, accustomed to a candid upbringing, boldly inquired. Well, this isn't quite a true token of affection. When the time is right, I shall surprise you with a genuine one, Li Bing replied with conviction. Li Bing, did you know? I come here every day just to steal a glance at you, otherwise, I cannot focus on my work, Wu Jinmei confessed as she accepted the jade bracelet, no longer shy, and expressed her innermost thoughts. Just as Li Bing was about to respond, the village chief burst in with great urgency. Xiao Bing, you must hurry and take a look. A group of individuals claiming to be from the County Land Bureau has arrived, stating that our villa district is unlawfully occupying farmland. They have ordered us to cease all construction, and even the foundations we've laid must be dismantled. There will also be fines, and in severe cases, imprisonment. Li Bing pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to call Yang Zhengjun. Mayor Yang, this is Li Bing. I have a matter to discuss. Our village's villa district has been ordered to halt construction, and we are being investigated for unlawful occupation of farmland. I would like to know when the rocky beach became arable land. What? How could this occur? I was completely unaware. Please remain calm and do not engage in conflict with them. I will make a call to clarify this immediately, Yang Zhengjun said, his expression darkening. He had repeatedly emphasized during meetings the importance of developing the villa district in Haizi village, assuring that as long as there were no violations, everything would proceed smoothly. In just a few days, it seems some were acting in defiance. Wang Secretary, please inform Director 1 of the City Land Bureau to come to the municipal office without delay. Yang Zhengjun thought furiously to himself, eager to rectify the situation and address the rampant corruption in Qing City. In less than half an hour, Wan Lin arrived at the municipal office, entering Yang Weijuan's office. Mayor Yang, I'm here, what are your instructions? Director Wan, who issued the order to seal the villa district in Tumen Town's Haizi village? Yang Zhengjun inquired, his tone brusque due to his annoyance. Mayor Yang, the Land Bureau did not issue any such order. I was completely unaware of this situation, Wan Lin replied, bewildered. Very well, you must ascertain the truth of the matter immediately, Yang Zhengjun said, regaining his composure, suspecting that someone had acted independently without Wan Lin's knowledge. After making 3 consecutive phone calls, Wan Lin finally uncovered the truth. Mayor Yang, it was the team leader of the Land Bureau's Enforcement Division who acted unilaterally, following directives from Deputy Provincial Governor Jiang Esun, targeting Haizi village. What an uneducated scion of a wealthy family, daring to meddle in local governance. Director Wan, initiate an investigation into those who acted without authorization and issue a directive to the Lower Land Bureau to retract all penalties against Haizi village, with strict scrutiny on any deceitful conduct. Yang Zhengjun, inheriting the decisiveness of his military lineage, held a deep disdain for the inept offspring of the privileged class. Chapter 58. This matter shall not end here. With the formidable intervention of Yang Zhengjun, the turmoil within the villa district swiftly subsided. The responsible parties, having failed to ascertain the facts, found themselves under scrutiny. Young Master Jiang, thwarted in his initial attempts, resorted to leveraging his father's influence within the province. A new scheme targeting Li Bing of Haizi village was set into motion. It was precisely due to this incident that yet another troublesome event unfolded within the Jiang family. Li Bing, the Provincial Investment Promotion Bureau, has issued a notice stating that the Provincial Department of Mineral Resources intends to undertake comprehensive development of the mountains behind Haizi village. A road must be constructed along the route to facilitate the passage of large trucks for mineral extraction, and your vegetable greenhouses and the small hill are included in the plan area, the village chief said, presenting the notice to Li Bing. The small village official was filled with helplessness, as the matter was clear to anyone with discernment. Li Bing had offended someone, and they were intent on making him pay dearly. Uncle Village Chief, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this. The greenhouses will continue as planned. We possess a land lease contract. They cannot enforce this without negotiating with us first. The initiative lies with us, and I am quite curious to see who these malevolent figures are that can orchestrate such a grand scheme, Li Bing replied, having discerned the identity of the instigator but remaining unfazed. A cultivator like himself would hardly be bested by a mere second-generation official. If provoked, he would not hesitate to cause a ruckus. Li Bing, is it young Master Jiang who is pulling the strings behind this? Wu Jinmei inquired, arriving promptly upon receiving the news. Sister Wu, there is no need for concern. Mayor Yang has already gone to the provincial capital to consult with the governor and the secretary. This matter will soon reach a conclusion. Our worries are of no consequence, Li Bing reassured Wu Jinmei. Subsequently, Sun Siyu and Sima Qian also called to inquire about the situation. Li Bing provided each of them with explanations, putting their minds at ease. On the third day following the incident, officials from the Provincial Department of Mineral Resources arrived in force. A large contingent marched directly towards the small hill, led by a rotund man referred to as Director Xiao. Pointing at the small hill, he declared, "Mark this area, it shall serve as the terminus for the road and a lay-by. To expedite the road construction, we shall first organize efforts to level this area, facilitating subsequent operations. No one may obstruct us." Excuse me, sir, but I have a 50-year lease on this land. I have invested significant resources and labor, and you wish to level it without further ado? Even as a public servant, this cannot be justified, Li Bing replied, maintaining his composure in the face of the rotund leader. Oh, so you are the contractor for this small hill. I must inform you that this land is state property. Any form of lease is not recognized, and for the sake of national development, the small hill will be reclaimed. We hope for your unconditional support of the national interest. We might offer you some compensation. The surrounding land will also be requisitioned. You will need to dismantle these greenhouses yourself. The state does not recognize these structures and will not provide compensation, the rotund director asserted, invoking the state to pressure Li Bing, subtly implying that his investment of several million would not be compensated. Li Bing had already activated his phone's recording function, capturing every word with clarity. Director Xiao, I presume you have rehearsed these lines countless times. Tell me, what do you think will happen if your words were to appear online? Would your puppet master shield you? I suspect that a second-generation official devoid of ability would seek help from his bureaucratic father. Given the current stringent measures against corruption, do you believe he would risk his own position to protect you? Li Bing remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes. Brat, spare me your theatrics. What puppet master are you speaking of? Let me warn you, do not challenge a boulder with an egg. You are still too inexperienced. I am merely following state procedures, the rotund director retorted. Chapter 59 Suicide driven by guilt or homicide? Director Xiao, spare me your attempts at deception. Do you truly believe that you alone can wield such power? Which law stipulates that the common people must bear insurmountable debts to support the state? Cite it, and should such a regulation exist, I, Li Bing, shall comply unconditionally. Furthermore, what do you mean by an egg striking a rock? You must elucidate that. As Li Bing spoke, he exuded an air of authority, aiming to intimidate Director Xiao into revealing the puppet master behind the scenes. You, Li Bing, have you any inkling of whom you have offended? Young Master Jiang could crush you with but a finger, and yet you wish to contend with him. Overwhelmed by Li Bing's imposing presence, Director Xiao inadvertently divulged the name of young Master Jiang. Marvelous! A scion of privilege can command a civil servant trained by the state. Truly, it opens one's eyes. Your position, Director, is bestowed by the nation, not the Jiang family. Instead of serving your country, you cling to the leg of an inept official offspring. Do you not feel a sense of shame towards your country and the trust it has placed in you? Li Bing asserted with righteous indignation, having gathered irrefutable evidence. He could expose this scandal to the world but chose to wait for Mayor Yang's final verdict from the provincial capital. The outcome did not disappoint him. Two prominent figures from the province took a personal interest in the matter, leading to a pivotal turnaround. Just as preparations were underway for Director Zhao's interrogation, the general was unexpectedly discovered dead in his residence, leaving behind a suicide note claiming responsibility for all the turmoil, driven solely by a personal vendetta against Li Bing. However, astute observers recognized the situation was far more complex. How could a mere departmental official, who had never even laid eyes on Li Bing before, harbor such animosity? Was this not a case of hiding the truth in plain sight? Investigate thoroughly, root out these parasites. We must uncover the puppet master and provide the people with an explanation. The two high-ranking officials, with discerning insight, recognized this as a case of silencing witnesses and were consumed by righteous fury, issuing a joint directive. Following an investigation and autopsy, it was determined that the general had succumbed to a newly emerging international drug, and his death had been staged to appear as suicide. Even the will was found to be a forgery. Ultimately, the conclusion was homicide, yet the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. This is utterly intolerable. Organize a task force, deploy top criminal investigation experts. If we must, we will uncover the truth. The secretary, known for his unwavering integrity during his military tenure, was resolute in his commitment to bringing the truth to light. Li Bing was also apprised of the developments. Young Master Jiang lacked the cunning to orchestrate such a scheme. It was undoubtedly his father, the vice-governor, who was pulling the strings. Lacking evidence to act against the cunning old fox in the high-ranking position, Li Bing hurried to the provincial capital, arriving at the Jiang family estate under the cover of night. Meanwhile, within the Jiang household, young Master Jiang was receiving a severe reprimand from his father, the vice-governor. You fool, for the sake of a woman, you dare to act under my banner and cause such an uproar. Do you think I can resolve every situation? Now, those two old men are watching closely. Without evidence, they cannot touch me, but if they find any, I am finished. Why do you keep berating your son, old Jiang? A mere peasant dares to compete for a woman with my son. I say he is justified in his actions. As for that wretched woman, why should she look down upon my son? It is her fortune that he has taken an interest in her, yet she dares to reject him. You should leverage your connections to ruin the Wu family and imprison that peasant who has wronged our son. The vice-governor's wife defended her son fiercely, incessantly chiding her husband. Enough! You have spoiled him. Look at him, nearly 26, and yet he does nothing productive, only chasing after women and causing trouble. The vice-governor glared at his wife in frustration. Sigh, old Jiang, you are taking out your grievances from those two old men on me. Have you forgotten who helped you in the past, undermining your rivals, who assisted you in strategizing so that anyone posing a threat to your position would abandon their ambitions, you ungrateful wretch? That cousin of mine is not to be underestimated. Do not think that because you hold a lofty position, you can sever ties with my family, anger me, and I will have my cousin expose all the evidence he has gathered over the years. The vice-governor's wife hailed from a Miao village in the southwest, where she had met her husband when he served as a township chief. It was during that time that she garnered the covert support of her entire village, allowing him to ascend from county magistrate to mayor, and ultimately to vice-governor, by forging connections and securing a transfer to his current position. Meanwhile, his rivals either succumbed to terminal illnesses or their families fell victim to misfortune. Oh dear, madam, why must you be so agitated? I merely express my frustration at his lack of ambition. Should we send him to your cousin for a time, until things settle down? The vice-governor, feeling cornered, relented. Not necessary, I will summon my cousin here to eliminate those two old men obstructing you. Once they are out of the way, who would dare oppose you in the province, then it will be you who calls the shots, the wife declared maliciously. All of this had been recorded by Li Bing, awaiting the two with a fate of endless imprisonment. With nothing further of value to glean, Li Bing departed the Jiang family estate the following day. He discreetly transferred the recordings and videos from his phone onto a USB drive and stealthily delivered them to the homes of the governor and secretary, marking them conspicuously for their attention. Chapter 60 of the layout. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned supreme. The construction of Heizhi village progressed with fervor and zeal. Have you identified who placed the items? Inquired the governor, addressing two middle-aged men clad in uniforms. The compound housed only high-ranking officials, and security measures were exceedingly stringent. Governor, we have yet to ascertain their identity. The perpetrator has flawlessly evaded our surveillance cameras, leaving not a single trace. We are currently broadening our investigative scope, replied one of the uniformed men. Let it be. There is no need to mobilize our resources extensively. The individual in question is quite adept. They harbor no malicious intent towards us, and thus, a grand investigation is unwarranted, the governor remarked, rubbing his temples. He was still mulling over the affairs concerning Vice-Governor Jiang, who, despite his usually affable demeanor, revealed himself to be a man of treacherous intent, particularly regarding his wife, who had been orchestrating schemes from the shadows. The governor contemplated whether to apprehend them or not, as the true mastermind behind the scenes, the cousin of the vice-governor's wife, had yet to make an appearance. It would be prudent to confer with the secretary and strategize. Secretary, do you propose we take the initiative, or should we wait for them to fully engage before we act? The governor queried in the secretary's study. I recommend implementing comprehensive surveillance on Vice-Governor Jiang. Once the opportune moment arises, we shall strike decisively, the secretary asserted, finalizing the arrangements. Unbeknownst to the Jiang family, their every move, including their phone communications, was under surveillance. Old Jiang, my cousin has arrived. He is preparing to incapacitate the two old men, ensuring you can exert complete control over the situation, the vice-governor's wife declared menacingly. Excellent, I did not anticipate your cousin's swift arrival. If he can render the two old men unconscious, I will have the confidence to dominate the situation. Vice-Governor Jiang responded with delight, as he realized that once he held sway over the circumstances, all issues would be resolved, leaving no adversary unaddressed, particularly the woman his son had taken a fancy to. Commander, the fish are in the net. Shall we proceed to close it? Reported the uniformed man at the secretary's residence. Commence the operation, but take utmost care to prevent their escape, the secretary commanded, and then they awaited the outcome. Simultaneously, a Taoist priest clad in black robes was about to step outside when he was surrounded by a contingent of special police officers, who moved to apprehend him without uttering a word. You think you can capture me, the black-robed Taoist sneered, and with a flick of his hand, a swarm of insects erupted from his person, surging towards the officers. In an instant, chaos ensued. Most of the special police officers were bitten by the swarming insects, succumbing to poisoning and collapsing. The Taoist seized the opportunity to flee. What? They were bitten by insects and are poisoned? A flurry of messages reached the uniformed man's hands. What is happening? What kind of poisoning? The secretary's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Commander, the Taoist can control the venomous insects, and those sent to apprehend him have been bitten. The toxin is spreading rapidly. They are being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Is there any danger to their lives? Inform everyone that we must spare no effort in their rescue, the governor instructed. Fortunately, those bitten by the venomous insects were not in life-threatening danger. After the Jiang family was apprehended, the Taoist was placed on a citywide wanted list. Television and radio broadcasts were disseminating information, hoping someone would spot the Taoist. Li Bing was also informed of this development, yet he refrained from immediate action. He intended to test the efficacy of the poisonous insects he possessed, extracted from the body of Grandpa Sun, using the secret techniques from the legacy of the immortal sovereign to control them. Once the insects were under his command, they immediately took flight towards the sense direction. Chapter 61 of The Insect Man falls into the trap. The gooworm fluttered for a considerable time before entering a modest dwelling. Simultaneously, the Taoist hidden in this place also detected the gooworm. How is this possible? The gooworm I employed on the old master's son several years ago, why does it appear unbidden? Just as he was about to reach out to seize the gooworm, it halted a meter away from him. No matter how he beckoned, it refused to advance. So, you are the master of this gooworm, lurking in the shadows to harm others, truly despicable. Only someone like you could assist the Jiang family, Li Bing remarked with scorn. He followed the gooworm's path, and the walls of the dwelling posed no barrier to him. Who are you? Why do you appear here? Is my gooworm also a product of your machinations? The Taoist inquired sternly upon seeing Li Bing. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have nowhere left to flee, Li Bing asserted, confident that if this Taoist could escape from him now, it would indeed be extraordinary. Ha, ignorant child. I, the insect man, have roamed this realm for nearly 30 years. No one has dared to utter such words to me until today. You are the first. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a multitude of venomous insects and snakes emerged from his garments, lunging toward Li Bing. Is this the extent of your pitiful tactics? This is your reliance? Li Bing scoffed, releasing a formidable aura that caused the airborne insects to plummet to the ground in a heap, including the insect man himself. They lay incapacitated upon the earth. What sorcery is this? How can you possess such strength? How can someone like you possibly exist in this world? The insect man cried out in terror. This presence surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. Even his deceased master lacked such prowess. Li Bing paid him no further heed. With a flick of his finger, a pale yellow flame materialized. This was the method of condensing fire he had discovered during his inheritance from the immortal lord. Upon reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, one could harness internal spiritual energy to form Dan Fire. It had taken him 3 days to succeed in its cultivation. At this moment, the Dan Fire was perfectly suited for dealing with the venomous creatures. The tiny flame ignited upon contact with the insects on the ground, exploding into a fiery blaze. Anything touched by the Dan Fire was reduced to ash in mere moments. After 10 minutes, not a single venomous creature remained. Li Bing chose not to slay the insect man. Instead, he incapacitated him with spiritual energy and dragged him into the street, where he sealed his acupoints. Before long, someone discovered the insect man and promptly called the authorities. Thus, this incident concluded flawlessly, with Li Bing's identity remaining concealed throughout. The only one who knew, the insect man, had his memories erased by Li Bing. Li Bing, what have you been up to? You haven't visited me in days, and I can't even catch a glimpse of you at home, Wu Jinmei complained over the phone. Sister Wu, I've been preoccupied with other matters these past few days. I will come by this afternoon to explain everything in detail, Li Bing replied, fabricating an excuse. Wu Jinmei said no more, exchanging a few words before hanging up. Li Bing found himself in a predicament. Possessing the inheritance of the immortal lord in a small world, he could not afford to reveal this to anyone, lest he invite unforeseen consequences. It appeared he would need to invoke the presence of a fictitious master to provide cover once again. In the afternoon, at the office of Wu Jinmei in the gathering pavilion, Li Bing and she sat upon the sofa. He concocted a tale about his master teaching him martial arts and the necessity of solitude during training, performing a demonstration before her. Noticing Wu Jinmei's intense gaze upon him, he smiled and inquired, "What is it, Sister Wu? Is there something on my face?" "Oh, no, I was merely lost in thought," Wu Jinmei stammered, shaking her head, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Li Bing was inexplicably compelled to lean in and kiss her. Soft, smooth, and infused with a faint fragrance. He longed to kiss her again, unable to get enough. Wu Jinmei did not recoil from Li Bing's kiss. On the contrary, she found herself quite fond of it. Chapter 62 Earning a few small goals with his sister. Son, what are you busy with? On this day, after finishing his training, Li Bing gazed at the densely packed ginseng in his small world and had an idea. He decided to call Sun Siyu. I'm not busy, I just spend my days at the shop. There's something you need, Li Bing? Sun Siyu replied cheerfully. She felt delighted that Li Bing had called her. However, unlike Wu Jinmei, who was exuberant and expressive about her feelings, she was more reserved and introverted, rarely revealing her emotions. Thus, while she felt joy in her heart, she refrained from uttering any ambiguous sentiments. Yes, there is a matter I wish to discuss. I have a batch of ginseng, with the lowest efficacy being over 100 years. There are also several that are 300 to 400 years old, and even more than 500 years old. The quantity is quite substantial. I wonder if you have any connections to sell them, Li Bing stated candidly. Currently, there were over 2,500-year-old ginseng plants, more than 70 that were over 300 years, and over 160 that were over 100 years. He did not plan to sell the oldest one, the king of ginseng, as he intended to nurture it further in hopes of it reaching 1,000 years. Wow, a batch? You actually possess such a significant quantity of high-aged ginseng. Is it artificially cultivated? Sun Siyu exclaimed in surprise, quickly inquiring. Not exactly, the efficacy surpasses that of wild ginseng. I discovered them in the mountains and enhanced their growth with the nutrient solution I use for my vegetables, Li Bing replied honestly, as it was indeed a form of natural growth, aided by the spirit water in the small world. There is no need for you to find buyers. Just bring them over. My family's Jishur pharmacy will take them all. You can deliver them directly, Sun Siyu stated, and then discussed it with her grandfather and father. If Li Bing's claims about the quantity were accurate, she would find it quite challenging to manage. 2 hours later, Li Bing loaded 150 ginseng plants onto his tricycle. 5 of 500 years, 50 of 300 years, and 95 of 100 years, and arrived at Jishur pharmacy. Sun Qingji personally inspected the efficacy and confirmed that it was indeed superior to wild ginseng. Li Bing, we will take this batch of ginseng. What price do you propose? Sun Qingji asked, refraining from quoting a price himself, as it was difficult to determine. Each of the 500-year-old plants alone was worth over 10 million, and the 300-year-old ones were valued at several million each. Uncle Sun, I propose 8 million for each 500-year-old plant, 3 million for each 300-year-old, and 70,000 for each 100-year-old. What do you think? Li Bing was generous and did not intend to take all the profits for himself. Having established a relationship with the Sun family early on, he appreciated their character and was happy to allow them to earn a bit more. This amount was inconsequential to him. Given enough time, his supply of ginseng would continue to grow. Are you sure this price is not too disadvantageous for you? Sun Qingji asked uncertainly. Uncle Sun, since we are collaborating, I want both parties to benefit. I will have plenty of ginseng in the future, and I would rather not expend effort in seeking buyers. Your family possesses the right channels, making this arrangement quite suitable, don't you think? Li Bing replied with a smile. All right, my family will partner with you. Whatever quantity of this ginseng you have in the future, we will take, Sun Qingji said, becoming excited. This collaboration would yield substantial profits for the Sun family, exceeding even their annual earnings. Once the agreement was finalized, Sun Qingji promptly transferred 26 million yuan, rounding up the amount and adding an extra 350,000. Thank you, Uncle Sun and Sister Sunday. Once I finish my tasks in the village, I will treat you both to a meal, Li Bing said without delay, taking the payment and heading straight back to the village. Xiaoyu, you must seize this opportunity. Young men like Li Bing are few and far between, Sun Qingji remarked with a smile, observing his daughter gazing dreamily at Li Bing as he departed. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you, Sun Siyu retorted, stamping her foot in playful annoyance. Her face flushed as she began to organize the ginseng. Chapter 63 Acceptance and admission of the nursing home. The construction of the nursing home in Heizhi village progressed swiftly, and the building was now complete. All necessary equipment had been installed, and the chefs and staff recruited by the village head had also been finalized. Uncle Village Head, have you invited the town leaders to the nursing home acceptance ceremony today? Li Bing inquired. Having made arrangements a couple of days prior, the acceptance of the nursing home was to coincide with the ribbon-cutting ceremony for its grand opening. The chefs had prepared accordingly, and regarding the procurement and financial matters of the nursing home, Li Bing intended to assign those responsibilities to his aunt, pulling her from the vegetable greenhouse to oversee the daily operations of the facility. Yes, indeed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, here they come, the village head replied with a broad smile. The town was quite supportive, as both prominent leaders had arrived, accompanied by 5 other officials. Among them, one gentleman who alighted from the central vehicle was unfamiliar to Li Bing. Li Bing, this is our county chief Chen. Secretary Lin couldn't make it back from out of town, the town head quickly introduced, noticing Li Bing's bewilderment. Li Bing was momentarily taken aback, as he recognized the county chief from a previous encounter when he had purchased wild boar meat, his first client. He had overlooked the fact that Tumun Town fell under Tumun County, as he had primarily been interacting with the leaders of Tumun Town and the mayor of Qingshi City, forgetting the intermediary of Tumun County. Welcome, County Chief Chen. I apologize for my busy schedule. I haven't had the opportunity to visit you. I hope you won't hold it against me, Li Bing expressed, having gained considerable poise in dealing with officials during this time. Li Bing, I remember you. I am indeed one of your customers, County Chief Chen replied amiably, exuding a cultured demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the nursing home to explore its facilities. Leaders, today marks both the acceptance of the nursing home and its commencement of operations. Please join me at the entrance for the unveiling and ribbon-cutting ceremony, Li Bing requested of County Chief Chen, who had stepped in for the town head and secretary. County Chief Chen accepted without hesitation, offering a few encouraging words after the unveiling. Following this, firecrackers erupted, heralding the successful opening of the nursing home. The first 8 elderly residents, all of whom met the admission criteria, were escorted over by the village head. At noon, the dining hall of the nursing home was adorned with 16 tables, accommodating both villagers and the construction crew. This was the first completed public welfare project in Heizhi village, and Li Bing had invited the entire village to partake in the celebration, ensuring that those who remained behind at the greenhouse received double their wages. After a lively day of festivities, everyone returned to their respective duties. Li Bing, you have pioneered a remarkable path in our nation. To my knowledge, no individual has ever devoted their entire fortune to their hometown without hesitation after achieving financial success. You are truly admirable. Although I am merely a county chief, I hold great respect for you, County Chief Chen remarked as he and his entourage toured the villa complex and the small hillside greenhouse, his tone filled with enthusiasm before taking his leave. County Chief Chen, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, Li Bing humbly responded, refraining from becoming overly proud. Very well, once your village's villa complex is completed, I shall bring the county committee to congratulate you. Remember to call me if you need anything. Here is my personal number, County Chief Chen said, handing Li Bing a business card with just a string of numbers. After bidding farewell to the county chief and other leaders, Li Bing summoned his aunt to discuss the nursing home's affairs, transferring 1 million to the facility. He then met with General Manager Wang to settle the construction payment for the nursing home. Understanding the hardships endured by the workers, he even added an extra 20,000 as a bonus for their efforts in completing the nursing home ahead of schedule. It was time to prepare for starting a company, as handling everything himself was hindering his own cultivation. Chapter 64. Under scrutiny as time progressed, Li Bing's company was successfully registered, named Green Source Agricultural Products Development Company. Initially, he hired 1 accountant and 6 sales representatives, bringing over a subordinate of Wu Jinmei to serve as the manager. For the time being, the village committee was utilized as the office space, with plans to construct a dedicated office building once the villa complex was completed. Li Bing, I am Liao Zhixiang, the general manager of Dayan Vegetable Distribution Company. I wish to discuss vegetable procurement with you. Do you have a moment? One day, as Li Bing was amusing himself with a small monkey in the yard, he received a call from an unfamiliar number, immediately inquiring about purchasing his vegetables. I am afraid my vegetables have already been entrusted to someone else, and I have no intention of selling to others. There is no need for us to discuss, Li Bing replied without hesitation, declining the offer. You may not be aware of our Dayun company, which handles 60% of the nation's vegetable sales. We have branches across the country. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of refusing to cooperate with us? The caller threatened. Feel free to do as you wish, I am unconcerned, Li Bing responded calmly. The notion of being pressured was a foolish dream. His vegetables were unique, and he had no fear of any such intimidation. Think it over carefully, do not let youthful arrogance lead to regrettable decisions. Our inspection team will be visiting you tomorrow, the caller stated before abruptly hanging up, having shown no intent for negotiation, as if merely issuing a notification. Li Bing paid little heed to the call, thinking that if they came, he would simply send them away in disgrace. The following day, just before noon, several business vehicles arrived in Heisey Village, heading directly to the small hillside vegetable greenhouse. 10 or so individuals in suits disembarked from the vehicles. Who is in charge here? Get them to come out and see us at once, a woman in her 30s, heavily made up with a haughty demeanor, demanded, her words dripping with condescension. May I ask what business you have here? Li Yukai approached them, seeking clarification. Listen well, you country bumpkin. We are the inspection team from Dayan Vegetable Company. You'd better bring out your person in charge to receive us, the arrogant woman retorted dismissively. Uncertain, Li Yukai called Li Bing to inform him of the situation. By the time Li Bing arrived, he found the ground littered with vegetables that the group had carelessly discarded. Who did this? Step forward, Li Bing exclaimed in anguish at the sight of the ruined produce. Country bumpkin, why are you shouting? You startled me, truly lacking in manners. It's no wonder that impoverished regions breed unscrupulous individuals, the arrogant woman complained. Uncle, who is responsible for this waste of vegetables? Li Bing ignored her and turned to Li Yukai instead. Little Bing, these people claim to be from Dayan Company. They opened our packaged vegetables for testing, and these are the ones they discarded after their inspection. They also demanded entry into the greenhouse, but we did not allow them, Li Yukai explained. Gather these vegetables, weigh them, and demand compensation from them, Li Bing instructed assertively. Ha, listen to this country bumpkin. He wants us to pay for damages. How amusing. It's a stroke of luck for you that we, Dayan Company, are conducting vegetable inspections. You want us to pay? You must be joking. Several members of the Dayan Company laughed derisively at Li Bing. Little Bing, a total of 52 pounds were damaged, Li Yukai reported after weighing the discarded vegetables. After deducting 2 pounds, you will pay 1,500 yuan, and then you can leave, Li Bing stated succinctly. Why don't you go rob someone? You're asking for 1,500 yuan for a mere handful of ruined vegetables. This is extortion, and we refuse to comply, the arrogant woman protested angrily. Do you think my vegetables are common produce? Each kilogram is priced at 60 yuan, and that is only because of my connections, Li Bing scoffed coldly. In an instant, the Dayan Company representatives were taken aback, realizing the true value of the vegetables. Their boss had previously mentioned that the produce here was unique and highly nutritious, monopolized by Juban Building and Xianping Pavilion, making it virtually unavailable to outsiders. They had been instructed to devise a means to uncover Li Bing's cultivation methods. Under Li Bing's firm stance, the representatives of Dayan Company reluctantly handed over the money. We would like to enter the greenhouse for a look, and we hope you can grant us permission. They now spoke with far more humility, their tone markedly more polite. Uncle, please take them in for a tour. After all, guests have traveled far. However, keep a close eye on them. Should they damage any vegetables, they must compensate at full value. If they ruin any main seedlings, they will pay 100-fold, Li Bing instructed, glancing at the group. The faces of the Dayan Company representatives darkened, but in pursuit of their task, they had no choice but to lower their haughty heads and endure the scornful gazes surrounding them. Chapter 65 Establishing the Security Department with Beast Patrols. After much deliberation, the personnel from Dayan Company found themselves at an impasse, ultimately resigning to spend 2,000 yuan on a sack of soil from the greenhouse and a bucket of ordinary water used for irrigation. Uncle, please notify 3 members of the village committee to convene here, Li Bing directed. Sensing that Dayan Company would not simply let this matter rest, he anticipated subsequent actions. He was untroubled by overt confrontations but remained vigilant against covert schemes. Little Bing, did you summon us for a specific purpose? The village head inquired upon the arrival of the 3 committee members. Village head, I intend to establish a security department within the village, initially comprising 24 individuals. They will alternate shifts, with 10 on duty during the night for 6-hour intervals, while 4 will remain during the day to prevent any nocturnal vandalism, Li Bing stated directly. Given the village's surplus of over 100 laborers, there was no need for such numbers in vegetable harvesting. He planned to select 24 physically capable and responsible individuals for training. Excellent, I was just pondering this matter, and now it is resolved, the village head responded, acknowledging the village's abundance of manpower and the underutilization of the greenhouse. The village head proceeded to select personnel, while Li Bing tasked his uncle with procuring powerful flashlights and various security gear. He himself ventured into the mountains, hoping to lure a new group of wild dogs or wolves. Once tamed, they would patrol the small hill, possessing far superior olfactory senses than humans. Before long, Li Bing had ventured over 60 miles deep into the wilderness, a considerable distance compared to his previous excursions. It was here that he finally encountered over 20 wild wolves, successfully enticing the Wolf King with spiritual water. He subsequently transported them into a small realm, accelerating their absorption of the spiritual essence. By late afternoon, as the external world approached 4 or 5 o'clock, the wolves were sufficiently acclimatized. He summoned them from the small realm and led them to the small hill. Little Bing, have you brought back a pack of wolves? Upon witnessing the wolves, the villagers were taken aback, retreating in alarm, while the village head bravely approached to inquire. Fear not, everyone, this pack will not harm you. They are here to assist in guarding the night and will reside here henceforth. Please come closer and allow them to familiarize themselves with your scent. In the future, you may freely enter and exit the small hill, Li Bing reassured, stroking the Wolf King's head with a smile. Upon hearing Li Bing's words, the villagers cautiously approached, allowing the wolves to memorize their scents. He also provided some spiritual water to his uncle for feeding the wolves. The wolves, displaying remarkable intelligence, obediently gathered around Li Bing, lying down once they recognized his scent. Remember, should you encounter strangers, do not attack, merely issue a warning. You are forbidden to harm any villagers or their animals. I will ensure you receive food daily. Do you understand? Li Bing exerted his spiritual power, imparting a sense of authority to the wolves. In unison, the pack howled and nodded their heads, signaling their comprehension and commitment to refrain from causing harm. For several consecutive days, Li Bing remained alongside the wolves, training them to guard the small hill. Each night watchman was accompanied by a wolf, and over time, a bond developed between them. The wolves vigilantly protected their assigned watchmen, while in their leisure, they would venture into the mountains to hunt hares and pheasants, offering their catches to the watchmen. In turn, the watchmen would share their prepared meals with the wolves. Little Bing, this is truly astonishing. You have managed to utilize wild wolves for night patrols. How did you accomplish this? Wu Jinmei inquired with amazement. Calm down, Sister Wu, this is a personal secret. If you wish to know, you must give me a kiss, Li Bing replied with a mischievous grin, never disguising himself before Wu Jinmei. Rascal Li Bing, always teasing me. If you won't tell me, then I shan't care to know. I'll inform Auntie about your bullying, Wu Jinmei retorted, aware that in the eyes of Li Bing's mother, she was considered a prospective daughter-in-law, cherished dearly, while her own son was increasingly viewed with disdain. Chapter 66. Poisoning days slipped by, and before long, a week had passed. Li Bing diligently practiced in his small world each day, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, as he progressed further, the advancement became increasingly sluggish, with over half a month passing without a single level gain. In the villa district, 6 villas had already risen, and a portion of the workers were engaged in renovations. Xiao Bing, hurry over, 3 wild wolves that returned from patrol yesterday seemed to be ill. They're lying on the ground, utterly motionless. His uncle, Li Yukai, rushed over early in the morning, visibly anxious. Oh, uncle, do not worry, I will go at once, Li Bing reassured his uncle before making his way toward the small hillock. The night watch's rest area consisted of 4 mobile cabins in a row. In one of these, 3 wild wolves lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth and occasionally convulsing. Beside them, Li Xiaoxiao cradled one wolf's neck, her eyes red with tears as she gently stroked its head. The other 2 wolves were in a similar state. The bond between these individuals and the wolves was profound. Upon approaching, Li Bing examined the wolves and caught a whiff of the frothy saliva. A realization dawned upon him, or they had been poisoned. Li Xiaoxiao, lead me to the place you patrolled last night, he instructed. Although he suspected poisoning, he was uncertain of the toxin involved. There was no rash attempt to administer aid, as the wolves had ingested spiritual water and could endure for a while longer. He first sought to discover any useful clues. To the east of the small hillock, where Li Xiaoxiao was responsible, Li Bing conducted a thorough search. He stumbled upon a piece of chicken discarded in a corner. Lifting it to his nose, he detected the potent scent of rodenticide mixed within. The toxicity was severe, but once Li Bing identified the nature of the poison, the remedy became straightforward. Those who bore the legacy of the immortal could expel such toxins simply by channeling their spiritual energy. Returning to the mobile cabin, he instructed everyone to scour the entire small hillock for any remaining tainted meat. Before long, he had extracted the poison from the 3 wolves. He then provided them with spiritual spring water and arranged for some food to be prepared for them. Once they absorbed the spring water and consumed some sustenance, they should recover. Has anyone discovered who discarded this meat? Li Bing inquired, addressing the night watchman and the 4 individuals present during the day. I didn't see anyone, I was on the afternoon shift and didn't notice who brought it, one responded. I also didn't notice, everyone working was empty-handed, and no one carried anything, another added. Very well, gather all the workers, I have something to discuss, Li Bing replied, undeterred, as he summoned the laborers to ascertain if anyone had information. Soon, the workers had assembled. Everyone, please be quiet. Who among you worked on the east side of the small hillock yesterday? Step forward, village chief. Please verify against the work records, Li Bing announced. As he spoke, over a dozen individuals who had worked there stepped forward, and after cross-checking, the village chief remarked, Xiao Bing, there were 14 individuals working in the east yesterday, but only 13 have come forward. 1. Wang Suetue is absent. Does anyone know where Wang Suetue has gone? Li Bing pondered, hoping it was not as he feared. Aunt Suetue mentioned she had business in the county and left early this morning, a woman interjected. Does anyone recall who brought this type of meat while working yesterday? Li Bing asked, holding up the poisoned meat. The crowd shook their heads, indicating they had not seen anything. Suddenly, one individual spoke up, oh, this meat belongs to Aunt Suetue. She had a tote bag when she arrived for work yesterday. Upon reaching the greenhouse, she remarked that she had forgotten to leave the meat at home, and since it had begun to smell, she casually discarded it on the ground. I recall it was cut into pieces, each about the size of an egg. Aunt Suetue was quite irritated and threw it away with some force. Li Bing forced a smile, regretting that his worst fears had indeed come to pass. Alright, everyone may disperse. Village chief, please remain for a moment. Chapter 67. Shadows follow one after another. Uncle Village Chief, this matter has already transpired. However, how we should address the situation concerning Aunt Suetue, let's all discuss. Li Bing looked at the village chief and the others, pondering for quite some time before speaking. Alas, Suetue is indeed muddled. How could she engage in such actions? Xiao Bing, you may decide how to proceed, the village chief replied, feeling helpless. Although he wished to speak up for Suetue, the words faltered on his lips as the situation was undeniably complex. Xiao Bing, perhaps we should wait for Suetue to return and inquire before making a decision? Li Xuanzhu suggested. Li Bing sighed inwardly, neglecting the issue would only complicate matters should such an event occur again, yet, addressing it weighed heavily on his conscience, particularly for a widow who already faced numerous hardships. Very well, esteemed uncles and elders, please advise the villagers shortly. Let no one speak indiscriminately, and refrain from gossiping about Aunt Suetue in the future. It is likely that she acted in a moment of confusion, and it may not necessarily be the result of coercion. We shall wait for her return and discuss future actions then. Though Li Bing felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that if word spread about a widow, her situation would only worsen. Suetue had a son studying in the town as well. Moreover, a rural individual could hardly contend with those who wielded cunning plots. That evening, Li Bing invited the village chief and Li Xuanzhu to accompany him to Suetue's home. Upon entering, they found Suetue lost in thought on the Kong. As she noticed their arrival, a flicker of panic crossed her face, quickly replaced by a forced calm. However, this fleeting moment did not escape Li Bing's keen observation. Aunt Suetue, it is just the four of us here, so I shall speak candidly. I, Li Bing, believe I have wronged no one nor committed any misdeed. I have laid my heart bare for the sake of our community. Why have you chosen to act in this manner? Li Bing spoke directly. Woo, Xiao Bing, I am so sorry. I had no choice. They threatened to harm my son if I did not comply. As a widow, what means do I have to contend with them? Woo. As Li Bing began to speak, Suetue broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Li Bing felt a pang of sorrow. Suetue was indeed pitiable. Faced with threats, she bore the burden alone without anyone to consult. Aunt Suetue, do not rush, please tell me slowly who compelled you to do this and who threatened you, Li Bing gently urged, supporting her. I do not know. They were masked, and I could not see their faces. They said if I discarded the meat at the small hill, they would let me be, otherwise, I would never see my son again. Additionally, they insisted I acquire your secrets of cultivation. Suetue managed to compose herself, revealing all she knew. Did they mention when they would return or how to contact them? Li Bing inquired further. They said that once I completed the task, someone would naturally reach out to me. Suetue's voice was hoarse. The weight of recent events had taken its toll on her, leaving her unable to eat or sleep. Her spirit was being tormented, teetering on the brink of collapse. Do not despair, Suetue. Xiao Bing will find a solution. We all stand with you. You are not alone. The entire village of Heizhi is behind you. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, Come to us immediately. You must not continue to suffer in silence, the village chief spoke earnestly. Since Li Bing began to thrive and assist Haizi village, the community had united as one, fostering mutual support and harmony among neighbors. The village chief felt joy in witnessing this transformation. Indeed, Aunt Suetsue, I will take care of everything. Shortly, I shall bring you a wild wolf to guard you, Li Bing said with a smile, contemplating the idea of gathering a pack of beasts from the mountains to protect Haizi village. No outsider would be allowed to step foot in the village without permission, especially at night. He also intended to reach out to Grandpa Sun and the others to see if they could recruit some retired soldiers. Chapter 68. Behind the scenes of Dian Company. That very night, Li Bing led Wolf King to Cui Cui's home. After drinking the spring water, Wolf King displayed remarkable intelligence, able to comprehend human speech. Little Wolf, remember to guard this place well. If anyone harms the people here, you may retaliate, but do not kill. Apart from me and this individual, you must not consume anything offered by anyone else. Do you understand? If you do, nod your head. After several repetitions of this instruction, Wolf King finally nodded, gently nudging Li Bing's leg with his head before turning to settle beside Cui Cui, resting at her feet. Little Bing, thank you, dear nephew, Cui Cui said, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt deeply remorseful for her previous actions against Li Bing, yet he selflessly continued to assist and care for her, leaving her profoundly touched and determined to remember his kindness. Aunt, there is no need for words. You are a member of this village, and it is my duty to look after you. Live well from now on, and that will be the best repayment you can offer me, Li Bing replied. Do not misconstrue his words as mere rhetoric. The author attests that they are indeed sincere. Upon returning home, Li Bing initially intended to call Grandpa Sun to seek connections for recruiting some veterans. However, noticing the time was already past 10, he refrained from disturbing anyone's rest. To his surprise, before he could reach out to Grandpa Sun, a call from the town mayor brought forth a sudden inspiration. The mayor, a veteran himself, also had an old colleague in the provincial office. Recruiting a few outstanding veterans would surely be a straightforward task. Mayor, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Li Bing inquired over the phone. You rascal, I have no particular business. I merely wanted to check if everything has been calm lately, the mayor replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it has been quite peaceful, although there is a matter I would like your assistance with, Li Bing stated directly, omitting any mention of Aunt Cui Cui's situation. What is it? Speak plainly and do not hesitate, the mayor urged. It is not a significant issue, but I was wondering if you might have connections to recruit some veterans, Li Bing explained. You require veterans? That is easily arranged. How many do you need? The mayor expressed interest, noting that many veterans, upon returning to civilian life, found themselves without skills applicable in local industries, often relegated to construction sites or security roles, with some facing dire circumstances. I currently need about 20. With the villa area completed, we are preparing to establish an ecological tourism zone, which will certainly require more, Li Bing replied after some consideration. Very well, I shall take care of this for you. What about the salary and benefits? The mayor inquired. Mayor, I hold great respect for our servicemen. I have tentatively set the salary at 6,000 yuan per month, inclusive of food and accommodation. Upon joining my Liuan company, I will ensure they receive 3 forms of insurance, Li Bing elaborated. Ha, this remuneration is so enticing it makes me want to join. Within 3 days at the latest, I will have the recruits ready for you, the mayor assured confidently. The two continued their conversation for a while before concluding the call. With the village's security concerns addressed, Li Bing felt a sense of relief settling within him. After another night passed, Li Bing was abruptly summoned by the village chief. Little Bing, 2 individuals have come from Cui Cui's direction, but they have been injured by that wild wolf. Do you think we should contact the authorities? The village chief said as he pulled Li Bing along. Let us first ascertain the situation and determine who is causing trouble. After meeting them, we can decide whether to involve the police, Li Bing suggested, reasoning that the incident had not resulted in significant damage, making police intervention likely ineffective. At most, a reprimand or a few days of detention. Furthermore, without evidence, it would be difficult to substantiate any threats. Upon their arrival, they found the 2 individuals lying on the ground, trembling incessantly. Wolf King crouched protectively nearby, indicating the 2 were thoroughly frightened. Who are you, and what is your purpose in our village? I urge you to be honest and not attempt to deceive us. This Wolf King is wild and unpredictable. Should he go berserk, we may be unable to control him, Li Bing warned, utilizing Wolf King to intimidate them. Please, just get it away from us, and we will tell you everything. We are from the Dayun branch in Qing City, and the head office has ordered us to obtain your planting techniques by any means necessary. Unable to approach the vegetable greenhouses directly, we resorted to trying to manipulate the villagers. Thus, we chose to target this widow, the two confessed, thoroughly frightened by Wolf King. Dayun, once again, this Dayun company, why does it persist like a haunting shadow? The village chief remarked with evident disdain. Chapter 69 The establishment of the security department. Li Bing did not report them to the authorities or have them apprehended. Instead, he left a trace of spiritual energy within each of them. Should they ever target him again, they would not be able to complain about his subsequent actions. On the third day, the mayor indeed brought Li Bing 20 retired soldiers. Observing this group of individuals, slightly older than himself, Li Bing felt a swell of emotions. Thank you, Mayor. You have truly been a great help. Li Bing expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the mayor's support, beaming with joy. Do not thank me too profusely, it is the merit of my former superior. In a little while, he plans to visit you. I will introduce you then. He has heard about your accomplishments and is quite pleased, remarking how remarkable you are. Such praise from him is no small feat, the mayor replied cheerfully. This was within his jurisdiction, and the emergence of someone like Li Bing brought him honor, especially with the commendation from his superior. Li Bing arranged for the 20 soldiers to stay at the village entrance, where he had previously arranged for a row of colorful steel houses to be built. Accommodation was not an issue, and they would temporarily dine at the nursing home. After settling them in, he outlined their responsibilities and informed them that he had also procured 4 wild wolves from a nearby hill, which would belong to their security department. Li Bing was puzzled by the imposing presence of these veterans. Ordinary soldiers did not exude such an aura. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that they were all veterans from the Provincial Military District's Special Forces. Wei Lu, you were a squad leader before. Now that the security department has just been established, I ask that you temporarily take on the role of its head. We will also appoint a captain and 2 team leaders beneath you. Your task is to establish security within the village, and these 4 wild wolves will be assigned to you. In due time, I shall venture into the mountains to train a few more, Li Bing stated, having gained a comprehensive understanding of the 20 individuals and promptly making arrangements. Understood, we will ensure the task is completed. Rest assured, boss, Wei Lu replied, maintaining the demeanor of a soldier, which brought Li Bing great comfort. These valiant individuals had once safeguarded the nation, shielding its citizens from the ravages of war, yet now faced hardships in civilian life. Li Bing contemplated the necessity of accelerating his own development to create more employment opportunities for veterans. Upon returning home, Li Bing spoke with Wu Jinmei on the phone for an extended period. This call had become an essential part of his daily routine. Without hearing each other's voices, they found it difficult to feel at ease. The vegetable greenhouses had established a positive cycle, with harvesting taking place in the front and planting in the back. The fruit greenhouses would be ready for market in about 10 days, and the intercropped melons were expected to be available a few days earlier. He was now contemplating how to develop ecotourism, a significant undertaking for which he had yet to devise a comprehensive plan. He was nearing the 8th level of qi refining, yet found it increasingly difficult to break through as he progressed. Each day, he entered his small world, where, in addition to his cultivation, he perused various techniques from the inheritance of the immortal sovereign. This included alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, divine abilities, a variety of sword techniques, palm techniques, body techniques, fist techniques, and other lore. However, there was one limitation: these teachings seemed to cease after reaching the foundational stage, as if a veil of mist obscured his view of what lay beyond. The cultivation methods in this book are categorized from low to high as follows: mortal level, yellow level, profound level, earth level, heaven level, pseudo-immortal level, immortal king level, immortal emperor level, immortal sovereign level, divine king level, divine emperor level, transcendence level, supreme level, and legendary level, comprising 16 tiers. Each tier is further divided into 3 grades: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, Li Bing could only perceive the intermediate yellow level. From the inheritance, he chose a fist technique, Primordial Earth Fist, and a body technique, 9 Shadows Drift, both suitable for his present use. Each day, he diligently practiced these martial arts and techniques in his small world, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. Binger, the melons in the fruit greenhouse have ripened, you should arrange for them to be shipped, his father mentioned during breakfast one day. It dawned on Li Bing that nearly 10 days had passed without his notice. Alright, father. I will contact them immediately. Please let the villagers begin harvesting today. Once the melons are picked, transport them to the roadside at the foot of the small hill, preparing about 20,000 pounds for now, Li Bing replied. After that, he contacted Sima Qian, as they had previously agreed that Wu Jinmei would handle vegetables while Sima Qian would manage fruits. Sister Qian, the watermelons are ready, please send a truck to fetch 20,000 pounds today, he instructed. They have finally ripened, Li Bing. I have been eagerly awaiting this day. I will dispatch a truck right away and accompany it. Remember to gather plenty. I fear it may not be sufficient. We have already begun promoting it, and the wealthy circles are in constant demand for fruits, Sima Qian replied with excitement. She could barely contain her enthusiasm, as she had taken samples from Li Bing's backyard for testing, which had been shared in the affluent community groups. The astonishing health benefits had captivated this wealthy clientele, leading to daily inquiries about the availability of the fruits. Chapter 70 of the Green Edge Melons and Fruits rise to fame. At present, Li Bing has become a hands-off manager, with all the fruits and vegetables under the purview of his newly established Green Edge Company. The packaging is uniformly ordered, and the Green Edge Agricultural Development Company is operating smoothly, with packaging and settlements meticulously arranged. The daily wages for the villagers are dispersed by the financial department of Green Edge Company. Manager Zhao, please head to Little Earthen Mountain immediately. Increase the original stock of 20,000 pounds by an additional 10,000 pounds. With subordinates at his disposal, Li Bing seized the opportunity to employ them directly. This manager Zhao, named Zhao Xinyue, possesses considerable capabilities. After taking her on from Wu Jinmei, Li Bing offered her a generous salary of 12,000, a remarkable remuneration in the remote Tumen County. Her competence has resulted in an orderly management within a short span. Understood, boss. I will arrange it right away, Zhao Xinyue responded decisively. Without wasting a moment, she departed for Little Earthen Mountain, demonstrating exceptional execution skills. When Sima Qian arrived, watermelons, cantaloupes, and sweet melons were already boxed and neatly stacked by the roadside. Li Bing, you're doing quite well. Your operation is becoming increasingly professional. Your village, Haizi, is on the verge of taking off, Sima Qian teased as she stepped out of the vehicle. Sister Qian, please refrain from belittling me. Compared to your affluent endeavors, I am merely dabbling in small-scale activities. This is manager Zhao Xinyue from our Green Edge Company. She will be your point of contact from now on. Li Bing introduced Zhao Xinyue and emphasized that all future dealings would follow company protocols. Hello, Sima Qian. Hello, Zhao Xinyue. The two women exchanged pleasantries and engaged in casual conversation. By the way, Sister Qian, apples, peaches, and pears will also be ready for market in a couple of days. How are preparations on your end? Are you able to dispatch large quantities? Li Bing inquired. Rest assured, everything is well prepared. There will be no delays. In addition to these melons, we can easily deliver 40 to 50,000 pounds daily. We have established connections with markets in the provincial capital and surrounding areas, and in the realm of premium fruits, we are truly unparalleled, far superior to those high-end imported varieties. Each store displays enlarged inspection reports, and our initial promotions have been exceptionally effective, Sima Qian replied with pride, having spent the past month visiting stores and promoting their products. That's wonderful. Once the goods are on the shelves and we receive feedback, I will host a celebratory banquet in the village square you must attend, Li Bing announced, revealing his grand plans. Haha, Li Bing, are you planning to show off again and treat the villagers? Don't worry, I will definitely come, and I'll also invite some big names on your behalf. Just make sure to prepare several tables. We wouldn't want anyone left standing. Sima Qian enthusiastically responded. Li Bing's success would surely lead to prosperity for the Sima family as well, so why not share in the joy? After the melons were loaded onto the trucks and taken away, Sima Qian rushed to the village committee to settle the payment with Green Edge Company, hurrying back afterward, as she had sent out notifications among the wealthy circles. Delays could lead to a frenzy of demand. In just one night, the Green Edge watermelons, cantaloupes, and sweet melons became the talk of the affluent community, their quality surpassing all expectations. The taste and appearance were nothing short of exceptional, leaving consumers craving for more without a hint of fatigue, and they felt remarkably invigorated afterward. Li Bing, we have succeeded, the green edge melons have skyrocketed in popularity. I can hardly answer the phone, it's all requests for orders, and in large quantities. Sima Qian exclaimed, sounding as though she hadn't rested well all night, calling at 6:30 to share the good news. Sister Qian, remain composed. The demand is assured, but we must not overextend ourselves. Let us limit it to 40,000 pounds a day. This will ensure a sustainable cycle, harvesting the front while planting for the next batch. Once this round is finished, we can seamlessly transition to the next, Li Bing replied, unfazed, as he had anticipated such developments. Chapter 71 of the banquet at the Villagers Square. The green edge fruits have become exceptionally popular, and some wealthy individuals take great pride in their ability to procure green edge melons. Following closely on the heels of this success, the third day saw the introduction of green edge apples, green edge peaches, and green edge pears. This new wave of offerings ignited another frenzy, despite their intimidating prices. Yet, this did not deter those with means from purchasing a few to sample, to say nothing of those who are financially unburdened. Online, there is an abundance of favorable reviews for the green edge produce. However, the supply is regrettably limited. With only 80,000 pounds available each day, this scarcity has given rise to counterfeit products, but Li Bing and Sima Qian had already anticipated this. They promptly announced the designated sales points and declared that no other channels were authorized to sell these fruits. The moment Li Bing confirmed the successful harvest of the green edge fruits, he informed the villagers. 3 days later, a celebratory banquet was arranged at the Villagers Square. He also enlisted Zhao Xingyue to hire a mobile catering service, which began serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the third day, all adhering to the highest standards. Throughout the 3 days, the festivities were planned meticulously. Simultaneously, he reached out to various familiar leaders, inviting them to partake in the celebration. On the day of the banquet, the villagers gathered early after completing their tasks of harvesting fruits and vegetables. They congregated in the square to play cards and converse. Workers from the villa district were also invited, as were the elderly from the nursing home, who were brought over by designated personnel. By midday, the town mayor, the secretary, county chief Chen, and Mayor Yang arrived in succession. The elder son and his granddaughter Sun Siyu, along with Wu Changgui, Wu Jinmei, and the elder Sima, all came to join the festivities. As the banquet commenced, Sima Qian arrived with 3 individuals in tow, wealthy magnates from the provincial capital and steadfast patrons of the green edge produce, renowned for their substantial influence and impeccable reputations. Li Bing, these 3 gentlemen are affluent figures from the provincial capital who have expressed a desire to meet you after hearing of your accomplishments. I seized this opportunity to extend an invitation, Sima Qian remarked with a smile. Li Bing, I am Ouyang Pang, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, one of the magnates introduced himself. Li Bing, I am Guo Cheng. I have long heard of your remarkable deeds. I hope my intrusion is not unwelcome, said another. Ah, I am but a simple man, we are indeed of the same lineage. Listen you, Li Bing replied jovially. Welcome to our humble village, esteemed uncles. Please, take a seat, the feast will commence shortly, and I encourage you to indulge in a few drinks. Li Bing, now transformed and composed, welcomed his guests with ease. During the banquet, Li Bing engaged in lively conversation, moving gracefully among the attendees, leaving both the leaders and magnates thoroughly satisfied. The leaders did not linger long, departing within the hour after offering a few encouraging words to Li Bing before leaving in their vehicles. The 3 wealthy individuals, however, remained with Li Bing, drinking until the banquet concluded, before unsteadily making their way back to the county town. Xiao Bing, I must take my leave as well. Do remember to visit me when you have the chance. I will call you after I escort Grandpa back to the hotel, Wu Jinmei whispered to Li Bing just before her departure. Li Bing nodded, personally assisting the elderly gentlemen into their vehicles and extending an invitation for them to return the following day. Subsequently, the villagers offered their assistance, alleviating Li Bing of any concerns, and he returned home alongside his parents and grandfather. Father, is my little sister coming back today? Upon entering the house, Li Bing inquired about his sister Liang, who he had not seen for several days and was beginning to miss. Ingzi said she would return tomorrow. She is spending the day with a classmate in the county, his father replied, beaming with cheer, having enjoyed a fair amount of wine himself, as the villagers, recognizing him as Li Bing's father, had insisted on toasting him. Ultimately, it was his second uncle, Li Yukai, who helped stave off the toasts. Grandpa, Grandma, were you happy today? Since their previous heart-to-heart conversation, Li Bing had grown considerably closer to his grandparents, much to their delight. Indeed, we are joyous. Our eldest grandson has achieved success, and Grandpa and Grandma are proud of you, his grandfather said affectionately, gazing at Li Bing. Chapter 72 The marvelous uses of plant essence in his leisure time. Li Bing often perused the memories within his mind. Among the treasures of the immortal lineage, a particular spell piqued his interest. This spell facilitated the extraction of the essence from plants, which, when poured onto other flora, could significantly accelerate their growth. The method of extraction was remarkably simple and easy to learn. Li Bing mastered it after merely 2 attempts. With his current level of cultivation, he was capable of executing the extraction technique 4 times in succession. Upon exiting the realm of the immortal, he sought a glass bottle typically used for storing wine. He then ventured into the back mountain, a place teeming with dense underbrush. No matter the commotion he caused, it was unlikely anyone would take notice. After traversing 20 miles into the mountain, Li Bing commenced the practice of the plant extraction technique, enveloping the surrounding vegetation within a 10-meter radius with his spiritual energy. He deftly manipulated the incantation, causing flecks of green light to converge around him. He gathered the essence into the glass container until his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, at which point he was compelled to cease. The bottle now contained approximately 1/3 of its volume filled with the plant essence. Returning to his small world, he spent 2 hours replenishing his internal spiritual energy before finally emerging and making his way down the mountain. Binger, where have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. Jean May has come looking for you, she's waiting inside, so do go and see her, his mother whispered as he entered the courtyard, gesturing toward the house. Mother, I went into the mountains. My phone had no signal, Li Bing replied, wrapping an arm around her shoulder with a smile. As he conversed with his mother, Wu Jean May emerged from the house. Li Bing, I tried calling you several times, but I couldn't get through, she pouted, her expression slightly displeased. Sister Wu, I was in the mountains without any signal. Come, let me show you the wonderful treasures I've discovered, Li Bing said, leading her toward the backyard. Li Bing, have you found something amazing again? Hurry, let me see it. Wu Jinmei's irritation vanished in an instant, replaced by eager anticipation, prompting Li Bing to chuckle heartily. Dear Sister Wu, your eagerness is palpable, you shall soon see, he replied, knowing that mere appearances could be deceiving. Upon reaching the backyard, Li Bing fetched a half bucket of water and added a few drops of the plant essence before evenly distributing it at the base of 2 apple trees, which bore only a handful of small fruit. All done, tomorrow, we shall witness a miracle, he declared with a grin. Is this it? What happened to the wonderful treasures you spoke of? Wu Jinmei questioned, her dissatisfaction evident. Mother, Sister Wu, what fills this glass bottle is indeed a treasure. Its effects surpass those of the water typically used on vegetables and fruits, though the quantity is somewhat limited, Li Bing explained with a smile, eager to witness the results. Wu Jinmei arrived at Li Bing's house at dawn the following day, bypassing the interior and heading straight for the backyard. Ah, Li Bing, come quickly! She exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the 2 apple trees before her. Had she conjured a mirage? Were these still apples? Overnight, the remaining fruit on the trees had grown to the size of bowls, each weighing over 2 pounds, their skin smooth and a vibrant, enticing red. Furthermore, the trees had burst forth with clusters of blossoms. Sister Wu, you arrived quite early, what do you think? Is this not remarkable? Li Bing, too, was astonished by the extraordinary efficacy of the plant essence. He plucked an apple from the tree and handed it to Wu Jinmei. Sister Wu, let us go inside and savor the flavor of this apple. At that moment, his parents had also risen. Once they had completed their morning routines, Li Bing sliced the apple into small pieces for them to taste. Wow, this apple is even more delicious than those from the greenhouse. Where did you procure this, Binger? His father marveled after taking a bite, his surprise evident. Father, these apples are from our backyard. I conducted an experiment yesterday, which is why they turned out this way. Quite delightful, isn't it? Li Bing expressed his satisfaction with the results. Chapter 73 My sister in peril. Buyer, if you have no plans today, please go to the county town to pick up Ingzi. She is returning today, otherwise, she will miss the afternoon bus. It's quite a trek back, over 30 miles, Mother incessantly reminded Li Bing in the early morning. Alright, Mother, I will set off to fetch my sister shortly, Li Bing replied with a smile, having long anticipated the opportunity to take his sister shopping and buy her a few outfits. She had been wearing her school uniform day in and day out, and at home, her wardrobe was quite limited. Now, she was at an age where she cherished beauty. Though she was sensible and had never voiced her desires, it was evident to him. Coincidentally, at that moment, Wu Jinmei arrived to see Li Bing that he need not take the tricycle, he could simply ride in Wu Jinmei's vehicle. Li Bing, have you ever considered purchasing a small car? It would certainly make your comings and goings more convenient, Wu Jinmei remarked, casting a glance at Li Bing in the passenger seat. Sister Wu, I would indeed like to buy one, but I lack a driver's license. Recently, I have been contemplating equipping Zhao Xinyue with 2 vans, and I plan to procure 2 smaller patrol cars for the security department at the village entrance, Li Bing confessed. He had been eager to acquire a vehicle but was hindered by the absence of a license. His priority was to outfit the company and the security department first. Find some time in the coming days, and I will help you enroll in a driving school for a few lessons. Then, we can arrange for someone to assist you in obtaining your license, Wu Jinmei suggested thoughtfully. Then I will make the arrangements, we can begin tomorrow, Li Bing replied, harboring a strong desire to obtain his driving permit soon. No man could resist the allure of luxury cars, and he was no exception. The two chatted amiably as they made their way to the county town. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over Li Bing, his heart racing with an unsettling intuition that something was amiss. Wu Jia, please stop the car. I need to make a phone call, Li Bing said, reaching out to his family. Upon answering, his father inquired whether he had picked up his sister. With the household safe, his worries shifted to Ngzi. Let us go, Li Bing urged Wu Jinmei to drive on, dialing his sister's number again. The call indicated that her phone was switched off, and his heart sank. Wu Jia, hurry, something must have happened to my sister. Li Bing pressed anxiously. Ah, don't fret, we'll be there shortly, Wu Jinmei reassured him, though her voice was laced with concern. Li Bing attempted to remain calm, believing that his sister possessed a protective jade amulet, which should keep her safe for the time being. He assured himself that once he arrived, everything would be all right. At that very moment, Li Ying had just departed a classmate's house when she found herself surrounded by 7 or 8 ruffians, adorned with tattoos and menacing expressions. Nearby, a Buick business vehicle was parked, within which 2 sharply dressed individuals Saturday. Manager Zhang, if we kidnap his sister, that lad should surely capitulate, one of the younger men queried the other. That is certain. I have gathered information. This boy holds his family in high regard. His parents reside in the village, beyond our reach, but his sister is still in school. After observing her for a few days, I decided to act here where there are no surveillance cameras, Manager Zhang boasted, oblivious to the impending consequences of his reckless decision, which would plunge him and his accomplices into a chasm of retribution from Li Bing. Could this go awry? If he alerts the authorities, we could face severe consequences. Kidnapping is a grave offense, the younger man expressed apprehension. You worry too soon, we are not the ones to lay hands on her. As long as we secure the girl, Li Bing will have no choice but to comply. Once we acquire what headquarters demands, we can retreat to another location for a while. When the rewards from headquarters arrive, we shall indulge ourselves once again, Manager Zhang replied with a grin, engrossed in conversation, completely unaware that a red sedan was approaching. Chapter 74 On Murder Without a Trace Seeking Death, Li Bing exclaimed as he arrived at the scene, witnessing his sister cornered by a group of ruffians. With a roar, he leaped from the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop. Like a gust of wind, he appeared behind the miscreants. Fortunately, his sister was merely frightened and had not sustained any harm. Redirecting his gaze, Li Bing swiftly engaged the thugs. Although these 7 or 8 individuals brandished weapons, they posed no threat to him, merely infants wielding kitchen knives. Within a mere minute, they lay incapacitated on the ground. Speak, who sent you? Li Bing demanded coldly, pressing his foot against the chest of their leader. No one sent us. We saw your sister alone and had ill intentions, the ruffian leader replied, casting a furtive glance towards a Buick in the distance. Li Bing observed every nuance of the leader's movements. Following his gaze, he too spotted the Buick. After dispatching the thugs one by one, he approached the vehicle. Inside, Manager Zhang and his companion were lost in fantasies of the rewards they would reap, entirely unaware that Li Bing stood beside their car until he opened the door, prompting their startled realization. Upon recognizing Li Bing's face and the disheveled state of the thugs not far away, their faces drained of color, fear evident in their eyes. Who are you? Why did you target my sister? Li Bing's imposing presence erupted, leaving them speechless for several moments. Are you both mute, or do you wish to continue resisting? A surge of fury coursed through Li Bing. I'll talk. Just promise you won't harm us, Manager Zhang stammered, visibly shaken. Speak, Li Bing commanded without confirming any promise of mercy, his fiery gaze fixed on Zhang, who felt the weight of despair settle heavily upon him. Before Zhang could utter a word, his companion interjected, "We are from the Qing City branch of Dayun Company. A few days ago, General Liao Zhixiong from headquarters personally instructed us to acquire your cultivation techniques by any means necessary. He promised promotions and a bonus of 1 million yuan if we succeeded, so we resorted to this. We never intended to harm your sister, we merely wished to invite her to dinner." "Dinner, you say? Do you think me a fool? Does one require a gang of 7 or 8 ruffians for a mere meal? You have some audacity to lay hands on my family," Li Bing retorted, patting their shoulders and infusing them with a trace of spiritual energy. He then opened the car door and stepped out. His sister had already been escorted to her vehicle by Wu Jinmei, still reeling from the fright. "Little sister, it's all right now. No one shall ever threaten you again, I promise," Li Bing said softly, wrapping an arm around her brother. Wu Ling finally began to recover upon seeing him, embracing Li Bing and bursting into tears. "Sister Wu, please call the police. I want these ruffians to spend a few days in jail," Li Bing stated matter-of-factly, intending to deal with them later. While their crimes were not worthy of death, he could ensure they'd be left wheelchair-bound in the future. As Manager Zhang and his companion drove away, Li Bing noticed but did not intervene. In 2 days, the energy within them would erupt, leading to their demise, a phenomenon that would baffle others, who would assume it a case of guilt-induced suicide. As for the thugs, Li Bing had tampered with their meridians. Over time, they would become incapacitated, gradually descending into a state of immobility. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, took their statements, and escorted the thugs away. Chapter 74. A murder without a trace. Seeking death, Li Bing exclaimed, arriving at the scene to find his sister cornered by ruffians. With a furious roar, he leaped from the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop. Like a gust of wind, he swiftly appeared behind the thugs. Fortunately, his sister had merely been frightened and had not sustained any harm. With a determined gaze, Li Bing turned his attention to the assailants. Though armed with weapons, the 7 or 8 men posed no threat to him, akin to infants wielding kitchen knives. In scarcely a minute, they lay incapacitated on the ground. "Speak, who sent you?" Li Bing demanded coldly, placing his foot on the chest of their leader. "No one sent us. We simply had ill intentions upon seeing your sister alone," the ruffian leader replied, glancing furtively towards a Buick in the distance. Li Bing noted every movement of the leader, and following his gaze, he spotted the Buick. After dispatching the thugs one by one, he approached the vehicle. Inside, Manager Zhang and his companion were still reveling in dreams of rewards, utterly oblivious to Li Bing's presence until he opened the door. Upon recognizing Li Bing's face and the state of the thugs not far away, their expressions turned pale with terror. "Who are you? Why did you target my sister?" Li Bing's presence loomed ominously, rendering the two speechless. "Are you all mute, or do you wish to continue resisting?" A surge of violent energy coursed through Li Bing. We will speak. If we do, will you spare us?" Manager Zhang stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Humph, speak," Li Bing commanded, his fiery gaze fixed upon Manager Zhang, who hesitated to respond. Before he could utter a word, his companion interjected. "We are from the Qing City branch of Dayun Company. A few days ago, General Liao Zhixiong from headquarters personally called us, instructing us to obtain your planting technology by any means necessary. He promised promotions and a bonus of 1 million yuan if we succeeded. We never intended to harm your sister, we merely wanted to invite her to dinner," the man confessed. "Dinner, you say? Do you take me for a fool? You think it normal to send a cadre of thugs to invite someone to a meal? You are truly audacious to lay hands on my family." Li Bing patted both men on the shoulders, infusing them with a trace of spiritual energy. He then opened the car door and stepped out. His sister had already been escorted to a car by Wu Jinmei, her eyes still wide with shock. "Little sister, it's all right now. No one will threaten you again, your brother promises," Li Bing reassured her, wrapping his arms around her gently. Brother, Wu. Upon seeing him, Li Ying finally began to recover, clinging to Li Bing and bursting into tears. "Wu's sister, please call the police. I want these ruffians to spend a few days behind bars first," Li Bing said calmly, intending to deal with them later. Though their crimes did not warrant death, he could ensure they would live with consequences. Meanwhile, as Manager Zhang and his companion drove away, Li Bing took note but did not intervene. In 2 days, the spiritual energy within them would erupt, leading to their demise, an outcome that would perplex others, who might assume it was a case of guilt-induced suicide. As for the thugs, Li Bing had tampered with their meridians. Over time, they would become immobile, gradually transforming into the disabled point. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, took statements, and led the thugs away. Chapter 74 A Murder Without a Trace. Seeking death, Li Bing exclaimed as he arrived, witnessing his sister cornered by a group of ruffians. With a furious roar, he leaped from the vehicle before it came to a complete halt. Like a gust of wind, Li Bing swiftly positioned himself behind the thugs. Fortunately, his sister had only suffered a fright and was unharmed. Retracting his gaze, Li Bing commenced his assault on the miscreants. Although these 7 or 8 individuals brandished weapons, they posed no threat to him, merely infants wielding kitchen knives. In less than a minute, they lay incapacitated on the ground. "Speak, who sent you?" Li Bing demanded coldly, his foot pressing against the chest of their leader. "No one sent us. We merely harbored ill intentions upon seeing your sister alone," the thug leader replied, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he furtively glanced toward a distant Buick. Li Bing observed every move of the thug leader with keen awareness. Following his gaze, he too spotted the Buick. After rendering the thugs unconscious one by one, Li Bing approached the vehicle. Inside, Manager Zhang and his companion were still indulging in fantasies of rewards, oblivious to Li Bing standing beside their car until he opened the door. Upon recognizing his face and the grim fate of the thugs nearby, their expressions drained of color, terror etched across their features. "Who are you? Why did you target my sister?" The aura emanating from Li Bing surged forth, leaving the two men momentarily speechless in fear. "Are you both mute, or do you wish to continue resisting?" A surge of violent energy flickered within Li Bing. Aye, we will speak. If you spare us, we can tell you everything." Manager Zhang stammered, visibly shaken. "Humph, go on," Li Bing replied, neither promising clemency nor threatening retribution. His fiery gaze fixed upon Zhang. A mere exhalation from him shattered their last vestige of hope, prompting another to speak up. "We are from the Qing City branch of Dayun Company. A few days ago, General Manager Liao Zhishun personally called us, instructing us to obtain your planting techniques by any means necessary. He assured us that once we succeeded, we would be promoted and given a substantial bonus of 1 million yuan. Hence, we resorted to these measures. We never intended to harm your sister, we merely wished to invite her to a meal." "Invite her for a meal? Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly think that 7 or 8 scoundrels are necessary for such an invitation? You dare lay hands on my family?" Li Bing placed his hands on their shoulders, infusing them with a surge of spiritual energy. Then, he opened the car door and stepped out. His sister had already been escorted to a nearby vehicle by Wu Jinmei, still reeling from the shock. "Little sister, it's all right now. No one will ever threaten you again, your brother promises," Li Bing said softly, wrapping his arms around her. "Brother, woo." Upon seeing her brother, Li Ying finally began to recover, clinging to Li Bing and sobbing uncontrollably. "Wu Jia, please report this to the police. I want these thugs to spend a few days behind bars," Li Bing stated calmly, intending to have them detained before dealing with them further. While their crimes did not warrant death, he could certainly ensure they would end up in wheelchairs. As Manager Zhang and his companion drove away, Li Bing took note but did not intervene. In 2 days, the spiritual energy within them would erupt, leading to their demise, an outcome others would misinterpret as a desperate act of suicide. As for the thugs, Li Bing had tampered with their meridians. Over time, they would become immobile, slowly deteriorating into invalids. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, took their statements, and led the thugs away. Chapter 75 The Breakthrough 2 days later, in the office in Qing City, Manager Zhang and another individual met their untimely demise. The forensic conclusion indicated that their guilt had driven them to suicide. Li Bing paid little heed to this matter, as he intended to have his sister and Wu Jinmei commence their cultivation. "Sister Wu, little sister, today I shall take you both to the mountains for a little adventure," Li Bing declared, opting not to disclose his plans in advance, choosing instead to reveal them once they were amidst the mountains. The trio informed their family briefly before making their way towards the rear mountain. Upon reaching the depths of the rear mountain, approximately 10 miles in, Li Bing came to a halt. "Sister Wu, little sister, today I shall unveil my secret to you, but you must promise not to disclose it," Li Bing said with a grave demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself," Wu Jinmei replied. "Brother, I shall not speak of it either," the two chimed in unison. "I must now reveal to you both that I am a cultivator. I intend to assess your spiritual roots to determine if you may join me in this path. Li Bing stated solemnly. He then proceeded to test their spiritual roots. Li Ying possessed dual roots of water and wood, while Wu Jinmei had triadic roots of water, fire, and earth, making both suitable for cultivation. However, Wu Jinmei's aptitude was deemed merely average, while Li Ying's dual roots were of superior quality. Li Bing exhaled in relief, then instructed them to close their eyes and be drawn into a small world. Wow, what is this place? The air is so refreshing. Wu Jinmei exclaimed as she opened her eyes upon entering the small world, inhaling the rich spiritual energy with excitement. Li Ying, too, marveled at the wonders surrounding her. First, sit cross-legged. I shall impart to you the cultivation techniques, Li Bing instructed, having prepared 2 cushions for them to sit upon. He then sought out the inherited memories of techniques, selecting one titled Xinling Ju and another Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Employing a minor spell, he transmitted this knowledge into their minds, simultaneously sharing 2 forms of body techniques and 2 martial arts techniques. This method of impartation was executed instantaneously, allowing them a moment for comprehension. He then guided them in attempting to draw energy into their bodies, a process that took 3 hours. Both successfully became nascent cultivators at the initial stage of qi refinement. From that point on, they relied on their own efforts to cultivate, and none could predict how far they might eventually progress. As the 2 newly initiated cultivators immersed themselves in their training without pause, Li Bing also settled down to meditate on a nearby cushion. He had previously attained the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refinement and had recently broken through to its perfected state, ensuring his spiritual power was both solid and smooth. As he circulated his technique, spiritual energy surged into his dantian. After 3 circulations, a sensation of swelling and pain emanated from his dantian, signaling that his spiritual energy had reached its limit, indicating it was time to break through. Time and again, he struck against the barrier, and after numerous attempts, the boundary finally gave way. In an instant, the spiritual energy found its outlet, creating a vortex of energy around him. The small world trembled violently, shrouded in swirling gray mist, and it took half an hour before calm was restored, with its area expanding by an additional 200 to 300 square meters, now exceeding 800 square meters. The spiritual lake had also doubled in size, while the small wooden cabin remained unchanged, enveloped by a translucent membrane. The 2 women were left in awe, gazing at Li Bing with wide-eyed wonder. After continuing to refine his cultivation for a while longer to solidify his progress, Li Bing finally opened his eyes. Let us tidy up, we must return. If we linger too long, our family will surely worry, he remarked, surveying the small world for a moment before guiding the 2 out. In the mountains, they managed to catch several wild rabbits and chickens, and fortune smiled upon them as they also hunted a wild antelope. By the time they returned home, dusk was approaching. After cleaning their catch, the family enjoyed a delightful dinner, after which Li Bing escorted Wu Jinmei back. He then set off for the county town, preparing to attend driving school the following day. Chapter 76. Sun Siyu arrives. After a week of instruction at the driving school, Li Bing successfully passed his driving test. Although Wu Jinmei had sought assistance, Li Bing's driving skills were hardly inferior to those of seasoned drivers. Upon obtaining his license, he immediately took Zhao Xinyue, Wei Lu from the security department, and 2 other security personnel to Qing City. With over 200 million in funds from ginseng sales and substantial daily earnings from the greenhouse, it was time to equip Green Yuan Company and the security department with vehicles. As time progressed, the company would undoubtedly expand. Without vehicles, traveling was exceedingly inconvenient. After a brief tour of Qing City and heeding Wu Jinmei's advice, Green Yuan Company procured 2 domestic vans, while the security department acquired 2 domestic patrol cars. Li Bing opted for a mid-range SUV including insurance and registration. The total expenditure was less than 2 million. Li Bing, you've become quite the big boss, why not get yourself a luxury car? Wu Jinmei teased with a grin. Let us not get carried away. It's merely a means of transportation. Practicality is what matters, not ostentation, Li Bing replied with a smile. Alas, Li Bing, you come to the city to buy cars and don't even inform me. Do you not consider me a friend? Sun Siyu, having heard of Li Bing's venture to the city, rushed over and began to express her grievances upon their meeting. Well, Sister Siyu, I didn't want to disturb you, knowing how busy you are, Li Bing weakly explained. Sun Siyu understood his intentions, but he was no scoundrel. One Wu Jinmei was more than enough. He had no desire to hurt anyone else. Moreover, given the values instilled by his parents, he would not dare act otherwise. Enough, as if I don't know you. If we're talking about busy, Sister Wu is far busier than I. You invited her without notifying me, clearly not considering me a friend. Facing Sun Siyu's resentful tone, Li Bing found himself at a loss for words, while Zhao Xinyue and Wei Le discreetly distanced themselves from the unfolding emotional drama. Xiaoyu, Li Bing did not intend any offense. Please refrain from your complaints. How about we make him treat us to a lavish meal at Sima Chen's later? Wu Jinmei, no longer feeling jealous since learning of Li Bing's status as a cultivator, maintained a more open-minded perspective. With a cultivator's long lifespan, having multiple partners was entirely normal. If Sun Siyu could come to terms with this and join them, it would be infinitely better than associating with strangers. Alright, I shall treat you all. You may have whatever you desire. Li Bing, feeling overwhelmed, acquiesced as Wu Jinmei supported his words. After completing the necessary formalities, Li Bing sent Zhao Xinyue and Wei Le back in their own vehicle. He then drove the newly acquired SUV, following Wu Jinmei's car to the Pinxian Pavilion in the heart of Qing City. At that moment, a scene unfolded in the main hall of the Pinxian Pavilion. Server Wu Lijuan, due to an unfortunate mishap, spilled a plate of freshly cooked tomato eggs onto a patroness clothing. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional, Lijuan apologized earnestly. You think I did that on purpose? I just wore this custom piece, and you've ruined it. A young man in his mid-20s spat, clearly affluent, adorned in designer attire. Accompanying him were three others, all similarly dressed in high-end brands. However, the smug grins on their faces suggested a rather unsavory demeanor. I sincerely apologize, it was my fault. If you could take it off, I will wash it for you, Wu Lijuan pleaded for forgiveness. This outfit is custom-made and cannot be washed at all. You'll need to compensate me, this entire set cost 300,000, the man taunted, surveying Wu Lijuan with a condescending gaze. I don't have that kind of money, Wu Lijuan stammered, taken aback by the exorbitant sum of 300,000. Chapter 76 Sun Siyu's arrival. After a week of training at the driving school, Li Bing successfully passed his driving test. Although Wu Jinmei had arranged assistance, Li Bing's driving skills were commendable, rivaling those of seasoned drivers. Upon obtaining his license, he took Zhao Xinyue, Wei Le from the security department, and two other security personnel to Qing City. With over 200 million in funds from selling ginseng and a lucrative daily income from the greenhouse, it was time to procure vehicles for the Green Yuan Company and the security department. As time progressed, the company would undoubtedly expand further. Without vehicles, commuting became exceedingly inconvenient. After a tour around Qing City and heeding Wu Jinmei's advice, the Green Yuan Company decided to purchase 2 domestic business vehicles, while the security department opted for 2 domestic patrol cars. Li Bing selected a mid-range SUV. The total expenditure, including insurance and registration, came to less than 2 million. Li Bing, you've become quite the big boss, why not consider a luxury car? Wu Jinmei teased with a grin. Let us not get carried away. This is merely a means of transportation. As long as it serves its purpose, there's no need for extravagance, Li Bing replied with a smile. Oh, Li Bing, you come to the city to buy cars and don't even invite me. Do you not regard me as a friend? Sun Siyu, having learned of Li Bing's car shopping, hurried over and began to voice her grievances upon their meeting. Well, Sister Sun, I didn't want to disturb you since I thought you might be busy, Li Bing explained weakly. He understood her feelings, but he was not a cad. One Wu Jinmei was sufficient for him. He had no desire to hurt anyone else. Furthermore, considering his parents' values, he knew he wouldn't be able to get past them if he were to act otherwise. Enough. I know you well enough. If we're talking about being busy, Sister Wu is far busier than I am. You didn't even inform me when you called her over, clearly not regarding me as a friend. Faced with Sun Siyu's plaintive tone, Li Bing felt at a loss for words, while Zhao Xinyue and Wei Le discreetly distanced themselves, seeking an excuse to avoid the emotional turmoil. Xiaoyu, Li Bing didn't mean to, so please don't hold it against him. Let us have him treat us later. We can go to Sima Chen for a lavish feast. Wu Jinmei, having learned of Li Bing's status as a cultivator, had shifted her perspective and was no longer jealous. The longevity of cultivators made it quite normal to have multiple partners. If Sun Siyu could embrace this, it would be far better than allowing strangers to join in. Alright, I'll treat you all. Whatever you wish. Li Bing felt overwhelmed, but with Wu Jinmei's support, he followed suit. After completing the necessary formalities, Li Bing sent Zhao Xinyue and Wei Le back in their own vehicles and took off in his newly acquired SUV, following Wu Jinmei's car toward the Pinxian Pavilion in the heart of Qing City. At that moment in the grand hall of Pinsien Pavilion, a rather amusing scene was unfolding. The waitress, Wu Lijuan, accidentally spilled a plate of freshly cooked tomato and egg on a patron's attire. "I am terribly sorry." "It was unintentional," Lijuan apologized, her voice laced with concern. "You think I did this on purpose? I just wore this custom outfit, and now you've ruined it," a man in his mid-20s cursed, clearly affluent and clad in designer labels. He was accompanied by 3 others, all equally adorned in high-end brands. However, the smug smirks on their faces suggested a certain arrogance. "I sincerely apologize, it was my fault. If you could remove it, I shall wash it for you," Wu Lijuan pleaded for forgiveness once more. "This outfit is custom-made and cannot be washed. You'll have to compensate me. This entire set cost 300,000. The man spoke mockingly, his gaze scrutinizing Wu Lijuan from head to toe. "I don't have that kind of money," Wu Lijuan stammered, utterly taken aback by the staggering sum. Chapter 76 Sun Siyu arrives after a week of diligent study at the driving school. Li Bing successfully passed his driving test. Although Wu Jinmei had sought assistance, Li Bing's driving skills were by no means inferior to those of seasoned drivers. Upon obtaining his license, he promptly took Zhao Xinyue Wei Lu from the security department, and 2 other security personnel to Qing City. With over 200 million in capital from ginseng sales and a steady daily income from the greenhouse, it was high time to allocate vehicles for Green Yuan Company and the security department. As time progressed, the company would undoubtedly expand further. Without vehicles, commuting was exceedingly inconvenient. After a brief tour of Qing City and heeding Wu Jinmei's advice, Green Yuan Company acquired 2 domestically produced vans, while the security department procured 2 domestic patrol cars. Li Bing opted for a mid-range SUV. The total expenditure, including insurance and registration, amounted to less than 2 million. "Li Bing, you've become quite the big boss. Why not get yourself a luxury car?" Wu Jinmei jested, a playful smile gracing her face as she queried Li Bing. "Oh, come now, it's merely a means of transport. Convenience is all that matters. There's no need to fuss over appearances," Li Bing replied with a smile. "Alas, Li Bing, you come to this city to buy cars without inviting me. Do you not consider me a friend?" Sun Siyu, having learned of Li Bing's foray into car shopping, hurried over to confront him, her tone laced with reproach. "Well, Sister Sun, I didn't want to intrude on your busy schedule," Li Bing feebly explained. He understood Sun Siyu's sentiments, yet he was not the kind of man to lead others on. Having Wu Jinmei was more than sufficient. He had no desire to cause harm to anyone else. Moreover, given his parents' values, should he ever act in such a manner, he would surely face their disapproval. "Enough, I know you well enough. If we're talking about being busy, Sister Wu is far busier than I am. You called her here without informing me, clearly indicating I'm not considered a friend," Sun Siyu lamented, her tone imbued with a sense of grievance. Li Bing found himself at a loss for words, while Zhao Xinyue and Wei Lu discreetly retreated, seeking refuge from the emotional entanglements of their boss. "Xiaoyu, Li Bing didn't mean any harm. Do refrain from your complaints. Let's have him treat us to a feast at Sima Qian's later," Wu Jinmei interjected, her perspective having shifted since learning of Li Bing's status as a cultivator. With a cultivator's extended lifespan, having multiple women was quite natural. If only Sun Siyu could come to terms with it and join them, it would be far preferable to having a stranger in their midst. Fine, I'll treat you all. Whatever you wish." Li Bing, feeling overwhelmed, seized upon Wu Jinmei's suggestion as a way to ease the tension. Once the necessary arrangements were completed, Li Bing sent Zhao Xinyue and Wei Lu back in their own vehicle while he drove his newly acquired SUV. He followed Wu Jinmei's car toward the bustling center of Qing City, specifically to the Pinsien Gei and the Grand Hall of Pinsien Gu. An amusing scene unfolded. A server, Wu Lijuan, accidentally spilled a plate of freshly cooked tomato and egg on a patron's clothing. "I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention," Lijuan said, offering her contrition. "Are you kidding me? You think I did this on purpose? I just wore this custom piece, and now it's ruined," exclaimed a man in his mid-20s, his words laced with vulgarity. He appeared well off, adorned in high-end brands, accompanied by 3 similarly dressed companions, whose smirks suggested a sense of entitlement. "I'm truly sorry, it was my fault. If you could take it off, I'll wash it for you," Wu Lijuan pleaded, still seeking forgiveness. "This garment is custom-made. It cannot be washed. You'll have to compensate me. This entire outfit cost 300,000, the man retorted, mockingly appraising Wu Lijuan from head to toe. I don't have that kind of money, Wu Lijuan stammered, her face paling at the mention of such an exorbitant sum. Chapter 77 Wu Jinmei's trial. Haha, unable to compensate, is that all you have to say? This outfit costs 300,000. Another man sneered with malice. Indeed, Brother Rue's attire is of such high quality. This little girl is merely attempting to evade her responsibility, another chimed in. Brother Rue, it's understandable that she lacks the funds to compensate. Since she appears quite presentable, why not let her accompany you for 3 days instead? This was the true intention of the trio, who spent their days harassing the weak. Coming from families with some influence, they typically managed to sweep matters under the rug. They never dared to provoke those with stronger backgrounds. Upon laying eyes on Wu Lijuan, they had fixated on her. Today, seizing the opportunity while she was distracted serving dishes, one of them tripped her, fulfilling their malicious desire. You despicable creatures, besides, it was he who tripped me first. Wu Lijuan exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes, her spirit unyielding. You claim I tripped you? Who can attest to that? Allow me to demonstrate just how vile I can be, Brother Rue retorted arrogantly. Gentlemen, please, do not be angered. Lijuan is but a humble waitress, kindly show her some mercy. I shall take responsibility for your bill today, how does that sound? At this moment, the manager stepped forward, shielding Wu Lijuan behind him. Slap! Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission for a free meal? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way, Brother Rue seethed, delivering a resounding slap to the manager. You, how dare you strike me? If you wish to cause a scene, I won't hesitate to call the police, the manager retorted, anger igniting within him. Call the police? Do you even know who I am? You think you can report me? You're clearly looking to make enemies in Qing City. Yet if you don't recognize your place, I'll ensure you find it impossible to navigate this city, Brother Rue boasted, his arrogance palpable. When did such a character emerge in Qing City? Who does he think he is, threatening others? At that moment, Li Bing and his companions arrived. Having witnessed the unfolding conflict, they felt a sense of satisfaction at the manager's efforts to protect his employee, prompting them to step forward and lend their support. Kid, do you dare meddle in Brother Rue's affairs? You should inquire about who he is the king of Qing City. No one dares to contradict him, one of Brother Rue's companions asserted. Oh, the king of Qing City, how was I unaware of such a figure in our midst? Li Bing had already begun recording the scene on his phone, handing it to Sun Xiu, while continuing to provoke. Listen well, country bumpkin, Brother Rue's father is the vice mayor of Qing City. Do you have any idea how significant that is? You'd be terrified if you knew. When Brother Rue's father gets angry, the entire city trembles, the man boasted haughtily. I'm so scared, even if his father is the vice mayor, he must abide by the law, Li Bing challenged. You won't understand. When Brother Rue breaks the law, no one dares to apprehend him. There have been those foolish enough to lay hands on him, only to lose their jobs as a result, he continued, growing increasingly animated, noticing the excitement of the two women accompanying Li Bing. Brother Rue, here come two more beauties. Hello, I am Zhang Rui, son of Vice Mayor Zhang Changshou, he declared, reaching out to grasp Wu Jinmei's hand. Slap! Slap! Just as Li Bing prepared to intervene, Wu Jinmei was quicker, delivering two resounding slaps to Zhang Rui's face, knocking several of his teeth loose and swelling his cheek. How dare you strike Brother Rue? Brothers, seize this wench and let Brother Rue teach her a lesson. Wu Jinmei, having tested her skills, was incensed by their crude remarks and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Chapter 78 The unfortunate goods. At the outset, Wu Jinmei had not yet fully mastered her own strength. Inevitably, her strikes were a tad too forceful, leaving the four burly men sprawled on the ground, writhing and moaning in distress. Sister Wu, enough! These scoundrels are hardly worth your ire, Li Bing hastened to say, enveloping Wu Jinmei in a comforting embrace. Humph, they truly have it too easy, Wu Jinmei retorted, delivering another kick to Zhang Rui. Observing that Wu Jinmei had ceased her assault, Zhang Rui and his companions stealthily rose to their feet. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, they made their escape. Brother Rui, are we really going to let this go? How can we continue to survive in Qing City? Perhaps we should inform Uncle and let him take his revenge, one of Zhang Rui's lackeys urged. Bah, how could we possibly let this slide? I am calling my dad right now to send someone to apprehend them. They will soon learn the consequences of crossing me, Zhang Rui declared, dialing his father, the deputy mayor Zhang Qianshou, to lodge a complaint. Dad, help! I am about to be beaten to death, he lamented, embellishing his tale and portraying his assailants as the most nefarious villains. Alright, son, stop crying out. I'll head over with some men right away, Zhang Qianshou replied, fully aware of his son's misdeeds, stirring up trouble and bullying others, even driving a young girl to suicide, all of which he had managed to suppress using his influence. Nevertheless, being his only offspring, Zhang felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, he was incensed that anyone would dare to disregard him, a powerful deputy mayor, and openly assault his son, an affront that indirectly tarnished his own reputation. As Li Bing and his companions exited the Pincian Pavilion after their meal, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of uniformed personnel. Anyone caught fighting in public will be apprehended. We must thoroughly investigate to determine whether there are any terrorists intent on causing chaos and wreaking havoc on society, Zhang Qianshou proclaimed, adopting a righteous demeanor and casting a wide net of accusation. Deputy Mayor Zhang, are you conducting an investigation this way, without any inquiry? Li Bing inquired coolly. Not necessary. The victim has personally reported this incident, and there is no need to waste further time, Zhang Qianshou asserted, exuding an air of authority. Ha, so your son is the victim, and that makes his word gospel? Li Bing countered, casting a sidelong glance at a middle-aged officer in uniform who accompanied him. It doesn't matter whether the victim is my son or an ordinary individual. I treat all reports equally, Zhang Qianshou continued, maintaining a facade of righteousness. Ha ha ha, what a splendid deputy mayor Zhang you are, what a fine facade, Xiaoyu, let it out. Li Bing laughed heartily before instructing Sun Xiu to disseminate the recorded footage online. What are you doing? Get in there and stop those ruffians, I command you, and if there is any resistance, you may use lethal force, Zhang Qianshou barked, his urgency rising as he noticed Sun Xiu sending out the material. Deputy Mayor Zhang, that's not in accordance with procedure, the uniformed middle-aged man replied, remaining inactive and refraining from issuing commands to his subordinates. Very well, Director Wang Liang, I see you refuse to follow orders. Shielding criminals, I believe your tenure as director is at an end, Zhang Qianshou fumed. Previously, a deputy director had assisted him, but today, with that individual on leave, Wang Liang had taken the lead and was now treating him with an air of officialdom. Deputy Mayor Zhang, mind your language. You lack the authority to replace me. Everyone, detain all individuals related to this matter. A few of you go and retrieve the surveillance footage, Wang Liang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Qianshou, well aware of his past misdeeds and having quietly investigated some matters. Very well, Wang Liang, we shall see. Rui let us go, Zhang Qianshou declared, preparing to depart with Zhang Rui. Deputy Mayor Zhang Rui is a crucial figure in this case. He cannot leave until the investigation is complete, Wang Liang instructed his subordinates to restrain Zhang Rui before calmly adding. Chapter 79. The misfortunate Zhang father and son Zhang Qianshou was seething with rage, his anger palpable as he fumed at Wang Liang's utter disregard for the situation. How could he so brazenly undermine the dignity of his position as deputy mayor? He vowed to make Wang Liang pay dearly for this affront. However, the immediate priority was to safeguard his son. Given Wang Liang's nature, if he seized the opportunity to investigate, numerous past misdeeds of his son would inevitably come to light. Should any of this implicate him, the consequences would be dire. He retrieved his mobile phone, poised to make a call, when suddenly it rang, an incoming call from his superior. Mayor Yang, what can I do for you? He inquired with a forced smile, attempting to mask his anxiety. Deputy Mayor Zhang, it appears you've made quite a name for yourself and your illustrious son throughout our city, Mayor Yang replied with a cold chuckle. What do you mean, Mayor Yang? I don't quite understand, Zhang Qianshou responded, his heart sinking, a foreboding sensation washing over him. You don't understand, check the internet, it's being broadcast live. Your position as deputy mayor has certainly garnered a certain notoriety. Remain where you are, I shall be there shortly, Mayor Yang barked before abruptly ending the call. This was it, everything was irrevocably lost. Zhang Qianshou's phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground as he sat there, utterly despondent, his spirits seemingly drained. He muttered incoherently, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Director, we have uncovered the details. It was Zhang Rui who took a fancy to the waitress here, attempting to bully her and brazenly proclaiming himself the king of Qing City. After noticing the two young ladies, he spoke inappropriately, which led to his comeuppance. "You are aware of the situation following Deputy Mayor Zheng's arrival," reported the individual who had gone to review the surveillance footage. "What a self-proclaimed king of Qing City. Ensure the surveillance is copied. We must promptly initiate an investigation into Zhang Rui and his associates," Wang Liang sneered, issuing commands to his subordinates. At that moment, a standard sedan approached, followed closely by a business vehicle. Mayor Yang Jingjun emerged, his countenance dark, accompanied by the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission and several staff members. "Comrade Zhang Qingshuo, you are under suspicion of serious political and economic misconduct. Please accompany us for a thorough investigation at the designated location and time," the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission announced, brandishing a document as accompanying personnel moved to restrain him. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mayor Yang Jingjun did not cast a single glance in his direction. "Mayor Yang, the investigation has clarified the matter. Zhang Rui was indeed the one who harassed the waitress and made lewd remarks to these young ladies, declaring himself the king of Qing City, among other sensitive statements. Please advise on the next steps," Wang Liang stated, offering a salute to Mayor Yang. "Director Wang, your integrity is commendable. You have preserved some semblance of dignity for our city. Your next task is to thoroughly investigate the Zheng father and son duo, uprooting this corrupt syndicate entirely. No one must escape justice. We owe it to Qing City and to all those who have suffered injustice," Mayor Yang Jingjun declared gravely, placing a hand on Wang Liang's shoulder. "Understood, I will ensure the task is completed," Wang Liang replied with a resolute voice. After Zhang Qingshuo was taken away, Zhang Rui slumped to the ground, the bravado he once exhibited completely evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as he was escorted into the police vehicle, which sped away. "You always manage to stir up a tempest, don't you? For heaven's sake, turn off your phone, even the sight of it makes my heart race," Mayor Yang Jingjun said with a wry smile to Li Bing. "My apologies, Mayor Yang, for the trouble. I had no intention of engaging with them further, but they were simply insufferable. It's regrettable that it had to come to this," Li Bing replied sheepishly, scratching his head as he glanced at his phone, which was ablaze with notifications. "Don't feel embarrassed. It is actually a blessing in disguise. Perhaps now these rascals will think twice before acting with impunity. We may endure the scorn, but if it brings about a brighter future for Qing City, it will be worth it," Mayor Yang remarked with rare levity. Chapter 80. Want to learn too? After concluding his trip to Qing City, Li Bing returned to Haizi village, accompanied by Sun Siyu and Wu Jinmei. "Li Bing, how is it that Sister Wu is so formidable? Did you teach her?" Sun Siyu inquired shortly after they entered and settled down. "Indeed," Li Bing replied, casting a glance at the giggling Wu Jinmei, and sighed helplessly. "In that case, I want to learn as well." "You must teach me," Sun Siyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, Wu Jinmei chimed in with a playful grin. "Little you, it's certainly no issue for Li Bing to teach you, but there is one stipulation you must earnestly consider." "What condition?" "As long as I can manage it, it's no problem," Sun Siyu replied, her mind solely focused on martial training. "Li Bing, why don't you step outside? I need to have a private conversation with little you," Wu Jinmei suggested, gently pushing Li Bing out. "You two can speak outside. Why am I being shooed away?" Li Bing grumbled, but upon receiving a disapproving glare from Wu Jinmei, he complied and exited. Once Li Bing was outside, Wu Jinmei closed the door and turned to Sun Siyu with utmost seriousness. "Little you, do you have feelings for Li Bing? This is crucial, you must contemplate it thoroughly before responding." Sun Siyu's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly replied, "Sister Wu, I do like him." "Well, have you considered that Li Bing might have other girls?" "And not just one," Wu Jinmei continued, adding Sima Qian into the mix, as she believed this was an inevitable development. "Ah, what do you mean by that?" Sun Siyu was taken aback, as her outlook had always been one of monogamy. "My meaning is quite clear. Li Bing is destined to have more than one woman in his life, but he will likely have at least 3. Do you still feel the same way?" Wu Jinmei pressed on, her words striking with an undeniable force. Why would you say such a thing? How can you predict the future?" Sun Siyu questioned, realizing her phrasing was flawed. "Because he is destined to be extraordinary, and you will understand this in time. Now, I ask you again. If this is the case, do you still like him? Wu Jinmei insisted. Sun Siyu fell silent, mulling over the question for a moment before responding. Sister Wu, my heart is in turmoil. I cannot answer right now, please allow me some time to think it over, and I will reply in a few days. With that, she opened the door and left, casting a complex glance at Li Bing, who was entertaining little Bai at the entrance, before departing in a vehicle. Sister Wu, what happened to Sun? Why did she leave without a word? Li Bing asked upon seeing Wu Jinmei emerge. Li Bing, it's difficult for me to discuss this right now. I will inform you once little Yu has come to a conclusion in a few days, Wu Jinmei said as she took a seat beside him, sighing softly. Li Bing looked on with curiosity, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately refraining from voicing his questions. Li Bing, would you let me in to practice for a while? After some time, Wu Jinmei smiled and requested. Li Bing nodded and led Wu Jinmei into his bedroom. After securely closing the door, they entered the small world to continue their training. The two practiced diligently until nearly dusk before emerging. Hey, I called out to you earlier, but you didn't respond. I thought you had stepped out, his mother remarked, glancing at them with a fleeting look of surprise before feigning nonchalance. Oh, mother, I was feeling a bit tired today and took a short rest. Perhaps I was in too deep a slumber to hear you, Li Bing replied casually. Though Wu Jinmei had a carefree and open demeanor, the misunderstanding with Li Bing's mother left her flustered. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple as she hastily muttered an excuse and made her way toward the door. Ah, Xiaomei, where are you off to? Dinner will be ready shortly. Stay for a meal, and Li Bing can give you a ride afterward, Li Bing's mother called out, trying to persuade her to stay. Having said that, Wu Jinmei found it difficult to leave. She acquiesced and stepped forward to assist with the meal preparations. All right, Xiaomei, just sit and chat with them for a bit. Auntie will finish cooking in no time, she said, gently nudging Wu Jinmei toward Li Bing. After dinner, which had stretched past 8 o'clock, Li Bing accompanied Wu Jinmei back to her home. Chapter 81. Completion of the villa's main structure. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. After several days of contemplation, Sun Siyu resolutely joined the ranks of Li Bing's girlfriend. She has also realized her aspiration of becoming a cultivator, endowed with an exceptional single-wood spiritual root. The cultivation techniques imparted to her by Li Bing include the True Scripture of Wood Spirit and the Pharmaceutical Sovereign Classic, a revered medical text, complemented by martial arts skills in the form of a striking technique. At this juncture, Sun Siyu finally grasped the implication behind Wu Jinmei's words. Cultivators enjoy extended lifespans, rendering it improbable for them to be content with just one partner. On a day following their training session, Li Bing sat in the courtyard when General Wang, the developer of the Villa District, along with his comrade, paid him a visit. Boss Li, we have come to inquire about the completion of the external wall tiles for the Villa District and the main structure. What are the next steps for the renovation? Wang spoke candidly, noting that a proprietor like Li Bing is indeed a rarity, one who never delays payment for projects and occasionally treats the workers to extra meals. Oh, the main structure is complete. In that case, I would like you to assign a portion of your team to construct 2 4-story buildings in the area behind the Villa District. One will serve as an office building, while the other will be designated as employee accommodation. Please expedite the drawing of the blueprints, and once I review and approve them, we shall commence construction. Additionally, I want a row of security duty rooms built at the village entrance, along with proper planning for the roads and their adjoining areas. You two should discuss and provide a comprehensive quotation. My aim is to have all projects completed by next year, after which we shall initiate the next phase of development, an ecological tourism area. Li Bing summarized his directives. As for the villa renovations, he planned to convene the villagers in the evening to allocate the villas to them, allowing them the freedom to decide on their own styles of decoration. After bidding farewell to the two men, Li Bing called the village chief to relay these arrangements. He also mentioned that aside from his own villa and a few neighboring ones, the rest would be distributed among the villagers through a draw, inviting them to voice any renovation concerns. A unified approach to the renovations would ultimately save time. Before long, the village chief managed to handle these matters adeptly. The villagers raised no objections, adhering to a uniform standard for their renovations, which delighted Li Bing as it indicated their lack of greed. Initially, he intended for each villager to sign an IOU, clearly stating the prepayment for their villas. However, Given the circumstances, he did not press the issue, merely requesting the village chief to keep a record, postponing financial discussions until conditions improved. With these arrangements settled, he found himself with leisure time over the past month. His cultivation had undergone a significant breakthrough, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, and he was soon to prepare for foundation establishment. His younger sister had attained the 3rd level of qi refinement, Wu Jinmei was at the minor completion of the 3rd level, and Sun Siyu had also reached the minor completion of the 3rd level. This showcases the formidable potential of a singular wood attribute spiritual root. As Li Bing advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement, his small world expanded by over 500 square meters, now encompassing more than 1,300 square meters. The spiritual spring also grew to nearly 50 square meters, and the transparent membrane atop the small wooden cabin began to show signs of rupture, filling Li Bing with anticipation. Gazing at the land within his small world, Li Bing contemplated what to cultivate. Sister Wu, sister Sun, and little sister, what do you think we should plant here? Such a vast expanse of land would be a tremendous waste if left idle. The 3 women fell into deep thought, each pondering the best crops to sow. Wu Jinmei envisioned vegetables and fruits, Sun Siyu considered precious medicinal herbs, while Li Ying thought of flowers and ornamental plants. Ultimately, Li Bing decided to honor their suggestions, allocating 1/3 of the space to each category, allowing them to select the varieties themselves. Before long, the 3 women procured an assortment of seeds and seedlings. Wu Jinmei gathered kiwis, plums, apricots, and various gourds and vegetables to intersperse. Sun Siyu brought saffron, along with 2 rare varieties of blood lingonberry and Chinese knotweed, complemented by Li Bing's ginseng. Li Ying selected orchids and other common flowers. Each day, the 4 ventured into the mountains, diving into the small world discovered within a valley, diligently planting these flora after their training sessions. It took an entire week to complete the planting, and the vegetables within the small world, enriched with abundant spiritual energy, had already transformed into spiritual plants. They intended to consume these bounties themselves rather than sell them, as such nourishment would greatly benefit their health. Chapter 82 of the cabin time flies, and before one realizes, another fortnight has passed. Li Bing accompanies the 2 ladies daily. His younger sister, Li Ying, commenced her studies a few days ago. Li Bing has diligently cultivated his skills, reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, the 9th layer. Both Wu Jinmei and Sun Siyu have attained the 3rd layer, also at full completion. The translucent energy membrane surrounding the cabin was effortlessly torn asunder by him. Li Bing, this cabin contains merely this solitary pill bottle and a few rust-riddled swords, Wu Jinmei remarked, her disappointment palpable upon entering the cabin. Li Bing chuckled softly, choosing not to respond as he picked up the pill bottle. Upon uncorking it, he glimpsed 6 pea-sized, pale yellow pills within. The label outside indicated that these were foundation establishment pills, capable of enhancing the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage by 50%. Sisters, this is precisely what we need at this moment, Li Bing exclaimed with a smile, his earlier concerns about establishing a foundation alleviated by this fortuitous find. Wonderful. Does this imply that we will have no issues progressing to the golden core stage? Wu Jinmei responded gleefully, her earlier disappointment forgotten. Indeed, that is a valid interpretation. I shall keep this safe until you both reach the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Oh, it is best to leave it here for security, Li Bing said thoughtfully, after placing the pill bottle back and then reconsidering, retrieving it once more to set it on the table. It would be unfortunate if it were to be damaged while on his person. Better to leave it in the cabinet. He then examined the swords on the table, 5 in total. Though they were tarnished and in a state of disrepair, Li Bing understood that the presence of these swords was not without purpose, as bestowed by the immortal. He casually picked one up and, following the teachings of his lineage, dripped a drop of blood onto it. The droplet did not fall but rather seeped into the blade. Once the blood completely vanished, the sword emanated a brilliant light, momentarily blinding the 3 of them. When the radiance subsided, a sharp, exquisite sword was revealed. Li Bing felt an inexplicable connection with this blade. This was a non-ranked flying sword, capable of enhancing its quality in accordance with its master's cultivation and could change size at the wielder's will. With a mere thought, the flying sword transformed into a beam of light and entered his Dantian sisters. This is a remarkable find. Hurry and choose one to bond with, Li Bing urged, his excitement palpable. The 2 ladies approached, each selecting a sword and completing the blood oath, subsequently storing them in their Dantian for nurturing. Seeing that the cabin held no further treasures, Li Bing moved closer to the inner door, intending to explore another room. However, no matter how much strength he exerted, the door remained immovable. It appeared that only after establishing a foundation could it be opened. Observing the eager expressions of the two ladies beside him, he remarked, "This door seems impervious. It likely requires foundation establishment to unlock. If you wish to try, go ahead." The two ladies pushed and pulled at the door for quite some time, yet it remained silent and unyielding, leading them to lower their heads in disappointment. "Enough of the gloom, we have already acquired sufficient resources. No matter how splendid the treasures, they are futile if not applicable," Li Bing gently consoled. Grasping their hands, having completed their cultivation for the day, the trio exited the small world. As they meandered through the mountains, the two ladies were filled with exuberance, though the local fauna suffered as a result. By the time they emerged from the mountains, Li Bing found himself laden with 6 rabbits, 5 wild chickens, and a wild antelope slung over his shoulder, prey hunted by the two ladies, who had turned Li Bing into a mere vessel for their spoils. "Ah, we shall feast on game once more, Li Bing. All of this is now your responsibility," Wu Jinmei declared gleefully, eyeing the bounty on Li Bing. "Of course, my esteemed elder sisters need only to revel in the delights. I shall handle all the laborious tasks," Li Bing replied, his spirits high as he smiled in response. Chapter 83 The Mutated Orchid. Within the confines of the miniature world, Li Ying's cultivated flowers were each taken out in pairs by Li Bing, destined for Wu Jinmei and Sun Siyu to adorn their abode. "Li Bing, I have placed the orchid in my office and shared a photograph online. Already, I have received inquiries from individuals willing to purchase this orchid at a premium," Wu Jinmei eagerly reported early in the morning. "Sister Wu, such occurrences are quite commonplace. Your orchid, being the finest variety of Zue Linglong, has undergone a remarkable mutation due to the nurturing from the spirit spring. The originally azure flower tongue now boasts a delicate ring of soft pink, enveloped in a veil of ethereal mist. Orchid enthusiasts would undoubtedly yearn to possess it," Li Bing remarked with an air of nonchalance. "What should we do now? It's not safe to keep it here. Perhaps we ought to return it to the miniature world for its protection." Wu Jinmei expressed her concerns. "There is no need for that. We have an abundance of orchids. Cultivating more is a simple task. If they wish to buy, let us sell. It's a splendid means of earning," Li Bing replied dismissively. "Then, I shall see what price they are willing to offer," Wu Jinmei declared. "Feel free, we have over a dozen varieties of orchids in our miniature world, each with dozens of pots," Li Bing said with a cheerful grin, showing no concern whatsoever. "Li Bing, they want to see the actual flowers. How shall we manage that?" Wu Jinmei inquired, glancing at the messages on her phone. After a moment of contemplation, Li Bing arrived at a decision. "Sister Wu, let us construct a small flower pavilion in the courtyard. We will display 2 pots of each variety for their viewing. Indeed, if they wish to see the actual flowers, this will resolve the matter," Wu Jinmei exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Li Bing consulted with General Wang and erected a floral shelter in the courtyard. He then retrieved 2 pots of each flower from the miniature world. "It's all set, Sister Wu, you may respond to them and share the address," he instructed. Before long, the first wave of orchid enthusiasts arrived. "Oh my, how are these orchids cultivated? They are simply exquisite. Look at this spring orchid, its petals are adorned with a delicate ring of pale yellow threads. This Hui orchid is strikingly bold, with 9 flowers blooming from a single stalk, its tender green complemented by purple anthers. This Jian orchid is even more beautiful, with yellow-green petals encircled by a golden rim. Goodness, this is a Mo orchid. Observe the leaves, dark green with strands of gold, and the white petals are remarkably lovely." The gathered orchid aficionados were enraptured within the small pavilion, utterly astounded by the beauty before them, unable to fathom how these orchids were nurtured. "Excuse me, are these orchids for sale?" inquired a slender elderly gentleman, a devoted orchid enthusiast from Qing City. "Indeed, old sir, they are for sale, provided the price is right. I can always cultivate more flowers in the future," Li Bing replied with a smile. In an instant, a frenzy ensued as people clamored to secure their chosen pots. The elderly gentleman, unable to compete with the fervor of the crowd, grew anxious, his face paling. "Calm down, old sir, let them take these. Which variety would you like? I shall procure one for you shortly," Li Bing swiftly promised, concerned for the old gentleman's well-being. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman relaxed. "I desire the Zue Linglong. May I also have one of each of the other varieties?" he requested cautiously, eyeing Li Bing. "Not a problem, but I will ensure you receive one of each, including the Zue Linglong." Li Bing chuckled, recognizing the old gentleman as a significant patron of flowers. Ultimately, everyone, including the elderly gentleman, departed in high spirits, and Li Bing generously gifted each person a pound of vegetables. This venture yielded an astonishing income exceeding 10 million yuan, with the 3 pots of Zue Linglong alone fetching 3 million. Li Bing, the proceeds from these flowers should be reserved for my younger sister, as she was the one who cultivated them, Wu Jinmei suggested, displaying no greed. Very well, I shall give the money to our parents for safekeeping until she comes of age, Li Bing replied, heading indoors to speak with his parents. Mother, father, this is the income from the flowers cultivated by my sister. Today, the first batch has generated 978,000 yuan. Please safeguard it for her until she is of age, Li Bing stated, transferring the funds to his parents' account. Binger, your sister's flower income is so substantial, his parents exclaimed, overjoyed at the unexpected fortune. Who could have imagined that just months ago, they were fretting over 50 yuan, and now they were discussing millions? Chapter 84 Brazen Robbery. Li Bing, let us indulge in a shopping spree today. It has been ages since we last ventured out, Wu Jinmei eagerly insisted, having arrived early to pester him. Indeed, the weather is soon to turn cooler, and I too yearn to explore the shops, Sun Siyu chimed in from the doorway. Liofu and Yim Guiyun observed their son being besieged by the 2 lovely young women, smiles gracing their faces. Their son, being exceptional, attracted beautiful girls who sought his company. Binger, since there is nothing pressing, why don't you take Xiaoyu and Xiaomei to the city for some fun? Your mother and I will hold down the fort at home. It won't hinder anything, Li Youfu suggested with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, your father and I will look after things at home. You young folks should go out and enjoy yourselves instead of languishing indoors, his mother added. Very well then, mother and father, keep an eye on the wild boar, she is about to give birth. Upon my return, we shall select a plot of land to construct a pig pen, Li Bing reluctantly acquiesced, knowing the large wild boar had been pregnant for nearly 4 months and was due any day now. The trio set off in Li Bing's off-road vehicle, racing toward Qing City. Help, a thief, they're robbing me, this is my daughter's life savings. Upon parking, they were immediately met with the anguished cries of a woman. Let us go see what the commotion is about, Wu Jinmei, with her vivacious and carefree nature, urged as she rushed forward. On the roadside, a woman in her 40s sat on the ground, desperately clutching a young man's leg, who sported yellow hair. Let go, or I'll make you regret it, the young man snarled, striking at the woman with menace. Stop right there, you're young and yet have chosen a path of wrongdoing. To rob in broad daylight is utterly disgraceful. Sun Siyu stepped forward, seizing the young man's wrist. Mind your own business, little girl, and don't invite trouble upon yourself. Another 2 ruffians approached, their disheveled hair indicating their unsavory character, clearly allies of the yellow-haired thug. Step aside, I am determined to handle this matter today, Sun Siyu declared, her usual demure demeanor replaced by a courageous spirity. Fool, teach this girl a lesson, the yellow-haired thug commanded one of the burly henchmen. This gang is exceedingly brazen, they frequently rob at the hospital entrance, only to be released shortly after being apprehended, one bystander remarked. Just the other day, they stole money meant for someone's surgery, nearly delaying a critical procedure. Such incidents have become all too common. Remember not to carry cash in the future. It is rumored that the local authorities are in collusion with this gang, they arrest them merely for show before releasing them, another added. Li Bing absorbed their conversation, astonished by the audacity of these criminals. It was intolerable for them to rob patients of their life-saving funds, and having encountered the situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Activating his phone, he stepped forward to assist Sun Siyu. Damn it, another meddler. The yellow-haired thug growled, pulling a spring knife from his pocket and lunging at Li Bing. Such boldness to wield a knife. It appears you shall not escape unscathed, Li Bing remarked, noticing Sun Siyu hesitating to strike. He advanced, gripping the thug's wrist with fierce determination. My hand. The thug cried out in agony as the knife clattered to the ground, his hand crushed and limp. Meanwhile, Wu Jinmei had subdued the 2 male accomplices, rendering them incapacitated. At that moment, the police arrived leisurely. A portly officer descended from the vehicle, seemingly unconcerned with the situation at hand, and proceeded to apprehend Li Bing and his companions without inquiry, while the other officers tended to the yellow-haired thug. Is this how you conduct an investigation? You don't even bother to ascertain what transpired? Li Bing demanded, his expression darkening. Silence, do you presume to instruct us on how to carry out our duties? You have caused grievous harm in a brawl, behave yourself, or you shall face severe consequences, the portly officer retorted with a menacing glare. Chapter 85 of The Pitiful Child. You cannot act in this manner. He has stolen my daughter's life-saving funds. The woman, seated on the ground, clung desperately to the leg of the blonde-haired man, pleading for the money that was to be taken from her. Release her at once. What life-saving funds? We only recognize this as the perpetrator. Let go immediately, or you will be charged with obstructing justice, the portly officer admonished her sternly. With a dismissive scoff, Li Bing showed no inclination to continue the argument. He disdainfully struck the man twice across the face. Such a scoundrel was not worth fearing the charge of assaulting a public servant. Ah, you two, quickly call for backup. We have a violent assailant attacking an officer. The fat policeman's eyes glinted with malice after being struck. At that moment, Sun Siyu had already dialed Mayor Yang's number, succinctly conveying the situation before hanging up. Yang Zhengjuan's eyes burned with fury, incensed by the presence of such scoundrels in his jurisdiction. As he made his way outside, he called Director Wang, instructing him to come immediately. It was imperative to prevent any further dissemination of this incident online. You think you can find help? It's too late. Once you're apprehended, there are plenty of ways to deal with you, the overweight officer continued to prattle on, utterly oblivious to the imminent disaster approaching him. Li Bing, unbothered, stood conversing and laughing with his two female companions. Before long, Director Wang arrived with his team. Li Bing, what on earth is happening here? He hurriedly inquired as he alighted from his vehicle. Li Bing recounted the entire affair, even playing the recorded footage for Director Wang to view. What? These ruffians dared to behave in such a way. Immediately notify the station chief to come here. Director Wang was furious, barking orders to his subordinates. He then approached the woman still on the ground, speaking with heartfelt regret. My dear sister, I am truly sorry. Our work has fallen short, and you have suffered for it. Upon finishing, he commanded his subordinates to apprehend the three blonde-haired men, discovering the 3,000 yuan wrapped in cloth belonging to the woman on one of them. Simultaneously, Yang Zhengjun and the station chief arrived. Upon grasping the situation, he erupted in anger. This was utterly infuriating. Ah, so this is our law enforcement team. Not only are they incapable of safeguarding the lives and property of the citizens, but they have also become complicit in wrongdoing. Director Wang, the next phase must focus on team building and a thorough investigation into every individual's conduct. I will personally oversee this matter. After speaking, he noticed Li Bing heading towards the hospital and followed suit. Li Bing trailed behind the woman, who, having been beaten by the blonde man, staggered as she walked. Feeling a pang of compassion, he followed her, concerned that she might suffer an unfortunate incident. Upon reaching the hospital ward, the woman paused to catch her breath before pushing open the door and entering. Inside was a room shared by 3 patients. As the woman approached the bed nearest the door, she nearly collapsed. I am fine. Mother has borrowed some money, and you will be able to take your medication again, the woman consoled her through the pain. Mom, please let me go, this illness cannot be cured, the girl sobbed anew. Let us go inside and find out what is going on, Li Bing said, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart as he watched the mother and daughter. Wait a moment, Li Bing. I will accompany you, Mayor Yang interjected as he saw Li Bing about to enter, instructing his secretary to summon the hospital director. Li Bing smiled at Mayor Yang but said nothing. He pushed open the door and approached the girl's bedside. Little sister, please stop crying. If you continue, it will not look good. Could you tell me what illness you are suffering from, and why is it just you two? His voice was soft, yet it possessed a certain magic that gradually stilled the girl's tears. The woman recognized Li Bing and his companions, about to express her gratitude, but was halted by Sun Siyu. Big brother, my name is Yuer. I am not quite sure what my illness is. Neither the doctor nor my mother tells me. It is just my mother and me here. My father died 2 years ago while working on a construction site. He fell from scaffolding. That fat boss not only refused payment but also sent people to demand compensation, claiming my father acted recklessly and delayed the project. When my mother tried to reason with him, she was beaten, and the police were of no help. The court ruled that we owed 100,000 yuan. With no options left, my mother sold our house to cover the costs. Later, she fell ill and incurred debts to the hospital. They won't let us leave, nor will they provide me with medication. I overheard that fat foreman instructing the director. That fat man calls the director uncle. As the little girl spoke, wiping her tears, Li Bing turned back to Yang, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. Yang Zhengjuan's emotions were a tumultuous blend. He had served as mayor of Qing City for nearly 5 years yet had heard nothing of these issues. He felt utterly ineffectual. Secretary Su, summon Director Wang and the head of the court to come here at once. I will wait for them, Mayor Yang stated coldly, not holding Li Bing's indifference against him. Chapter 85. Poor child, you cannot do this, he has taken my daughter's life-saving money. The woman, seated on the ground, clung desperately to the leg of the blonde-haired man, pleading for the money that was about to be seized. "Let go! What life-saving money? We only know this is a victim. Release your grip immediately, or you will be arrested for obstructing justice," the portly police officer sternly admonished her. Li Bing, weary of further argument, let out a derisive laugh and delivered 2 sharp slaps to the man. Such scum was not worth avoiding the charge of assaulting a public servant. "Ah, you two, quickly call for backup. We have a violent attack on an officer." The portly policeman's eyes gleamed with malice after being struck. At that moment, Sun Siyu had already dialed Mayor Yang's number and succinctly conveyed the situation before hanging up. Young Zhengjun, seething with rage, felt his blood boil at the thought of such scoundrels operating within his jurisdiction. As he stepped outside, he called Director Wang, instructing him to arrive immediately, emphasizing the need to prevent any further dissemination of this incident online. "You think you can still find help? It's too late. Once you're apprehended, there are plenty of ways to deal with you," the portly policeman continued to prattle on, oblivious to the impending disaster. Li Bing ignored him, engaging in light-hearted banter with his 2 female companions. Before long, Director Wang arrived with his team. "Li Bing, what on earth is happening here?" he inquired urgently as he stepped out of the vehicle. Li Bing recounted the entire ordeal, even sharing the audio and video evidence with Director Wang. "What? These scoundrels dare to behave in such a manner. Notify the station chief to come here at once." Director Wang, incensed, commanded those behind him. He then approached the woman still on the ground and, with a heavy heart, said, "My dear sister, I apologize. We have failed in our duties, and you have suffered as a result." After issuing orders to apprehend the 3 individuals, they discovered the woman's 3,000 yuan, wrapped in cloth, on the blonde-haired man. At the same time, Yang Zhengjun and the station chief arrived. Upon understanding the situation, he erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is our law enforcement team. Not only do they fail to protect the safety of the people's lives and property, but they have also become accomplices. Director Wang, our next focus must be on team building and a thorough investigation into each individual's conduct. I will personally oversee this matter." After speaking, he noticed Li Bing heading toward the hospital and followed suit. Li Bing trailed the woman, who, having been beaten by the blonde man, staggered unsteadily as she walked. Feeling a pang of compassion, he followed her, fearing she might collapse. Upon reaching the hospital ward, the woman paused to catch her breath before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The room housed 3 patients, and as she approached the bed nearest the door, she nearly fell but gritted her teeth to maintain her footing. "Mom, what happened to you?" wailed a frail girl of about 15 or 16, her pale complexion devoid of color, who lay on the bed and looked at her mother in terror, bursting into tears. "My dear daughter, I am fine. Do not cry. I have borrowed money, and you can take your medicine again," the woman reassured her, suppressing her pain. "Mom, just let me go. This illness cannot be cured," the girl sobbed between her words. "Let us go in and find out what is going on," Li Bing said, feeling a twinge of sorrow for the mother and daughter. "Wait a moment, Li Bing. I will go in with you," Mayor Yang interjected as he saw Li Bing about to enter, instructing his secretary to summon the hospital director. Li Bing smiled at Mayor Yang but said nothing, pushing the door open and approaching the girl's bedside. "Little sister, please do not cry. If you continue, it will not look good. Can you tell me what illness you have and why it is just the 2 of you?" Li Bing's voice was gentle, yet it possessed a certain magic that gradually brought the girl's tears to a halt. The woman recognized Li Bing and was about to express her gratitude when Sun Siyu stopped her. "Big brother, my name is Juerda. I am not sure what illness I have, neither the doctor nor my mother tells me. It is just me and my mother here. My father died 2 years ago while working on a construction site, falling from a scaffold. That fat boss not only refused to pay us but also sent people to demand compensation, claiming my father was operating without authorization and delaying the project. When my mother tried to reason with him, she was beaten, and calling the police was futile. In court, we were ordered to pay 100,000 yuan. With no options left, my mother sold our house to gather the funds. Then she fell ill and accrued medical debt, and the hospital refuses to let us leave without payment, denying me my medication. I overheard that the fat foreman instructed the hospital director, who was referred to as uncle by him." The little girl spoke through her tears, and Li Bing, holding back his anguish, turned to look at Mayor Yang, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. Mayor Yang, too, was filled with mixed emotions. Having served as mayor of Qing City for nearly 5 years, he had heard nothing of such matters, realizing he had been a feeble leader. Secretary Su immediately summoned Director Wang and the court president. "I will wait for them here," Mayor Yang said icily, not blaming Li Bing for his indifference. Chapter 86 Yang Zhengjuan's fury. Mayor Yang, what brings you here without even a word of notice? The director was the first to arrive, his obsequious demeanor evoking a sense of distaste. "What is the matter with this girl? Please explain the situation," Yang Zhengjun demanded, his countenance darkened with displeasure. "Oh, she is not seriously ill, she merely has some health issues," the director replied dismissively. "You lie, this child may not be suffering from any ailment, but you have lost your conscience by daring to experiment on a healthy individual." "I never imagined such things could occur in Qing City," Li Bing interjected as he entered, having already grasped the girl's hand to conduct a quick examination, fully aware of the circumstances. He refrained from erupting in anger, choosing instead to give Yang Zhengjun the opportunity to address the situation. "What, you vile creatures dare to act in such a manner?" Yang Zhengjuan's forehead throbbed with rage. It seemed that corruption within Qing City's administration had reached alarming depths. "Mayor Yang, you cannot heed this young man's baseless accusations that he harbors ill intentions, and I suggest we have him arrested immediately." The director continued his futile explanations, oblivious to the fact that Yang Zhengjun was well acquainted with Li Bing, who had no reason to fabricate lies. At that moment, Director Wang and the head of the court also arrived. "Look at this mother and daughter, open your eyes wide and observe the it is our inaction that has transformed a once happy family into this state. This little girl is at such a tender age, yet due to a lack of authority, she has been reduced to a mere tool for drug testing by these despicable beings. Do you not feel a pang of sympathy? From today onwards, I shall remain here to oversee operations until all culprits are apprehended." Director Wang, mobilize personnel immediately, starting with that scoundrel. "If we do not uncover the truth, I will resign as mayor myself, and you all shall follow suit." The same applies to the court. Investigate who handled this case back then. A man perishes on a construction site, and not only is there no compensation, but they also pressure the family for losses. How can such a travesty occur? Yang Zhengjun bellowed with indignation. "Secretary Su, connect me with the provincial leaders, both number 1 and number 2. I have let them down. I implore their support. The political landscape of Qing City is in ruins." Yang Zhengjun lamented as he leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing. For the first time in his years of service, he felt utterly exhausted. "Mayor, number 1 is on the line," came the response. Yang Zhengjun stepped into the restroom, detailing the issues plaguing Qing City over the phone, hoping for the support of the senior leaders. He then proceeded to speak with number 2, reiterating the situation. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. "Li Bing, is there still hope for this little girl?" Yang Zhengjun asked sorrowfully, pulling Li Bing aside. Li Bing held a grudge against him, and he recognized it. Yet, saving this child was imperative. "Sigh, Mayor Yang, I will do my utmost to save this little girl. Do not be overly despondent, the mire that is Qing City cannot be cleared in just a matter of days. I recommend that you detain several key figures, such as the contractor, the hospital director, the judge who handled this case, and the girl's attending physician. They are bound to reveal valuable information," Li Bing advised, exhaling deeply, acknowledging the challenges faced by the mayor. Taking Li Bing's words to heart, Yang Zhengjun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had faith in Li Bing, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. His desire to cultivate a good relationship with Li Bing stemmed from his recognition of Li Bing's integrity and his commitment to his hometown despite his modest gains. "Let us go. It is time to attend to that child and then return home," he stated, making his way back to the ward to begin the treatment of the girl. Chapter 87 of the Tremor in the officialdom of Qing City. The young girl, having endured a protracted assault from various medications, found her body in a state akin to a sieve, riddled with ailments and exhibiting signs of organ failure. Li Bing penned a prescription and entrusted it to Sun Xiu, instructing her to return to Jishir Pharmacy to prepare the medicine, resolute in his decision never to place his faith in that hospital again. "Director Wang, please assign someone to guard the entrance of the ward. During my treatment, I request that no one disturb me," Li Bing stated as he began to extract silver needles, which materialized in his pocket with but a thought. After sterilizing them, he instructed the young girl to lie down on the bed. With a flick of his wrist, the needles were deftly inserted into the ACU points. Li Bing's hand moved with such speed that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and in an instant, the girl was adorned with an array of silver needles. He was determined, employing a full 9 sets of the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques. With another swift motion, 162 silver needles quivered in unison, expelling a stream of turbid qi and traces of dark blood. Not daring to be negligent, he retrieved a small vial of spiritual water from his pocket and gently administered it to the girl through Wu Jinmei. The treatment persisted for over an hour, during which Li Bing's complexion became alarmingly pale, his body soaked in perspiration. With great effort, he retracted the needles and instructed Sun Siyu to bring the medicine for the girl. He then collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. "Wu, what has happened to Li Bing?" Yang Zhengjun exclaimed, startled, and hastily inquired of Wu Jinmei. "It's nothing. He simply exhausted himself and needs a moment to recuperate," Wu Jinmei reassured. Fully aware of the situation and thus unperturbed, Yang Zhengjun then commanded his aides to assist Li Bing onto a nearby cot for rest. The young girl's condition had markedly improved, allowing her to sit up and converse normally. Sun Siyu hurried back with the freshly prepared medicine, promptly following Li Bing's instructions to administer it, and subsequently handed the remaining 6 packages to the girl's mother. Li Bing slept for 3 hours before awakening. Despite his still pallid complexion, he insisted on returning home, with the 2 women personally driving him. Their plans for a leisurely day in the city were dashed, relegated to a future occasion. Meanwhile, Qing City's political landscape was rocked by a monumental upheaval. From the mayor to the lowest-ranking officials, 2/3 faced scrutiny and severe consequences. The provincial authorities dispatched personnel to oversee the investigations, ultimately uncovering the deeply concealed misconduct of the city's party secretary. This individual, often perceived as disengaged, had been orchestrating a network of favoritism behind the scenes, transforming the entire political arena of Qing City into a veritable fortress. Mayor Yang, oblivious to the brewing storm, had been shielded from the prevailing currents of information, until Li Bing's revelations pierced through the veil, indirectly exposing this intricate web of vested interests. Notably, a small pharmaceutical workshop in Qing City, which thrived on the imitation of popular medications, amassed over 100 billion yuan within 2 years, relying on this hospital to recruit unsuspecting individuals for drug trials. In addition to the corruption within the local government, they conspired with foreign entities to establish a profit-driven network. It was during the construction of this clandestine pharmaceutical factory that the foreman was discovered by the young girl's father, leading to his fatal push from a height. Subsequently, coercive measures were employed to silence the mother and daughter of the young girl. Initially afflicted by a mere cold, was exploited as an unwitting test subject, only to be declared dead following a purportedly futile rescue attempt. The mother was also ensnared in this malevolent scheme, her sorrow orchestrated to culminate in a tragic accident. Over the years, for the sake of profit, these individuals had callously orchestrated the demise of over 20 lives. Such appalling conspiracies left the provincial authorities in shock, prompting an urgent call for stringent actions against such depravity. Thus, Qing City underwent a profound transformation from top to bottom. Yang Zhengjun, having distinguished himself during this operation, ascended to the position of city party secretary. The political climate shifted dramatically, and Li Bing found himself under the scrutiny of the higher echelons. This seismic event culminated in the execution of 10 principal offenders, with over 20 receiving suspended death sentences, and more than 40 individuals sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years or more. The confiscated assets revealed a staggering 3 tons of gold and over 40 billion in various currencies. Thus, the tumultuous saga of Qing City reached its conclusion. Chapter 87 of The Tremor in the officialdom of Qing City. The young girl, subjected to prolonged torment from various medications, was left in a state where her body resembled a sieve, riddled with ailments and exhibiting signs of organ failure. Li Bing prepared a prescription and handed it to Sun Siyu, instructing her to return to Jishir Pharmacy to concoct the remedy, for he could no longer place his trust in that hospital. "Director Wang, please assign someone to guard the entrance of the ward. During my treatment, I request that no one disturb me," Li Bing said, as he began to extract silver needles from his pocket, which existed in a small realm that allowed them to materialize at his thought. After sterilizing them, he instructed the girl to lie down on the bed, and with a swift motion, the needles found their precise acupoints. His hand moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, and in an instant, the girl was adorned with silver needles. He was determined, utilizing a full set of the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques. With another wave of his hand, 162 silver needles trembled in unison, expelling vile energies and traces of dark blood. Li Bing dared not be negligent. He retrieved a small vial of spiritual water from his pocket and had Wu Jinmei carefully administer it to the girl. The entire treatment persisted for over an hour, during which Li Bing's face turned an alarming shade of pale, and he was drenched in sweat. After reluctantly retracting the needles, he instructed Sun Siyu to bring the medicine for the girl to take. He then collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. "Wu, what has happened to Li Bing?" Yang Jingjun exclaimed, startled, and quickly inquired of Wu Jinmei. "He's merely exhausted from the exertion. He will recover with some rest," Wu Jinmei reassured him, understanding the situation and remaining untroubled. Yang Jingjun then ordered that Li Bing be assisted to a nearby cot to recuperate. The young girl exhibited marked improvement, able to sit up and converse normally. Sun Siyu hurried back with the freshly prepared medicine, administering it as per Li Bing's instructions, and handed the remaining 6 packets to the girl's mother. Li Bing awoke after 3 hours, his complexion still far from healthy, yet he insisted on returning home, with the 2 women personally driving him. Their outing to the city had been thwarted, and they resolved to postpone their plans for another occasion. Meanwhile, Qing City's officialdom was rocked by a significant upheaval. From the city's party secretary down to the department heads, 2/3 faced scrutiny and were subjected to rigorous investigation. Personnel from the provincial government were dispatched to oversee the matter, ultimately uncovering the deeply entrenched corruption of the city's party secretary, who, despite appearing disengaged, had been orchestrating alliances behind the scenes, transforming the entire officialdom of Qing City into an impenetrable fortress. Mayor Yang had been oblivious to these machinations, unaware of the information blockade surrounding him. It was Li Bing's revelations that tore through this web of interests. Notably, a small pharmaceutical factory in Qing City had amassed over 100 billion in revenue within 2 years by imitating popular medications, relying on this very hospital to recruit individuals with no affiliations for drug trials. Beyond the local corruption, there were collusions with foreign micronations, forming a web of interests. The foreman, during the construction of this illicit pharmaceutical factory, was discovered by the girl's father, leading to a fatal incident where he was pushed from a height. Subsequently, coercive tactics were employed against the mother and daughter to silence them. The girl, originally suffering merely from a cold, was subjected to an exaggerated narrative, intended to render her a test subject before being declared dead due to failed resuscitation efforts. The mother was also ensnared in this plot, with plans to stage her tragic demise following her daughter's death, resulting in a car accident due to overwhelming grief. Over the years, for the sake of profit, these individuals had callously orchestrated the deaths of over 20 people. This shocking conspiracy elicited astonishment at the provincial level, raising questions about how one could descend to such depths of moral depravity, necessitating severe repercussions. Thus, Qing City underwent a comprehensive overhaul from top to bottom. Yang Jingjun, having distinguished himself during this operation, was promoted to city party secretary, leading to a remarkable shift in the political atmosphere. Li Bing, too, caught the attention of the higher echelons. This seismic event culminated in the execution of 10 principal offenders, with over 20 receiving suspended death sentences, and more than 40 sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years or longer. The confiscated assets were disclosed, revealing 3 tons of gold and over 400 billion in various currencies. Thus, the tumultuous saga of Qing City finally drew to a close. Chapter 88. The Li family in the capital. The weather grew increasingly chilly, and before long, December had arrived. During these days, Li Bing had been training the 2 young women in martial arts and agility in the mountains, simultaneously honing their combat experience. Though they had made progress in their cultivation, their experience in battle remained quite lacking. Meanwhile, Li Bing was also refining his own skills, employing a rather straightforward and vigorous method. Each session involved exhausting his spiritual energy, followed by a period of recovery. For his martial arts training, Li Bing had adopted a unique technique known as Within Reach, Beyond Horizon, which he had serendipitously discovered while exploring his ancestral memories. He instinctively felt that this technique suited him remarkably well, far surpassing his previous methods. Within Reach, Beyond Horizon comprises 3 levels. Beyond that, the details become obscure. Upon mastering the first level, one can manifest oneself instantaneously within a 100-meter radius. The second level allows for unrestricted movement within a 10-mile radius upon achieving proficiency, while the third level enables instantaneous travel over 100 miles, albeit requiring at least late-stage foundational cultivation. At present, Li Bing was primarily focused on mastering Within Reach, Beyond Horizon. Although it appeared deceptively simple to learn, the actual practice proved to be quite challenging. From time to time, he would find himself colliding with stones or trees due to inadequate evasive maneuvers. After 3 days of intense training, he finally reached the entry level of within reach, beyond horizon. However, he had to pause, for there was an important matter to attend to. Sisters, we must return now. If we delay any longer, we shall run out of time, Li Bing called out to Wu Jingmei and Sun Xiu, who were still engrossed in their martial practice. Upon returning home, Li Bing was taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar figure seated inside. The visitor appeared to be in his 40s and bore a resemblance to Li Youfu, yet he emanated a unique energy, distinct from spiritual energy, and enigma to Li Bing. Binger, this is your father's younger brother. You should address him as third uncle, his mother gently prompted, noticing Li Bing's bewilderment. Third uncle? When did I acquire a third uncle? Does that mean I have a second uncle as well? Li Bing questioned, utterly confounded. Ah, did I not mention yesterday that there is an important matter to discuss today? This is precisely it. Your paternal grandparents once placed your father in foster care here before sending him to the northwest to cultivate barren land and undergo labor reform. After settling down, they were unable to locate him due to the hardships they faced. It was only after the turmoil subsided and his official reinstatement that they sought to find him. However, during that chaotic period, people were in constant flux. Your father and his family relocated to the adjacent Tumun County. After numerous attempts, they were unable to locate him. Recently, due to the commotion you caused in Qing City, your grandfather has been keeping a watchful eye on this place. Upon discovering your identity, he found you strikingly similar to your father, prompting your third uncle to investigate. Now, confirmation has been achieved. Furthermore, you do not have a second uncle, your grandfather's children are arranged by age, and you have an elder sister above you known as Li Ruiling, his mother explained, her words flowing like a river, and Li Bing gradually grasped the situation. So, father, what are your thoughts? Are we to acknowledge this relationship? Li Bing inquired, lifting his gaze to his father. Binger, I have no intention of leaving this place. I have lived here for the better part of my life and am reluctant to depart. However, your third uncle mentioned that your grandmother's health is quite poor, therefore, I wish to take you to visit her. Fulfilling this long-held desire, Li Youfu replied, his tone somber. Little Bing, I am Li Fuse, your father's third brother. I have an elder sister named Li Ruiling. Your grandparents were overjoyed to learn of your existence and insisted on coming to see you personally, but their health cannot withstand the rigors of a long journey. Thus, I volunteered to visit and, if possible, bring your father back to meet them. Before coming today, I made some inquiries. You are truly remarkable, so young yet having accomplished so much. If your grandparents were to learn of this, they would be immensely proud, Li Fuse remarked, genuinely intrigued by this newly discovered nephew who had suddenly risen to prominence. Oh, there's no need to dwell on that. I have read about the historical context. It is not uncommon for families to be torn apart during turbulent times. Such circumstances arise from historical causes, and we cannot place blame on anyone. The bond of kinship should indeed be recognized, yet we all have our own plans. I will not be relocating, but I will accompany my father to visit my grandparents. However, I do not intend to stay long, as my goals have yet to be fulfilled. There are many tasks requiring my attention, and I cannot abandon the new rural development project. I must not let my fellow villagers down. I am determined to lead them out of poverty, Li Bing declared earnestly. Very well, your third uncle supports you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall assist you. You are truly extraordinary, a worthy descendant of the Li family, demonstrating great responsibility, Li Fuse expressed, increasingly impressed by his nephew. Third uncle, let us take a stroll, Li Bing suggested, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this newfound relative. Indeed, let us go for a walk and the two exited the house and made their way toward the small hill. Third uncle, what is the nature of the energy within you? If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, please feel free to remain silent, Li Bing inquired with a smile. Ah, how did you discern that there is internal energy within me? You do not appear to be a martial artist, Li Fuse replied, astonished. Oh, I am not a martial artist, I simply possess a certain sensitivity to such matters and wish to understand what this energy is, Li Bing replied, feigning innocence. Ah, I am a practitioner of the mid-stage dark energy, which encompasses various levels of martial artists. Bright energy practitioners, dark energy practitioners, and the accomplished transformative energy masters, who belong to the postnatal category of martial artists. Transformative energy masters possess the ability to project energy beyond their bodies to inflict harm. Beyond that lies the innate realm, and beyond that, I am uncertain, Li Fuse candidly shared, revealing all he knew to Li Bing. Are there many practitioners at the innate realm? Li Bing inquired further. Not particularly. Those who reach the master level become formidable figures in their own right. As for the innate realm, most practitioners tend to remain hidden, Li Fuse responded, displaying no reservations toward his nephew during their initial meeting. Li Bing refrained from asking further questions, having formed a preliminary judgment regarding martial artists in his mind. Chapter 89 Astonished Li Fuse. Xiao Bing, your operation is quite impressive, the entire village is working for you, Li Fuse remarked as he observed the orderly rows of greenhouses and the bustling villagers. It is still early. There remains a vast amount of land in the village that lies fallow. As for the villagers, I do not wish for them to receive unearned rewards, only by earning money through their own labor will they come to value it, Xiao Bing replied with keen insight. Indeed, Xiao Bing, your perspective is commendable. I have heard that you have raised their wages from 150 yuan a day to 200. That is no insignificant sum, can you sustain this? Li Fuse inquired with concern. Ha, uncle, you still don't quite grasp the situation. My vegetables and fruits are priced at 60 yuan per kilogram, the daily yield is 40,000 jin of vegetables and 40,000 jin of fruits, this is with me deliberately limiting the output. You can imagine how little of that wage will be needed, Xiao Bing spoke nonchalantly. As they entered the tomato greenhouse, Xiao Bing plucked a tomato the size of a bowl and tossed it to Li Fuse. Uncle, give this a try. It is entirely organic and can be eaten raw. Without hesitation, Li Fuse took a bite. This is absolutely delicious, it has a sweet yet slightly tangy flavor, and consuming it brings a delightful sensation throughout the body. There is also a refreshing aroma in my mouth, it is simply incredible, Li Fuse mumbled, thoroughly enjoying the tomato until he had consumed the entire fruit. Xiao Bing halted Li Fuse's hand as he reached for another. Uncle, do not indulge in just one variety. Otherwise, you will be left merely watching soon enough. Li Fuse's face flushed with rare embarrassment, quickly replaced by eager anticipation. They then proceeded to the apple, peach, and pear greenhouses. At this point, Li Fuse was genuinely overwhelmed. The abundance of fruits, including melons, left him utterly satisfied, yet he yearned for more. However, his stomach could only hold so much, and in the end, he could only gaze longingly, his eyes reflecting a hint of resentment toward Xiao Bing. All right, uncle, these are all from our own land. You can eat whenever you wish, let us take a stroll to aid digestion later, we will feast on game, you will surely be reluctant to leave afterward, Xiao Bing teased with a broad smile. Alas, Xiao Bing, are those wolves? How did you tame them, aren't you afraid they might harm someone without being restrained? Li Fuse had not noticed upon entering, but as they were leaving, he was startled to see wolves prowling by the greenhouse, unchained. Uncle, these wolves are exceptionally intelligent. I brought them down from the mountains, and with minimal training, they can patrol, they pose no threat to humans, provided they do not engage in mischief within the greenhouse area. The same goes for my bears, tigers, and wild boars, none will harm people. If provoked, they may restrain you, but there is no need to fear fatal bites, that is the crux of it, Xiao Bing replied with a smile. While he spoke casually, Li Fuse felt a storm of emotions brewing within him. This nephew exuded an air of mystery. The two then ventured to the villa area, where renovations were nearing completion. They would be able to relocate by the new year, and an evening notification would be sent out for personal furniture selection. Afterward, they toured the nursing home, where the elderly residents were clean and well cared for, and the dining hall offered both meat and vegetables. Xiao Bing was particularly pleased. The main structure of the company's office building was also more than halfway completed, and the foundation for the dormitory building was laid. However, time was tight, and it was estimated that completion would not occur until next summer. Upon reaching the security department, Li Fuse was surprised once more. Xiao Bing, these are all veterans, and from special forces at that, how did you manage this? It seems rather difficult to arrange. Ha, uncle, remain calm. These individuals were recruited by our town mayor through provincial leadership. This is merely a portion. Come next autumn, when the ecological tourism zone is completed, another batch will be hired, Xiao Bing explained with a smile. Having completed their tour, the two began their walk home. Chapter 90 Foundation Establishment. Li Fuse had been indulging in luxury these past few days, relishing an abundance of exquisite fruits at his leisure. Li Bing would occasionally venture into the mountains to hunt for game, satisfying Li Fuse's cravings. "Third uncle, I must step out tomorrow and cannot accompany you. Please inform my parents of your culinary desires," Li Bing humbly stated to Li Fuse. "Not to worry, third uncle is quite capable of managing on his own. Attend to your affairs, and when I depart in a few days, you must accompany me to meet your grandparents," Li Fuse replied with a smile. This nephew was increasingly endearing to him. After bidding farewell to his third uncle and parents, he drove to Wu Jinmei's residence, which lay in the county town. It was typically unoccupied. He planned to stay there for several days, aiming to achieve a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. "Sister Wu, I shall be residing here for the next few days. Please invite Sister Sun to join us. We will retreat into the small world for seclusion, as my cultivation is reaching its limit and I must advance to foundation establishment," Li Bing instructed Wu Jinmei, requesting her assistance in settling the inn. Once everything was arranged, Sun Siyu arrived, and the three of them proceeded to Wu Jinmei's abode. With all preparations complete, they entered the small world. Each found a spot, distancing themselves to begin their cultivation. Within Li Bing's dantian, the spiritual energy was showing signs of liquefaction, yet it remained stagnant, unable to fully transform. His dantian was saturated with spiritual power, leaving no room for additional energy. At this juncture, Li Bing did not hesitate. He swallowed a foundation establishment pill, commencing the compression of the spiritual energy within his dantian. As his techniques cycled repeatedly, the potency of the foundation establishment pill intensified. With the first drop of spiritual liquid falling, the rotation speed of the energy within his dantian accelerated, forming a tempest of spiritual power, which began to surge from the outside into Li Bing's dantian, creating a magnificent vortex of energy above his head. A small pool of spiritual liquid had formed within his dantian, continuously generating more. Once the entirety of the dantian's spiritual energy transformed into liquid, the liquid filled 1/3 of the dantian, creating a veritable lake of spiritual liquid. At this point, the generation of spiritual liquid slowed. He had officially stepped into the initial stage of foundation establishment, achieving substantial success in this phase, a testament to his diligent suppression of his cultivation. After consolidating his progress for a while, he ceased his training. "Hey, why aren't you two cultivating?" Li Bing inquired upon noticing that the two women were not engaged in their practice. "You dare to ask? Your breakthrough caused such a ruckus, how could we possibly focus on our cultivation?" Wu Jinmei retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Only then did Li Bing turn his attention to the small world, and he was momentarily stunned. The expansion of this small world was rather extraordinary, now spanning over 10,000 square meters. The spiritual spring had indeed formed a lake, measuring over 100 square meters. In the distance, the shadow of a mountain faintly emerged, though it remained shrouded in a hazy obscurity, likely to be fully revealed only after reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The entire small world had expanded, and the spiritual energy was more abundant than before. "Li Bing, such a vast area, how will you manage it all in the future?" Wu Jinmei's first thought was surprisingly about farming. "Sister Wu, that's a minor issue. After I established my bloodline connection to this small world, I can manage everything here with just a thought. Previously, I sought to occupy myself with small tasks due to its limited size," Li Bing explained. "Is that so? How wonderful! Once we exit, we shall purchase some seeds and cultivate the vacant lands. Our premium fruits and vegetables will once again be of the finest quality." Wu Jinmei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, displaying a hint of avarice. "No, you must leave me space to plant medicinal herbs. We cannot dedicate the entire area to vegetables and fruits. I have numerous herbs to cultivate," Sun Siyu, typically composed, chimed in. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Once we exit, we will acquire seeds to fill the empty spaces." "By the way, how long have we been in here?" Li Bing asked, conceding to the two women. "Over 3 days, we are almost tired of eating fruit," Sun Siyu replied. "Ah, has it been that? We must hurry out, I need to call home," Li Bing urged. Chapter 91. Preparing to enter the capital. "Binger, your third uncle is preparing to return, and you, my child, have vanished without a trace. Hurry back home and spend some quality time with your third uncle. Also, make sure to bring Yingzi back for a visit. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise?" As soon as the call connected, my father launched into a lengthy discourse. "Father, I understand. I will go pick up my sister right away. There is no need to worry. I won't let anything go amiss. You all prepare in the meantime." Li Bing shrugged at the two girls, realizing that his plans to buy seeds for farming would have to be postponed. Enough of your banter. Go fetch Ingmei and bring her home. We can talk about farming later, this is more pressing. Wu Jinmei playfully scolded, urging Li Bing to hurry back. Li Ying had already taken leave in advance, standing at the school gate, eagerly awaiting her brother. As soon as she spotted his car approaching, she flung open the passenger door and hopped in. Brother, is third uncle fierce? Is he easy to get along with? Li Ying asked timidly, a hint of apprehension in her voice. Aurangzee can be timid at times. Rest assured, third uncle is a very kind man. Li Bing affectionately ruffled Li Ying's hair, chuckling heartily. Oh dear, you're such a bothersome brother, always messing with my hair. I shan't speak to you anymore. Li Ying pouted adorably, her expression quite charming. The sibling duo playfully bantered until they finally returned home. Third uncle, this is my sister Ingzi, little sister, greet him, Li Bing announced as they stepped inside, pulling Li Ying forward for the introduction. Hello, third uncle. Oh, you look just like my father, you are indeed brothers. This remark slipped from her lips with an innocent candor. So this is little Ing, what a handsome child, your third uncle and your father are indeed full-blooded siblings. I came here in haste and did not prepare any gifts, I will ensure to send something upon my return. Li Fuse was thoroughly amused by Ingzi's comment, noting how well the older brother's children had been raised. He resolved to share this delightful encounter with his parents, for these two children were simply wonderful. Well then, everyone is back, let us commence our meal. Li Dalian and his wife were experiencing a tumult of emotions these past few days. They had just opened their hearts to Li Youfu's family, fostering a harmonious relationship, yet, in the blink of an eye, the biological parents and siblings had appeared, making them acutely aware of the debt they owed this adopted son. If his biological parents were to discover this, how would they ever face each other again? Li Bing sensed the old couple's apprehension and spoke up. Grandpa and Grandma, regardless of what transpires in the future, you will always be my and Ingzi's grandparents. Do not dwell on any worries, simply enjoy the moment. Now, we have gained an additional set of grandparents, and my father has acquired another dad. What a wonderful blessing this is, our happiness has multiplied. Binger, thank you. We want tea, say more, let us eat Youfu, please bring out my wine, I wish to have a drink. Li Dalian expressed his gratitude toward his grandson, appreciating the thoughtfulness of the young man. The family gathered joyfully, sharing a delightful meal together. Afterward, having indulged a bit too much in wine, Li Dalian retired to his room to rest. Li Fuse mentioned his desire to return home, having been away for nearly 10 days. There were still many matters awaiting his attention, and his holiday was also nearing its end. Brother, sister-in-law, I have been away for quite some time with Xiao Bing and Ingzi. Will you be accompanying us back, or have you made other plans? Li Fuse inquired earnestly. After a moment of silence, Li Youfu replied, it will just be Binger and me returning, the household cannot do without us. Binger's mother needs care, and Ingzi has school. Will visit the elders for a couple of days and then return. Li Bing wished to take his mother along, hoping to enjoy the scenery of the capital together, but his mother insisted on staying home, leaving him with no choice. The following day, they embarked on their journey to the capital. Chapter 91, preparing to enter the capital. Binger, your third uncle is preparing to return, and you, my child, have vanished without a trace. Hurry back home and spend some quality time with your third uncle. Also, bring Ingzi back to see him, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. As soon as the call connected, my father launched into a lengthy monologue. Father, I understand, I will go and fetch my sister right away, rest assured. I won't delay, you all prepare in the meantime. Li Bing shrugged at the two ladies, realizing that his plans to purchase seeds for farming were now thwarted. Enough with the chatter, just go and pick up Ingmei. We can discuss farming later, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Wu Jinmei playfully scolded him, urging Li Bing to return quickly. Li Ying had already taken leave in advance and was waiting at the school gate for her brother. As soon as she spotted his car approaching, she opened the passenger door and hopped in. Brother, is third uncle strict, is he easy to get along with? Li Ying timidly inquired. Haha, our Ingzi can be afraid too, don't worry, third uncle is a very kind man. Li Bing affectionately ruffled Li Ying's hair, laughing heartily. Oh dear, you annoying brother, stop messing with my hair, I won't talk to you anymore. Li Ying pouted, her expression adorably sulky. The sibling duo playfully bantered until they finally arrived home with third uncle. this is my sister Ingzi, little sister. Greet him upon entering. Li Bing promptly introduced Li Ying. Hello, third uncle. Oh, you truly resemble my father. You are indeed brothers. This thought popped out of her head. Ha ha, so this is little Ling. She is quite lovely, third uncle and your father are indeed full-blooded siblings. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. Once I return home, I'll ensure something is sent to you. Li Fuse chuckled at Ingzi's remark. Appreciating how well the children were raised by his elder brother. He resolved to share this with their parents upon returning, for these two children were truly delightful. Alright, everyone is back, let us commence our meal. Li Danian and his wife had been feeling a mix of emotions these past few days. They had just opened their hearts to the Li Youfu family, fostering a harmonious relationship. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the biological parents and siblings appeared, reminding them of the years they had neglected this adopted son. If his biological parents were to discover this, how could they face each other? Li Bing discerned the concerns of the elderly couple and spoke up. Grandpa, Grandma, regardless of what happens in the future, you will always be my and Ingzi's grandparents. Do not dwell on anything else. Just enjoy the moment. Now I and Ingzi have an additional pair of grandparents, and my father has gained another father. What a wonderful thing this is. Our happiness has multiplied. Binger, thank you, Grandpa and Grandma appreciate you. Enough said, let us eat. Youfu, bring out my wine. I wish to have a drink. Li Danian expressed his gratitude towards his grandson, for this child was remarkably considerate. The family joyfully and merrily enjoyed their meal together. After dinner, Li Danian, having indulged a bit too much, retired to his room for rest. Li Fuse mentioned that he wished to return the next day, having been away for nearly 10 days. There were still many tasks awaiting him at home, and his vacation was nearing its end. Elder brother and sister-in-law, I have been away for quite some time with Xiaobing and Ingzi. Do you wish to return with me, or do you have other plans? Li Fuse inquired solemnly. After a moment of silence, Li Youfu finally responded, let it be just me and Binger who return. The household cannot be left unattended. Binger's mother needs care, and Ingzi still is school. We'll spend a couple of days with the elders and then come back. Li Bing had hoped to take his mother along to enjoy the sights of the capital, but she insisted on staying home, leaving him with no choice. The next day, they embarked on their journey to the capital. Chapter 92. First arrival in the capital. In a mere 2 hours, the airplane descended upon the capital's airport. The trio exited the terminal and boarded the vehicle arranged by the esteemed Mr. Li.As they journeyed towards the city center, it became evident that Mr. Li Wanda resided in an exquisitely traditional Sihiyuan. Upon entering the third ring road and approaching their destination, the figures at the entrance of the courtyard became visible from afar. Brother, the individuals standing at the entrance are our parents, and the middle-aged woman beside them is my second sister, Li Ruiling. Behind them are several members of the third generation of the Li family. Binger is the eldest, and Ingzi is the second, Li Fuse succinctly explained from the vehicle. Li Youfu's gaze was fixated on the two elderly figures, his face trembling, tears welling in his eyes. This was perhaps the manifestation of a homesickness that often accompanies one's return. Li Bing observed his father, gripping his hand tightly. Father, do not be overwhelmed, I am here with you. The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the Sihiyuan, and Li Fuse alighted first, opening the door for Li Changfu and patiently waiting. At that moment, tears had already begun to cascade down Li Changfu's face. His lips quivered as Li Bing gently assisted him out of the car. Upon beholding the silver-haired elder before him, Li Youfu knelt in reverence. Father, mother, he cried out, his sobs echoing with a depth of emotion that could move anyone to tears. It was the culmination of a lifetime's anguish, a lifetime during which not a single tear had been shed during the most trying of times. My dear son, my unfortunate son, mother has finally seen you. The elderly matriarch trembled as she stepped forward, enveloping Li Youfu in a tight embrace. Decades of yearning had finally given way to a moment of reunion. Li Wanda, too, was not in a better state, tears streaming down his face. He simply placed a heavy hand on his son's shoulder, words failing him. All right, father and mother, my brother has just arrived. Let us step inside and chat. Your eldest grandson is here as well, and you must not neglect him, Li Ruiling interjected, concerned for the well-being of the elderly couple. Yes, my eldest grandson. Come here and let your grandmother have a look at you. Quickly, the matriarch exclaimed, her attention swiftly shifting to Li Bing upon hearing her daughter's words. Li Bing approached, grasping the hands of his grandparents with both of his, respectfully addressing them as grandfather and grandmother. He then turned to the middle-aged woman, calling her second aunt. Ah, My eldest grandson is so handsome and capable, your affairs are a matter of daily interest for your grandmother and me. You truly bring honor to the Li family. Let us move inside and discuss your exploits in detail, the elderly patriarch remarked, his earlier sorrow considerably alleviated at the sight of Li Bing. The matriarch clutched Li Changfu with one hand while holding Li Bing with the other, gripping them tightly as if fearing that if she loosened her hold, she might never see them again. At the entrance of Mr. Li's Sihiyuan stood 2 guards, with 2 more within, all possessing formidable martial prowess according to the hierarchy detailed by the third uncle. Upon entering, Li Bing was greeted by an array of antiquated items. An old television, a tape recorder, a table with chipped legs, and a cracked water jar. The only modern touch was a set of fabric sofas and a glass coffee table, atop which rested several bottles of medication for cardiovascular health, alongside 2 bottles for eye treatment, presumably for the elderly matriarch. As they settled onto the sofa, they began to share their respective experiences, with Li Changfu recounting every detail of his life from memory to the present, while the matriarch eagerly inquired about each aspect. Amr.Li Wanda, however, was particularly intrigued by Li Bing's tales, as Li Fu shared his observations from Haizi village. Ah, Binger, your grandfather is immensely proud of you. I never imagined that a scion of the Li family possessed such remarkable vision and capability. What I had heard in rumors seemed impressive, but it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Once the new rural development in the villa area is completed, your grandmother and I are determined to witness your prowess firsthand, exclaimed the elderly patriarch with delight. Father and mother, Binger has come with the intent to tend to your health. His medical skills are truly exceptional. He has treated prominent figures from both the provincial and municipal levels, earning the title of divine doctor among them, Li Youfu proclaimed, his pride evident as he looked at Li Bing. Chapter 92 Arrival in the capital. After a mere 2 hours, the aircraft descended upon the bustling airport of the capital. The trio exited the terminal and boarded the vehicle arranged by the esteemed elder, Mr. Li.As they traversed towards the city center. They approached the traditional courtyard residence of the venerable Li Wandai. Upon entering the third ring road, the figures gathered at the entrance of the courtyard came into view from a distance. Brother, the individuals standing at the gate are our parents, and the middle-aged woman beside them is my second sister, Li Ruiling. Behind them are a few members of the third generation of the Li family. Binger is the eldest, and Yingzi is the second, Li Fuse explained succinctly from the car. Li Youfu's gaze was fixed firmly upon the 2 elders. His face trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. This was perhaps the poignant sentiment of returning home. Li Bing looked at his father, gripping his hand tightly. Father, please do not be overwhelmed. I am here with you. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the courtyard, and Li Fuse was the first to alight, opening the door for Li Changfu and patiently awaiting his descent. By this time, tears had already begun to stream down Li Changfu's face, his lips quivering as Li Bing gently assisted him out of the vehicle. Upon beholding the silver-haired elder before him, Li Youfu dropped to his knees. Father, mother, he cried out, his wails so heart-wrenching that they evoked tears from all who heard. This was the culmination of decades of hardship, tears that had never fallen even in the direst times. My dear son, my unfortunate son, mother has finally seen you. The elderly matriarch trembled as she stepped forward, enveloping Li Youfu in a tight embrace. Decades of longing had finally culminated in this moment of reunion. The venerable elder, Li Wandai, was equally moved, tears cascading down his weathered cheeks. He approached and gave his son a firm pat on the shoulder, yet words eluded him. Come now, father and mother, our eldest brother has just arrived. Let us retreat inside and chat. Your eldest grandson is waiting, and you must not neglect the child, Li Ruiling interjected, concerned for the health of the 2 elders. Indeed, my eldest grandson. Come hither so that grandmother may have a look at you, the elderly matriarch exclaimed, her attention immediately shifting to Li Bing. Li Bing approached, grasping the hands of the elderly couple with reverence, addressing them as grandfather and grandmother, before turning to the middle-aged woman and respectfully calling her second aunt. What a fine young man my eldest grandson has become, and so capable as well. Your endeavors have not gone unnoticed. Your grandmother and I have been following your exploits with great pride. You truly bring honor to the Li family. Let us go inside and discuss your accomplishments further, the elder remarked, his previous sorrow somewhat alleviated by Li Bing's presence. The matriarch held on to Li Changfu with one hand while grasping Li Bing with the other, her grip firm, as if fearing that a mere release might result in another separation. The courtyard residence of the elder was guarded by 2 sentinels at the entrance, with an additional pair stationed within, each possessing advanced martial prowess as per the hierarchy narrated by the third uncle. Upon entering, Li Bing was greeted by a veritable trove of antiquities: an antiquated television set, a tape recorder, and furniture showing signs of wear. The only modern touch was a set of fabric sofas and a glass coffee table. On the table lay several bottles of medicine, primarily for cardiovascular ailments, alongside 2 bottles likely intended for the matriarch's eyesight. Seated on the sofa, the family commenced sharing their respective experiences, particularly Li Changfu, who recounted his life story in meticulous detail, while the elder listened intently to Li Bing's tales, with Li Fuse contributing his observations from Haizi village. "Ah, Binger, your grandfather is immensely proud of you. I had heard of the remarkable feats of the Li family, but to witness it firsthand is truly awe-inspiring. Once the new rural construction of the Villa district is complete, your grandmother and I shall insist on visiting to witness our grandson's prowess," the elder declared with delight. "Father and mother, Binger has come with the intention of treating your ailments. His medical skills are extraordinary. He has healed notable figures from both the provincial and municipal levels, earning the title of divine doctor among them," Li Youfu added, his pride evident as he gazed at Li Bing. Chapter 93 Healing Grandparents. Xiao Bing, is this truly the case? It seems our family has indeed given rise to a true dragon, inquired the elder, who had lived a long life. He had never encountered a healer so young, especially one who was the grandson of Li Wanda. The old fellows must be wearing expressions of great delight upon learning of such an outstanding grandson. "Grandpa and Grandma, this cannot be taken too seriously. I possess only a modicum of medical knowledge, but I am far from the level of a divine physician," Li Bing humbly replied. "Today is truly a joyous occasion, worthy of a proper celebration. My dear wife, do ensure that I am allowed to indulge in some wine," Li Wanda remarked, accustomed to being under the strict supervision of his spouse, who forbade him from even a sip of alcohol. Seizing this rare opportunity, he made his request. "Very well, today I shall permit you, old man, to enjoy a drink, but remember, this is thanks to the efforts of my son and grandson. Come, Rui Ling, let us head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Xiao Bing gets acquainted with his younger siblings," the grandmother said, taking her daughter to the kitchen. In truth, families of their standing typically had chefs and housekeepers arranged for them, yet, having been raised in simplicity and frugality, the 2 elders preferred to do things themselves, especially with their daughter and youngest son residing there. "Grandpa, while we have the time, allow me to examine your health," Li Bing suggested, seating himself beside his grandfather. "Very well, my dear grandson, proceed with confidence." "I shall heed your guidance," Li Wanda replied cheerfully. Li Bing meticulously examined the elder's health, discovering numerous latent ailments that had not yet manifested into serious conditions but posed a significant risk should they do so, potentially jeopardizing the elder's life in a very short span. After the examination, Li Bing retrieved his silver needles and commenced treatment. He first administered a sip of spiritual spring water to the elder before beginning the acupuncture. With remarkable speed, he deftly inserted the needles across the elder's body. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, the needles began to vibrate in unison, producing a humming sound. Li Bing sat beside him, channeling his energy to nurture the elder's body. 20 minutes later, the needles ceased their trembling. With another wave of his hand, Li Bing withdrew them. "Grandpa, please take a moment to assess how you feel now," Li Bing encouraged, smiling as he awaited the elder's response. "Ah, Xiao Bing, your medical skills are truly remarkable. My body feels incredibly light, devoid of that previous sense of weakness and chill. I feel warmth within, and the pain that once accompanied every movement has vanished," the elder exclaimed, his spirits lifted. His previous acceptance of his condition stemmed from the fact that many esteemed traditional healers had been unable to provide effective treatments, merely offering nurturing care, and now, with the hope of recovery in sight, his joy was palpable. "Grandpa, your condition is far more severe than anticipated. This is merely the first treatment, you will require 2 more to achieve complete recovery. During this period, refrain from taking any other medications. I have brought a piece of wild ginseng. From now on, use it to brew soup, and in no more than half a month, your body will return to its youthful state, free from dietary restrictions," Li Bing assured him with a smile. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, and I will abstain from other medications," Li Wanda agreed. Li Bing then produced 2 500-year-old ginseng roots from his satchel, presenting them to his grandfather and advising him to cut only a small slice each time. Afterward, the family gathered for a lively reunion dinner. Though the fare was not overly lavish, the atmosphere was delightful. Following the meal, Li Bing provided treatment for his grandmother as well. While her ailments were not severe, they were nonetheless challenging to address. Longing for her son had led her to develop a form of psychological distress, compounded by vision problems and diabetes. Li Bing treated each issue and infused her with nurturing energy. As a result, both elders, along with their second aunt and third uncle, gained a first-hand understanding of Li Bing's medical prowess. Truly deserving of the title Divine Physician, his skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 93 Healing Grandparents. Xiao Bing, is this truly the case? It appears our family has given rise to a genuine dragon, inquired the venerable elder, who had lived a long life. He had never encountered such a youthful divine physician, especially one who was his own grandson, Li Wanda. The old men in the community would surely be envious to know he had such an exceptional grandson. Grandpa and Grandma, please do not take it too seriously. I possess some medical knowledge, but I am far from reaching the status of a divine healer, Li Bing humbly responded. Today is indeed a momentous occasion, worthy of a grand celebration. My dear wife, do ensure that I am allowed to partake in some wine, Li Wanda declared, as he was usually under strict supervision by his wife, who forbade him from indulging in even a sip. Seizing this rare opportunity, he made his request known. Very well, today I shall allow you, old man, to have a drink. Remember, this is thanks to the efforts of our son and grandson. Come, Rui Ling, let us prepare a meal, while you, Xiao Bing, take the chance to get acquainted with your younger siblings, the matron said, as she ushered her daughter into the kitchen. In truth, families of their standing typically had chefs and housekeepers at their disposal. However, the elderly couple, accustomed to a life of simplicity, preferred to do things themselves, especially since their daughter and youngest son resided with them. Grandpa, while we have this moment, may I examine your health? Li Bing inquired, settling beside his grandfather. Certainly, my dear grandson. You may proceed with confidence, I trust your judgment, Li Wanda replied cheerfully. Li Bing meticulously assessed the elder's condition and discovered numerous latent ailments that had given rise to various other health issues. Although these afflictions had yet to manifest overtly, when they did, they posed a significant risk, potentially endangering the elder's life in a matter of moments. Upon completing his examination, Li Bing retrieved silver needles and commenced treatment. He first administered a sip of spiritual spring water to his grandfather before beginning the acupuncture. With remarkable speed, Li Bing swiftly inserted the silver needles into the elder's body. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the needles began to vibrate in unison, producing a resonant hum. Li Bing sat nearby, channeling his spiritual energy to nourish the elder's body. After 20 minutes, the needles ceased their quivering. With a wave of his hand, Li Bing withdrew them. Grandpa, take a moment to feel how your body has transformed, he encouraged with a smile. Ah, Xiao Bing, your medical skills are indeed extraordinary. I feel remarkably light, devoid of that previous sense of weakness and chill. My body is now warm and no longer aches with the slightest movement, the elder exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Previously, he had grown resigned due to the lack of effective treatments from numerous esteemed traditional physicians who had merely offered nurturing care, and now, with a glimmer of hope for recovery, he was naturally elated. Grandpa, your condition is far more serious than anticipated. This is merely the first treatment. You will require 2 more sessions for complete recovery. During this period, refrain from all other medications. I have brought a wild ginseng root, henceforth, use it to brew soup. In no more than half a month, your health will return to that of your middle-aged self, and you need no longer be cautious with your diet, Li Bing assured him, beaming. Very well, I shall heed your advice and forego the other medications, Li Wanda replied. Li Bing then produced 2 500-year-old ginseng roots from his satchel and handed them to his grandfather, advising him to slice only a small portion each time. Subsequently, the family gathered around for a lively reunion dinner. Although the fare was not extravagant, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. After the meal, Li Bing proceeded to treat his grandmother as well. Her afflictions were not as severe, but they were still challenging to address. Longing for her son had led her to develop a form of psychological distress, along with visual impairment and diabetes. Li Bing treated her condition with care, infusing her with spiritual energy. In that moment, the elderly couple, along with their second aunt and third uncle, gained a profound understanding of Li Bing's medical prowess. Truly, he was deserving of the title Divine Physician, for his skills were indeed remarkable. Chapter 94 Treating the last remaining elders. Since the treatment administered by Li Bing, the old gentleman has ventured out daily to showcase his remarkable grandson to his fellow war comrades. The health conditions of both elders have concluded their treatment, they merely require some recuperation. Li Bing is also contemplating returning home with his father, as there remains a multitude of matters to attend to. While pondering how to broach the subject of returning home with his grandparents, Li Wanda returned from outside. Xiao Bing, your grandfather wishes to discuss something with you. Grandfather, please feel free to share. There is no need for formality with your own grandson, Li Bing replied with a smile. You are aware that many of my comrades from my generation have succumbed to ailments from that era, passing away prematurely. Those who still endure are beset by illnesses, relying solely on medication for suppression. Your grandfather Su, who was my superior, has recently fallen ill. I inquired with several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but none have found a remedy. I would like you to see if you can discover a treatment, Li Wanda stated, his gaze fixed intently on Li Bing. Very well, grandfather, I will undertake this matter as you request. Allow me a moment to gather my supplies, and I shall be on my way shortly, Li Bing responded before retreating to his room. He filled a bottle with spring water from his miniature world and retrieved a 300-year-old ginseng root. The grandfather and grandson soon arrived at a sanatorium in the capital, passing through several checkpoints before gaining entry. This facility housed individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation. Security was stringent, even someone of Li Wanda's stature underwent thorough scrutiny before being permitted inside. Uncle Li, what brings you here? My father was just mentioning you, a middle-aged woman greeted Li Wanda. Phone girl, I have come to visit the old superior. This is my eldest grandson, Xiao Bing. This is the daughter of your grandfather Su. You may address her as Aunt Foam, Li Wanda chuckled, introducing his grandson. Hello, Aunt Foam, Li Bing said without hesitation, offering his greeting. Ah, you are Xiao Bing. We are somewhat acquainted with your affairs, quite impressive. Come in and let us converse, Su's daughter said with a smile, ushering the two into the house. Li Wanda, however, did not linger in the living room but proceeded directly to old Su's hospital room. Upon entering, Li Bing beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair and a frail, pallid visage, lying amidst a tangle of various medical apparatuses. Beside the bed stood two elderly doctors, engaged in discussion. Upon noticing Li Wanda's arrival, the doctors ceased their conversation and greeted him. Xiao Bing, go and take a look, Li Wanda gently urged. Mr.Li, that is unwise. Old Su was in a precarious condition and cannot withstand any disturbances, the two doctors hastily interjected. Stand aside. Do you think I have lost my faculties? I have been cured of all my ailments, which you should comprehend the significance of, Li Wanda asserted firmly. However, this contravenes protocol, the doctors replied with forced smiles. Despite their status as top medical experts, they were considerably beneath Li Wanda in rank and, bound by duty, were reluctant to allow anyone to proceed without caution. Let the two of you step aside. I will take responsibility for any consequences, Su's daughter interjected, compelling the doctors to relent. Li Bing observed old Su for a moment before discarding all the medical equipment from his body. He then supported old Su and administered a sip of spring water. Following this, he produced silver needles and deftly began his acupuncture. Initially, the two doctors considered intervening, but upon witnessing Li Bing's skillful technique, they halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Bing paid no heed to them, his focus entirely on old Su. After completing the acupuncture, he channeled his energy to comprehensively rejuvenate old Su. This procedure proved far more laborious than treating his grandparents, leaving Li Bing drenched in sweat. His complexion waned as his energy was depleted, and he barely managed to retract the silver needles before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Bing, are you alright? Is everything fine? Li Wanda approached, supporting Li Bing with concern. Mr. Li, there is no need for alarm. This young gentleman merely appears fatigued from excessive exertion. He should recover with a moment's respite, one of the experts quietly reassured Li Wanda. Chapter 94 Treating the last remaining elder. Since Li Bing began his treatment, the old gentleman has ventured out daily to showcase his remarkable grandson to his comrades from the past. Both elders have completed their medical care, and now they merely need to recuperate properly. Li Bing also intends to return home with his father, as there are numerous matters awaiting their attention. While contemplating how to broach the subject of returning home with his grandparents, Li Wanda arrived from outside. Xiao Bing, your grandfather wishes to discuss something with you. Grandfather, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. There is no need for formality with your own grandson, Li Bing replied with a smile. As you know, many of the comrades from my generation have succumbed to ailments stemming from those tumultuous times, passing away prematurely. Those who remain are often beset by illness, relying solely on medication for relief. Your Uncle Su, a former superior of mine, has recently fallen ill. I inquired with several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but they have no viable treatment options. I would like you to see if you might discover a remedy, Li Wanda stated, gazing intently at Li Bing. Very well, grandfather, I shall assist you with this matter. I will prepare a few items and depart shortly, Li Bing replied before retreating to his room. He filled a bottle with spring water from his small world and retrieved a 300-year-old ginseng root. The grandfather and grandson soon arrived at a sanatorium in the capital, passing through several security checks before gaining entry. This facility is home to individuals who have made significant contributions to the nation. Security is stringent. Even someone of Li Wanda's stature must undergo scrutiny before being permitted inside. Uncle Li, what brings you here? My father was just mentioning you, a middle-aged woman greeted Li Wanda's phone girl. I've come to visit the old general. This is my eldest grandson, Xiao Bing. This is your Uncle Su's daughter. You may address her as Aunt Phone, Li Wanda chuckled, introducing his grandson. Hello, Aunt Phone, Li Bing responded without hesitation. So you are Xiao Bing. We have heard a bit about you. Impressive indeed. Come inside and let us converse, Uncle Su's daughter said with a smile, ushering them into the house. Li Wanda, however, did not linger in the living room. He directly led Li Bing to Uncle Su's hospital room. Upon entering, Li Bing beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair and a gaunt, pale visage lying in bed, surrounded by a myriad of medical devices. Two elderly doctors stood by, engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Li Wanda, the doctors ceased their conversation and greeted him. Xiao Bing, go take a look, Li Wanda gently urged. Li, that is not advisable. Uncle Su is in a precarious condition and cannot endure any disturbances, the doctors quickly interjected. Step aside. Do you think I have lost my faculties? I have successfully treated all my ailments, and you should comprehend the implications of that, Li Wanda stated firmly. However, this contravenes protocol, the doctors replied with wry smiles, acknowledging that despite their status as top medical experts, their authority was significantly inferior to Li Wanda's, and their professional responsibilities constrained them from permitting such actions. Let them pass, gentlemen. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry, Uncle Su's daughter interjected, compelling the two experts to relent. Li Bing observed Uncle Su for a moment before casting aside all medical devices and carefully assisting him with a sip of spring water. He then produced silver needles, swiftly commencing acupuncture. Initially, the doctors contemplated intervening, but upon witnessing Li Bing's technique, they halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in astonishment and trepidation. Li Bing paid no heed to them, fully concentrating on Uncle Su. After completing the acupuncture, he infused his spiritual energy to thoroughly rejuvenate Uncle Su. This endeavor proved far more arduous than treating his grandparents, leaving Li Bing drenched in sweat, his complexion pale and feeble from the depletion of his energy. With great effort, he withdrew the silver needles and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Xiao Bing, how are you? Are you all right? Li Wanda rushed forward to support Li Bing, concern etched on his face. Li, there is no need for alarm, or this young gentleman has likely overexerted himself. He should recover with a moment of respite, one of the experts softly reassured Li Wanda. Chapter 94. The treatment of the last remaining elder. Since Li Bing began his treatment, the elderly gentleman has ventured out daily to showcase his remarkable grandson to a circle of old comrades. The health issues of both elders have been resolved, they now merely need to recuperate. Li Bing also intends to return home with his father, as there remains a plethora of matters to attend to. While contemplating how to broach the subject of returning home with his grandparents, Li Wanda returned from outside. Xiao Bing, your grandfather wishes to discuss something with you. Grandfather, feel free to speak. There is no need for formality with your own grandson, Li Bing replied with a smile. As you know, many of my comrades from this generation have succumbed to ailments from those bygone days and have passed away prematurely. Those who remain are often besieged by illness, reliant on medication merely to suppress their conditions. Your grandfather Su, my former superior, has recently fallen ill as well. I inquired with several renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but they were unable to provide a remedy. I would like you to see if you can uncover a treatment, Li Wanda concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Li Bing. Very well, grandfather. I shall do as you ask. Allow me a moment to prepare some items, and I will set out shortly, Li Bing responded before retreating to his room. He filled a vial with spring water from his miniature world and retrieved a 300-year-old ginseng root. Soon, the grandfather and grandson arrived at a sanatorium in the capital city, having passed through several security checkpoints. This facility housed individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation. The security was stringent. Even someone of Li Wanda's stature had to undergo thorough checks before being granted entry. "Uncle Li, what a pleasant surprise! My father was just speaking of you," a middle-aged woman greeted Li Wanda. "Ah, phone girl, I have come to visit the old chief. This is my eldest grandson, Xiao Bing. This is your grandfather Su's daughter." "You may address her as Aunt Feng," Li Wanda chuckled, introducing his grandson. "Hello, Aunt Feng," Li Bing said without hesitation, offering his greetings. "Ah, you are Xiao Bing. We have heard quite a bit about you." "How impressive. Please, come in and let us converse." Grandfather Su's daughter smiled, ushering them inside. Li Wanda, however, did not linger in the living room and led Li Bing directly to Grandfather Su's hospital room. Upon entering, Li Bing beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair, frail and pale, lying in bed surrounded by an array of medical apparatus. Two elderly doctors were engaged in discussion at the bedside. Upon noticing Li Wanda's arrival, the doctors ceased their conversation and greeted him. "Xiao Bing, go take a look," Li Wanda gently urged. "Mr.Li, that would not be advisable. Grandfather Su is currently in a precarious state and cannot withstand any disturbances," the doctors quickly interjected. "Step aside. Do you presume me to be senile? I have successfully treated all my ailments, which should convey a clear message to you," Li Wanda replied sternly. "However, this does not adhere to protocol," the doctor said, their expressions tinged with discomfort. Despite their expertise, they were considerably junior to Li Wanda and felt constrained by their responsibilities. "Let them pass, gentlemen. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility," Grandfather Su's daughter interjected, prompting the doctors to reluctantly yield. Li Bing observed Grandfather Su for a moment before discarding all the medical apparatus surrounding him. He then supported Grandfather Su and administered a sip of spring water. Following this, he produced silver needles and swiftly began his acupuncture technique. Initially, the doctors prepared to intervene, but upon witnessing Li Bing's adeptness, they halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Bing disregarded their presence, entirely focused on Grandfather Su. After completing the acupuncture, he channeled his energy to thoroughly realign Grandfather Su's internal flow. This endeavor proved far more taxing than his treatments for his grandparents, leaving Li Bing drenched in sweat. His complexion turned pale and weak from the exertion of his spiritual energy. With great effort, he retracted the needles and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "Xiao Bing, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" Li Wanda approached, supporting Li Bing with concern. "Mr.Li, there is no need for alarm, or this young gentleman likely merely overexerted himself. He should recover with a moment's rest," one of the doctors softly reassured Li Wanda. Chapter 94. Treating the last remaining elder. Since Li Bing began his treatment, the old gentleman has ventured out daily to showcase his remarkable grandson to a group of old comrades. Both elders have completed their medical treatment and merely require a period of recuperation. Li Bing also intends to return home with his father, as there remains a plethora of matters awaiting their attention. As he contemplated how to broach the subject of returning home with his grandparents, Li Wanda arrived from outside. "Xiao Bing, your grandfather wishes to discuss something with you," he announced. "What is it, Grandpa? You need not consult with your own grandson," Li Bing replied with a smile. "You are aware that many of my comrades from my generation have succumbed to ailments incurred during those times, passing away prematurely. Those who remain are often plagued by illness, reliant on medication to manage their conditions. Your great-uncle Su, my former superior, has recently taken ill. I inquired about treatment options, but several esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have found no remedy. I would like you to see if you can discover a solution," Li Wanda said, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Bing. "Very well, Grandpa, I shall undertake this task. I will prepare some items and be on my way shortly," Li Bing responded, retreating to his room. He drew forth a bottle of spring water from his miniature world and retrieved a 300-year-old ginseng root. The grandfather and grandson soon arrived at a sanatorium in the capital. After passing through several security checks, they were finally admitted. This facility housed individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation, and security was exceptionally stringent. Even someone of Li Wanda's stature had to undergo thorough scrutiny before being allowed entry. "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" my father was just speaking of you, a middle-aged woman greeted Li Wanda. Phone girl, I have come to see the old leader, this is my eldest grandson. Xiaobing, this is your great-uncle Su's daughter, you may call her Aunt Feng. Li Wanda chuckled as he made the introductions. Aunt Feng, greetings, Li Bing replied without hesitation. So you are Xiaobing. We are somewhat acquainted with your affairs, quite impressive indeed, please, come inside and let us converse. Su's daughter smiled, ushering the two men into the room. Li Wanda, however, did not linger in the living room but led Li Bing directly to Su's hospital room. Upon entering, Li Bing beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair and a gaunt, pallid visage lying in bed, surrounded by an array of medical apparatus. Two elderly doctors were engaged in discussion at the bedside. Upon noticing Li Wanda's arrival, the doctors ceased their conversation and greeted him. Xiaobing, go ahead and take a look, Li Wanda gently urged. Li, that is inadvisable. Su is currently in a precarious state and cannot withstand any disturbance, the doctors hastily cautioned. Step aside. Do you think me senile? My ailments have all been resolved, and you should understand what that entails. Li Wanda replied firmly. However, this is against protocol, the doctors said with wry smiles, acknowledging their status as top medical experts, yet feeling significantly inferior to Li Wanda. Their professional duties prevented them from allowing anyone to intervene casually. Let the two of you move aside, I will take responsibility should anything go awry, Su's daughter interjected, compelling the doctors to relent. Li Bing observed Su for a moment before casting aside the medical apparatus and carefully administering a sip of spring water. He then produced silver needles and swiftly commenced acupuncture. Initially, the two doctors contemplated intervening but were rooted in place, their eyes widening in astonishment as they bore witness to Li Bing's technique. Ignoring their presence, Li Bing focused entirely on Su. After completing the acupuncture, he channeled his energy to comprehensively realign Su's internal flow. This procedure proved far more laborious than treating his grandparents, leaving Li Bing drenched in perspiration. His complexion paled as his energy was depleted. With great effort, he withdrew the silver needles and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Xiaobing, are you alright? Do you need assistance? Li Wanda approached, concern etched across his face. Li, there is no need for alarm, or this young gentleman may simply be experiencing fatigue from overexertion, he should recover in due time, one of the doctors gently reassured Li Wanda. Chapter 94. Treating the last remaining elder since Li Bing began his treatment, the old gentleman has ventured out daily to boast about his remarkable grandson to his circle of veteran friends. The health of both elders has been restored, and all that remains is for them to recuperate properly. Li Bing also intends to return home with his father, as there are numerous matters awaiting their attention. While contemplating how to broach the subject of returning with his grandparents, Li Wanda entered from outside. Xiaobing, your grandfather wishes to discuss something with you. What is it, Grandpa? You need not consult with your own grandson, Li Bing replied with a smile. You are aware that many of my comrades from my generation have succumbed to ailments due to those tumultuous times, leaving us far too soon. Those who remain are often beset by illness, reliant on medication merely to alleviate their suffering. Your grandfather Su, who was my superior, recently fell ill as well. I inquired with several renowned practitioners, yet they possess no viable treatment options. I hope you can explore the possibility of finding a remedy, Li Wanda stated earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Bing. Very well, Grandpa, I shall undertake this task as you wish. Allow me a moment to gather some supplies, and I will set off shortly, Li Bing responded before retreating to his room. He filled a vial with spring water from his small world and retrieved a 300-year-old ginseng root. The grandfather and grandson soon arrived at a sanatorium in the capital, where they underwent several security checks before being granted entry. This establishment housed individuals who had made significant contributions to the nation. Security was stringent, even someone of Li Wanda's stature had to be cleared before being allowed inside. Uncle Li, what brings you here? My father was just speaking of you, a middle-aged woman greeted them. Phone girl, I came to visit the old commander. This is my eldest grandson, Xiaobing, this is your grandfather Su's daughter, you may address her as Aunt Feng, Li Wanda chuckled, introducing his grandson. Hello, Aunt Feng, Li Bing said without hesitation, extending his greetings. Ah, so you are Xiaobing. We are somewhat aware of your accomplishments, remarkable indeed, please, come in and let us converse, Su's daughter smiled, ushering them inside. Li Wanda, however, did not linger in the living room but led Li Bing directly to Su's hospital room. Upon entering, Li Bing beheld an elderly man with snow-white hair, frail and pallid, lying on the bed. Numerous medical devices connected to him. Two elderly doctors stood by, engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Li Wanda, the doctors ceased their conversation and greeted him. "Xiao Bing, go ahead and take a look," Li Wanda gently urged. "Mr.Li, we cannot allow that. Su is in a precarious state and cannot withstand any disturbances," the doctors quickly interjected. "Step aside. Do you think I have lost my faculties? I have successfully treated all my ailments, and you should comprehend what that signifies," Li Wanda declared firmly. "However, this does not adhere to protocol," the doctors replied with a wry smile, aware that despite their status as top medical experts, they were of a lower rank than Li Wanda, and thus reluctant to permit such an intervention. "Let them through, experts. Should anything go awry, I shall take responsibility," Su's daughter interjected, compelling the doctors to relent. After observing Su for a moment, Li Bing proceeded to remove all the medical apparatus from him, then gently assisted Su in consuming a sip of spring water. Following this, he swiftly produced silver needles and began his acupuncture treatment. Initially, the doctors prepared to intervene, but upon witnessing Li Bing's technique, they halted in their tracks, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Bing paid no heed to them, focusing entirely on Su. After completing the acupuncture, he utilized his spiritual energy to comprehensively revitalize Su's body. This process proved far more laborious than treating his grandparents, and Li Bing soon found himself drenched in sweat, his face turning pale from the expenditure of his spiritual power. Struggling to retract the silver needles, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "Xiao Bing, how are you holding up? Are you all right?" Li Wanda approached, supporting Li Bing with concern. "Mr.Li, do not worry. This young gentleman has merely overexerted himself, he should recover with some rest," one of the doctors softly reassured Li Wanda. Chapter 95 of the joy of moving to Haizi village. As dusk fell, old Su awakened, his frailty the only remnant of his previous ailments. "Xiao Bing, I must express my gratitude. How much do you charge for your consultation?" "Allow your Auntie Foam to settle the fee," old Su said, a smile illuminating his countenance as he leaned against the headboard. "Grandfather Su, it was merely a trifling task. I do not require any payment for my services. Your recovery is far more valuable than any fee," Li Bing replied, politely declining. "That will not do. Just the wild ginseng alone is quite precious. I have heard from both experts that your ginseng is over 320 years old. Such treasures are rare and cannot be taken for granted. I cannot accept your generosity without recompense, lest I incur the disdain of others," old Su insisted on compensating him. "Grandfather Su, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Your generation has endured tremendous hardships, and it is through your efforts that our nation has achieved its current stature. Now it is your time to enjoy the fruits of your labor, yet you find yourselves struggling. This is indeed unfair. Since I possess the means, I shall ensure you witness this era of prosperity. A mere ginseng root pales in comparison to your contributions," Li Bing stated solemnly. "Very well, I shall accept this favor from you, and from henceforth, you shall be regarded as my own grandson. Once I regain my strength, I shall invite you to my home for a meal." "Old Li, I hope you do not resent me for claiming your precious grandson," old Su joyfully remarked. "Oh, old commander, how could I possibly resent you? For Xiao Bing to acknowledge you as his grandfather is a blessing he has earned from a previous life. However, regarding your feast, I fear Xiao Bing may not be able to partake, as he and his father must return home tomorrow due to pressing family matters. Once you are well, we shall accompany you to visit him," Li Wanda said, pleased to see old Su in good spirits. Ultimately, the grandfather and grandson bid farewell and returned home. The following day, Li Bing left some spiritual spring water for Li Wanda, advising the two elders to drink a cup daily. With a heavy heart, he departed for the airport. By that afternoon, he had returned to his home in Haizi village. Meanwhile, the medical community in the capital, along with peers of Li Wanda, were abuzz with discussions regarding this grandson hailing from the countryside. Li Bing, however, remained unfazed, spending his time at home either wandering about or practicing alongside his two fairy-like sisters. "Village chief, please inform the villagers to promptly finalize their furniture and appliances. We aim to have everyone settled into their new villas before the new year, and those facing difficulties should register," he instructed the village chief on the day the villa renovations were completed. With the weather growing colder and the new year fast approaching, he wanted to ensure that the villagers could enjoy a warm winter. To this end, he generously funded the procurement of over 180 tons of heating coal, distributing 3 tons to each household while supplying the remainder to the nursing home, Green Edge Company, and the security department. In present-day Heisey village, Li Bing's esteem surpassed that of the village chief. Every action he took was etched into the hearts of the villagers. With only 10 days remaining until the new year, all villagers had successfully moved into the villas. To commemorate this milestone, Li Bing organized a housewarming ceremony, which was attended by leaders from the town, county, and city. He had prepared cash gifts, offering 500 yuan to each household as a housewarming present and an additional 500 yuan as a New Year meat subsidy. Furthermore, each villager received a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan, with the elderly at the nursing home, employees of Green Edge Company, and the security department all benefiting as well. Construction work was suspended beginning that day, with all project payments settled in full. An extra 100,000 yuan was also allocated as a bonus for General Wang and his team to distribute among the workers. Additionally, Li Bing arranged for the delivery of rice, flour, and cooking oil, ensuring every household was well taken care of. The 3 village leaders each received a private gift of 50,000 yuan. His aunt and uncle were given 1 million yuan, while when Li Dinyan was presented with money by Li Bing, he insisted on refusing it, ultimately accepting a mere symbolic sum of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 96. The reformed Wang brothers in Heisey village. A vibrant atmosphere prevailed, with every face radiating joy and happiness. Li Bing had not forgotten a single villager, including the Wang brothers, whom he still held in his thoughts. Today, he made a special visit to the Qing City prison, where he not only paid them a visit but also retrieved the hidden influence they had retained within themselves. This act was not merely a display of magnanimity on Li Bing's part, rather, he believed that there were no significant grudges to hold, as they all belonged to the same village and there was no need to dwell on past grievances. Most importantly, upon meeting the elderly parents of the Wang brothers at the nursing home, their forlorn appearance evoked a deep sense of sorrow within him. He had come with the intention of leveraging relationships to secure their release before the new year, allowing them to reunite for the festive season. The Wang brothers experienced a whirlwind of emotions upon seeing Li Bing. He spoke to them of the changes in the village and the isolation faced by their elderly parents. This revelation struck a profound chord within the brothers, filling them with immense regret. Li Bing, we are truly grateful for your kindness in caring for our parents despite our past transgressions. We were foolish and wronged you, stammered the eldest Wang brother, his shame palpable as he struggled with his words. Enough of that. I will do my utmost to facilitate your release before the new year, so you can return home to celebrate. In the meantime, I will arrange for your new residence to be cleaned, Li Bing replied, pleased to see the genuine remorse reflected in their eyes. This gesture ensured that the new year in Heisey village would be nothing short of perfect. Li Bing approached Yang Jingjun and Director Wang, explaining the reasons for his request to secure the brothers' release. Both men readily agreed, assuring him that they would handle the matter promptly. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the Wang brothers were released from prison. Li Bing personally drove to bring them home. Li Bing, we have no words to express our gratitude. From now on, our lives belong to you, Wang Lei said, his voice thick with emotion as he gazed at the beautiful villa before him. Enough with such talk, I have no need for your lives. Simply focus on spending time with your parents. Once the festivities are over, you 3 will join me in the greenhouse for work. You can each earn over 600 yuan a day, and after a year, you will receive a bonus of 20,000 each. Before long, you will have saved enough to marry, Li Bing playfully scolded Wang Lei, promising to help restore his leg. Remember to steer clear of mischief and lead a good life. Upon entering the villa, the village head had already lit the stove, filling the home with warmth. Li Bing had also placed the rice, flour, and oil he had apportioned in the kitchen. He then handed Wang Lei an extra 10,000 yuan. Your family, consisting of 5 members, deserves 500 yuan for moving into a new home, plus another 500 as a meat subsidy for the new year. Each of you will receive 1,000 yuan as a red envelope. I have already given your parents their share. This is for you 3 brothers. The remainder is my gift to you as you embark on your new life. Tomorrow, head to the county town to buy yourselves some new clothes and prepare for the festivities. For today, I will bring you some meat and vegetables. Cook for yourselves, enjoy your meal, and take some time to rest, Li Bing instructed, settling Wang Lei comfortably before commencing treatment on his leg. With the infusion of vitality in Li Bing's remarkable medical skills, Wang Lei's leg was soon restored. Afterward, Li Bing returned home to gather provisions, a piece of wild boar meat, a wild chicken, and some beef and lamb, along with a box of vegetables and a box of fruits from the greenhouse. He also collected cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, and pans from the nursing home's kitchen, items that were in ample supply and would not disrupt operations. "Now, prepare a hearty meal and savor it, then go fetch your parents," Li Bing said before taking his leave, leaving the three brothers in tears. They were deeply moved by Li Bing's generosity and vowed to repay his kindness through their hard work. Years later, the Wang brothers had become Li Bing's trusted allies, renowned far and wide as prosperous entrepreneurs. Reflecting on their past, they could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. Chapter 96 The Reformed Wang Brothers in Haizi Village. An atmosphere of exuberance permeated the air, with every face radiating joy. Li Bing had not forgotten a single villager, including the Wang brothers, whom he held in his thoughts. Today, he specifically visited the Qing City prison to check on them and, in passing, reclaimed the hidden influence that had lingered within the three brothers. This gesture was not born of magnanimity, but rather a belief that there were no significant grudges to bear. Residing within the same village, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on past grievances. Most importantly, witnessing the forlorn state of the Wang brothers' elderly parents at the nursing home tugged at one's heartstrings. Li Bing had come with the intention of leveraging connections to secure their release before the Lunar New Year, a chance for them to reunite for the festivities. Upon seeing Li Bing, the emotions of the three brothers were deeply conflicted. He shared with them the transformations within the village and the desolate condition of their parents. This revelation struck a profound chord within the brothers, filling them with regret. "Li Bing, we are grateful for your kindness in caring for our parents despite our past misdeeds. We were indeed foolish and wronged you," the eldest Wang brother stammered, his shame palpable. "Enough of that. I will use my connections to strive for your release before the new year, so you can celebrate with your family. In the meantime, I will arrange for the cleaning of the villa allocated to your family," Li Bing responded, pleased to see the brothers' genuine remorse. With this, the new year in Haizi Village promised to be a perfect one. Li Bing consulted with Yang Zhengjun and Director Wang, explaining the reasons for the brothers' release. Both readily agreed, assuring him that the matter would be resolved promptly. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the Wang brothers were released from prison. Li Bing personally drove to bring them home. "Li Bing, we will say nothing more. Our lives are now in your hands," Wang Lei said, his voice choked with emotion as he gazed at the beautiful villa before them. "Get out of here. What would I do with your lives? Focus on spending time with your parents and enjoy the new year. After the festivities, you three will be working in the greenhouse. Each of you can earn over 600 yuan daily, and by the end of the year, you'll each receive a bonus of 20,000 yuan. It won't be long before you can save enough to marry, and Wang Lei, I will restore your legs shortly. Just remember, no more foolishness, live your lives well." Li Bing jested affectionately, offering some guidance. Upon entering the villa, the village head had already kindled the stove, filling the home with warmth. The rice, flour, and oil that Li Bing had distributed were neatly arranged in the kitchen. He handed Wang Lei an additional 10,000 yuan. "Your family of 5 has a relocation gift of 500 yuan, plus another 500 for the New Year's meat subsidy. Each of you receives 1,000 yuan red envelope. I have already given your parents their share. This is for you three. The remainder serves as my congratulatory gift for your new beginning. Tomorrow, go to the county seat to buy yourselves some clothes and provisions for the new year. For today, I'll bring you some meat and vegetables. You'll need to cook for yourselves, and after your meal, be sure to rest well," Li Bing instructed, then helped Wang Lei lie down to begin his leg rehabilitation. With the infusion of spiritual energy and Li Bing's extraordinary medical skills, Wang Lei's leg recovered swiftly. Subsequently, Li Bing returned home to gather a selection of wild boar meat, a wild chicken, and various cuts of beef and lamb. Along with a box of vegetables and fruits from the greenhouse, he delivered them to the Wang household, also retrieving cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and kitchenware from the nursing home as stock items that would not disrupt operations. "Now, prepare a meal and enjoy it thoroughly before fetching your parents," Li Bing said as he took his leave, leaving the three brothers in tears. They were profoundly moved by Li Bing's generosity and vowed to work diligently to repay him. Years later, the Wang brothers had become Li Bing's trusted allies, renowned for their prosperity far and wide, often reminiscing about their humble beginnings with a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 97 of the return of the young labor force. On the eve of the new year, Li Bing's cultivation reached a breakthrough into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The spiritual liquid lake within his dantian was already half full, while his younger sister, Li Ying, also achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Wu Jinmei and Sun Xiu had returned to Qingshi a couple of days prior, agreeing to gather at Li Bing's home on the second day of the Lunar New Year. This time, the peaks of the small world were revealed, and Li Bing astonishingly discovered several long-extinct spiritual herbs, along with a ruby fruit tree, though the fruits had yet to ripen. As he had not yet embarked on the study of alchemy, he decided to leave the herbs to continue their growth, intending to harvest them once he had mastered the art of pill-making. In Haizi village, shortly after 8 o'clock on New Year's Eve, the sounds of fireworks began to fill the air. This year, every household had managed to save several tens of thousands of yuan, resulting in a greater display of pyrotechnics. As the clock struck midnight, Haizi village transformed into a realm of fireworks. Even the nursing home was not neglected, as Li Bing prepared an abundance of fireworks to ensure the elderly were not left in solitude, bringing along the village's youth to keep them company. He also seized the opportunity to video call his grandparents and relatives in the capital. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, he promptly paid his respects to his grandparents and parents, graciously accepting the red envelopes from the elders, an expression of their good wishes that could not be declined. He then proceeded to visit each household to extend New Year greetings. Being the youngest in the village, he was obligated to pay his respects to the elders. Oh, finally it's over. This new year has truly been exhausting, Li Bing sighed with relief upon returning home. The warmth of the elders' hospitality had left him somewhat numb from their abundant praise. Binger, come out. These are your peers, they will be here for lunch today, so enjoy yourselves. His father gestured towards several young men in their 20s seated on the sofa. These youths were either attending university or working in the city. Having witnessed the village's transformation from poverty to prosperity, they wished to remain in Haizi village at this time. They had come not only to pay New Year visits but also to inquire if they could find work in the village. I am delighted to hear that you all wish to stay. Haizi village has gained new vitality, which is wonderful, especially you, university students. Your return after your studies will undoubtedly accelerate our village's progress. I declare that starting tomorrow, there will be work for all of you in the greenhouses at a daily wage of 200 yuan. After the 6th day, those working elsewhere should not leave. Instead, join Green Yuan Company.as for those still in school. Attend your classes as required. Once you graduate and wish to return for work, you will always be welcome here, Li Bing decisively proclaimed. Haha, splendid, I will start working in the greenhouse tomorrow. 200 a day is even more than at the construction site, and I can stay close to home. We're all in. We will ensure to work hard for Li Bing. Indeed, as brothers, we will give our utmost effort. The young men were filled with enthusiasm, and soon they were celebrating at Li Bing's home. His mother had prepared several meat dishes, mixed with grains and vegetables. By noon, with over 10 of them having indulged a little too much, Li Bing had to assist each one back home. Before long, the 6th day of the new year arrived. To welcome the village's youth back, Li Bing convened a meeting with all the villagers, assuring them that anyone returning would be treated equally when it came to work opportunities. The greenhouses had already begun to yield produce from the second day of the new year, and the entire village was bustling with activity once again. Meanwhile, Li Bing began to contemplate what crops to plant in the remaining village land. Ultimately, he resolved to cultivate a variety of fruits and vegetables, as this year the Sima and Wu families would be expanding into other provinces. The demand would inevitably increase, and he needed to ensure a steady supply. He remained preoccupied with the matter concerning Dayun Company, determined to gradually replace it and penetrate the high-end market with Green Yuan products. Financially, he still possessed over 160 million yuan, with an additional 20 million in the company's account. Should that prove insufficient, he had a considerable stock of ginseng available for sale. The only challenge lay in the current shortage of personnel. To construct another batch of greenhouses, he would need to recruit at least 50 more workers. Chapter 98 Treasures within the colorful stone. After the Lantern Festival, the engineering team commenced their operations. Due to the lingering chill in the air, Li Bing resolved to first demolish and clear the old houses in the village, subsequently planning the roads. Once the weather warmed, a portion of the team would focus on developing the village's roads and landscaping. On this particular day, Li Bing ventured into the mountains accompanied by 2 girlfriends and his sister. Li Bing, this stone is extraordinarily beautiful, adorned with vibrant patterns, called out Wu Jinmei from the slope ahead. The others, hearing her exclamation, hurried to join her. On the hillside before them lay a stone, approximately the size of a wok, partially buried in the earth, shimmering with enchanting multicolored glimmers. Ah, have you noticed? This stone emanates a faint aura, Li Bing observed intently. but it was Sun Siyu who first detected something unusual. Indeed, could it possibly contain a treasure? Li Ying also sensed the peculiarity. With no hesitation, Li Bing enveloped the stone and, with a mere thought, transported it into their small world. The group followed suit. Retrieving the spirit sword from the wooden cabin, Li Bing commenced the delicate task of slicing through the stone. The spirit sword glided effortlessly, cutting away a section as thick as a brick. Unsure of what lay inside, Li Bing proceeded with utmost caution, peeling away layers until a bowl-sized, soft white substance emerged. Piercing it with the tip of his sword, a rich spiritual essence was released, accompanied by a viscous, translucent liquid. "This is spirit marrow," Li Bing exclaimed, promptly sealing the small opening. Their little world lacked suitable containers for the liquid, so he resolved to find some glass bottles. Upon returning home, the group exited their small world and began a search around them, soon discovering 3 more smaller stones near the mountain's peak. Li Bing collected these before they resumed their journey home, their spirits dampened from the lack of further discoveries. Upon returning, they gathered over a dozen white liquor bottles, cleaned them thoroughly, and ventured back into the small world to continue slicing the colorful stone. After more than an hour, they had completely processed the stone, yielding 6 bottles of spirit marrow. "Wow, brother, we've extracted 6 bottles, this should significantly enhance our cultivation," Li Ying exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Indeed, a sip of this spirit marrow during cultivation will yield remarkable results. Let's head out for now, we shall use it for our training tomorrow," Li Bing replied, equally exhilarated, recognizing the rarity of such a treasure, often mentioned in the legacies of celestial beings. Once outside the small world, the women entertained themselves with the little monkeys and the white creature in the yard, while Li Bing tended to the tiger and bear, feeding them with spirit water. He then checked on the wild boars, noting the addition of 7 piglets. It was imperative to find a dedicated space for a wild boar farm. These animals were becoming quite sizable, with the largest 2 nearing 1,000 pounds and the others weighing around 500 to 600 pounds. He planned to discuss with his parents the necessity of slaughtering these 6 wild boars, distributing the meat among the villagers. "Li Bing, make sure to set aside a portion of meat for me after the slaughter. I need to maintain some connections," Wu Jinmei remarked upon hearing his intentions. "I want some too, my grandfather particularly relishes it," chimed in Sun Siyu eagerly. "Very well, each of you shall have one, and the remainder we will share," Li Bing affectionately agreed. Once his parents returned, he conveyed his intentions, and they promptly consented. The following morning, Li Bing summoned a few individuals to assist with the preparations, taking it upon himself to handle the slaughter. By midday, he had processed 6 pigs, loading 1 for each of the 2 women. The leftovers were allocated at 20 pounds for each household, 200 pounds for the nursing home, and another 200 for the construction site. Ultimately, over 400 pounds remained, which he divided with his uncle and aunt. After completing the distribution, he belatedly remembered Sima Chen. With no other option, he ventured into the mountains to hunt another boar. Once prepared, he called Sima Chen to arrange for someone to collect it. Chapter 99 of The Malevolent Cultivator. On this day, after Wu Jinmei finished attending to matters in the shop, she and Sun Siyu sought out Li Bing. As the 4 of them settled onto the sofa for a chat, Sun Siyu recounted a distressing incident that captured Li Bing's attention. "Can you believe there are people so depraved as to abduct a dozen or so young girls, nearly 15 or 16 years old? By the time they were found, they had already been subjected to brutal mistreatment, resulting in a truly horrific demise. Alas, the situation has escalated to the provincial level. I have heard that even the capital has dispatched experts. Yet, despite the efforts, the perpetrator remains at large, and during this time, more young girls have been abducted, each time managing to escape," Wu Jinmei interjected. "Indeed, when did this occur? In what location?" Li Bing inquired, furrowing his brow. "It happened right next door in Xuanhe City. Word has it that panic has gripped the populace. Families with daughters dare not allow them to venture out alone," Wu Jinmei sighed. "In that case, we must drive to Xuanhe City immediately and confront this fiend," Li Bing declared resolutely. Previously, he had little interest in meddling in the affairs of others, but following his recent journey to the capital and the conversations he had with Li Wanda, a transformation had taken place within him. He now felt compelled to utilize his abilities to thwart malevolent occurrences whenever possible. 2 hours later, the 4 of them, including Li Ying, arrived in Xuanhe City. The streets were teeming with police officers, and even armed forces were present. The majority of pedestrians were either men or elderly women. Not a single youth could be seen. The appearance of Li Bing and his companions immediately stirred a commotion. Who are these individuals? How dare they stroll about so brazenly? Don't they fear being targeted by the monster? They must be from out of town, unaware of the danger lurking here. Oh no, they are surely going to attract the monster's attention. Unfazed by the murmurs surrounding them, Li Bing and his companions continued on their way. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Li Bing's consciousness could now extend its reach up to 200 meters. Within this range, no movement could elude his detection. Thus, the four of them chatted and laughed as they meandered through the streets, while Li Bing periodically emanated his spirit sense to survey their surroundings. Chuanha City, though not overly large, was classified as a quasi-third-tier city, slightly larger than Qing City. It took Li Bing the better part of a day to explore merely one-fifth of the area. This is not a viable approach. You three should wait until nightfall and enter the small world. I will utilize the cover of darkness to conduct a thorough investigation of Chuanha City, Li Bing instructed the three women. Li Bing, I do not wish to retreat. I have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. I can manage to protect myself. Wu Jinmei pouted playfully. Sun Xiu and Li Ying nodded in agreement, eager for Li Bing's consent. Very well, but do ensure your safety. I possess defensive jade pendants for you, wear them. As he spoke, Li Bing produced 2 jade pendants, handing them to Wu Jinmei and Sun Xiu, while discreetly winking at Wu Jinmei. He had previously gifted her a bracelet, but that was the last one he had, hence he did not provide one to Sun Xiu. He had intended to refine a few more when time permitted, yet it had slipped his mind. He still had the raw stones from his last purchase in the small world, and the cutting equipment was not discarded. Upon returning, he would promptly craft a few more, ensuring that he did not neglect Sun Xiu. After a brief period of further exploration, the four of them found a hotel and rented a suite. They ventured out to sample some local delicacies before returning to their rooms to rest. When the night grew still, Li Bing leapt from the window, effortlessly landing atop a small building. He then unfurled his spirit sense, moving swiftly while simultaneously scanning the surroundings. The patrolling officers on the street remained oblivious to his presence, occasionally brushing off the sensation of a passing breeze. After thoroughly investigating the city district, he found no trace of the perpetrator. Could it be that the malevolent cultivator had already departed? If so, it would pose a significant dilemma. The world is vast. If this cultivator chose to conceal themselves and cease their nefarious activities, locating such an individual amidst the sea of humanity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 99. The malevolent cultivator. On this day, after Wu Jinmei had attended to matters in the shop, she and Sun Xiu sought out Li Bing. As the four of them settled onto the sofa for a chat, Sun Xiu brought up a topic that piqued Li Bing's interest. Can you believe there are people so depraved that they would abduct over a dozen young girls aged 15 or 16? By the time they were found, they had been horrifically abused to the point of death, she lamented. Alas, this has already attracted the attention of the provincial authorities. I've heard that even experts from the capital have been dispatched. Yet, despite their efforts, the culprits remain at large, and during this time, more young girls have been taken, each time managing to escape. Wu Jinmei interjected. Indeed, when did this occur, and where exactly? Li Bing inquired, furrowing his brow. It happened right in our neighboring Chuanha City. The situation has caused widespread panic. Families with daughters are afraid to let them venture out alone, Wu Jinmei sighed. In that case, we must drive to Chuanha City immediately and confront this murderous fiend, Li Bing declared resolutely. Although he had previously been indifferent to such matters, his recent experiences in the capital and conversations with Li Wanda had inspired a change within him, igniting a desire to intervene and prevent further malevolence. 2 hours later, the four of them, including Li Ying, arrived in Chuanha City. The streets were swarming with police and armed forces, and the majority of pedestrians were older men and women, with not a single youth in sight. The appearance of the four immediately caused a stir. Who are these people, strolling around so brazenly? Do they not fear being targeted by the monster? They're probably from out of town and unaware of the danger lurking here. Oh dear, they're surely going to attract the monster's attention. Unfazed by the murmurs surrounding them, the quartet continued on their way. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Li Bing's spiritual sense could now extend up to 200 meters, allowing him to detect any movements within that range. Thus, the four of them wandered about, exchanging laughter and conversation, while Li Bing periodically sent out his spiritual sense to observe their surroundings. Chuanhe City, though not particularly large, was classified as a quasi-third-tier city, slightly larger than Qing City. After a day of exploration, Li Bing had only managed to survey 1/5 of the area. This one do. You three should wait until nightfall and then enter the small world. I will utilize the cover of darkness to thoroughly investigate the city, Li Bing instructed the three women. Li Bing, I don't want to go in. I have already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. I can manage to protect myself, Wu Jinmei pouted. Sun Xiu and Li Ying nodded in agreement, eager for Li Bing's consent. Very well, but do ensure your safety. I have some defensive jade talismans, you must wear them. Yingzi, you already have one, so I won't be giving you another, Li Bing said, producing 2 talismans to hand to Wu Jinmei and Sun Xiu, winking at Wu Jinmei. He had previously gifted her a bracelet, but that was his last, and he had provided one for Sun Xiu. He intended to forge a few more when time allowed, but he had forgotten. Fortunately, he still had the raw stones and cutting equipment from his last purchase in the small world. Upon returning, he would need to craft a few more talismans, ensuring that both Wu Jinmei and Sun Xiu received one. After wandering a bit longer, the four of them found a hotel and booked a suite. They ventured out for some local delicacies before returning to their room to rest. As the night deepened and silence blanketed the city, Li Bing leapt from the window, effortlessly landing atop a nearby rooftop. He then unfurled his spiritual sense, moving swiftly while simultaneously probing his surroundings. The patrolling officers on the streets were completely oblivious to his presence, dismissing the occasional gust of wind as mere chance. After thoroughly surveying the entire city, he found no trace of the malevolent cultivator. Could it be that the fiend had already departed? If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. The world is vast, and should this malevolent cultivator choose to conceal themselves and cease their misdeeds, locating such an individual amidst the sea of humanity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 100 The Capture of the Malevolent Cultivator. After a fruitless night, Li Bing had no choice but to return to the hotel. Li Bing, did you find anything? As soon as he entered the room, Wu Jinmei eagerly inquired. I found nothing. There were no suspicious individuals throughout the entire city. Why haven't you all rested after standing guard all night? Li Bing explained, then posed a question. We couldn't sleep, so we practiced our cultivation, replied Sun Xiu. The four of them did not rest further but freshened up instead. With dawn breaking, they approached the front desk to check out Dai. In the early morning of Chuanhe City, many people were already bustling about in pursuit of their livelihoods. The four casually found a breakfast shop and had a simple meal. Li Bing, where do we go next? Sun Xiu could not help but ask as they exited the breakfast shop. Well, let us venture into the nearby mountains. Perhaps we might uncover something, Li Bing pondered momentarily before speaking as if struck by a sudden realization. Given the strict searches in the city, if the malevolent cultivator had not left, he would likely retreat into the deep mountains to evade capture. 20 miles south of Chuanhe City lies the majestic Ping Mountain, characterized by its towering peaks and dense forests, seldom traversed by humans. On clear days, the occasional adventurer may dare to enter, yet currently, a checkpoint had been established, guarded by soldiers. Li Bing surmised that the police would certainly have the same thought, hence the establishment of the checkpoint to scrutinize those entering and exiting. This area is under temporary lockdown. Please present your identification, a sharp-looking soldier stated after saluting. After their IDs were checked, Li Bing and his companions were permitted to pass. Upon entering Ping Mountain, they found themselves amidst an untouched forest. Strolling leisurely along the path, they paused occasionally to transplant some rare flowers and herbs into their small world. While transplanting a dragon beard fruit tree, Li Bing managed to capture a pair of guardian golden eagles. With little effort, the pair became his pets. Brother, these golden eagles are so beautiful and intelligent. Li Ying exclaimed, stroking the golden feathers of one. Li Bing then produced a small basin of spirit spring water, allowing the eagles to drink their fill before they continued deeper into the forest, the 2 golden eagles soaring above them. The four did not actively seek the malevolent cultivator, instead enjoying a leisurely day in the mountains. Only Li Bing would occasionally extend his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Thus, before darkness fell, they arrived at the bank of a river. The three women gathered a pile of dry branches while Li Bing waded into the river to fish. The two golden eagles were not idle either. They managed to catch several rabbits and even dragged in a young goat. However, as the eagles were still in their juvenile phase, dragging in a goat proved to be quite the challenge, requiring considerable effort. Li Bing caught 4 fish, each weighing around 2 pounds, and swiftly cleaned them along the riverbank, also preparing the goat and wild rabbits. He then began to kindle a fire, bustling about. After more than an hour, the 4 of them, along with the 2 eagles, finally began to savor the delectable roasted meat. At that moment, Li Bing's keen senses detected the sound of something crunching on the dry twigs nearby. Instantly, he released his consciousness to scan the area. From the thicket behind them emerged a figure cloaked entirely in black, stealthily approaching. Li Bing's consciousness detected a dense aura of malevolence surrounding this individual. Without a doubt, this person was likely the notorious killer from Chuanha City. Li Bing did not act immediately but quietly observed with his consciousness. The man's aura was not particularly formidable, hovering between the initial and mid stages of dark energy, roughly equivalent to the 3rd layer of chi refinement for a cultivator. Although the 3 women lacked combat experience, they were more than capable of dealing with this individual. After all, he was right there. He would allow the 3 women to hone their skills. As the man drew within 10 meters, he was first detected by the golden eagles, which let out a piercing cry and ascended into the sky. The 3 women also stood up, gazing at the black-clad figure 10 meters away. Li Bing retracted his consciousness, leisurely continuing to enjoy the roasted meat. Who would have thought that hiding in the mountains would lead me to such a splendid catch? It seems that fate is smiling upon me, sending me 3 lovely ladies. The black-clad man chuckled as he advanced toward them. Seeking death, how dare you speak disrespectfully to me? Today, I shall render you powerless. Wu Jinmei seethed with fury. Do not be hasty, my dear. Soon, I shall show you what true ecstasy feels like. The man, oblivious to his impending doom, continued to spout lewd remarks. Sun Xiu, however, had little patience for idle chatter. As the black-clad man approached, she swiftly sidestepped behind him and launched a punch toward his back. Her fist glimmered with a radiant light, and by the time the man realized he needed to evade, it was far too late. He was sent flying over 5 meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Li Bing shook his head, initially believing that the encounter would serve as a valuable training opportunity for the 3 women. He had not anticipated that the foe would be so inept, unable to withstand even a single punch from Sun Xiu. Li Bing stepped forward, neutralized the man's internal energy, rendered him unconscious, and tossed him aside. The following morning, the 4 emerged from the forest. As they neared the checkpoint, Li Bing summoned the 3 women into his small world. He alone swiftly passed through the checkpoint, leaving the unconscious black-clad man at its entrance as he departed. Throughout the entire ordeal, the soldiers manning the checkpoint failed to notice Li Bing, only feeling a gust of wind as an unconscious figure appeared before them. The soldiers immediately reported the incident, and soon after, both police and armed forces arrived on the scene. Once it was confirmed that the black-clad man was indeed the notorious killer, the grand operation to capture him finally came to a close.